Yao Ruoxian was stunned. You really felt it too? Miao Yi said aggrievely, I feel my heart ache. Heartache? That's not right, Yao Ruoxian gathered his words together and came to a conclusion. It seemed as though the two of them had felt different things. The other person was feeling heartache because his things had been stolen, whereas he had felt afraid. He took another glance at his surroundings, feeling a little superstitious now. Could it really be because he had broken professional ethics that his line of refining ancestors couldn't look on any longer from the heavens and were intentionally scaring him as a warning? It couldn't be such bad karma, could it? No matter how much Yao Ruoxian believed he was merely overthinking things, he couldn't deny that the overwhelmingly terrifying pressure he was vividly feeling before didn't seem like it was an illusion. You said that you would do it for free, but in the end you viciously took a large portion of my fortune. And you didn't stop at taking payment, you stole my immortal herb as well. Is this the so-called professional reputation that Senior was telling Junior not to be suspicious about? Miao Yi really felt that his heart was aching. Such a marvelous immortal herb had two of its fruits plucked away by someone else. Just like that. He was not a coward who didn't dare to even voice his complaints when he suffered a loss. Yao Ruoxian felt a little embarrassed. He listened. It turned out, he seemed to be always breaking his promises, and slapping himself in the face as though his professional ethics were indeed a little untrustworthy. If word got out, there probably wouldn't be anyone who would dare do business with him any longer. No wonder even the ancestors couldn't bear to look on. You brat! All I did was take 2 of your fruits. I didn't even steal the whole thing. Don't you see that my plucking of your fruits also had its reasons? Of course I see it. The reason is simple. You wanted to steal because you were envious. Humph. The words of a child lack consideration. Yao Ruoxian rolled his eyes. Isn't it exactly because of your good deeds in the Sea of Constellations? I've forgiven you for making me take the rap for you, but I was injured in the battle with Yuan Kaishan because of you. My wounds have yet to heal. If I don't get some immortal fruits to treat my injuries, where would I find the concentration to refine an artifact for you? What was that about you taking the rap for me? It's precisely because your heart had evil intentions that you got your just desserts, and yet you still pin the blame on Junior. Is there any justice left? Do you dare tell me what you were planning to do by sneaking into Brasgong Fort? Cough, cough. Yao Ruoxian held his chest as he coughed, furrowing his brows. He quickly changed the subject. My injuries are acting up again, let me recover a little first. Shameless old thief. Miao Yi rolled his eyes, cursing to himself. He looked on as Yao Ruoxian raised his hand and placed an immortal fruit in front of his nose, taking a deep breath. The starry mist that surrounded the immortal fruit formed a thread as it entered his lungs with the rhythm of his breath. Soon after, a new layer of starry mist formed around the crystal-clear immortal fruit. After taking in 2 breaths, Yao Ruoxian touched his chest and sighed, the fruits are truly a wondrous thing. My internal injuries feel a lot better after just 2 breaths. As he said this, he flipped his hand and immediately stored the 2 fruits away into his storage ring. He was being quite shameless about it. As he clapped his hands, a bar mace flashed out. With a whip of his large dirty sleeve, he pointed his finger towards the ground in front of him. The bar mace instantly burst into a misty form, and drilled downwards like a typhoon. The strong gusts created from the transcendent artifact kicked up the surrounding sand and rocks. Miao Yi didn't know what he was doing, and quickly invoked his arts to resist the gale. Not too long after, the typhoon that was drilling downwards came to a stop, and the bar mace flashed out from the deep crevice. Yao Ruoxian raised his arm to catch it, then tucked it away into his storage ring. Afterwards, with 2 sweeps of his wide sleeves, the blurry dust in front was blown away, and at the same time a black storage bangle on his wrist flashed. Miao Yi's eyes shone. There weren't many cultivators who could use storage bangles. The space inside storage bangles was much larger than that of storage rings. As Yao Ruoxian's arm gestured, a beautiful flawlessly clear, 3-legged crystal furnace shot out into the skies. Its height and width had reached 2 zhangs. There were numerous patterns etched around the opening rim at the top. It descended into the deep fissure that was just dug up, and a deep boom echoed forth as it landed on the ground. Yao Ruoxian himself nimbly descended into the deep fissure with a wave of his large sleeves. Forgetting about his grievances for the moment, Miao Yi quickly kept his things away, and couldn't help but follow. Jumping down, he reached out his arm to touch the large beautiful crystal furnace that one couldn't help but admire. Then, he asked curiously, "Senior, what is this for?" Yao Ruoxian coldly replied, "Of course it's for refining the artifacts for you. I'll refine the artifacts for you first, then you'll help me obtain the eggs. I'll have you know that I'm a man of my word, lest you constantly nag on and speak utter nonsense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 149, Refining Artifacts, 6. Chapter 149, Refining Artifacts, 6. Translator, Claude Editor. To the man, it wasn't a big deal if he obtained the eggs at a later time, as he wasn't worried that Miao Yi would escape his grasp. Thus, while being pressured, Miao Yi once again revealed the items that he'd put away, spreading them out on the ground. Standing to the side, it could be said that Miao Yi had an expression of agony on his face. His heart ached for his items, and yet he anticipated the artifacts he could use. At the same time, he also wanted to see how artifacts were refined. Yao Ruoxian examined the first-grade transcendent artifacts, sifting through over 100 in number. After selecting the trident, he passed over the long saber that Miao Yi had thrown out earlier, and instead went to rummage out a melon hammer. He held and measured the two weapons with his hands for quite some time, before giving a slight nod as he said, "Should be enough to refine a spear." He waved a hand once he said it, causing the treasure basin's multi-sided lids, each with several vents, to lift open with a rumble. Casually removing the former master's art source from the melon hammer, he unfolded it along with the trident in his grasp. Immediately, they exploded into 2 balls of silver mist, transforming into a python and a wild boar. Like flowing clouds, both illusory forms lengthened before diving into the apex of the treasure basin. Once they entered the treasure basin, the python and the wild boar's figures had shrunk by quite a lot, which left them looking a little silly. "Go!" Yao Ruoxian once again waved his large hand, and a bar mace flew out from the storage ring, exploding into the illusion of a bear up in the sky. It then immediately went into the treasure basin. Then, a strange scene unfolded. Once the bear dived into the treasure basin, it immediately seized both the python and the wild boar, madly biting the two. It chowed down as though gorging on a delicious feast. And the python and wild boar had foolishly remained unmoving, allowing the bear to eat them. But it appeared as though a mirage was eating another mirage, and the bear looked like it was munching on air. Puzzled, Miao Yi then asked, "Senior Yao, what is going on?" Yao Ruoxian explained, "My pair of bar maces exhausted a large amount of energy during the battle with Yuan Kaishan. In any case, since these 2 artifact souls will need to be destroyed, it would be better if I made use of them, just enough for one of my bar maces to devour their souls to replenish its energy. There is no need to waste Yao cores now, except that the energy of 2 first-grade souls might be quite low, which won't be enough for my 3rd-grade bar mace's soul to regain its energy." "Senior is truly wise," Miao Yi praised with an expressionless face. Yao Ruoxian wasn't a fool, so how could he not hear this left-handed compliment? He was blatantly saying he was skilled in taking advantage of him. "Rascal, you should consider it a blessing that you get to watch me refine artifacts. Normally, I never allow anyone to observe me when I refine items, so as to prevent others from stealing my artifact refinement techniques." Yao Ruoxian's words seemed to imply that he was also letting Miao Yi take advantage of him. Miao Yi was instead unimpressed. He had no knowledge of refining artifacts, so he wouldn't be able to learn anything just by looking. "Perhaps keeping me by your side is because you're worried that I'll escape?" Inside the pure, sparkling and crystalline treasure basin, the white glowing layer enshrouding the python and wild boar gradually darkened as the bear continued to chew. In turn, the glowing red shroud on the bear's body began to steadily brighten. At last, upon losing the last of their energy, the illusory figures of the python and wild boar crumbled, one by one. They manifested back into the trident and melon hammer, falling to the bottom of the treasure basin with two clangs. The bear also transformed back into a bar mace and dashed out from the treasure basin. Yao Ruoxian then beckoned it back into his own storage ring. Yao Ruoxian turned around and once again stood before a pile of first-grade Yao cores. Twirling his sloppy beard, he muttered irresolutely, "Brat, do you seek agility or power for the spear you wanted?" Miao Yi had been keeping an eye on him the entire time. He realized that whenever this sloppy old man entered into a state of refining artifacts, the wretched air surrounding him seemed to disappear. His entire presence seemed altered, as he gave off a feeling of utmost devotion. It really did feel like he had the air of an artifacts refining expert about him. "I'm not sure myself which kind is better. I only seek lethal power when battling," Miao Yi replied. Yao Ruoxian pondered for a while and nodded his head slightly. Cultivators with a cultivation like yours are still unable to fully utilize the long-range attacks of a transcendent artifact. When it comes to close combat, rather than having agility, it's better to use the force of 1 to defeat 10. Therefore, this spear should mainly rely on unleashing its strength. What do you think, Dot? Miao Yi had never used a transcendent artifact before, so what would he know? He can only nod helplessly and reply, "I'll listen to you, senior." Yao Ruoxian promptly searched through the pile of first-grade Yao cores as he pondered over each one. Grasping each Yao core, he invoked his arts and forced out their living phantom spiritual bodies. The illusions of wolves, apes, snakes and the like vividly emerged, one by one. After the last illusion revealed itself, that of a rhinoceros, only then did Yao Ruoxian nod with satisfaction. He kept away the phantom rhinoceros above the Yao core and then clutched the Yao core in his hand. He jerked back his hand and pointed at the half-filled case of blaze resins. With a flick of Yao Ruoxian's finger, a red blaze resin leaped out from the case. Whoosh! The red blaze resin speedily revolved throughout the immense subterranean pit. Chi! After a round of abrupt chafing on the stones of the cave walls, fire sparks emerged from the friction. Hum! A blazing ball of crimson quickly ignited from the red blaze resin, and the temperature of the entire subterranean space suddenly increased dramatically, creating a feeling of suffocation in the atmosphere. Miao Yi swiftly invoked his arts to withstand the high temperature, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bear it. Go! Yao Ruoxian snapped his fingers with a wave, and a ball of ignited blaze resin fell into the treasure basin. The flames rose with ferocity from the wide opening of the furnace. The insides of the entire transparent furnace were filled with vigorous flames. Deep down, Miao Yi was more or less shocked. He'd never expected that such a small piece of red blaze resin could actually ignite into such a destructive and powerful flame. No wonder it was used for refining transcendent artifacts. Once more, he saw Yao Ruoxian give another wave of his large hand and the multi-sided vented lid of the treasure basin flipped over to a close with a rumble, sealing most of the flames ignited from the red blaze resin inside the furnace. From time to time, he could see the flames emitting out of the vents of the multi-sided lid. With a toss of the Yao core held in Yao Ruoxian's fist, it managed to suppress the flames spitting out of the top of the furnace's opening. On the body of the treasure basin was an opening that was the size of a fist, which was covered by an inverted lid. This was to avoid the violent flames inside from spewing out from the sides. Yao Ruoxian gave a casual wave of his hand, and the inverted lid flipped open. A fierce surge of flames immediately gushed out, only to be quickly pushed back by a single block of Yao Ruoxian's palm. He then saw him putting two fingers together, invoking his arts to set off a gust of wind, which moved along his fingers, imbuing the wind force that entered the opening. With the wind being imbued, the red blaze resin within the furnace rose more and more dramatically. The Yao core suppressing the small opening was immediately raised by a spurt of whooshing flames. It levitated to about a height of 1 chi, and the flames turned orange-white in color. The trident and melon hammer within the furnace were also hovering, as they revolved constantly in sync with the imbued wind force. Before they knew it, the sky had darkened and dusk had fallen around them. The two weapons within the furnace were still revolving within the fire and no changes could be seen from them. Sitting and waiting by the side, Miao Yi was beginning to get a bit impatient. The Yao core on top of the furnace opening had risen by quite a lot and had already been liquefied into a ball, emitting a white misty glow. Every now and then, it would reveal the illusion of the rhinoceros struggling, as though it couldn't stand being refined anymore and was subconsciously attempting to escape. It was instead being pressed down by Yao Ruoxian as he invoked his arts. Miao Yi, who had been quiet all along, finally couldn't restrain himself from asking, "Senior Yao, is it because the heat isn't enough? I've heard that the blue blaze resin's firepower is stronger than that of the red blaze resin. Do you want to change it and try this with a blue blaze resin instead? What do you know? The magnitude of the heat is not important. Being perfect is the crucial part. How do you deem it to be perfect? Shut up. It's now the crucial point, so stop distracting me. Otherwise, don't blame me if it gets destroyed." Yao Ruoxian suddenly shouted. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 150, Refining an Artifact, 7. Chapter 150, Refining an Artifact, 7. Translator, Claude Editor. Miao Yi immediately peered inside the treasure basin, and he saw that the trident and melon hammer was already responding to the heat. They already had signs of melting, as droplets of silver light started to drip. Yao Ruoxian's clothes suddenly billowed all on their own, his hair and beard fluttered erratically as he faced the dancing flames inside the furnace. His small eyes became spirited and focused as he stared at the situation inside the furnace. Clap! Yao Ruoxian clapped his hands together, both his large sleeves slowly expanded and, as though they were blowpipes, began blowing wind into an opening. All 10 fingers on his hands were aimed at the opening, dancing about so swiftly that one would feel dizzy just looking at them. The trident and melon hammer stuck to each other and flew around inside the furnace. Under the movements of Yao Ruoxian's fingers, the silver light that dripped from them continuously coalesced into silver globules. They flew out of the top of the furnace along with the rising flames, making light bumping noises as they melded with the already liquefied Yao core at the top. After melding with the liquefied Yao core, the silver globules separated themselves just as quickly and floated over the liquefied Yao core, their bodies covered with a pale white glow. As Yao Ruoxian's fingers continued to move in quick succession, slowly but surely, silver globules flew out one after another from the trident and melon hammer that were gradually melting in the furnace. They slipped through the liquefied Yao core, and eventually floated upwards, fusing together with the other silver globules that were now emanating a pale white light. Miao Yi looked on with eyes wide open. He didn't dare to make a noise and disturb him. Another day passed, and the flames of the red blaze resin were almost completely extinguished. As he watched the flames slowly weaken, Miao Yi couldn't help but feel surprised that a single red blaze resin could burn for 2 whole days. With a wave of Yao Ruoxian's hand, another red blaze resin shot out from the box beside them and flew into the furnace through the tuyere. Gone! It instantly flared up into a blazing ember, and immediately, the flames rose once more. His 10 fingers continued to dance about at the tuyere. The trident and melon hammer inside the furnace had already lost their original appearance, having shrunken down quite a bit. The liquefied Yao core had also lost a lot of volume. On the other hand, above the liquefied Yao core, a white luminescent pole-like object had already begun to take shape. As it fused with more and more of the silver globules from underneath, its size grew larger and larger. 2 days later, the trident and the melon hammer could no longer be seen inside the furnace. At almost the same time as the red blaze resin was burning out, the last few silver globules flew out from inside the furnace, bringing with them the remaining liquid floating over the furnace, and merging into the long spear at the top. After being refined and broken down, the Yao core took advantage of the moment its outer body was fully formed for the white glow on the floating spear to flash out dazzlingly. Yao Ruoxian waved his voluminous sleeves, and the floating long spear instantly shot out into the skies. The loud boom of an explosion quickly followed from the surroundings. Miao Yi quickly leaped out of the pit and looked around, only to find a clump of white mist towering above the raging waves of the sea. Soon, it was dispersed by the wind. Evidently, the spear had landed in that spot. The white mist was caused by the high temperature of the spear rapidly dropping after it hit the surface of the sea. In the pit, the red blaze resin in the upper part of the furnace had already burnt out completely, the red flames extinguished. Clearly, Yao Ruoxian had a very strong grasp on how to manage the flames. Miao Yi looked down as he excitedly asked, "Senior Yao, have you finished refining the spear?" "I'm done refining it already. Go test it out for yourself to see if it's easy to use." Yao Ruoxian wiped away the drops of sweat on his forehead, lightly breathing a sigh of relief. He slowly sat down cross-legged and tossed an orb of will into his mouth, closing his eyes to begin recovering the transcendence energy that he had spent. Even though the refining process didn't consume a large amount of transcendence energy, it was still difficult to continue exerting his transcendence energy non-stop for days on end. It was very tiring. Miao Yi immediately flew out in excitement. He landed on the spot of the sea that had exploded earlier, and dived headfirst into the depths to start looking for his weapon. In the depths of the blue sea, he saw a long silver spear silently embedded in a colorful coral reef. Miao Yi charged towards it and pulled it out with a single stroke. Then, he quickly left the ocean depths, anxious to try out his very first transcendent artifact since stepping into the realm of cultivation. Breaking past the waves to land on the shore, Miao Yi swept the spear in his hands outwards, his eyes instantly brightening. During the refining process, it had always been shrouded in a pale white glow. Only now could he take a close and clear look at it. The spear was around 1 zhan long, and much thicker than the spears he had used before. It was also much heavier. Under the light of the sun, the spear reflected a strangely beautiful glow. To Miao Yi's surprise, the body of the spear was covered in a pattern of fish scales. The pattern was very orderly and neat, and looked extremely beautiful. No wonder it seemed a little rough when he held it in his hands. The fish scales continued until it reached the equally imposing spearhead. The tip of the spear was different from the ones he had used before. The keen spearhead was formed from 3 leaf-shaped blades with razor-sharp edges, joined together to form a point in the center. Moving down from the tip of the blades, the rear sections of the leaf widened to form 3 pegs. The spearhead alone was half as long as his arm. The design radiated a piercing, tyrannical aura. In addition, the sunlight reflected irregularly on the fish scales that were etched on the triple-edged blades, making it all the more frightening. Miao Yi couldn't help but try stabbing at the air. As the spear pierced the air, 3 ringing roars suddenly reverberated, as though 3 dragons had begun roaring simultaneously. Even Miao Yi himself was shocked at this. Taking another look at the tail end of the spear, there was a beautiful dragon head-shaped ingot at the tip. Miao Yi promptly turned to stare at a reef nearby. His body shot out as he thrust forth with his spear, the dragon roar ringing out once more as he did so. Boom! Where the spearhead struck, half the great reef was ripped apart. Descending to the ground and pulling back his spear, he raked the triple-edged blade across the ground. What was left of the remaining half of the reef was a deep scar that many would find astonishing. Even if this spear was used just like a normal spear, he could feel that his strength would be increased by a whole level. Especially when he struck out, the spearhead would release a hidden explosive attack. But Miao Yi felt that something was off with this spear. At first he couldn't tell what was wrong. Only when he took a closer look, did he figure out where the problem was. The fish scales that were refined onto the body of the spear were facing the opposite direction, and had become reverse scales. The great cave master Miao's expression instantly darkened. To actually miss such an obvious mistake, that old man clearly didn't care much for his things and just casually refined a defective spear in order to fool him. He was pushing his luck. He quickly dashed back with the spear in hand, preparing to find Yao Ruoxian and ask for an explanation. As soon as Miao Yi returned to the pit where Yao Ruoxian was recovering his transcendence energy with eyes closed, Yao Ruoxian didn't even bother opening them as he asked indifferently, "How is it? Satisfied?" But it turned out, what awaited him were not the words of praise and flattery that he had expected. With a darkened expression, Miao Yi couldn't help but snort, "Satisfied my ass." Yao Ruoxian was shocked. Unable to sit still any longer, he quickly stopped his recovery and stood up, eyeing Miao Yi from head to toe as he coldly said, "Kid, don't set your expectations too high. All transcendent artifacts made from my hands are quality goods. If you don't want it, there are many others who would." Miao Yi pointed to the fish scales on the spear as he angrily said, "Look at it closely once more. The fish scales that have been refined on the spear are facing the opposite direction. They become reversed scales. Was such an obvious mistake the so-called quality goods of Senior? This junior doesn't have so many materials for Senior to waste." Yao Ruoxian was stunned for a moment as he heard this, unable to comprehend what Miao Yi had just said. When he came to understand it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he answered, "Kid, you don't have a single clue how to appreciate the value of these things. Even quality goods will actually become rubbish in your hands. Bring me the spear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 151, Refining Artifacts, 8. Chapter 151, Refining Artifacts, 8. Translator, Claude Editor. On receiving the spear from Miao Yi, he invoked his arts, causing the spear to float before him. He then pointed at it and asked, "Take a close look once again from the tail end to the spear tip. What does it look like?" There was no need for him to look carefully again as Miao Yi had already examined it many times beforehand. Looking at it from the dragon head at the base of the spear upwards, the fish scale pattern was indeed not reversed. The base was the dragon head and the fish scales resembled dragon scales, whilst the spear tip was akin to a sweeping dragon tail. When the spear struck out, it was similar to a divine dragon lashing out with its tail. The entire spear resembled an exquisitely carved divine dragon, beautiful and dominating. His face still taut, Miao Yi said, "Is it just for the sake of making it look like a dragon? Having the inverted scales was all for the sake making it look good? Yo! You're still not satisfied?" Yao Ruoxian sneered with a face filled with ridicule. He casually grabbed the levitating spear and thrust it at Miao Yi head-on. Miao Yi was shocked, thinking that the other party wanted to deliver a murderous blow, but it didn't seem like he had any intention of killing him. The speed at which the spear struck out didn't look like it was intended to take his life, completely allowing him room to recover as he moved back to dodge the attack. But what amazed him was when he faced it up front, only then did he realize that the sounds of 3 dragon roars were actually coming from 3 different directions. If he hadn't paid close attention to it, he would have been misled and wouldn't have known from which direction the spear was being thrusted. Brandishing the spear as he directed it at him, Yao Ruoxian asked, "Do you now understand what the advantage is?" Miao Yi's eyes were already gleaming when he replied, "I can mislead and confuse the opponent?" The 3 dragon roars are transmitted precisely via the triple-edged blades through the inverse scales on this spear when it pierces through the wind. The ability to mislead and confuse the enemy is just one of its features. Yao Ruoxian gently caressed the fish scales on the spear as he explained. When fighting against your opponent, the distributed structure of the layer upon layer of inversed scales can weaken the transmission of power and reduce the strength of the force transmitted. From spear tip to spear end, it's possible that it can diffuse half of the force. Of course, when you use the spear, it's impossible for you to always clutch onto the end of the spear to face the opponent. Still, when the enemy's full force is being brought to bear upon you, diffusing 20% of it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Miao Yi cried out in surprise. It can diffuse 20% of the force? Yao Ruoxian narrowed his eyes and said, "Why? Still think it's not enough?" When facing the opponent in battle, it can reduce the opponent's strength by 20%. Don't tell me you still don't know what this means? No. No! No! Miao Yi's eyes were almost green with anticipation. Yao Ruoxian snorted. There is still one more advantage. Upon receiving the force, the inverse scales can diffuse it. That means when the scales release the force, it possesses a different kind of tension. Once that force rushes to the spear tip, it will diffuse explosively. Should the opponent be struck by the spear, even if he didn't die, superficial injuries can end up becoming severe. Overjoyed, Miao Yi nodded repeatedly. He had already experienced it when he was trying out the spear on the reefs. There was definitely an explosive power released from the spear tip, granting a large boost to his formidable power. It was just that he didn't understand what was going on before, but now he understood. This spear in hand has the effect of confusing the enemy's hearings, has explosive power to add to the might, and has the ability to diffuse force to reinforce defenses. With these three effects merged into one entity, the entire cultivation world will not be able to find another transcendent artifact with such mystical effects. Yet a little rascal like you would resent me for refining it into trash? It's my fault. It's my fault. Senior is the bigger person, so please don't bother arguing with the likes of me. But back to the topic. This spear is not very useful when facing foes with strength and transcendent artifacts that outclass you. But for you, a cultivator that can only traverse freely on land and simply fight there, it still has some good use. Yes, yes, yes. Miao Yi's face was too overwhelmed with joy. He cupped his hands and said, Junior is the one who's blind as a bat, unaware of Senior's painstaking effort in refining the inverse scales. Abruptly, Yao Ruoxian began exclaiming with pride, don't underestimate the inverse scales. It can't be copied by simply anyone. Not to mention, the process of refining it focuses on carefully grasping the minute differences in the dimensions of the spear. If the distribution of the inverse scales on the spear is even slightly out of alignment, or if there's even the slightest deviation, then it will not be able to achieve the effects of being able to confuse hearing, have explosive power and diffuse force. These techniques are thus my self-discovered refining methods. In the entire world, there is no one who knows how to do this apart from me. Brat, consider yourself lucky to run into me. With a cold scoff, he casually threw the spear back. Yes, 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 taking the spear, Miao Yi was gleeful to the point that he was grinning from ear to ear, and immediately showered him with flattery. Miao Yi could then be seen flinging about and handling the treasured spear in his hand admiringly. He didn't feel like the inverse scales were an eyesore anymore. On the contrary, he saw them as obtaining a most precious asset. While flinging it around and taking a closer look, Miao Yi suddenly let out an odd cry. He discovered that on the dragon head at the end of the spear, there were two small inconspicuous characters. The words were hidden inside the opening. If he hadn't examined it closely by chance, it would have been difficult for him to notice it. After a careful inspection, he was surprised to find that it read Zi Yang. Miao Yi was unable to stop himself from raising his head to ask, is Zi Yang a name that Senior Yao has given to this spear? Cough. Cough. Yao Ruoxian clenched his fist as he coughed dryly, thinking that the two words concealed in such a hidden place had already been discovered by this brat. It seemed like this kid had the potential to be a thief. He shook his head in denial and said, it should have been formed unintentionally during the production process. This spear has yet to have a name. If you want a name, then come up with one yourself. Name, with a gleeful expression that was difficult to erase, Miao Yi scrutinized the spear he wielded for a while, before suddenly sweeping it across, and saying with force and substance, then it should be called inverse scales. Dragons have an inverse scale. Those who touch it will be faced with death. 1. Yao Ruoxian was slightly awestruck by his inspiring words, realizing that this rascal had a bit of a dominating air about him. Who would have expected that once Miao Yi turned around, his aura would weaken abruptly? Looking embarrassed, he meekly consulted, Senior, Junior has never used a transcendent artifact before. Can you teach me how to handle it? With your cultivation level, forcibly handling it will be a bit difficult. What's more, if you're forcibly handling it, once you face a foe who is stronger than you, it will be easy for them to seize your artifact. So the safest method will be to plant a strand of your art source in the artifact. This Junior has no knowledge on that. How do you do it? You're really clueless and yet you obtain so many treasures. Where's the justice in that? Fuck. Yao Ruoxian cursed. Drawing back his hand, he placed a Yao core onto it. He pointed at the Yao core and explained, when it was alive, it had a body and could bleed. It also had its own sentience and was able to control itself. After it died, obviously when it was refined into a transcendent artifact, the spear you wield for instance has become its flesh, but it is still lacking its own sentience. No matter how good an artifact is, it is still a soulless dead object. The method to overcome this is to make your own mind a part of it by planting a strand of your art source into its body. That will then become its soul. Both you and the artifact will share the same art source between each other. It will acknowledge you as the master, and accept your transcendence energy to control it. The moment you erase the art source within its body, it will immediately turn back into a dead object, an object without a master. After receiving this careful explanation, Miao Yi finally understood how it worked. After imbuing a thread of his art source into the empty vessel of the inversed scale spear, Miao Yi bound it, and immediately sensed that the spear had awakened. It was instantly brimming with energy and completely linked their minds together. Propping the spear upright, he moved his art with his mind. The inversed scale spear instantly exploded into a cloud of silver mist, transforming into the enormous figure of a rhinoceros. Miao Yi quickly leaped out of the pit and made a grab at the heavens with one arm. The rhinoceros within the pit leaped out into the sky, instantly transforming into the inversed scale spear and falling into his grasp. Footnotes. According to myths, dragons have one scale growing in the opposite direction, reverse scale, at their throat. The dragons do not like people touching the scale and would harm anyone who dares to do so, so touching the reverse scale has become a figurative expression of offending a man in power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Refining Artifacts, 9. Chapter 152, Refining Artifacts, 9. Translator, Claude Editor. 1 month later. Standing in front of the treasure basin, Yao Ruoxian was in full concentration as he constantly moved the fingers of his hands towards the hole located at the core of the furnace. His hair and clothes flitted about without the aid of a breeze, and countless silver globules could be seen flying out in rapid succession from inside the furnace. Miao Yi was currently sitting cross-legged in a corner of the pit, quietly cultivating. To be more accurate, he had originally been cultivating, but now he was experiencing a very strange turn of events. When he first cultivated using the fiery star technique, he had to use his arts to guard his body against the surrounding heat, and ultimately discovered a very strange occurrence. When he matched the arts he used to deter the surrounding heat with his own cultivation method, he realized that he could actually control the changes in temperature around him through the surge of his transcendence energy. He couldn't help but stop cultivating for the moment, and persistently tried to manipulate the high temperatures around him. The more he tried, the better he was. Under the surge of his transcendence energy, the high heat that struck forth fluctuated following the changes in his transcendence energy. It would at times shift to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes floating upwards and sometimes descending downwards, sometimes backing away and sometimes circling around his body, and sometimes it would coalesce together. When he tried to not guard himself against the heat and let it approach him, to his surprise, he discovered that the art source circulating inside his body was actually absorbing some kind of spiritual essence from within the heat, similar to the time when he had extracted the true fire of Supreme Yang and first created his art source. What was most astounding was that after the spiritual essence had been absorbed into his art source, tiny red lights actually began to appear within his originally formless, circulating art source, adding a new color into the mix. Miao Yi was shocked. Lao Bai had never mentioned such a possibility to him before. It couldn't be there was something wrong with his cultivation, could it? At first he wanted to stop his attempts, but he soon discovered that the art source inside his body had actually become more vigorous with the addition of these little red lights. It felt as though a muddle-headed person had suddenly become energetic. It was a very odd feeling. Miao Yi faintly realized that absorbing the spiritual fire essence from the burning red blaze resin seemed to be beneficial to his own art source. He was hesitant to confirm if it was truly beneficial or not, as he didn't want any trouble. However, it seemed the excited art source inside his body was very interested in absorbing them, to the point where it affected his own mood and invoked feelings of pleasure. He was born with a tendency to take risks, otherwise he wouldn't have headed to the Sea of Constellations and raised a ruckus there. After some hesitation, he ultimately decided to try it out slowly. He hardened his resolve and decided to carefully absorb the spiritual fire essence. He was prepared to immediately stop absorbing the second he discovered anything wrong. Mastery of fire requires perfection of the true body. One who has surpassed fire shall be able to roam the endless universe without inhibition. A gloomy sigh resounded. The graceful figure that was Lao Bai had unknowingly appeared beside Miao Yi. Looking towards the transcendent artifact that was being refined atop the large treasure basin, he lightly shook his head and said, "Could this be fate, that?" He had passed the cultivation method of the fiery star technique to Miao Yi, but he hadn't yet told Miao Yi the true purpose of cultivation behind the fiery star technique. The true purpose of the fiery star technique lay in the two sentences that he had just spoken: mastery of fire requires perfection of the true body, and one who has surpassed fire shall be able to roam the endless universe without inhibition. He naturally had his own reasons for not passing this down. Firstly, he was afraid that Miao Yi would become corrupt and greedy. He felt that Miao Yi's current cultivation was still lacking, so he wanted him to prioritize raising his own cultivation stably, and not go running around everywhere if he didn't have to. Secondly, it was because he wanted to continue watching Miao Yi for the time being, as the hardest thing to grasp in this world was the heart of man. Even Lao Bai himself couldn't be sure that Miao Yi wouldn't change in the future. He wouldn't easily reveal his trump card until the time was right. But he never would have thought that Miao Yi could actually begin to grasp the true purpose of the fiery star technique as a result of this chance meeting. A small gap had already been pushed open on this door, and Lao Bai knew that Miao Yi would continue to push it open and investigate what lay behind it if he ever had the opportunity. Thus, he could only sigh deeply. Boom! A familiar sound once again echoed forth from the great ocean outside. Miao Yi abruptly opened his eyes, quickly retracted his arts and jumped out of the pit. After, he immediately honed in on the spot where white mist appeared on the surface of the sea and dashed forward, diving straight into the ocean. During this period of time, he had already become addicted to picking up artifacts, and became extremely proficient in it as well. It didn't take long for him to burst out of the waves. He carried a silver helm in hand as he leaped onto shore, grinning widely. He didn't need Yao Ruoxian to instruct him anymore. He immediately set away a thread of his art source and imbued it into the helm, letting the ownerless helm acknowledge his ownership. He tossed the helm in his hands. It shot to the skies and exploded into the illusion of a silver lion. As he spread both his arms, clouds of silver mist shot out and rose to the skies from inside his storage ring. After which, illusions of lion, tiger, leopard, octopus, wolf, python and rhinoceros descended from the sky in quick succession, and charged downwards onto Miao Yi, who stood with his arms wide open. The lion descended on his head and coalesced into a helm that shielded his brows, ears and neck. Where the lion opened its mouth was Miao Yi's face. The 8 tentacles of the octopus wrapped around his body, and solidified into a tough yet tensile armor that hung on his shoulders and covered his chest and back. Engraved on the front and back of his armor was the pattern of a mighty wave. Below his waist hung a soft-plated drape, and on the outer edges of his thighs hung 2 half pockets. Half of his lower body was protected, front and back. The 2 tigers landed on his shoulders. Their hind legs wrapped around half his arms, and their front legs lay perched on his shoulder, whereas the jaws of the 2 tigers faced outwards with bared fangs. The tigers protected his upper arms and shoulders, and were refined with an intricacy as though they were alive. Around his forearms were 2 leopards, The slightly elevated heads of the leopards shielded his elbows, as their bodies extended towards the back of his palms, turning into a set of awe-inspiring vambraces. The python wrapped itself around his waist. As it laid its head on his abdomen, it opened its jaws and flicked its tongue out, swiftly turning into a snakescale belt. Thus, it held in place the soft armor around his waist, preventing it from loosely shaking around, and at the same time protecting his waist from harm. The two wolves hugged his legs, shielding his knees and guarding his feet, immediately becoming a pair of bright silver greaves. Just behind his legs were two half-raised wolf heads revealing a set of vicious-looking teeth. The rhinoceros fell into Miao Yi's palm, and instantly solidified into the inversed scale spear. Even though this set of armor was not a single full-body set, some parts were still intricately linked together. The design was elaborate and complex with great attention paid to the minor details, especially at the joints. There was virtually no awkwardness when moving around. It was indeed the work of a skilled artifact artisan. One would need a great amount of insight and experience to be able to produce such a heavenly creation. However, this armor couldn't be put on through normal means. If one did not invoke his arts, it would be impossible to forcefully put it on, or take it off. On his temple rested a valiant lion, on his shoulders lay two ferocious tigers, around his arms perched two vicious leopards, and a large python circled his waist. His legs stood atop savage wolves, his chest and back shielded by 8 tentacles, and finally, in his hand was the inversed scale spear. Miao Yi stood on the shore, wrapped in a resplendent white glow. His aura was nothing short of imposing, and as he waved the mighty spear in his hand, he projected an image of dignity and unfaltering strength alongside his overwhelming aura of violence, as though he were a divine god that had descended onto the mortal realm. Taking another look at his full set of equipment, Miao Yi was brimming with joy, feeling as though he had just struck gold. This whole set of equipment was composed of 10 first-grade transcendent artifacts, which meant he had spent 10 first-grade Yao cores, and that wasn't including the other materials that he had used. Looking back to before he had gone to the Sea of Constellations, the great cave master Miao had still been worried about a few low-grade orbs of will, deciding to run all the way to the Sea of Constellations to go hunting, in order to obtain more orbs of will. He never thought about getting any transcendent artifacts, but who would have known that he would come to own a luxurious 10-piece set of transcendent artifacts in the blink of an eye. Even though their net value may not be higher than a single piece of second-grade transcendent artifact of Yang Qing's, but what he had was a complete set that had 4 or 5 more pieces than Yang Qing. Not to mention, his own set of armor was obviously much better than Yang Qing's aesthetically. If he had to compare the two based on looks, Yang Qing's armor was trash compared to his. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Refining Artifacts, 10. Chapter 153, Refining Artifacts, 10. Translator, Collage Editor, Tom Yummy. The past great cave master Miao would never have dared think about his owning such a set of transcendent artifacts. Before refining this set of transcendent artifacts, Miao Yi felt very pained about it. However, after he put on the luxurious set of armor, it felt awesomely exhilarating and he felt it was extremely worthwhile to spend the refining items. Strolling along the shore, Charcoal slowly trotted back and appeared to also be in awe, halting at Miao Yi's ferocious getup. He snorted loudly, seemingly afraid to move closer as he circled around Miao Yi a couple of rounds. "Damn fatty, do I look good?" Patting himself all around, Miao Yi laughed. "I never expected that sloppy old man's craftsmanship to be so out of the ordinary. Why do I feel like I'm completely filled with confidence? I think even if I met the hall master of suppressing second hall, I could rush forward to give him a few slaps in the face. Yo! You've got some guts. Even when I meet a hall master, a person of that rank, I would still need to withdraw quite a distance. I wouldn't have imagined that you would dare to even slap the suppressing second hall's hallmaster. Go ahead and try giving him a few slaps on the face for me to see. You better believe he will reveal his transcendent artifacts and beat you into a pulp with it. I can say for sure that your set of transcendent artifacts now will be completely useless against it. Turning around to look, Miao Yi realized that Yao Ruoxian had unknowingly snuck up behind him. He chuckled at once. I'm just coming up with ways to sing high praises of your refined transcendent artifacts. Do I even need you to praise that the transcendent artifacts I refine are great? Yao Ruoxian scoffed as he brushed his beard, looking disdainful. He pointed at Charcoal and said, ask the fat bastard not to move. I'm going to measure him. By the time I honor my promise, you rascal had better honor yours immediately as well. After this, we will each go our separate ways and pretend we've never seen each other before. We'll call it quits otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Miao Yi spread his arms and the resplendent silver equipment on his entire body instantly exploded into silver mist before rushing into his storage ring. Turning around, he lightly pointed at Charcoal and hawked, damn fatty. It's your blessing to be with me. Now is the time for you to bask in my glory. Stand still and don't move. However, Charcoal was misbehaving as always. When he caught sight of Yao Ruoxian approaching him, he instantly ran to Miao Yi's back and hid. Truthfully, with a fat figure such as his, he could only hide his head behind Miao Yi. He was acting like a complete ostrich. It wasn't clear if he was right in the head. Naturally, Miao Yi had his own means to deal with Charcoal. He turned around to caress his neck so that he's not afraid. A small mantis then crawled out from the storage ring and wrapped around his finger, striking down with its sickle onto Charcoal's neck. Glancing backwards, Charcoal's gaze were filled with resentment as he rolled his eyes and went still on the spot. He can't move anymore. Senior, please measure. Miao Yi turned to say. Yao Ruoxian was stunned for a moment upon realizing that this brat didn't care about those close to him at all and would use the small mantis to take a jab at just about anyone. He responded somewhat dubiously, didn't you treat this fat bastard as your gem? I see that you're quite willing to strike out. Miao Yi chuckled, that's different. Others are not allowed to touch him. It goes without saying that I am allowed. Yao Ruoxian was speechless. He was reluctant to exchange nonsense with Miao Yi, and began gesturing with his hand to invoke his arts. The sand on the shore rapidly swirled upward, covering Charcoal until he turned into a sand sculpture in an instant. After stepping forward, he reached out to probe and prod around. Yao Ruoxian gestured with his hands again, and the sand sculpture fell apart into 10 molds. He immediately swept them into his storage ring before turning on his heels and swiftly departing, going back into the pit where he refined artifacts. Miao Yi invoked his arts to erase the abyssal chilling aura within Charcoal's body. Charcoal promptly flared up in anger and galloped off. While running, he kept glancing back to Ney several times. He was completely filled with resentment, as though he were telling Miao Yi that should he treat him like this again, he wouldn't be around him anymore in future. Miao Yi nonchalantly drew out a piece of the octopus spirit's thigh, carrying it in his hand as he swung it around a few times. Charcoal, who had been glancing backwards as he ran, began slowing down his steps. He looked a little envious, but since he was just bullied, it seemed like he wanted to fight for his rights. So he forcibly turned his head away and swiftly trotted off into the distance. He's playing this game with me again? Miao Yi sneered. How could they not know each other? Damn fatty. If you have the guts, hold out for half a day and don't come back. If that time ever comes, I will crawl on the ground for you to ride. By the time Miao Yi returned to the pit, he found that Yao Ruoxian was not in a hurry to refine artifacts and was instead recuperating his transcendence energy. Miao Yi also sat down cross-legged at the side. Ultimately, it was just as he had expected. Truly, not even half a day had passed before the sound of hooves galloping came from outside the pit, running around it in a circle. The damn fatty had an attitude problem. If he was nice to him this time, his temperament would become worse next time. Miao Yi curled his lips into a sneer as he continued to shut his eyes in meditation, not giving it another thought as he waited for Charcoal to completely give in. After he was done recovering his transcendence energy, Yao Ruoxian too didn't pay any heed to Charcoal. He heard the trotting sounds coming from the fat bastard, but just stood up and was readying himself to start up the furnace and refine artifacts again, when a pink item came flying down from above, immediately going straight into the treasure basin. Alarmed, Yao Ruoxian raised his head to look, only to catch sight of the fat bastard stretching out his head to look down. He snorted a few times, as though sizing up Miao Yi's reaction. "What did you just throw inside my treasure basin?" Yao Ruoxian frowned. With a casual wave, the item inside flew out and fell into his grasp. Unfolding it to see, his expression instantly contorted. It was actually a woman's pink, skin-tight undergarment. That fat bastard had actually thrown a woman's pink skin-tight undergarment into his treasure basin. When he saw that Miao Yi did not show any reaction, Charcoal once again turned around to grab a couple of presents before chucking them down. It was unclear if he wanted to get Miao Yi's attention or was gifting Miao Yi presents to make amends and apologize. A pile of women's clothing soon drifted down. "Fat bastard! You still dare to throw!" Yao Ruoxian furiously bellowed as he waved his hand to point upwards. He was practically at his wits' end. On hearing that Yao Ruoxian was about to get serious, Miao Yi quickly stopped feigning ignorance. He opened his eyes and dashed forward, pulling him back. He hurriedly apologized on behalf of Charcoal, Sr. "Why should you bother yourself with a beast? He doesn't know anything. Please calm down." When he was being curt with Charcoal, he seriously didn't hold anything back, but once trouble brewed, he would still stand by Charcoal's side. "Take a look, do you see what he threw into my treasure basin?" Yao Ruoxian threw the undergarment in his hand onto Miao Yi's face. "If you don't deal with him today, I will help you do it." Miao Yi tore off the item on his face and was at a loss for words after he taking a glance at it. Lifting his head to look, he caught sight of Charcoal once again chucking a couple of them down. Miao Yi smoothly caught them to look over. They were still women's clothes. He couldn't help but ask Yao Ruoxian, where did he even women's clothes from? "You're asking me? Who should I ask in return?" Furious beyond measure, Yao Ruoxian was also taken aback. He calmed his nerves and also asked in puzzlement. "That's right. There are no households in the area. Where did a beast like him get women's clothes from?" The two of them exchanged speechless looks with one another, before leaping out of the pit soon after to investigate. On seeing Miao Yi appear, Charcoal instantly rolled around on the ground, using his frisky behavior to win him over. Both of them watched without interest as he fooled around. Miao Yi picked up a couple of the women's garments with grass bits from the ground and shook them to take a look. He then turned to ask Charcoal, "Damn fatty. Where did you get these from?" Charcoal didn't know how to speak. He only rolled around and jumped to his feet. His nose sniffed at the storage ring on Miao Yi's hand, snorting a few times, wanting to eat what was inside. Yao Ruoxian peered about the area and said, "People generally won't wander too deeply into this desolate area. Make the fat bastard lead us to check out the situation. I can't have a random person running out to disturb me while I'm refining artifacts." After that, he uncovered the storage bracelet on his wrist and kept the things inside the pit away. Miao Yi casually threw away the clothes in his hands, before mounting Charcoal. "Where did the clothes come from? Bring us out to see. I'll give you food after we return." Charcoal immediately broke into a mad gallop as it dashed forth. Yao Ruoxian was standing on Charcoal's back, clasping his hands behind his back as he surveyed his surroundings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, It's a Small World, 1. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, It's a Small World, 1. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Carrying two persons on his back, Charcoal headed straight into a mountainous region dozens of li away. He eventually stopped by the side of a lake. This place had such a prepossessed beauty to it. The lake was hidden within the mountain range, its waters clear and jade-like. One could sometimes see ripples appear when the fishes kissed the surface of the lake. It was indeed a breathtaking view. Damn fatso, where did you get these clothes from? Miao Yi asked, as he looked around cautiously. Charcoal responded with a snort and stomped on the grass as he twisted around, indicating that this was the place. Senior, there doesn't seem to be anyone here, Miao Yi said, as he looked towards Yao Ruoxian. However, Yao Ruoxian's gaze was already fixated elsewhere. Naturally, he followed his gaze and turned to look. The only thing that he could see was by the not-so-distant lakeside, a giant tree that had been split at the trunk, with its canopy already fallen into the water. Before Miao Yi could notice if there was anything amiss, Yao Ruoxian had already flown towards it. Waving that large sleeve of his, he blew away part of the large tree floating on the water's surface and shouted, "Who is the one sneaking around here?" Immediately, Miao Yi charged over on Charcoal to understand what was happening. Ah! In the space under where the tree had been, came a sudden start of panicked screams. Within the rippling crystalline waters, numerous slender, fair-skinned figures were anxiously rushing about. 6 young women were frantically clenching their thighs together and covering their breasts. They searched for a place to hide, but to no avail. This scene was definitely enough to get one's blood pumping with excitement. Miao Yi and Yao Ruoxian were both astonished. They looked at each other before glancing towards Charcoal, better understanding where the clothes taken by Charcoal had come from now. Both of them reached the same conclusion in their minds: the 6 women had been taking a bath here, when Charcoal took advantage of the situation and grabbed all of their clothes back with him to appease Miao Yi. As a result, the 6 of them could only hide within the water, afraid to come ashore. To the 6 women, the truth was exactly as the men had surmised. Even though the dragon steed that had suddenly run out was fat beyond belief, it most probably had an owner, as most dragon steed do. Thus, unsure if there was someone hiding nearby and peeping on them, they had been frightened into concealing themselves in the water. However, Charcoal hadn't completely robbed them of all their clothes. A mouth was not as convenient as a hand after all. As such, Charcoal had left a few pieces of their clothes behind, which they now used in a desperate attempt to cover themselves from shame. Some of them could only make do with what they had, putting on just enough clothing before running off, looking to find something to help their comrades cover up. While they were in this predicament, the 6 women chanced upon a bright idea. 6 pairs of legs hastily stirred up the mud sitting in the water depths, after which the 6 women hid their figures within the muddy water. An illusory, budding white lotus shone on the forehead of their leader. She covered her breasts with both hands as she glared at the 2 unwelcome guests, and angrily shouted, "Shameless ruffians! What are you planning to do?" Miao Yi felt a little embarrassed and turned his head away. It wouldn't be nice to stare. On the other hand, Yao Ruoxian was eyeing Charcoal and giving a devious smile. His expression was just like a sly fox that had stolen someone's chickens. Having an already wretched appearance in the first place, now he looked even more reprehensible when he smirked. The women's hearts palpitated even more at the sight of this. "Let's go," Miao Yi said, urging his steed to turn around, preparing to leave. At that moment, the sound of a dragon steed's whinny could be heard from the mountain forest, followed by a high-pitched shout, "You animals!" Miao Yi turned his head around and opened his transcendence vision to get a clearer picture of the situation. Charging towards them with a furious face was a Taoist nun, garbed in the robes of her profession. She rode forth on her dragon steed with her long spear in hand, as a 3-petaled white lotus shone on her forehead. "Kid, there's trouble now. It's all because of your precious steed's good deeds. This is none of my business. Go take care of it yourself." Yao Ruoxian chuckled, acting as though he was there to watch a good show. Miao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was indeed difficult to explain himself in this situation. Standing next to several nude girls, it was not hard to be misunderstood. After all, he was indeed at fault. He didn't want to trifle with the other party, and just wanted to make them back down. With a flip of his palm, clouds of silver mist burst forth from his storage ring and enveloped his body. In the blink of an eye, Miao Yi was clad from head to toe in an awe-inspiring set of armor, sitting on his dragon steed in total majesty. Then, as his right hand seemingly grabbed at air, the inversed scale spear appeared in his hands. The 6 women in the water all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never seen such a magnificent set of armor before. One of them even glared at Miao Yi with a vengeance, biting her lips hard as she glared daggers at him. This woman was quite beautiful. Her figure under the water surface could be said to be well-rounded, and within the elegant features of her face lay an air of boldness. Especially those big round eyes of her, they were particularly spirited. Judging from her facial features alone, women with eyes like these were typically headstrong and stubborn. Ever since Miao Yi showed up, her gaze had never left his face. This woman's expression became even more complicated at the sight of Miao Yi's resplendent armor. Her gaze then descended onto Miao Yi's arms. That set of armor aside, she could already tell that Miao Yi had an impressive background just from the 3 storage rings he wore on his hands. At the very least, not a single one of the women there had a storage ring. Since it was his fault, Miao Yi didn't want trouble. Hence, he flaunted his full set of transcendent artifacts, so that the Taoist nun charging at him would know to back off. Unexpectedly, the Taoist nun seemed to be consumed with rage. She continued to charge forward and struck out with her spear, as she shouted, "You shameless ruffian! Die!" Miao Yi looked at his opponent's charge indifferently. He slowly shut his eyes, no longer even looking at her anymore. From the side, Yao Ruoxian was shocked. He felt that Miao Yi was being quite reckless. Even though he was wearing a full set of transcendent artifacts, his opponent's cultivation was equal to his own. It would be hard to say that there wouldn't be any mishaps. As the spearhead of the Taoist nun charged towards him in fury, Miao Yi's eyes remained shut. With his eyes closed, he flicked his arm and struck with his spear. The inversed scale spear glowed with a white luminescence, and the sounds of dragons roaring resounded as the spear descended on his opponent's head. Faced with a dragon's roar coming from 3 different directions, the Taoist nun was momentarily stunned. If she weren't directly facing the attack, she likely would have found it near impossible to ascertain the angle from which the spear was coming from. Alas, the speed and precision of Miao Yi's spear was not something she could compete with. Even while his eyes were closed, the results would still be the same. Someone personally coached by Lao Bai was definitely not to be taken lightly. Boom! The tip of her spear was struck upwards in a single stroke, the explosive impact almost knocking her spear away. As the 2 of them charged by one another, Miao Yi, with his eyes still closed, struck decisively with no wasted movement. Twisting his spear at an angle, the rear hooks on his spear tip locked itself onto the opponent's spearhead. When he raised his arms, the long spear in the Taoist nun's hands was instantly sent flying away to lodge itself in the ground a few dozen meters away. It all happened in a flash. Miao Yi hadn't even opened his eyes, yet he managed to disarm the opponent in a single stroke. What did this signify? It meant that if Miao Yi had wanted to take the Taoist nun's life just now, he would have already struck her down with his spear. Yao Ruoxian was slightly surprised as he stared at Miao Yi. He realized that even though Miao Yi's cultivation was not high, he had extraordinary combat skill. His blending of body, technique, and spear was almost seamless. It was absolutely wonderful spearcraft, especially the air of confidence and composure he exuded when he calmly closed his eyes and decisively struck forth. That strike was indeed marvelous. The 6 young women in the water were all shocked. They couldn't believe that their eldest senior sister was not even able to withstand a single spear strike from the other party. The Taoist nun that charged past him came to a stop. Her head was clear now. She knew that were it not for the opponent holding back, her own life would surely have been forfeit by now. Even though she survived, she was afraid just thinking about what could have happened. Miao Yi slowly opened his eyes. He turned charcoal around and met the Taoist nun's gaze, and said, "I ask that you stop trying to fight me. You are not my match. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 155, It's a Small World, 2. Chapter 155, It's a Small World, 2. Translator, Kalad Editor, Tom Yummy. He wasn't boasting since he was already considered to be a man who had gone through great perils, and had been deeply ingrained with the fundamentals of Lao Bai, using various methods to train him hard back then. Now, as long as he had a spear in hand, it would be extremely difficult for him to find his match among cultivators of the same cultivation base as him. Under normal circumstances, nobody would be able to escape his triple spear strike. Moreover, he currently had the inversed scale spear in hand. Apart from the force enhancement from the transcendent artifact, he was able to dissipate 20% of force from the enemy's attack. As well, when attacking others, there was the explosive enhancement. And on top of that, he still had a body of transcendent artifacts as his defense. Thus, there was absolutely no chance a mere White Lotus third-grade cultivator could be his match. Peeping on women bathing and stealing women's clothes. Before the Taoist nun could finish, Miao Yi hurriedly stopped her. This is all a complete misunderstanding. My mount is to blame for the trouble, and I absolutely did not have any intention of offending. Whether you believe it or not, is up to you. I am here to apologize, and I hope everyone can be the bigger person. He cupped his fists at everyone around him, before turning charcoal around to quickly gallop away far into the distance, as he didn't wish to bother them any longer. Swiftly, they disappeared without a trace into the mountain forest, ignoring Yao Ruoxian, who simply looked on passively. Stunned, Yao Ruoxian shot a glance at the women in the water and coughed dryly, feeling a little awkward himself. A phantom shot out from within his storage ring, directly encasing Yao Ruoxian as it departed, cutting through the air. The Taoist nun sucked in a breath of cold air as she cried out in surprise, "Red Lotus expert!" Only now did she realize that she really had been too reckless just now. Even the master of their own school was only at the first-grade Red Lotus realm. The girl in the water with large, rounded eyes pursed her lips as she stared at the direction Miao Yi had gone off to. Her gaze was filled with bitter resentment. Even if Miao Yi had turned to ash, she would still recognize him. However, Miao Yi did not know this woman at all, but that didn't mean that he hadn't seen her before. If he could have had even the slightest recollection, he would have remembered once waving his hand to deflect an embroidered ball thrown his way, whilst going about incognito in the city he governed, East Arrival City. The owner of the embroidered ball was precisely this woman with a well-off family, the daughter of the richest man in East Arrival City. She had viewed the situation back then as a great shame and humiliation. But she also knew that she was helpless against him. Hence, she proceeded to think of ways to seek immortality, so that one day, she could find him again to set things right. From the celestial nation to the boundless nation, she had traveled through countless mountains and streams to finally join a school of immortals. During that period of time, she had sacrificed a great deal and needed to hone a considerable amount of perseverance and willpower, all for the sake of cleansing the humiliation she had once suffered. Who would have expected that she would once again meet the person who had rejected her back then, causing her heart to tighten ferociously? From just the storage rings alone, there were 6 on him plus a whole body of artifacts. He even had an expert of the Red Lotus realm accompanying him. He had grown more extraordinary since the last time she had seen him. To her, he was a man who was aloof and remote, incredibly out of reach. As for her, she had just only broke through to the cultivation realm, and didn't even have a cultivation grade yet. Only now did this woman realize that the disparity between her and Miao Yi was too vast. Her own eldest senior sister was unable to block one attack from him. Even her own school's master only had a cultivation at first grade Red Lotus. His partner's cultivation base alone had attained the Red Lotus realm. How was she going to rid herself of this shame? But to Miao Yi, the woman who had thrown the embroidered ball was just a passing traveler in his journey, so he did not hold her in his heart at all. Catching up to Miao Yi, Yao Ruoxian flew alongside Miao Yi with himself enclosed in the shroud. From time to time, he would look at charcoal and snigger, "The fat bastard is truly a fat bastard. Quite interesting, hee hee. Senior Yao, are you taking joy in our misery?" "No. I just think that if the leader sets a bad example, then the subordinates will follow. There is no other meaning to it. It looks like it's not wise to stay here any longer." We don't know which sect those girls are from. Let us not attract trouble from their sect's people. We need to change places and hide further away so that we won't be disturbed." After he finished, another bar mace appeared out of the storage ring and exploded into a ball, encasing both Miao Yi and Charcoal together as they swept through the air and left. Celestial Nation, 5th Earthly Branch Domain, suppressing 2nd Hall under Traversing Moon Palace. Hall Master Huo Lingxiao had a cultivation at White Lotus 5th grade. He was now summoning key individuals to the Grand Hall to discuss official matters. The 3 grade advisors, the 6 grade deacons and the 10 manor heads were all present, together with the manor head of South Edict Manor, Yang Qing, ranked among them. However, his complexion didn't look good. The 3 great advisors, Feng Jihuan, Han Luping, and He Yan, had cultivations at Red Lotus 1st grade. Thus, their rankings in suppressing 2nd Hall were preceded only by the Hall Master Huo Lingxiao. Yet currently, Feng Jihuan and He Yan were the ones arguing head-to-head with each other in the presence of the Hall Master Huo Lingxiao. The topic of the dispute was none other than He Yan going so far as to blather persistently about Yang Qing taking over South Edict Manor. He Yan's reasoning was that Yang Qing was unsuited to govern South Edict Manor simply because until now, Yang Qing was still unable to subdue the school of Blue Jade, driving the men of South Edict Manor into a precarious position. He Yan proposed to the Hall Master to dispatch a person who had more strength to govern South Edict Manor. Yang Qing had already turned to Feng Jihuan. From the yields of orbs of Will South Edict Manor obtained annually, he would always take out a portion to offer to Feng Jihuan. Now that he met with this kind of circumstance, it wasn't good for Yang Qing to wrangle directly with He Yan. Having benefited, Feng Jihuan would naturally step forth for Yang Qing's sake, arguing strongly for what was right inside the Grand Hall by countering that Yang Qing had only just governed South Edict Manor for a few short years and would need time to settle these issues. He had to fight for it. If he couldn't keep Yang Qing, and should He Yan's man replace Yang Qing to govern South Edict Manor, then every year South Edict Manor's offerings to him would definitely go to He Yan instead, and would have nothing to do with him, Feng Jihuan. So naturally, he had to safeguard Yang Qing. But what raised alarms in Feng Jihuan's heart was that the former manor head of South Edict Manor, Lu Yu, belonged to Han Luping. According to reason, Han Luping should be the person objecting to Yang Qing. Yet there Han Luping was, keeping quiet as he stood on the sidelines. Why was He Yan poking his nose into this? Stop arguing. Seated at the foremost position with his gaze slightly lowered, Wu Lingxiao gradually swept his eyes around beneath him. His gaze soon fell on Yang Qing. Yang Qing! Here! Yang Qing quickly stepped forth with cupped fists, waiting for his order. Deep down, he was slightly nervous. He didn't understand why this spectacle was suddenly unfolding, and moreover, he didn't know what the Hall Master was thinking. If the Hall Master really wanted to take away his position as the manor head of South Edict Manor, then he couldn't be angry about it. Huo Lingxiao was not like the former Lu Yu, who Yang Qing could kill as he pleased. He, Yang Qing, had yet to obtain such skill, so he could only lower his head to heed the order. At the very least, what would happen even if he killed Huo Lingxiao? Wanting to be the Hall Master of suppressing 2nd Hall? That was an impossible feat, as the other 9 manor heads' cultivation levels were higher than his. No one would yield to him and would immediately join forces to destroy him. What's more, he did not have any network in the Traversing Moon Palace, so the Palace Lord of Traversing Moon Palace would never appoint him to be the Hall Master of suppressing 2nd Hall. Even though he had become a Hall Master of suppressing 2nd Hall, the influence under him was still insufficient without sufficient troops. Attending to South Edict Manor was already unbearable enough, with him having to rely on men from the school of Blue Jade to help, let alone attending to such a large domain like suppressing 2nd Hall. No matter how high Yang Qing's cultivation level was, he did not have the ability to take on every little matter in the territory on his own. He would still require the help of others to govern. But his thinking was that even though South Edict Manor was seized under his rebellion, it was only with the help of Feng Jihuan obtaining the lawful edict of appointment from the Hall Master, after he had captured the territory. In all likelihood, the Hall Master would not go back on his word and publicly slap himself in the face. You are to thoroughly manage South Edict Manor. Should there be any mistakes in the transfer of the orbs of will, I will hold you for punishment. Huo Lingxiao said with natural dignity and power. As he said that, Yang Qing heaved a heavy sigh of relief deep down. He respectfully replied, I will definitely not disappoint Hall Master's expectations. The moment Huo Lingxiao opened his mouth, the entire matter was put to rest. Ultimately, no one dared to raise any further objections. After the assembly, the group walked out of the suppressing second hall's grand hall. Feng Jihuan exchanged glances wordlessly with Yan and scoffed coldly as they did not get along. They went their separate ways. Yan Qing naturally followed behind Feng Jihuan as he departed. There was something amiss in today's matter. He had to find out from Feng Jihuan what was going on. There would always some degree of matters that those of the lower echelons would be oblivious to. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Yang Qing in Trouble. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Naturally, the suppressing second hall was not situated in a place that the South Edict Manor could compare to. The hall was centered within a wide expanse, filled with awe-inspiring sceneries of nature, where the peaks of the surrounding mountains hid themselves amongst the sea of clouds. It was a magnificent abode befitting an immortal. Among the lofty mountains, the suppressing second hall sat on the highest peak, with the three tallest mountains beside it falling under the dominion of the three advisors. Upon returning to the grand hall of his personal mansion, Yan turned and seated himself on his chair. He raised his hand towards his subordinate, the deacon Wan Shunchang, and gestured for him to sit down and talk. The three advisors were each in command of two of the 6 great deacons within suppressing second hall, who in turn were in charge of handling day-to-day affairs. Evidently, Wan Shunchang was one of Yan's men. Wan Shunchang cupped his fists in thanks. He sat down and asked, May I know what the advisor asks of me? The stout Yan stroked his dark beard and chuckled. Shunchang, what did you think of today's situation in the Grand Hall? Wan Shunchang pondered for a while. Naturally, he wouldn't be opposed to what Yan had said today in the Grand Hall. Seeing as it was pointless to just mumble to himself, he smiled and said, Advisor spoke not but the truth. Yang Qing is indeed inept at managing South Edict Manor, but... Yan laughed and added, If I were to have you take over South Edict Manor, what say you? Wan Shunchang muttered, shocked by what he'd just heard. As he hurriedly stood up, he cupped his fists and said, If it is the advisor's orders, then Wan Shunchang will not dare to disobey. However, without the hall master's decree, I'm afraid. Yan shook his head and said, A few days ago I was playing chess with the hallmaster, and he casually asked me whether it was true that among the 10 manors under suppressing second hall, 5 of the manor heads were Feng Jihuan's men. I'm afraid the hall master deliberately posed the question, despite knowing the answer. The hall master would have definitely known about it long before this, so why would he? Wan Xuanchang's words stopped there, feeling stunned once again. Excitement flashed past his eyes as he asked, was today's incident in the Grand Hall planned out by the hall master? Even though his deacon position was equal to that of a manor head's, he was not as well off as a manor head who commanded an entire piece of land. A deacon could only earn 500 low-grade orbs of will a year, but a manor head would have 1,000 orbs of will at his disposal through his own city. What's more, it didn't include the revenue from his subordinate mountain chieftains, so obviously he would be more than happy to become a manor head. Yan cautioned. A vicious glint flashed past his eyes as he coldly eyed Wan Shunchang, snorting heavily in warning with his nostrils. Wan Shunchang was stunned. Some things were best known deep down, and deep down alone. How could he expose it? He anxiously cupped his fists in apology. Shunchang, I've said my piece. I've also sent out word to Ever Peace Manor. With regards to the specifics, you can go discuss it with Zhang Dicheng. This is all that I can help you with, Yan stated indifferently. The aforementioned Zheng Deqing was the manor head of Ever Peace Manor and one of He Yun his men. The reason why South Edict Manor's geographical location was regarded as being on the edge of a triangle was due to being pincered by Ever Peace Manor to the north and thriving 10,000 Manor to the south. These two manors acted as a restraining force against South Edict Manor, which lay in the center. Your subordinate understands, Wan Shunchang said, concealing the excitement in his heart as he cupped his fists in departure. Meanwhile, inside the mansion atop a different mountain, Feng Jihuan and Yang Qing were currently engaged in a game of chess under an old pine tree. Feng Jihuan's handmaidens waited on them to the side, with the billowing clouds and picturesque mountains visible in the distance. The clouds rolled in tandem with the uplifting winds. It was indeed a pleasant and serene place. As he moved a piece on the board, Yang Qing could no longer refrain from asking, "Advisor, why did advisor he suddenly make things difficult for me today?" "I don't know as well," Feng Jihuan said, gently placing his piece down. He shook his head slowly, then coldly scoffed, "I'm afraid a certain someone cannot rest well, knowing that I have 5 manor heads supporting me." Even though he didn't specify who that certain someone was, a light flashed past Yang Qing's eyes and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had already guessed who Feng Jihuan was referring to. It was definitely not He Yun, it could only be that person who stood even further above. If the person on top was not supporting him, any opinions He Yun had would be pointless. It wasn't as if he could steal his position by force, no? Yang Qing bit his lips and asked, trying to maintain the balance of power, "Is it?" Feng Jihuan lifted his gaze and looked at Yang Qing with admiration. It was truly convenient to speak with someone intelligent. They were able to understand what one was implying without having to reveal anything outright. Feng Jihuan sighed and answered, "It seems your position is being targeted." A vicious glint flashed past Yang Qing's eyes as he said, "Out of the 10 manor heads, why target me specifically? Picking on the weakest link, is it?" It looked as if they were just acting out a play today in the Grand Hall. That person was just trying to make it look like he was protecting me to show everyone that he had no bad intentions. This makes it easier to prove his innocence should anything ever happen to me in the future. If I've displeased him in some way, then he can punish me however he wants. Why would he intentionally use such a roundabout method? Does he take everyone else to be fools? His words carried a deep resentment in its tone. After all, he had painstakingly climbed his way to his current position. To have it taken away by someone else, it would be odd not to hold some grievances. Feng Jihuan could not deny that even though Yang Qing had only been promoted to manor head for a brief period of time, and that his cultivation was the weakest out of the 5 manor heads under his command, he was definitely the wisest of the bunch. He could understand everything with just a few clues. Alas, such a shame. Feng Jihuan sighed, "With your intellect, I believe you will be able to understand his reasons for adopting such a method. Even though he eats the meat, he still needs to let those under him drink some of the broth. If he acted as he pleased every time a problem arose, it could cause his subordinates to lose their chance for even a sip of the broth. Who would willingly work for him then? Since he can't accomplish his goals straightforwardly, he will have to resort to unconventional methods. You can also say he's being considerate of everyone's face. Otherwise, even if he were to do things forcefully, no one would be able to stop him. In the end, he's only looking for a legitimate reason to oust you." Yang Qing knew that if that person ever felt like it, he wouldn't be able to keep his position much longer. But he still couldn't help but feel opposed to it, terribly opposed. Immediately, he put down the chess piece in his hands and stood up. Facing Feng Jihuan, he cupped his fists and made a deep bow as he pleaded, "Advisor, please teach me how to save myself." "This," Feng Jihuan mumbled as he put down his own chess piece. He added, "He is dissatisfied with the fact that I have control over too many positions. Since you've already been marked, it is no longer something that I can salvage. I'm afraid you'll still have to rely on yourself." Which means to say, among the 5 manor heads, one is doomed to fall. They picked me because I was the weakest, and thus easier to push around? Yang Qing asked in return. Seeing his blunt manner, Feng Zhihuan decided not to patronize him. He nodded his head and replied, "If you were strong enough to the point where they couldn't push you around, they'd naturally look for someone else to take your place. However, since they are already eyeing your position, do you think you'll be able to handle it?" Yang Qing asked again, "Don't tell me there isn't a way to turn this situation around?" Feng Zhihuan pondered for a while before standing up as well. As though he just made a very important decision, he offered a gentle proposal. "It's not as though we're completely out of ideas. Yang Qing, I think very well of you. Even though I am not able to shield you, I don't wish to see you in harm's way as well. How about this? As long as the Green Mountain still stands, fear not, for the day will come when the mountain springs shall meet once again. Leave me and swear allegiance to Yan. I will not make things difficult for you once the deed is done, but I'm afraid your reputation will take a hit afterwards. And on the surface, I won't be treating you kindly." Since the other party was willing to go this far, what excuse did he have? Yang Qing excitedly bowed again as a sign of his gratitude, and said, "I thank the advisor for your approval. Yang Qing shall repay the advisor's benefaction today and the future." Feng Zhihuan waved his hands and said, "Go, then. This matter cannot wait. The longer we delay, the higher the chance of a mishap. Prepare for it post-haste. Take care of yourself. Yang Qing cupped his fists in response. Without another word, he turned around and left in great strides. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Charcoal's Armor. Chapter 157, Charcoal's Armor. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Feng Zhihuan stood with hands clasped behind him as he stood under the green pine tree. His gaze trailing after Yang Qing, as he departed unhurriedly towards the base of the mountain. A handmaiden from behind gently walked forward a step and softly asked, "Master, Yang Qing swearing allegiance to Yan will tarnish your reputation as well." She meant to warn her master that he was one of yours. If he couldn't even save one of his own, others would definitely be bitterly disappointed once word got out. The two of them had stayed with each other for so many years, so how could Feng Zhihuan not understand what she was implying? He simply shook his head in reply, "I don't want him to swear allegiance to others either. Do you think I am willing to let others have a taste of the fatty meat in my hand? I can't save him. It's precisely because I can't save him that I took it into my own hands to let him go to Yan. I need him to quickly swear allegiance to Yan before trouble brews. Should Yang Qing do as he is told, words will get out that he was the first to turn against me. After this, should I not save him, then others would not say a word against me." Realization suddenly dawned on the handmaiden. No wonder her master had taken the initiative to urge Yang Qing to quickly swear allegiance to Yan. It was only before trouble brewed that letting Yang Qing join Yan's side would allow her master to feign ignorance. Once trouble did actually arise, who would actually safeguard a traitor? If Yang Qing did not swear his allegiance to Yan, then the moment something happened and her master didn't manage to save Yang Qing, then that would truly be a matter for embarrassment. It would definitely leave others bitterly disappointed in him. Urging Yang Qing to swear allegiance to Yan of his own accord was exactly to let Yang Qing shoulder the reputation of a traitor. Only with that could her master circumvent blame for being unjustly disloyal. Nobody would speak another word about it. Whilst the handmaiden was impressed, she couldn't help but worryingly comment, "Yang Qing is very shrewd. If he sees through master's plan and decides not to swear allegiance, what will happen then?" Feng Zhihuan smiled coldly, "I do not plan to help him, so does he have any choice now? He killed one of Han Liuping's. Han Liuping will never accept him. Master is wise," praised the handmaiden. On the other hand, the moment Yang Qing left the mountain, his expression immediately turned sour. He had only feigned civility earlier. In reality, what he truly felt could only be described with the word hate. Yet, he had no choice but to act with perfunctory courtesy. Since he began administrating over South Edict Manor until now, he had given the majority of his benefits to Feng Jiwan to secure his control. He had hoped for Feng Jiwan to help him endure the pressure from above, yet when push came to shove, Feng Jiwan received his share of the benefits without even the slightest intention of breaking a sweat to protect him. Feng Jiwan had only given him a cursory line, asking him to swear allegiance to Yan, and was unwilling to bother with the least bit of trouble. Yang Qing could only hate himself for being blind back then. If he had known things would turn out this way, why would he ever have chosen to rely on Feng Jiwan? Directly swearing allegiance to Yan would have made his life easier. He was originally a subordinate of Lu Yu. In order to protect himself, and with the assurance of Feng Jiwan from the shadows, he was able to revolt against Lu Yu and serve under Feng Jiwan instead. Now that Feng Jiwan was forcing him to change sides and swear allegiance to Yan, wouldn't he become a treacherous, double-crossing servant? Did he still want to keep his dignity henceforth? After this incident, how could he bear to face everyone? How could he convince the masses, let alone his subordinates? He, Yang Qing, was not a fool. He knew exactly why Feng Jiwan had gone out of his way and convinced him to swear allegiance to Yan. But since he was directly involved now, he had no other choice. Far off in the boundless nation, Miao Yi was unaware that his great benefactor had run into trouble. People on the lower echelons could only see the vast benefits the upper echelons were reaping. They could only picture Yang Qing sitting on the manor's territory, and wielding the awe-inspiring authority of the manor head in his grasp. How could they be aware of the hardships the upper echelons faced? Miao Yi was quite envious of Yang Qing. He sat atop the seat of the manor head and without raising a finger, every year he would still receive a large number of orbs of will, unlike himself, having to risk his life to dashing madly about, all because of orbs of will. But Miao Yi was now ecstatic. Yao Ruoxian had spent another month's time, and the produced barding was already being worn by charcoal. Charcoal felt uncomfortable, so he kept twisting his body around. He had never been restricted to this extent before, and the fatty hated the idea of being restricted. Damn fatty, don't move. Let me check you out properly. Miao Yi circled around him, clicking his tongue as he gazed admiringly. Charcoal now appeared all the more striking and formidable, his stature tall, sturdy, and dominating. His previous chubbiness couldn't be seen anymore, because it was now already concealed by a set of silvery armor. The helm was tough with a long, sharp horn rising from the temple just like a unicorn. From the mouth of the helm to the flaps on either sides of its mouth, were two individual rows of razor-sharp spikes, each roughly the size of a thumb. There were more than 10 of them. If anyone were to be brushed by his head, even if they didn't die from it, their flesh would surely be ripped apart. His neckpiece was made up of silvery fish scales, each roughly the size of a fist, cascading down in layers. Only where his mane rested on his nape remained uncovered, lending the exposed mane an even great elegance. Moving on to the chest area, it was also ultimately covered in solid armor, sporting another razor-sharp spike jutting out from his chest. Charcoal's well-built physique was covered by numerous fist-sized scales, and on either sides of its abdomen were 3 long, razor-sharp spikes. Whilst riding him, they could be used as defense and also as a place to rest his feet. His hindquarters were also enclosed within sturdy armor, leaving his tail exposed to swish about outside. Just over the base of his tail was another long, razor-sharp spike, slanted towards the back. On either sides of his rear were a set of 3 finger-length pointed spikes, forming a triangle. Solid armored pieces with movable joints covered his 4 limbs entirely, and firmly. A sharp spike could be found jutting out from the side of his thigh pieces. Around the joints of his 4 limbs were 4 finger-length spikes, while the top of his 4 hooves resembled earthenware pots with 4 sharp spikes lining the edges. Charcoal's entire body was not only sealed tight in armor, the places where it was easy to be struck were refined with spikes of different sizes to act as protection. Once he went into combat, he would definitely gain the upper hand. Currently, Charcoal no longer resembled a mount, and was instead more akin to a sinister monster donning barbed armor. Just standing, the sight of him alone was already extremely intimidating. He truly had a glorious and frightful appearance, as though he were a dinosaur from ancient times. After circling around him, Miao Yi suddenly spread open his arms and a cloud of silvery mist exploded from inside the storage ring to descend onto his body. With a set of remarkably resplendent beast armor on his body, and the inversed scale spear in his hand, he swiftly descended onto Charcoal's back. A pair of savage wolven greaves stepped onto the sharp spikes on either sides of Charcoal's abdomen. Brandishing the inversed scale spear in his hand, several dragon roars immediately resounded. He pointed the inversed scale spear at the reef that snaked up and down the coast. Charcoal let out a long neigh as his four limbs shot out rapidly like gusts of wind. There were patterns of winds and surging clouds on the armor covering Charcoal's entire body. When he increased his speed to a gallop, it immediately looked as though he was chasing the clouds and breaking through the wind, projecting an air of fearsome magnificence. They were just about to crash head first with a reef by the coast when suddenly, Miao Yi leaned forward on Charcoal's back. The armor on Charcoal's body instantly released a crystalline burst of white light. Boom! As a result of the head-on collision with Charcoal, a towering reef 5 to 6 meters tall was instantly vaporized. Leaning against Charcoal's back, Miao Yi hurtled out with his mount through the swirl of crushed stones in the air. Without stopping, they crashed all the way into the field of towering reefs by the seaside. Miao Yi hadn't invoked his arts to perform any supplementary attacks, he only invoked his art to command the armor on Charcoal's body. He hit himself on Charcoal's back and held his spear behind him with one hand, allowing Charcoal to charge a path violently throughout. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Hard to Fulfill the Promise, 1. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Within 5 to 6 li of the ocean, individual reefs exploded one after another in quick succession before Charcoal began visibly turning back, returning at a swift pace. After Charcoal quickly came back to its original spot, he suddenly leaped up into the air. With the aid of an entire set of transcendent artifacts, not only was his speed boosted, his jumping strength was overwhelming as well. He jumped over 200 meters away, before making a diagonal descent to the ground. Kaboom! The ground shook heavily as a powerful shockwave kicked up clouds of dust and debris. Yao Ruoxian swung his sleeves repeatedly, blowing away the dust that had been flying towards him. Harumph! Harumph! Amidst the scattering cloud of dust, Charcoal was feverishly going around in circles. His forehooves stomped about restlessly in his excited state, as though he was almost overwhelmed with the awesome strength of his own destructive power. Sitting atop of Charcoal, Miao Yi was clad in armor as he wielded the inversed scale spear. He looked at Yao Ruoxian joyfully, clearly also very satisfied with the armor that Yao Ruoxian had refined for Charcoal. The sight of this armor-clad man and steed duo was truly imposing. Even Yao Ruoxian found himself staring dazedly at them. He had clearly refined just 2 sets of first-grade transcendent artifacts, but why did it feel like they were more beautiful than all the other transcendent artifacts that he had ever refined before? Yao Ruoxian was a little depressed. The only dragon steed in the entire cultivation realm that was clad in armor from head to toe was probably the one in front of him right now. After all, dragon steeds were very commonplace in the cultivation realm. They weren't some high-grade steed. No one would be so wasteful as to blindly refine transcendent artifacts for them. Initially, he hadn't bothered as much. The materials belonged to the kid after all. He wouldn't feel pained even if he splurged at all. At the same time, he could use them to get a little practice in and test out some of the ideas he had in mind, so that he could use them when refining higher-grade transcendent artifacts in future. For example, the concept he had used in refining the inversed scale spear was not a tried and tested one. He had only wanted to do an experiment with the concept he had in his mind. Otherwise, if he were to use high-grade materials for the experiment, he would find it difficult to part with them. He wouldn't be able to stand the loss should he happen to fail. To put it bluntly, he only ever wanted to use Miao Yi's belongings to conduct experiments with as he pleased. Even if he failed, the kid wouldn't be able to do anything to him anyway. What's more, he would still receive a hefty salary. There was no loss either way. No one would have expected. It really was, as the old adage went, the untended willow will flourish. The end result was, he ended up creating the stunning set of armor before his eyes. Yao Ruoxian grumbled to himself. This Mansteed set of transcendent artifacts might not be able to garner much profit if I were to have sold them separately, but if I were selling them as a set, that would have surely been able to attract the attention of youths with low cultivation from prestigious households. They would have been able to use it as well. It would probably have cost quite a sum, right? Did I just let this kid come across a steal? How is it? Are you pleased with the transcendent artifacts made by yours truly? Yao Ruoxian asked smugly. Miao Yi pretended to be helpless as he said, they are all right. However, they have a single flaw. These two sets are equal to a total of 18 transcendent artifacts. If they were used simultaneously, I wouldn't be able to last long given my cultivation. I'm afraid there isn't a way for them to be used over a long period of time. What's more, the necessary cost of replenishing the energy after I finished using these 18 transcendent artifacts would be no small amount. I'm afraid I won't be able to afford them when that time comes. Yao Ruoxian immediately sneered, not satisfied, are we? Miao Yi just knew he wouldn't have anything nice to say. He coughed dryly as he said, I'll just have to make do with it. I spent quite a hefty sum after all. Cut the crap. I've already fulfilled my end of the bargain. It's time for you to get me my mantis eggs. Yao Ruoxian said. He pointed to the two sets of armor and blatantly threatened, if you fail to keep your promise, forget about walking away with these two sets of armor, you will have trouble ensuring your own survival. Miao Yi had no choice but to obey, so naturally he nodded and accepted the terms. He then jumped down of his steed and tucked the two sets of treasures away. Night had fallen. The darkness descended upon the lands as the skies reflected the vast galaxies beyond. A crescent moon hung on its starry silhouette. Just outside of the boundless secular world, Miao Yi was holding onto a mirror as he reflected the moonlight into the mysterious blood mist. To the side, Yao Ruoxian looked at him expectantly. His eyes would shift to the crescent moon in the skies from time to time, before looking at the mirror in Miao Yi's hands again, and finally staring into the blood mist for any movement. Kid, are you sure this will really work? Yao Ruoxian asked in a low voice, as he stood beside him. Senior Yao, please bear in mind not falter once the hell mantis is out. It cannot stay outside of the boundless secular world for too long. The insect eggs are just under its belly. You must retrieve them as quickly as you can. Remember, don't be too greedy. Otherwise, if you anger it, neither of us will be able to escape then. Aha, aha. Aha. Okay. All right. I'll remember that. Okay. Miao Yi explained in detail each of the steps that Lao Bai had taught him. On the other hand, Yao Ruoxian was being obedient like a gutless C*NT. He nodded and agreed to everything Miao Yi said. Ever since the two of them met, it was a first for him to be so acquiescent to Miao Yi. It couldn't be helped. He knew about the astonishing effects of using the tiny mantids effectively. Just think about it. If this damn brat beside him didn't have the tiny mantids helping him, how could a mere White Lotus third-grade cultivator have murdered 72 fort masters and plundered so much loot? Yao Ruoxian knew very well that if these tiny mantids were to fall into his hands, the advantage would only be so much greater, because the realm that he was able to interact with was much higher. He might even be able to strike at a purple lotus cultivator when the time came. The loot he would get from that would be that much more impressive. Remember, once the hell mantis is out, I will use the moonlight to restrain it. It won't move around haphazardly. You must retrieve the eggs as fast as you can. Alright, Yao Ruoxian suddenly felt that something was amiss, and asked suspiciously, Kid, you wouldn't be thinking of using this opportunity to kill me, would you? Naturally, the aforementioned opportunity would be that Miao Yi would use the Hell Mantis to murder him. How could I do something like that? Would I be so bold as to fool around in front of the Hell Mantis? However, Yao Ruoxian still believed that Miao Yi would definitely do something like this. It was because this kid was not some righteous, upstanding man. He would not be honest if he wasn't knocked down a few pegs. No, I'm still unconvinced. Let's do it this way. You go get the eggs while I use the mirror to restrain it. You can teach me how to do this. Miao Yi couldn't get through to him no matter how much he explained. Furthermore, the more he tried to explain, the more the wretched old man suspected he was plotting something. In the end, there was no other way. The two of them switched with Yao Ruoxian holding the mirror, and Miao Yi skulking around to the side with a hand behind his back, waiting for signs of movement in the blood mist. Eventually, the two of them waited until the moonlight had fallen away and the skies were beginning to brighten. A night had passed, but there was no sign of movement within the boundless secular world. Crash! As he saw the color of the sky, Yao Ruoxian tossed away the mirror. He wasn't able to hold back his anger any longer. He glared at Miao Yi as he closed in and said, "Brat, you dare trick me?" Backing away an equal number of steps, Miao Yi anxiously waved his hands and stated, "I really haven't lied to you, Senior Yao. Don't be rash." "That's right," he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "I know what the problem is. A full moon. It needs to be a full moon. The crescent moon last night had no effect." Yao Ruoxian stopped in his tracks and declared viciously, "I'll believe you one more time. If it doesn't work, be prepared to face the consequences." Over the next few days, the both of them ceased their attempts and found a place to sit down. With their legs crossed, they began to cultivate, just waiting for the night of a full moon. When the night of a full moon finally came, the bright moon shone in the sky, but Miao Yi was feeling doubtful. As he held the mirror and reflected the moonlight into the boundless secular world, Yao Ruoxian threw a glance at Miao Yi from time to time. His glares carried an undisguised threat, as though he would burst into rage at any moment. Miao Yi could do not but feel aggrieved. He had clearly followed the steps as Lao Bai had instructed. The method was also the same as before. How had Lao Bai managed to attract the Hell Mantis outside so easily then, when there was absolutely no reaction at all when he tried the same thing now? Isn't this just asking him to die? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Hard to Fulfill the Promise, 2. Chapter 159, Hard to Fulfill the Promise, 2. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Once again, the sun rose and the mirror held in Yao Ruoxian's grip let out a cracking sound. It had been crushed into shards. Miao Yi pretended he neither heard nor saw it. He rubbed his chin as though he was thinking aloud to himself, "That's not right. It really worked last time. Why isn't it working this time around? Could it be that it has to be done in Changfeng City?" Trying to be calm on the surface, it would be a lie to say he wasn't terrified deep down. If it were him, he wouldn't be willing to take things lying down after being fooled twice in a row. Yao Ruoxian really felt like slaughtering him, but at last, his desire towards the small mantid still granted him some measure of self-control. He spoke with hatred, "Where is Changfeng City?" Miao Yi looked close to tears as he replied, "It's in the realm of the Celestial Nation's fifth earthly branch, right within the domain of South Edict Manor. Last time, I summoned the Hell Mantis out from that place. I'll give you one last chance." Yao Ruoxian roared, his fists tightly clenched. Two bar maces flashed out from the storage ring, engulfing Miao Yi before it slashed through the air and departed. Even the fat bastard was not left behind, otherwise Miao Yi would not have yielded. Their location wasn't considered far from the Celestial Nation's Changfeng City. At the very least, it was much closer when compared with the Sea of Constellations. By the time the blazing sun shone overhead in the sky, the two of them, including one steed, dropped to the city walls of the ancient city. Directly in front of the city walls was the vast blood mist that spread across the sky and earth, yet Miao Yi lowered his head to gaze at the old willow tree beneath him. Deep down, he felt considerably rueful that dozens of years had already passed in the blink of an eye. The old willow tree was as lush and green as before. Unfortunately, things might have remained the same, yet people had changed. He didn't know whether he would be able to muddle through this ordeal and meet his siblings again. A night with a full moon wasn't an astronomical event that one could witness every day. It only occurred once a month, and once you missed it, you would have to wait for the next month to come along. But for cultivators, a month's worth of time passes by real quickly, so it wasn't terribly hard to bear. However, it was unknown whether Miao Yi was out of luck or whether Yao Ruoxian was the unfortunate one. With great difficulty, they waited for the next full moon and were instead greeted with rainy weather accompanied by thunder and lightning. Standing on top of the city walls, Yao Ruoxian was at a loss for words. Between his brows glowed the silhouette of a two-petaled red lotus flower. By invoking his arts, the mere beatings of the wind and rain were incapable of affecting him. Yet his cultivation level had not yet reached the point where, with a casual gesture of his hands, he was able to disperse the rain and clouds at his whim. For several days, the rain poured incessantly. Should they miss their chance this month, evidently they would have to wait for the next. When Miao Yi was in a leisurely mood, he wouldn't forget to stroll a few rounds within the desolate and uninhabited ancient city. Occasionally, he would pace about the places his siblings had gone from, and his mood would appear downcast. He had borne so many responsibilities on his own, to be unable to fulfill them left him feeling slightly exhausted. During the times he roamed around, Yao Ruoxian did not follow him. So it wasn't as though the thought of escaping had never crossed his mind. It was just that he simply did not feel the need to escape. If he were to run off and then be captured, Yao Ruoxian would definitely think he'd been lying and wouldn't hesitate to slaughter him without a second thought. Standing before the shabby residence, he stared at the nearly rotten door of the courtyard. Miao Yi's line of thought returned back to the past. Yao Ruoxian had unknowingly snuck behind him. He scoffed coldly, "These few days you have been frequently coming to these two residences and zoned out in front of them. You don't appear very spirited. Are you scared that I will slaughter you?" Miao Yi suddenly turned around, thinking of how dangerous a situation he was in. Fortunately he had not fled, since sure enough, this old man had been eyeing his every move in the dark. "I've done nothing shameful, so why should I feel afraid?" Miao Yi rolled his eyes. Yao Ruoxian pursed his lips at the residence and said, "A bastard like yourself dared to venture into the sea of constellations. You're fearless. I once thought you were just crazy. I seriously didn't think that you had this depressing side to you. Why? Are you familiar with this residence?" Miao Yi shook his head. He mounted charcoal and turned around, before trotting off. Yao Ruoxian turned on his heels to watch the receding figure and sensed his loneliness. His gaze flickered. It was a feeling he could empathize with. The next night of the full moon soon arrived. That night, Yao Ruoxian once again carried the mirror and shone the moonlight into the treacherous blood mist. This time around, he had refined a large mirror that was 1 meter in diameter. This moonlight should be enough? But when daylight arrived, he once again smashed the mirror into pieces on the ground. He stepped on it and was awfully curt with his words, "Brat, how do you want to die?" "I don't want to die. I still have one last method. Let's go together to find the person who taught me how to retrieve the eggs. He should know where the problem lies, and he can certainly find a way to help us find a solution. If it turns out to be pointless, you can waste no time in killing me since I can't escape anyway." Miao Yi was being blunt with his words. As matters stood, he had nothing to fear since he would be killed either way. Now he was gambling on Yao Ruoxian's willingness to try since he couldn't get the eggs. As long as there was still a chance, he would keep him alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dawdled with him until now. Everyone had endured this suffering so far, so they shouldn't give up halfway. After the two of them stared unswervingly at each other for a while, Miao Yi purposely tried to make his expression look innocent. Yao Ruoxian gradually tightened his fists, and said with gritted teeth, I originally wanted to deal the blow quickly, so you'd better think carefully before spouting nonsense again. If it doesn't work again, you won't even get to die painlessly. I will slowly torture you to death. The other party's tone had softened, and Miao Yi let out a sigh of relief. He'd apparently made the right call. Soon, 2 rays of red light once again enclosed the men and steed, before swiftly departing to break through the sky. Yao Ruoxian had given Miao Yi another chance once again. As to where Miao Yi was taking Yao Ruoxian to, it was only natural that he'd bring him to find Lao Bai on the island he had cultivated on for years. He couldn't figure out what exactly had gone wrong, and could only find answers with Lao Bai. Why couldn't he draw out the hell mantis even after following Lao Bai's method? As he soared through the air across the vast and boundless sea, Yao Ruoxian speculated over a certain matter. The person who taught this brat the method for acquiring the hell mantis eggs was most likely not an ordinary person. He shouldn't fall for the brat's trap and be tricked into entering the tiger's den. Thus, he asked on the spot, this person who taught you how to obtain the dark eggs, what cultivation base does he have? This needed to be clarified to avoid landing himself in an inescapable situation if he ended up meeting an expert by chance. He's immortal and does not cultivate. Ouch. What was that for? Miao Yi rubbed his head. Yao Ruoxian, who'd given him a hard knock on his head, laughed coldly as he said, You're this close to death and you still dare to trick me? How could a mortal know how to get the hell mantis's eggs? This mortal is special. I guarantee that you have never seen such a carefree mortal before. He used to be a servant for a great immortal, so his knowledge is quite vast, but... Miao Yi explained in detail, yet Yao Ruoxian was hesitant to lower his guard. He reached out and clutched Miao Yi with a single tight grip, exercising control over Miao Yi's lifeline. He was prepared to use this brat as a hostage if by chance he were to meet with misfortune. Traversing through the air over the boundless blue sea, both of them eventually arrived at the island which Miao Yi had cultivated on for a decade. Upon returning to this familiar place, Miao Yi surveyed his surroundings and sighed repeatedly. As if they were taking a walk in a park, he brought Yao Ruoxian to the cave which he'd stayed in previously. But dust filled the cave's interior, with cobwebs hanging everywhere. Even a couple of beasts were scurrying around. The entrance of the cave was overgrown with trees and grass. Just one glance made it clear that this place had been vacant for countless years, otherwise the trees at the entrance would not have grown so tall. Where is he? Yao Ruoxian smiled coldly. Miao Yi ran outside, invoking his arts as he yelled, Lao Bai, I'm back. Lao Bai, I'm back. Alas, no one answered. The island seemed to only contain dust-laden memories, unsure of which part of the world the peerless figure was at now. The two of them searched the entire island and not a sight of a living person could be seen. Where is he? A chilling smile once again formed on Yao Ruoxian's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Encroaching Dark Forces, 1. Chapter 160, Encroaching Dark Forces, 1. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Miao Yi smiled bitterly and said, That person lives more freely than even the immortals, and would always traverse the 4 seas. He might be out on a journey. There are many demons, devils, ghosts, and monsters in the world. Would you believe that a mere mortal could leave the secular world far behind and stay on an island? The foliage in front of the cave have grown for at least over a decade. You're trying to tell me that man has gone on a trip for 10 years without returning? Lies. You just keep telling lies. Yao Ruoxian emitted a chilling laugh as a bar mace dropped into his hand, looking as though he was prepared to kill Miao Yi. Miao Yi hurriedly pushed out his hand to stop him. Senior, don't be in such a hurry. You want the small mantids, not my life. Listen, and let me finish first before doing anything. It's not too late by then. With a flip of his palm, 85 small mantids flew out from the storage ring. The moment he caught sight of the little ones, Yao Ruoxian's eyes began to gleam. "How about I give them to you?" Miao Yi said shamelessly. He really didn't have a choice. Having ventured into the Sea of Constellation, fought with so many demons, and managing to make it through, only to fall into this bastard's grasp really made him feel incredibly depressed. "I can't even control them. What need do I have for them?" Yao Ruoxian was furious. Miao Yi was deliberately taking out such tantalizing meat that was just out of his reach, and making him crave for it. In truth, it's not that there is completely no way for you to control them. It's just that it needs time. You and they need to spend a long time together in each other's company in order to gradually establish the telepathy between the both of you. Junior only fears that you can't wait that long. For the sake of surviving, Miao Yi could only spout nonsense in order to repeatedly stall. Whatever possessed him to come here without ensuring that he would be able to find a trace of Lao Bai? Really? Yao Ruoxian was stunned that it was seriously possible for a bond to grow over time, for them to gradually become familiar with each other. He then suspiciously asked, "Brat, you are not being completely honest and just trying to deliberately stall for time, are you? How much time is needed to establish a telepathic connection with them?" Miao Yi tried to say, "It probably needs 10 years. During this period, Junior will do his best to act as a mediator and help you bond with them." He was completely in self-preservation mode for his life before anything else. Now at last, he finally managed to understand the feeling of Pai Junzi when he was seeking survival at that time. 10 years? Yao Ruoxian pondered for a moment. To a person who had lived for more than 1,000 years, waiting a mere 10 years was nothing. Okay. I just happen to need a person to do menial chores by my side. You'll just stay at my side to do these things carefully, and don't you dare play any sorts of trick or else. Come with me. Ah! Surprised, Miao Yi exclaimed, "Go with you?" Yao Ruoxian glared, "If you don't come with me, will these little ones be able to listen to me? What, are you trying to find an opportunity to escape? Brat, I advise you to come with me for your own good. At least I can still supply you with enough orbs of will to make your cultivation break through to the Blue Lotus realm. I'm letting you snap up this bargain for free." Miao Yi laughed bitterly. "I would like to go with you. If it were a few years earlier, I would have no issues in leaving with you. I would probably have jumped at the chance, except we've met rather late. Even if I wanted to leave with you, I fear that you wouldn't dare to bring me along. Unless Senior kills me now without anyone knowing, or I follow you without revealing myself in public for this entire lifetime, only death will eventually await me. I might even damn Senior to suffer with me." Yao Ruoxian frowned. "What do you mean?" Miao Yi coughed dryly. "Senior, Junior won't even try to conceal this from you now. Miao Yi is not Junior's real name. My name is Miao Yi. I'm from the Celestial Nation's 5th earthly branch domain, the Cave Master of East Arrival Cave under the rule of South Edict Manor. I secretly brought along my subordinates to venture into the Sea of Constellations, resulting in my entire team being decimated. Soon, the time for the harvest of orbs of will be less than a month away. If I don't return to report back in time, once this year passes, I will immediately be placed on the Celestial Nation's bounty board. Anyone can well imagine what the consequences will be. Is Senior very sure that you still dare to bring me with you? The hierarchy under the 6 sages wasn't a restaurant that people could come and go as they pleased. The food that one had eaten in a restaurant have to be paid for. How could they allow you to come and go as you wish? If the rules were really broken, and everyone wished to come and go freely, then wouldn't the rules established by the 6 sages become nothing than child's play? How would they control the world then? What's more, as the cave master, Miao Yi had caused his troops to be completely decimated. He couldn't think of a way to explain himself and still think to run away like it had nothing to do with him? His wanted ranking would definitely be increased by a grade. And finally, a person who secretly escaped was a criminal. Those who knew but didn't report, or chose to shelter such criminals, would all be sentenced under the same crime as an accomplice. Anyone who was caught would only be faced with death. No matter how powerful Yao Ruoxian was, he wouldn't dare to confront the 6 sages. However, he instead looked incredulous as he said, "You rascal, who are you kidding? Since when can a cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade become a cave master?" This was easy to prove. Miao Yi simply took out the appointment jade archive from his storage ring and gave it to Yao Ruoxian to examine. After looking through the appointment jade archive, Yao Ruoxian's expression twitched. Is there no one else left in the celestial nation? They went as far as to let a White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator like you be a cave master? Miao Yi spread his arms out in exasperation as he explained, "Senior, Junior can never leave with you. Of course, you can also forcefully drag me along and remain hidden for 10 years without allowing me to show myself in public. Once you and the small mantids have established a telepathic connection, you can then kill me and nobody would know. Now, you can also kill Junior and nobody will find out you're the culprit. But without Junior's help, you definitely will not be able to exert control over them." The meaning to his words were obvious. As long as Miao Yi went with him, then only death awaited him. He would die either way, so did Yao Ruoxian really think that he would still go with him? Yao Ruoxian's expression turned sour. He pointed at the flitting little ones beside them. "You have fooled me for several months and now you want to settle it this way, That's not what I meant. It would be better if Senior comes with me. Follow me back to East Arrival Cave and join under me. I can help you fix your loose cultivator status, it's true. I have a good relation with our manor head. As long as I report it, adding your name into the registry and giving you an official status shouldn't prove much of a problem." "Oh. Are you pulling my leg? Letting me become your subordinate?" It could be said that Yao Ruoxian was extremely astonished. He realized that this bastard really dared to think that a mere White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator could actually keep a Red Lotus 2nd grade cultivator like him as his subordinate. He really didn't fear to biting off more than he could chew. At Ever Peace Manor, inside the manor head's silent cultivation quarters, a map was spread open on the stone chair. Manor head Zhang Decheng and the deacon from Suppressing Second Hall, Wan Shunchang, were sitting cross-legged with the map between them. Thoroughly inspecting the map of the Suppressing Second Hall realm, Zhang Decheng rubbed the short beard at his chin, faintly shaking his head as he said, "Yang Qing is also a force to be reckoned with. Once we begin to assemble our forces on a larger scale, Yang Qing will most definitely be on his guard. If we were to march straight in, I'm afraid that our men will not be able to break through to South Edict Manor, and Yang Chang would have already organized his own forces to put up resistance. Meeting force with force will only cause us to suffer severe damage and losses on our side." It should be noted that Yang Qing still has the support of the School of Blue Jade behind him. He certainly did not want to risk his life for the sake of others, without anything to show for it. Wan Shunchang stared at the map for a while before nodding his head, saying, "That is indeed the case. Although the School of Blue Jade is not on good terms with Yang Qing, in order to protect their mutual interests, they would definitely join their forces to strike. It will be very difficult for us to gain the upper hand if we were to meet brute force with force. We have to seize the chance to attack him and catch him unawares, so he will barely have time to assemble together the troops of his South Edict and the School of Blue Jade. Then, we will definitely succeed in one strike." He pointed his finger at Mount Comingse, and jabbed at the position of Mount Comingse on the map heavily a few times. "Mount Comingse?" Zhang Decheng's words carried some suspicion as he said, "I assume that Brother Wan has already schemed this for a long time, and you have a card up your sleeve. Please explain." Wan Shunchang replied, "The mountain chieftain of Mount Comingse, Qin Weiwei, is Yang Qing's adopted daughter. According to what I know, Yang Cheng and this adopted daughter's relationship is unusual, almost as if they are biological father and daughter. We can start with Qin Weiwei first. If Qin Weiwei were to have an accident, Yang Cheng would definitely come forth to save her. If he can't save his own adopted daughter, his subordinates will be bitterly disappointed. Should other matters arise in the future, who would be willing to risk their lives for him? After that, should we make a move on him in the future, it will be much easier then. Yang Qing cannot afford to pay this price. Zhang Diqing shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that just won't do. The residence of Mount Coningsea is not far from South Edict Manor. At least, it is much closer than ours. If anything were to happen, our forces wouldn't be able to reach it before Yang Qing arrives ahead of us. So we have to lure Qin Weiwei from Reden, and keep her far away from Mount Coningsea's residence. How do you intend to lure her out from Reden? Wan Shunchang moved his finger and brazenly jabbed at East Arrival Cave. This place is close to the sea, and located furthest away from the inner realm of Mount Coningsea. We can lure Qin Weiwei to this place, or Emerald Forest Cave of Mount Heavenly Grace under Brother Zhang's command, connects with East Arrival Cave of Mount Coningsea. Then, Brother Zhang can send a deployment in secret. On the surface, you will hold the rest of your troops in place at Mount Heavenly Grace to avoid alerting Yang Qing prematurely. You only require several units from both Mount Heavenly Grace and Emerald Forest Cave to raid East Arrival Cave. Now that the end of the year is fast approaching, the time for gathering Orbs of Will is not far behind. After East Arrival Cave has been ambushed, as long as Qin Weiwei receives the news, she will definitely lead her people to come save them. Then, we would have successfully lured her out. Zhang Diqing dubiously nodded and asked, what do we do after luring her out? A nasty grin emerged on Wan Xuanchang's face as he explained, after Qin Weiwei arrives, immediately order Emerald Forest Cave to retreat, baiting Qin Weiwei to pursue them, once again dragging the distance between Qin Weiwei and her potential approaching reinforcements further apart. The units of Mount Heavenly Grace can set up an ambush to wait for Qin Weiwei's arrival. To prevent mishaps, we can still order the troops of another mountain to support the units of Mount Heavenly Grace. Trap Qin Weiwei and besiege her to annihilate the reinforcements. Upon receiving the news, Yang Qing will definitely throw aside everything to save her. In that time, Yang Qing will not be able to assemble all his troops in such a short period. Right after Yang Qing makes his move, Brother Zhang must immediately march out. Using Qin Weiwei as bait to lure Yang Qing out, how can we not win if we attack his few with our numbers? Zhang Diqing inwardly praised him and couldn't help but raise his head to cast a glance at him. Being able to think of such a method, he surmised that for the sake of eating a delectable meat like South Edict Manor, Brother Wan had expended quite a considerable amount of time, thought, and effort into this. However, Zhang Diqing was not a saint. He wouldn't do anything to aggrieve others without benefit to himself. His expression was grave for a moment as he dubiously said, Brother Wan's scheme is thorough, but Brother Wan shouldn't forget one point. Yang Qing has third-grade transcendent artifacts that he borrowed from the School of Blue Jade. This is what Yang Qing relied on to control South Edict. I admit even that I won't be able to withstand him. Wan Shunchang laughed. Brother Zhang can be wholly at ease. How could I let Brother Zhang fight a war we can't win? I won't be able to gain anything from that. I have already asked around discreetly. Those third-grade transcendent artifacts have already been returned to the sect master of the School of Blue Jade. He just hasn't announced it publicly. Zhang Diqing let out an "oh," and was immediately at ease. Yet, he remained silent without saying anything. All a bunch of bastards who won't do anything without gain. Wan Shunchang cursed in his heart. That bastard Zhang was clearly not going to act without some incentive. He knew he had no choice but to reveal the reward. Nobody would do a job without getting anything in return. He Yan had felt the same when he requested Wan Shunchang to come discuss, so there was no way that he could make He Yun himself provide the benefits. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Encroaching Dark Forces, 2. Chapter 161, Encroaching Dark Forces, 2. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Wan Shunchang laughed. Should this succeed, Yan Cheng's 3 second-grade transcendent artifacts will belong to Brother Zhang. I'm willing to include the same benefits that Brother Zhang has been honoring the advisor with for another 3 years. On hearing these words, Zhang Diqing immediately lifted his head and laughed. You shouldn't have. Deep down, Wan Shunchang was slandering his ancestors, yet on the surface, he still spoke with politeness. It does me no good to step in personally, so I will depend completely on Brother Zhang. This is just a small token of my appreciation, so Brother Zhang, please don't decline it. Otherwise, I will not be at ease. Zhang Diqing sighed. Since advisor he has already told me to, and since Brother Han personally took care of it, I will definitely do my very best. Wan Shunchang cupped his fists in thanks. Brother Zhang, there's no time to lose. Zhang Diqing leapt off the stone chair, walked out of his silent quarters and informed his handmaidens, pass on my order. Command all the mountain chieftains to immediately come and see me. With the manor head's order, all of the mountain chieftains of Ever Peace Manor came from afar. They enclosed themselves within the grand hall, conspiring for a long period of time. After they were dismissed, the respective mountain chieftains rushed back hurriedly to their own territories. Not one stayed behind at Ever Peace Manor. On the way back, a herd of dragon steeds galloped swiftly with a rumble. When Duan Jirue, the mountain chieftain of Mount Heavenly Grace, first arrived, he'd initially brought along just 2 attendants. When he left, however, his party had increased to more than 20 attendants. They were men who'd escaped from Yang Qing's blade after the fall of the former manor head of South Edict Manor, Lu Yu, and had sought asylum at Ever Peace Manor. The previous transient light cave master, Yuan Jinkuan, as well as his subordinates Li Xin and Sun Jiajia were also amongst them. Shockingly, even the former East Arrival Cave's Chen Fei rode with them. These people had not lived comfortably at Ever Peace Manor all these years. The elders of Ever Peace Manor would never give a lucrative post to new men who came to seek asylum. They didn't care about their cultivation level and were all told to stand at the sidelines, receiving the lowest wage and performing the lowest level of chores. Those who were not willing could leave at any time, they wouldn't force them to stay. However, nobody was willing to leave to become loose cultivators, as their individual cultivation bases didn't have any special abilities that could support such a lifestyle. They were afraid that it would be extremely difficult to obtain even one orb of will. It must be borne in mind that it was easy to leave, but to enter the circle again would be a very difficult feat to achieve, as they would all be waiting painstakingly for seats to become available again. For the sake of preventing a large commotion in maneuvering troops from other areas, Manor Head Zhang Diqing allocated all of the men seeking asylum to the mountain chieftain of Mount Heavenly Grace, Duan Jirue. Since the first battle would need to start from Duan Jirue's area, this was considered a way to strengthen his troops in order to avoid any mishaps. The end of the year was almost here, the weather gradually turning cold. A group of people rode without rest amidst the chilling wind as they hurriedly traveled back to Mount Heavenly Grace, worn out and weary. Upon returning to their own territory, Duan Jirue instantly ordered all the respective cave masters to come forth to discuss matters of importance. After the respective cave masters arrived in quick succession, they also went straight for the Grand Hall, except for the 20-plus men that Duan Jirue brought along from Ever Peace Manor. They were all left stationed outside. In the courtyard, more than 20 people huddled together. Li Xin and Sun Jiajia were with Yuan Jinkuan as usual. Cave Master, they suddenly gathered us here. Do you think there's something going on? Li Xin asked, secretly transmitting his voice. Behind everyone's back, the both of them still addressed Yuan Jinkuan as Cave Master. This was because the both of them knew quite well that Yuan Jinkuan's cultivation base was much higher than theirs. If by chance there were any open seats available to be filled, Yuan Jinkuan would definitely have a higher chance than them. When falling into dire straits, there was nothing to lose by maintaining good relations, since in the future, they might have to rely on Yuan Jinkuan. Yuan Jinkuan shook his head. I don't know what matter this could be. Sigh. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, so just resign yourself to fate. He really missed the days when he was the cave master of Transient Light Cave. Nowadays, he could only get one low-grade orb of wool per year and didn't even have a handmaiden assigned to him. This lifestyle now was too hard to bear. Luckily, he still had 2 former subordinates following him. Actually, none of the 20-plus people present knew what was going on, but they knew that something was definitely going to happen. After waiting for half a day, the courtyard gates suddenly flung open, prompting everyone to simultaneously turn their heads to look. A tall, grim man stood at the entrance with 2 attendants following behind him. No one knew who he was. The man swept a chilling gaze across the crowd and uttered expressionlessly, "I am the cave master of Emerald Forest Cave, and the mountain chieftain has assigned all of you to me. Follow me." Without caring for whether they agreed or not, he had already quickly turned around and left. Everybody exchanged speechless looks with each other. To their surprise, a cave master had accepted all 20-plus of them, which amounted to having enough troops for 2 caves. What did one cave need so many people for? Everybody did not dare to object, and just like that, followed after him without rhyme or reason. East Arrival City was bustling as usual. A river flowed through the 2 banks, and the people, both young and old, only cared about their livelihood and were oblivious to the uphill struggle that cultivators faced. The cave master of East Arrival Cave was someone too aloof and remote from these ordinary folks. Regardless of whether he was in East Arrival Cave or not, his presence didn't seem to have any effect on them. Even if he were to stand before them, they wouldn't know who he was. A man wearing a bamboo hat crossed the streets and alleys before coming to a halt at the backyard of a residence. He lifted his head to look around the vicinity and quickly snuck into the residence when no one was around. A chilly wind rustled in the air as the 100 blossoms withered in the courtyard. A small boy was currently prodding an ant's nest under the large tree. The widow Ji Xiufang came to the courtyard, peering about. Upon finding her son, she moved with quick steps and dragged him away. She was about to lecture him, when suddenly a man wearing a bamboo hat dropped from the treetop onto the ground. Jumping with fright, Ji Xiufang was on the verge of screaming, but the bamboo hat man had already rushed to say in a low voice, "Xiufang, it's me." The bamboo hat man raised his head, instantly stunning the terrified and gape-mouthed Ji Xiufang. She immediately cried out in joy, "Uncle, why are you here?" The man was not just anyone. He was none other than Ji Xiufang's uncle, Chen Fei. Back then, he had lost the battle and then fled from this place. As to why he'd come here again, due to his former position at East Arrival Cave, he was familiar with its state of affairs. After being summoned for a private discussion with the Emerald Forest Cave Master, Meng Yida, he was thus sent to come here and fish for information in order to prepare for the ensuing attack. Chen Fei now knew, ahead of Yuan Jingquan and the others, as to why everyone had been temporarily dispatched to serve under the Emerald Forest Cave Master. Ever Peace Manor had already sharpened their sword, and East Arrival Cave would be the first place to be cut through by their blade. Chen Fei had waited for this day for a very long time. Should they win this battle, the whole of South Edict Manor would definitely have a large amount of empty seats. His difficult life was finally coming to an end. However, nothing ever goes as planned and it was normal to expect casualties. Should they lose in this battle, Chen Fei was worried that Ji Xiufang would once again suffer. Previously, he had abandoned Ji Xiufang and made his escape because it was too late and he didn't have any other choice. Last time, he'd been fortunate to have Miao Yi protecting her. This time around, he was making a comeback by attacking East Arrival Cave. Under such circumstances, he was afraid that Miao Yi would no longer have the ability to safeguard Ji Xiufang. Ji Xiufang was the only close relative he had left in the secular world. Since he was given the chance to come early, he was going to take advantage of it and make advance arrangements. Chen Fei made a gesture, signaling his niece to lower her voice and casually caressed the confused child who lifted his head to look. He then made his niece put him aside to play. He sized up the pampered Ji Xiufang from head to toe with a glance. There were no traces of hardships and trouble on her. Chen Fei felt slightly at ease to see that his niece had been living a good life. Ji Xiufang watched him gaze at her until she felt embarrassed. She then reached out and extended an invitation, "Uncle, please come into the house and sit. Chen Fei waved his hand and peered about his surroundings before softly replying, no need to trouble you. I will leave after I'm done speaking. Xiufang, listen to me carefully. After I leave, you must immediately pack your things and depart from the West City gates. I've arranged a person to meet you outside the city. Leave? Ji Xiufang was shocked as she asked, Uncle, why do we have to leave? Xiufang, don't ask why. Just do exactly as I say. I will never bring you harm. Ji Xiufang was too stumped for words. After living through the ordeals from last time, and upon seeing her uncle behaving suspiciously now, she felt inevitably nervous deep down and could already vaguely guess that something horrible was about to happen. Thus, she nodded, asking cautiously, Uncle, Sir Miao looked after us with great care. Since we're leaving, shouldn't I go bid farewell to him? Chen Fei was more or less taken aback. You're talking about Brother Miao, Miao Yi? He's at East Arrival City now? Ji Xiufang nodded her head in reply. He's currently the cave master of East Arrival Cave. Didn't Uncle know? Actually, at first she hadn't known as Miao Yi hadn't revealed his identity to her. But during each festival, Su Xinliang, the city lord of East Arrival City, would personally pay her a visit. And it was exactly from Su Xinliang's mouth that she knew Sir Miao was actually the master of the entire realm of East Arrival City. Brother Miao is the cave master of East Arrival Cave? It could be said that Chen Fei was in utter shock. He hadn't expected Miao Yi to progress at such a great speed. He was somewhat dubious when he thought of Miao Yi's cultivation base. Could it be that his cultivation base's growth rate was far greater than what he'd imagined? Next, it was shocking to have this knowledge about Miao Yi, and how troublesome this was going to be. Seeing her uncle furrowing his brows, Ji Xiufang asked, Uncle, is there something wrong? Chen Fei recovered his wits. Xiufang, you don't need to care about the rest. Just follow exactly what I tell you to do. I will inform Brother Miao myself. Ji Xiufang acquiesced with a nod, not daring to be disobedient. Towards this uncle who was an immortal, she still held a feeling of reverence deep down. After leaving the city, Chen Fei hid outside the city and witnessed a couple of horse carriages carrying his niece's family away. After that, he immediately turned to summon a dragon steed which had been hiding in the mountain. Mounting the steed, he threw his bamboo hat away before speeding off. After learning about Miao Yi being the cave master of East Arrival Cave, he made no attempt at concealment, and instead went to openly pay a visit to East Arrival Cave. Who goes there? Halt and answer. Yan Xiu dashed out from the dark to block the mountain gates, carrying his twin broadaxes. Bringing his mount to a halt, Chen Fei casted a glance at the newly renovated mountain gates and could only feel its extraordinary loftiness. It was more bounteous than the former mountain gates. He mused that Brother Miao seemed to enjoy exhibiting a show of extravagance. I'm an old friend of Cave Master Miao Yi from East Arrival Cave. I hope that you can help notify him of my presence, Chen Fei replied with cupped fists. Cave Master's old friend? Yan Xiu was rather hesitant. According to what he knew, because the Cave Master was basking too much in the limelight, his relations with the people in South Edict Manor was poor. Even the mountain chieftain did not see eye to eye with the Cave Master, so he didn't have many friends. It was more likely that he had enemies instead. He didn't know where this friend had come from, so he couldn't help but inquire, dare I ask what is honored sir's name? Chen Fei didn't reveal his identity. He smiled. Just inform him that an old friend who exchanged a wooden spear for a silver one has come to pay a visit. Brother Miao will naturally know who I am. Yan Xiu couldn't figure out this riddle, but he was sure that this person may most likely be the cave master's friend, so he cupped his fists in reply on the spot. Friend, you have come at a bad time. The cave master has gone out to attend some matters and has yet to return. Once the cave master is back, I will definitely inform the cave master of this immediately. He did not invite Chen Fei to enter, since Chen Fei did not want to reveal his true identity. And without the cave master's acknowledgement, there was no way he would invite a shady person into his home. The most important thing was that he was the only cultivator who had stayed behind at East Arrival Cave. The entire East Arrival Cave was left defenseless, so it wasn't wise to let a stranger know of its current state. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, On the Brink of Crisis, 1. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, On the Brink of Crisis, 1. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Not around? Chen Fei was stunned. He then inquired again, do you know when Brother Miao will return? Yan Xiao sure as hell wouldn't know when Miao Yi would come back. He had been out for almost a year. He guessed that his dear cave master had already gone into eternal rest at the Sea of Constellations forever, and feared that he would no longer return in this lifetime. Having nothing better to do but run off to the Sea of Constellations, was the same as courting death. Yan Xiao bore some resentment towards this. He blamed Miao Yi for acting on his own and for ignoring him. Friend, if it's convenient for you, you can leave behind your contact details. Once Cave Master returns, I will be sure to inform him. Yan Xiao couldn't possibly tell him that Miao Yi had gone to the Sea of Constellations. He meant for his words was to convey that the other party shouldn't wait and could head back. The Cave Master wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Chen Fei let out an "oh" and understood. He cast a gaze across the vicinity of East Arrival Cave. Having no intention to stay, he cupped his hands at Yan Xiao. Farewell. Take care. Forgive me for not sending you off. Yan Xiao returned the greeting and did not detain him. Chen Fei faintly nodded his head, turning his dragon steed around, before swiftly galloping off. As he sped along on the way back, he felt greatly at ease deep down. It was good that Miao Yi wasn't around. He owed Miao Yi and did not want to see misfortune fall upon him. He had came here with the intention of tricking Miao Yi into going away so that he avoid this disaster. He would treat this as his returning the favor. Nobody would have expected Miao Yi to head out and not come back in the meantime. It had saved him the trouble of racking his brain to come up with lies. As for the others in East Arrival Cave, he did not have any relations with them, so he wouldn't reveal anything. Chen Fei had been anticipating the day he would make his comeback for a long time. He would never ruin the chance to rise up once again, and would also never not prioritize himself. Whether others in East Arrival Cave were dead or alive, it had nothing to do with him. As they say, one good turn deserves another. This adage still held some truth to it at times. Miao Yi and Chen Fei were considered to be a lucky meeting of good friends. Are there any movements from Ever Peace Manor? Inside the mountain pavilion, Yang Qing had been leaning against the parapet with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance when he suddenly heard Qing Mei's nearing footsteps, and asked the question without turning his head. The chilling wind on the mountaintop appeared to be more intense than at ground level. Qing Mei draped a cloak over his shoulders, the very same one that Yang Qing had swindled from Miao Yi before. While she set about completing her task with great care, Chang Mei answered, so far, there is no news of activity. School of Blue Jade has also officiated a response. If anything were to happen, Sect Master Pan will immediately deliver the third-grade transcendent artifact to boost the morales of the mountain chieftains. Yang Qing heaved a mild sigh of relief, and slowly nodded his head. It seemed like the weighty gift he had given to He Yun was not gifted in vain. It could be said that the news was being kept with the utmost secrecy at Ever Peace Manor, but South Edict Manor's Yang Qing was still a force to be reckoned. Else, the others wouldn't be afraid to act blindly without thinking. Without hesitating, Yang Qing had done as Feng Jiwan said to do. He had forced himself to prepare a generous gift to He Yun and sworn allegiance to him. In return, He Yun had accepted the offer smilingly, even saying that he was one of theirs from then on, and would help him put in good words to the Hallmaster. However, being in an already dangerous position, Yang Qing didn't dare be careless. He had managed to get this far today because he had never entirely pinned his own success or failure in other people's hands. It was not wrong to be prepared just in case. With his purse strings being a bit tight, he had appeased his army without utilizing the respective mountains' financial resources. Instead, he had forcefully levied a vast sum from the South Edict city that he directly governed. In addition, with the little he had in hand, he had gone straight ahead and bought a flock of spiritual eagles used to send news. He had dispatched them to keep in close contact with the respective mountains under him. Furthermore, not only had he placed spies in Ever Peace Manor, above South Edict Manor, Yang Qing had also sent out spies to pay attention to the movements of the thriving 10,000 Manor, which was situated below and didn't belong to suppressing Second Hall. Zhang Diqing, the manor head of Ever Peace Manor, had suddenly summoned the respective mountain chieftains to assemble before him. When the news reached Yang Qing, it immediately placed him on high alert. He quickly issued out an order for the respective mountain chieftains to make preparations for war. But the news that soon traveled from Ever Peace Manor after that implied that the forces of Ever Peace Manor hadn't made any large-scale movements. The time to harvest the orbs of will at the end of year was fast approaching, so having a number of personnel's rush about was entirely normal. What's more, as long as Ever Peace Manor had assembled such a mass of troops, they would not be able to escape his sight. When battling in his own land, the advantage he had in the distance and time allowed him to quickly assemble his own troops before the opponent arrived. If they dared to invade his territory, he would definitely deal a heavy blow right back at them. The tranquility in Ever Peace Manor calmed Yang Qing's nerves slightly. Maybe he was thinking too much. If Yan had accepted his gifts and still intended to target him, then his table manners were really horrible. However, he did not permit the respective mountain chieftains under him to let their guard down. Overall, there wasn't much visible activity going on and not many could actually tell if there were any changes, but very few pieces on the chessboard had begun to make slight, difficult to detect movements. After assembling the troops of 3 caves, the men of Emerald Forest Cave had already marched out in the night. To avoid being found out, they hadn't gone along the usual path, and had instead traversed across the mountain ranges, going straight towards East Arrival Cave. But as chance would have it, the mountain chieftain of Mount Comingsi, Qin Weiwei, upon receiving the warning message to prepare for war from South Edict Manor, naturally didn't dare to lower her guard since she was placed in the most important seat by her adoptive father. The moment she betrayed her adoptive father's great trust, how could she face him in the future? Qin Weiwei wasn't too worried about all the other locations except for East Arrival Cave, which gave her no choice but to be doubly vigilant. Because on the whole, East Arrival Cave was empty. Basically, it did not have any capability to defend itself. However, she herself did not have many men to supplement East Arrival Cave. Additionally, Yang Qing had promised to give Miao Yi a chance, so he had still kept East Arrival Cave for Miao Yi. So for a while, it hadn't been appropriate for her to arrange men to take over the place. Qin Weiwei had to guard against a possible attack. She sent out scouts to lie in wait at the 2 nearby abodes adjacent to East Arrival Cave, not only in Emerald Forest Cave. Therefore, her action proved to be the birth of many unintentional positive outcomes. After the scouts clarified which direction the units of Emerald Forest Cave were sneaking off to, not half a day had passed before a spiritual eagle descended to Mount Comingsi from the skies. Qin Weiwei had been sitting behind a long table when she received the warning sent by the scouts. Dressed in robes white as snow, she slammed the tabletop and quickly stood up. Not good. Emerald Forest Cave is going to launch an attack against East Arrival Cave. From her side, Hong Mian cried out in surprise, Cave Master Miao has brought along almost all the troops with him. East Arrival Cave is but an empty shell. How could the place ward off the attack? Qin Weiwei was incensed to the point that she clenched her fists tight, and bellowed in fury. They must have known that East Arrival Cave is now an empty shell, so they dared to make their move at East Arrival Cave. Look at what that lowly scum Miao Yi has done. You better don't come back from the Sea of Constellations alive. When the time comes, even if the manor head embraces you, I will never forgive you. I will definitely kill you first before reporting it. Lulu frowned. Mountain Chieftain, now is not the time to be angry at Cave Master Miao. You must quickly report the situation to Manor Head. Xin Weiwei breathed in deeply, trying her best to calm her emotions. Swiftly, she invoked her arts to write up a jade archive and, after sealing it with her insignia, quickly handed it over to the two handmaidens. They quickly carried out a spiritual eagle from its cage. Placing the jade archive into the cylindrical tube at its feet, they carried it to the window and released it into the sky. Emerald Forest Cave were being so presumptuous. Xin Weiwei was afraid that the other party had made preparations to meet contingencies, so now, she must assemble the forces of Mount Kangxi to prepare to meet any eventuality. Next to the long table, Xin Weiwei again immediately wrote up a number of jade archives for deploying an army in quick succession. She then sealed each of them with her own insignia, which was clearly distinguishable. One by one, the spiritual eagles carried the decrees as they rapidly flapped their wings, cutting through the sky, and flying towards each of the caves to deliver the news. The two girls followed suit to call upon Mount Kangxi's own units to assemble with urgency. Soon after, Xin Weiwei, clad in a garment white as snow, led her own troops to make haste towards East Arrival Cave through the night. It would take some time for the respective mountain forces to assemble, but Xin Weiwei had already ordered each cave's forces to hurry towards East Arrival Cave, and the jade archives had she sent out. Everyone should assemble whilst heading there. She had no time left to sit around idly, waiting for everyone to assemble first before marching out. At daybreak, about 40 men from Emerald Forest Cave were riding their dragon steeds to traversing the mountain ranges. They had already charged into the realm of East Arrival Cave, and were silently hiding in the mountain forest, waiting for the scouts' news to arrive. It wasn't just Yuan Jingquan and the rest; those men who had sought asylum from the former South Edict Manor were also exchanging glances with each other. Their eyes held an excitement that was difficult to mask. The situation had already escalated to this stage. They had marched out secretly in the dark to close in on East Arrival Cave. The edge of the blade had already been covertly drawn out, and was about to strike into East Arrival Cave's waist. They would be fools if they still hadn't guessed what Ever Peace Manor's mysterious actions were for. Ever Peace Manor wanted to strike out at South Edict Manor. Obviously, they wanted to start off with East Arrival Cave first. Everyone knew the opportunity for them to make their comeback was here, so they were brimming with excitement deep down. At South Edict Manor, inside the mountain pavilion which the manor had loved, Yang Qing was currently sitting cross-legged in meditation to cultivate. A spiritual eagle soared through the sky, dropping down underneath the pavilion. A pair of sharp claws clutched onto the railings, before crying out to announce that it had arrived. Xing Ju quickly moved forward to retrieve the jade archive from the tube at its leg, and presented it before Yang Qing with both hands. Yang Qing did not open his eyes. He accepted the jade archive into his hand with his eyes closed. Imbuing his transcendence energy to examine it, his brows had already begun to knit. Immediately after, as though he had just realized something, his eyes abruptly opened as he suddenly breathed in a breath of cold air. He promptly leapt to his feet, bellowing in rage, "Xin Weiwei, that foolish girl! What's wrong?" Xing Ju asked puzzlingly. On the other hand, Xing Mei simply walked over, revealing a questioning look on her face. "Read it yourself." Yang Qing flung the thing at them both. As though he were an enraged lion, he began pacing about in an aggressive manner in the pavilion. After Chang Mei and Xing Ju read through the contents of the jade archive, they were also shocked. "Will young miss be alright?" Yang Qing's tone was grim as he exclaimed, "That girl is too foolish." Miao Yi had already taken the men of East Arrival Cave with him. It's now an empty shell, so there's no point in saving it. Instead of rushing back South Edict Manor, to coordinate with me in reserving and assembling our forces, she marched out to East Arrival Cave. She went straight into their trap. Xing Mei tried to help out by putting a word in, "It's almost time for the orbs of will to be harvested. There mustn't be any losses in harvesting them this time." Young Miss must be worried that they would be taken by others, so she had gone forth to stop them. Are lives more important, or are the orbs of will more important? They purposely chose this moment to strike. Yang Qing shouted with rage. Abruptly, he stopped in his tracks to turn around, his gaze alight like a blazing torch as he said, "Can't you girls see?" Without the approval of Ever Peace Manor, Emerald Forest Cave would have never dared to act on their own to attack East Arrival Cave. They are obviously trying to draw the snake out from its nest, and then besieging her to annihilate the reinforcements. Qin Weiwei, that girl is in danger. Damn you, Zhang Dicheng. What a way to deceive everybody. You purposely held back your troops to fool me and after, intend to rile me up and upend the overall situation. I have truly underestimated him, for him to have come up with such a brilliant plan. This matter can't be blamed on anyone else, I am the one who has been negligent and this is the consequence of underestimating Zhang Dicheng, my enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, On the Brink of Crisis, 2. Chapter 163, On the Brink of Crisis, 2. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Xingju swiftly said, "Manor Head, please don't be angry. Now, what's important is to think of a plan to save Miss. I'm not angry at her, because I am the one to blame. That girl is still too inexperienced, I shouldn't have rushed things and placed her on that seat. As things are, I've put her into harm's way instead. I only regret." Yang Qing stared relentlessly into the distance at the direction of suppressing Second Hall. Abruptly, he began bellowing in rage, "Yan, you old scum! You dare to deceive me?" In just a brief moment, he surmised that this must be the doings of Yan plotting behind his back. Even after he had gone forth groveling to swear allegiance, prepared his hard-earned capital to gift to Yan, and borne the shame of a double-crossing treacherous servant who would have expected Yan to smilingly accept him on the surface and, without missing a beat, quickly stabbing him in the back. Thinking on this point, Yang Qing was so furious that he nearly coughed out blood. In his lifetime, this was his first time being fooled by others so ruthlessly. Unfortunately, he was utterly helpless against them, otherwise, how he wished he could snap their bones into dust. "Let the spiritual eagle pass on the message, and summon the young miss back," suggested Xingju anxiously. "It's too late." Xing Mei shook her head. Just comparing speed alone, the spiritual eagle might not be much faster than a dragon steed. There is only a slight disparity between their speeds caused by the spiritual eagle being able to fly straight through any terrain. However, when young Miss sent out the urgent news, she had already left. By the time our news again reaches young Miss, I'm afraid that she would have already fallen for their trap. Xingju became even more panicked. We can't just wait here and watch idly as the young Miss throws her life away. Since they intend to surround the place and attack the reinforcements coming to its aid, they won't be in a hurry to kill young Miss. Otherwise, they won't be able to use young Miss as bait. If we rush to her now, we might still be able to save her. Qing Mei pursed her lips and looked in Yang Qing's direction. In her opinion, the most practical decision was not to save Qin Weiwei at all, but to reserve their strength before seeking vengeance. However, would the maned head decide on this course of action? Of the two handmaidens, Qing Mei was reserved and relatively calm. Xingju, on the other hand, appeared quite on edge. Yang Qing lifted his head with his eyes closed, his lips pressed tightly closed as a look of helplessness filled his face. Even though he had already guessed that the other party must have something up their sleeves, this time around, they had really taken aim at his weak spot. If he did not save his own adopted daughter, having already borne the infamy of a treacherous double-crossing servant, he would surely bitterly disappoint his subordinates even more. However, with this perilous situation continuing to escalate, the end result would be extremely unpredictable. There was a chance that no one would again fight and risk their lives with him anymore. He was afraid that this might be the reason why they had chosen to make their move on Qin Weiwei. What's more, outsiders wouldn't know that Qin Weiwei was actually his own biological daughter. If he didn't have these conflicts from within and without, he would have already firmly reorganized South Edict Manor like a metal bucket. Moreover, if it weren't his own daughter that was the one facing danger, he would have promptly made a decision to sacrifice Qin Weiwei, but now he couldn't. The morale of his men was extremely crucial, and he already did not have time to take it easy and reorganize. It could be said that the opponent's scheme had hit him where it hurt the most, so he could only be led by the nose. There's still hope if we try. If we don't, then all hope is completely lost. Send my decree. Yang Qing abruptly opened his eyes, decisively issuing an order mirroring Qin Weiwei's, ordering all troops to urgently rush forth to East Arrival Cave and join with him along the way. Very quickly, the spiritual eagles hurriedly flew in quick succession towards the respective mountains of South Edict Manor to send the order, as well as to seek help from the School of Blue Jade. After reorganizing his own troops, Yang Qing clad himself in silver armor and rode his dragon steed, galloping back and forth on the plaza outside the South Edict Grand Hall. He brandished the silver spear in his hand, brimming with power and greatness, before turning around and personally leading about 100 of his cavalry units forth. Even Cheng Mei and Xing Zhu were donned in what appeared to be sleeveless silver battle armors, wielding their spears as they followed closely on the either side of Yang Qing. These two handmaidens' cultivation levels were much higher than ordinary mountain chieftains. Having followed Yang Qing for many years and under Yang Qing's careful guidance, they had cultivations at White Lotus 7th grade and were Yang Qing's absolute trusted aides. They were also sisters in his bed. Now that the time had come for them to do their utmost together, both of them naturally intended to pledge their life to following Yang Qing and serving him faithfully. Except for the two gatekeepers who were left behind, the entire South Edict Manor could be said to be empty. It was just past noon. The birds were singing songs in the deep, quiet mountains as trees meandered into the horizon. Under the shade of a tree, the expressionless Mangida was sitting on his dragon steed with his eyes closed, when he suddenly opened them, only to be greeted by the sight of a dragon steed swiftly galloping in his direction. Upon reaching the designated place, Chen Fei dismounted from his dragon steed and reported to Mangida with cupped fists, "This subordinate has already scouted out the vicinity of East Arrival Cave. The whole East Arrival Cave is not on alert." Mangida nodded in reply, "Good. I will give you 3 more men. Continue to scout." In order to prepare for any eventualities, he had to act with great care. "Yes." Chen Fei cupped his fists before turning around, mounting his dragon steed and leaving with 3 others in tow. Mangida turned around his dragon steed to come face to face with his group. "I'm sure everyone has already well understood why we are here." Yuan Zhengkuan. "Here." Yuan Zhengkuan urged his steed forward with cupped fists. On the surface he put up an obedient front, but deep down, he was slightly fed up because both of their cultivations were roughly on the same level. "I heard last time you lost at the hands of Qin Weiwei?" asked Mangida. "Truly shameful." Yuan Zhengkuan laughed bitterly. "If not for Yang Qing personally coming in time, I would have already captured that wretched woman, Qin Weiwei, but..." After seeking shelter at Ever Peace Manor, of course he wouldn't say that he had made his own subordinate into a scapegoat, and escaped without crossing swords with Qin Weiwei from the very beginning. He told his version of the tale, and since he had still lost either way, nobody in Ever Peace Manor had ever thoroughly investigated whether it was true or false. As he, Yuan Zhengkuan, was not such an amazing person that others were compelled to find out what had happened. Mangida nodded his head and said, "I am willing to assign troops to you. If you meet Qin Weiwei again, do you dare to do battle with her?" Yuan Zhengkuan's chest tightened. "You only have just a few people. What you meant by troops assigned to me would be at most the manpower of a cave. Qin Weiwei is now a mountain chieftain. I'm not afraid to fight Qin Weiwei alone, I am more afraid of her sheer numbers." Having accompanied him for many years, Li Xian knew him all too well and understood what he was worried about even from the sidelines. He immediately transmitted a message to him, "Cave Master, Ever Peace Manor has come prepared. They won't only have these men and will have more in reserve. They would not move recklessly, so there is no need to worry. Seize the opportunity to perform meritorious services." What he said is true. Instantly, Yuan Zhengkuan was filled with vigor. He cupped his fists at Meng Yida and said, "That Qin Weiwei is quite the beauty. It's said that she's still a virgin. If the cave master doesn't mind, I am willing to capture that vile woman for cave master, and make her bear the pleasures of being under you." When people heard talk like this, they would definitely be pleased and their morale would be raised. Even Meng Yida's expressionless face couldn't help but reveal the trace of a smile. It was more so for his subordinates. They were unable to contain their laughter, with quite a few of them chuckling quite wretchedly. Meng Yida nodded his head in reply, "I await your good news. I will definitely not disappoint Cave Master's expectations." Yang Zhenkuan confidently cupped his fists. Within the Ever-Peace Manor Grand Hall, Zhang Diqing and Wan Shunchang were currently looking at the map as they discussed official matters in greater detail. From outside the hall, a person hurriedly came in and presented a jade archive. Zhang Diqing took it to examine, instantly bursting into laughter. "Brother Wan is truly a mastermind. Yang Qing has fallen for our trap." Yang Qing found out that quickly? Wan Shunchang was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Qin Weiwei to discover Emerald Forest Cave's movements so promptly, and send news to Yang Qing this much in advance. After all, nobody could be that thorough. But it would not have any effect on the overall situation. They would still act according to the previous arrangements. He laughed at once. "With Yang Qing's current actions, our side here won't be afraid of exposing ourselves. It isn't good for someone of my status to publicly show my face in this affair. Next, I will grant full authority to Brother Zhang. I wish for you to succeed in a single move." Both of them locked arms with each other and laughed heartily, looking for all the world as though they were good brothers with no need for formalities between them. After laughing, Zhang Diqing abruptly turned around with a nasty grin on his face as he ordered, "Send my decree. Proceed with the plan." Soon after, Zhang Diqing clad himself in battle armor and personally led his troops off post-haste. Within the realm of Mount Comingxi, Qin Weiwei also had her helm on, with her upper body clad in battle armor. They were all purchased for her by Yang Qing in recent years after he had obtained a larger number of resources. It should be borne in mind that after reaching the position of manor head, one could not only obtain a larger amount of orbs of will, but the ability to gather resources was greater than ever before. With so many followers at your beck and call, there would be no lack of officers or merchants willing to seek connection with immortals from amongst their followers. Inevitably, there would always be ways in which one could never have imagined obtaining certain items as offerings. When Qin Weiwei set off, she only had her own troops at her side. But now, the numbers were increasing as on the way. She had gathered the troops of 2 caves who were rushing towards East Arrival Cave. The respective caves troops of the entire Mount Comingxi were making their move, coming from different areas to urgently make haste in the direction of East Arrival Cave. Rapidly charging over without rest, Yang Qing's side was also in a similar state of affairs. The number of troops at his side were also increasing. Along with Yang Qing's departure, the respective mountains troops of South Edict were also making their move and similarly, were also rushing in the direction of East Arrival Cave. With Qin Weiwei's movements on this side, Mount Heavenly Grace was afraid of arousing Qin Weiwei's suspicion and also made their move. The mountain chieftain Duan Jirui's troops were also growing in numbers, pressing forth towards the appointed place to aid Meng Yida in preparing for the ambush. Their target was clearly Qin Weiwei. Even the respective mountains of the entire Ever-Peace Manor had made their move. Zhang Diqing personally led his own troops to speed along the entire journey. The troops by his side were similarly growing in numbers. However, they had already made their preparations in advance, so the speed in assembling their troops together was clearly much faster. They had succeeded in baiting Qin Weiwei out. Now they were making her widen the distance between her and Yang Qing, because it was exactly this distance between both parties that would give them an advantage over the other. To see who could assemble their men faster and rush there in time to attack the few with the many, in order to gain the upper hand. This scheme by Wan Shunchang was to destroy the advantage of time and distance Yang Qing relied on when fighting in his own land. If it wasn't done in this way, no one would be willing to fight Yang Qing head-on, and Zhang Diqing was not a fool. He would never fight recklessly for the sake of others earning a greater share of the profits, at the cost of heavy losses to his own resources. Even if he did win with that, there was no meaning to it. In short, all the troops from Ever Peace Manor and South Edict Manor were pressing to rush towards East Arrival Cave. At this moment, an insignificant East Arrival Cave had simply become the thorn in the two manors' sides. It was unclear as to what the great cave master Miao would think, since he had refused transient light cave and chosen this place to be the cave master of by himself. He would probably have given an involuntary tremble from the shock and begin raining curses as he shouted out, asking who he had ticked off this time? Standing in Qin Weiwei's shoes, she detested that Miao Yi had rendered East Arrival Cave useless, and it was likely that she wanted nothing better than to skin him alive. But standing from Miao Yi's point of view, it was not necessarily a bad thing for him to have brought his troops and run. It must be borne in mind that East Arrival Cave would soon become the beginning of a battle between both manors. Regardless of whether Miao Yi was present here or not, it would not change the upper echelon's decision. Besides, Wan Shunchang was in the dark about the East Arrival Cave master dragging his men along too. His plan had already taken the troops of East Arrival Cave into account, and planned to kill them from the onset. Even though Miao Yi had the help of the small mantids, he would have been unable to face this formidable, crushing power. Before he left East Arrival Cave, his strength was still far too weak, so he definitely would not have withstood it. Running off in advance had perhaps saved his life instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, On the Brink of Crisis, 3. Chapter 164, On the Brink of Crisis, 3. Translator, Kalad Editor, Tom Yummy. One of the cavalrymen returned from the mountain forest in the remote distance. He was a scout assigned under Chen Fei. The scout halted his horse before Mangida, cupped his fists and said, "Cave Master, East Arrival Cave was indeed not guarded." This person was a subordinate of Mangida's cave. Chen Fei must have fully known what was going on and ordered him to make the report instead. He knew that Mangida was still distrustful towards him. Otherwise, Mangida wouldn't have sent his own subordinate to follow him as he spied on the enemy's situation, so Chen Fei might as well let Mangida's own subordinate report the news. Mangida nodded his head. Flipping his hand, a long axe appeared from the storage ring and onto his palm. He turned left and right before he calmly ordered Zhang Wei, Shi Baixiang and Yuan Jinkuan. "Here." The three immediately commanded their dragon steeds to step forth, cupping their fists to take orders. "The three of you will each lead troops and follow me, separating into 4 paths in order to surround East Arrival Cave. Yuan Jinkuan's troops will act as the vanguard of the attack. Each unit must act according to plan. Understood." The three accepted the order. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Mangida brandished his axe and cut down a large tree in front of everyone's eyes. He then shouted out his order, "March out." "Yes." Everyone answered with a loud rumble. As the attacking vanguard, Yuan Jinkuan promptly selected 7 men from the people who were casted out from the former South Edict Manor. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to order around Mangida's own units. Li Xian and Sun Jiaojiu had always been with him, so naturally, they weren't left behind. The 7 people obeyed the order and went along with Yuan Jinkuan as the vanguard who would take the lead. They galloped their horses out, making a beeline for East Arrival Cave. After Zhang Wei and Shi Baixiang were done selecting their men, they both proceeded to take the left and right roundabout route in order to outflank the enemy. A subordinate released the spiritual eagle he'd carried with him to send out a message to the mountain chieftain Duan Jirue, informing him that they had already begun launching the attack on this side. This would make it easier for Duan Jirue to coordinate with their movements, since depending on the manpower here to stop Qin Weiwei was most likely not possible. After witnessing the spiritual eagle soaring through the sky into the remote distance, only then did Mangida turn around, leading his men to maintain their position from behind. Although East Arrival Cave had only been left with one cultivator to guard it, and despite Yan Shou's assumption that Miao Yi had most likely lost his life in the Sea of Constellations, Yan Shou had carried out his duties with all his heart. Apart from guarding the mountain gates, he would also take the time to patrol the mountain once a day. Even though Miao Yi was not around anymore, he still didn't dare to neglect Mountain Chieftain Qin Weiwei's orders. Currently, he was riding his dragon steed, traversing across the dense mountain forest and checking out the vicinity. But he never would have expected to hear the sounds of stomping hooves rumbling towards him from the back of the mountain. How could there be someone emerging from behind him? Yan Xiu knitted his brows together. As a person who had surrendered repeatedly, this wasn't his first time encountering an ambush. It could be said that he was rather experienced, so his vigilance was rather high. He had already vaguely realized that something had gone wrong. Without delay, he quickly grabbed the two axes on his back, urgently riding his dragon steed up the mountain, and then invoked his transcendence vision to survey the scene from his high position. The sight of 8 cavalries charging from the back of the mountain forest entered his view. They were charging directly towards the mountain. Both parties were rapidly approaching and had already caught sight of each other. Seeing that the person taking the lead was none other than the former cave master of Transient Light Cave, Yuan Jinquan, as well as his old associates Li Xian and Sun Jiaojiao, Yan Xiu initially thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. To say that he wasn't utterly astonished was an understatement. Upon seeing his old subordinate, Yuan Jinquan was also surprised. Immediately, he directed his long halberd at him and shouted, "Insolent Shixiang! Hurry up and dismount from your horse and accept surrender." He was not planning to kill Yan Xiu because he intended to nab him first to find out what was going on. Based on his impression, with so many men closing in with him, Shixiang would definitely not dare make a move, and he would definitely dismount from his horse to surrender obediently. But people eventually changed. It had been a long time since Yan Xiu had heard himself addressed with the humiliating title Shixiang. During that time, not only did Yuan Jinquan leave them to be his scapegoats, he had also caused the death of his own wife, Luoxian. It could be said that the old resentment filling his heart instantly rushed to his head. He knew very well that he was absolutely no match for Yuan Jinquan. What's more, the other party had safety in numbers. The situation was badly against him, so he wasn't about to stick around. Instantly, he turned his head and ran. There wasn't any need to fire off the alarm anymore, since he was the only remaining cultivator in East Arrival Cave. The others were handmaidens who didn't even have their own mounts. Even if the handmaidens heard the alarm, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Shixiang, stop running! Yuan Jinquan was furious. That coward had actually dared to escape. He brandished the long halberd in his hand. Capture him! Li Xian and Sun Jiaojiao immediately increased their speed, sprinting away from the troops as they urgently gave chase. Having been discovered by the other party's mountain patroller, the other 2 units who were taking the roundabout route to outflank the enemy also sped up. The rumbling sounds of hooves stomping in the mountain forest was so shocking it caused the birds to scatter in all directions. Shixiang, cease this running! Behind him, Li Xian and Sun Jiaojiao were hot in pursuit. As he charged back all the way to East Arrival Cave, Yan Xiu thought of his 2 half-disciples. If he were to run away, then Xian and Shui would be in danger. But he had no time to dismount from his steed to bring them both along. He could only scream with grief, "Enemy attack! Hide yourselves! Quickly hide yourselves! Quickly hide yourselves!" In the end, not only did his warning fail to make the handmaidens go into hiding, it had even compelled the obliviously green and inexperienced ones to rush out in succession, all of them peering about. They wanted to see what was going on, and the consequence of this was soon obvious, as each of their beautiful complexions quickly turned pale. Chen Fei and the others lying in wait in advance, witnessed the nearing Yan Xiu hurriedly making his escape. Chen Fei frowned slightly and did not reveal himself. Before this, he had called him a friend. He couldn't just strike him immediately after. After all, this man was Miao Yi's subordinate. But on the battlefield, one was always faced with the choice of either you die or I live. Sympathizing with the enemy wasn't allowed. On top of that, his current predicament made it inappropriate for him to just sit and watch, so he could only tilt his head and signal to the men at his side. Get down from your steed and die, not. Two of them leapt out on their steeds, couching their spears to block Yan Xiu's path. There were enemies blocking his front and troops in pursuit at his back. Yan Xiu roared in fury before spreading his arms, hoisting his twin axes. In an abrupt movement, the dragon steed under him raised its hooves to the sky, intending to leap over the heads of the enemies, intercepting them. Similarly, the two men at the front blocking the path with their couched spears then commanded their mounts to soar into the sky, striking their spears down together from high up in the air. The three dragon steeds seemed to be leaping hundreds of meters high up into the air at the same time. A glowing lotus flower suddenly emerged between the three men's brows, each having a cultivation at the White Lotus 3rd grade. Those who are in my way shall die. Yan Xiu bellowed with rage, the twin axes striking out together at once. Up in the air, banging sounds reverberated as they forcefully collided against the assault of two long spears. Hot on his tail behind him, Li Xian and Sun Jiaojiu were exchanging stunned looks with each other. Since when had Shi Xiang become so bold and powerful? Had they caught sight of the wrong person? The long spears were jolted back in mid-air. Simultaneously, Yan Xiu was left quaking until his body wavered. He had used his force to withstand the two White Lotus 3rd grade cultivators, causing him to almost fall off from his dragon steed soaring through the air. Both parties leaped out from opposite sides. After an exchange of attacks in the air, they immediately brushed past each other. One of them displayed an uncommon spear technique. The moment the spear in his hand jolted away, he instantly seized the opportunity to swing the spear back. Up in the air, he returned the blow by thrusting the spear out, and it happened to strike Yan Xiu's left arm. NGH. Yan Xiu groaned. The broad axe he wielded with his left hand was instantly knocked away his grasp, and blood splashed out from the back of his arm up into the air. Fortunately, both parties brushed past each other in mid-air, so the force of the other party's countered spear blow was incapable of being extended. Otherwise, this spear strike would most likely have cut off his arm. Although it was said to be slow, it was in fact fast. Both parties had exchanged their blows in mid-air and then instantly dropped to the ground. After landing on the ground, Yan Xiu did not think of anything else and couldn't be bothered to pick up the discarded broad axe. Wielding just one axe with one hand, he risked his life by commanding his dragon steed to swiftly flee to safety. The two mounted soldiers dropped to the ground, and immediately turned around to quickly give chase. Li Xian and Sun Jiaojiu were also hot on their trail, unwilling to let him go. After a while, the four people pursuing him swiftly returned once again. The accompanying Chen Fei shot out from the forest and asked, "Has that man been beheaded?" Li Xian shook his head in response. He put up a desperate fight and only knew how to run. He simply didn't want to cross swords with us. We were also reluctant to give chase too far and come across possible reinforcements, so we let him make a lucky escape. They returned back to East Arrival Cave, only to see that Meng Yi had also arrived. Their forces were already gathered at the plaza of East Arrival Cave. Everyone present had done nothing to exert themselves. They had effortlessly taken over East Arrival Cave. Even Meng Yi felt that there was no logical explanation for their victory. Where on earth had the men of East Arrival Cave gone? Meng Yi even felt slightly worried that they had entered a trap. He hurriedly dispatched another group to search the surroundings, broadening their range to ferret anybody out. Seeing that Li Xian and the rest had returned together with Meng Yi, Yuan Jingquan immediately asked, "Did you manage to capture Shi Xiang?" Li Xian shook his head. Unfortunately, he escaped. Instantly, Yuan Jingquan glared. Useless. You couldn't even capture that fool. Meng Yi tilted his head to look. He inquired, "What's Shi Xiang?" Yuan Jingquan instantly withdrew his anger. He turned to smile. "That person used to be my subordinate at Transient Light Cave. I presume he must have surrendered to Yang Qing, He explained the origin of the Shi Xiang title/form of address. After Mang Yi listened to it, he also felt it was beneath his dignity and scoffed coldly, "Let him run then. We originally prepared to let one person live. Fortunately, we didn't kill him. Or else, there wouldn't be anyone to inform Qin Weiwei." Understood. Cave Master Meng is wise. Yuan Jingquan cupped his hands. When faced against this form of bootlicking, Mang Yi was not inclined to enjoy it. He twisted his head to the side, staring straight at the gathered handmaidens, all 18 of them trembling with fear on the plaza. Initially, East Arrival Cave only had 16 handmaidens. After Zhang Jilong replaced Song Fu's place, 2 more were obtained from East Arrival City. This group of handmaidens, who had yet to enjoy the good fortune of an immortal, probably hadn't expected to meet with such horrible luck. Where did the men of East Arrival Cave go? Ask them, Meng Yi ordered. One of his accompanying subordinates immediately leapt off his dragon steed. He walked up to them and slapped one of the handmaidens. Where did the cultivators of East Arrival Cave gone off to? The end result was that each of them gave the same answer. They'd been gone for almost a year and were unaware of their destination. Only fools would believe such words. How could a cave master overseeing East Arrival Cave bring along his subordinates, leave for almost a year and never return? The man promptly pointed a blade towards the handmaidens. If you still refuse to speak the truth, I will kill you all. Under fear of death, one by one the handmaidens all pointed to Qian and Shui, both of which also had their faces slapped until they were red and swollen. The handmaidens exclaimed that they really didn't know, and those 2 were the cave master's handmaidens, so they might know where they'd gone off to. Everyone's gazes immediately fixated on the more beautiful Qian and Shui. The 2 young girls were also scared witless. It was their first time facing such a situation, so they appeared to be more or less frightened. On hearing that they were Miao Yi's handmaidens, Chen Fei's gaze slightly flickered. He swiftly transmitted a message to the 2 girls surreptitiously. The 2 girls also turned to face him together. After seeing the 2 girls' abnormal gaze, the onlookers also trailed after to face Chen Fei. Chen Fei took the opportunity to step forth, stopping the advancing cultivator from continuing his interrogation of Qian and Shui. "Please show some mercy." He then turned and faced Meng Yi seated atop his dragon steed, cupping his hands, and explaining, "Cave Master, I was formerly a man of East Arrival Cave. These 2 used to be my handmaidens. Little did I know that they would eventually become the Cave Master of East Arrival Cave's handmaidens. You might as well let me ask them." Meng Yi did not cast any suspicion of deceit. He slightly nodded and agreed. During the time when Chen Fei was interrogating the 2 young girls, Li Xian was instead asking Yuan Jingquan somewhat puzzlingly, "Miao Yi? Could that be Horse Deputy Miao Yi from our transient light cave? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 165, On the Brink of Crisis, 4. Chapter 165, On the Brink of Crisis, 4. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Just then, Yuan Jingquan also found the name Miao Yi to be familiar. After the reminder, he finally recalled. Yet, he was dubious as he shook his head and explained that Miao Yi was recommended by Chao Dingfeng. He only had a cultivation at White Lotus first grade back then. It has only been a few years. How could he have become the cave master of East Arrival Cave? Sun Jiaozhou voiced out, "That's not entirely impossible. I remember that he was good friends with the Shi Xiang couple. Since Shi Xiang is here, then there's a high chance that it's referring to that Miao Yi." On hearing that, Meng Yi turned to ask them, "Do you all know this cave master of East Arrival Cave? What is his cultivation level?" Yuan Jingquan immediately responded, "I once had a subordinate whose name is Miao Yi. But I can't be sure whether the cave master of East Arrival Cave is actually him. If it is really that Miao Yi, contrary to what you might expect, there's nothing to fear about him. It can only show that Yang Qing had no other subordinates to use. Yang Chang will definitely lose this war. After listening to him, Meng Ida was also skeptical if it was the same person. A man who can become the subordinate of Yuan Jingquan, how high could his cultivation go? He was only just asking. As for who Miao Yi actually was, he did not feel inclined to care over much for now. Regardless of whether he was here or not, it wouldn't change anything. The men who had spread out to investigate their surroundings all came back one after another to make their report. They didn't discover anything unusual which set Meng Yida's mind at ease. On Chen Fei's side, he also hadn't managed to gather any information. Xian'er and Shui'er really did not know where Miao Yi had gone. On the other hand, the escaped Yan Xiu knew. But the upper echelons had already passed down a gag order, forbidding him to speak of Miao Yi's whereabouts so as to prevent opportunists from realizing that East Arrival Cave's defense existed only in name. Thus, Yan Xiu hadn't informed the two girls as well. He had been afraid that they would become worried if he told them. Meng Yida didn't waste his time on the two handmaidens. He probably figured out that these handmaidens really didn't seem to know where Miao Yi and the others had gone. After they mounted a sneak attack, there was absolutely no preparations being made on this side. These handmaidens barely had the time to collude with each other and fabricate a story. Under duress, it was impossible for everyone to unanimously say that they didn't know. If they really did not fear death, they would not have confessed that Xian'er and Shui'er were the cave master's handmaidens. This proved that they were seriously in the dark on this matter. Yuan Jingquan, I'll leave the rest to you. I will not disappoint Cave Master Meng's expectations. Remember, act according to the plan. You must only lose and not win. You must entice the enemies to delve deeply. Before Meng Yida took his leave, he warned Yuan Jingquan again repeatedly. He then assigned Chen Fei and the others to Yuan Jingquan to help gather together enough troops for one cave. Only then did he lead the others to quickly embark on the journey back, leaving behind Yuan Jingquan and his group by themselves at East Arrival Cave. If there were too many people around, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to lure Qin Weiwei to engage in pursuit. Leaving behind a small number of men was all for the sake of letting Qin Weiwei underestimate the enemy. When he left, Meng Yida surveyed his surroundings, feeling more or less that he had come here in vain. The reason why Mountain Chieftain Duan Jirui had allocated more than 20 men to him was because he was afraid that he would fail, and wanted him to quickly capture East Arrival Cave with a single stroke, and ensure that East Arrival Cave showed signs of being ravaged. But who would have expected that it ended without them even managing to kill even a single cultivator after rousing so many men to come? They had only captured some useless handmaidens. If he had known earlier on that all the cultivators in East Arrival Cave had run off, he would have just let Yuan Jingquan lead his men to attack straight away. There wouldn't have been any need for them to go back and forth in vain. Meng Yida did not seize the handmaidens. It wasn't like he had never seen a woman before. Thus, he left them at Yuan Jingquan's disposal. Yuan Jingquan and the others, having been left behind, appeared as though it had been eons since they had last savored the taste of a handmaiden. It was worthwhile to know that these women who were chosen to be handmaidens were all 1 in 1,000. They could never be compared to the likes of those common women in brothels. Everyone's gazes, every single one of them, lurked about the handmaidens' slender physiques. Even Yuan Jingquan couldn't wait to indulge. From the beginning, he had already set his eyes on the most beautiful pair, Xian'er and Shui'er. It was quite apparent that Chen Fei knew what would become of these handmaidens after this. In order to enrage the incoming reinforcements, they had to be butchered. Taking them along was out of the question. These two were Miao Yi's handmaidens, Miao Yi's trusted aides, and also partners that shared his bed. Chen Fei owed Miao Yi a favor after he had saved his only loved one, so under the current circumstance where he still had the ability to help, he naturally wanted to save them and return Miao Yi's great benevolence from before. He proceeded to interfere, standing before the terrified Xian'er and Shui'er, shielding them as he cupped his hands at Yuan Jingquan smilingly. These two used to be my handmaidens. I hope Cave Master Yuan can be so kind as to let them go. Although at present, Yuan Jinkuan was no longer a cave master, Chen Fei still addressed him as such since, when asking for a favor, one must naturally adopt such mannerisms. Yuan Jinkuan immediately cursed at his wretched luck since he wasn't able to take a bite out of the two meats within his grasp. There was nothing to be done as their master was right here. He couldn't just snatch his own subordinates' women away in front of everybody. He hadn't yet reached the point where his thoughts were completely overcome by lust. Now was the time to attend to important matters. It wasn't worth causing them to fall out and fail. They were just women. Once he had risen back up again, he needn't fear that there would be none. Yuan Jinkuan laughed heartily. I never imagined Brother Chen to be such a swinger. These two have already gone at it with the East arrival cave master and you're still interested in reclaiming them? Chen Fei laughed bitterly as he shook his head, saying, I'm the one who let them down when I abandoned them to make my escape before. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me. Thus, I request Cave Master Yuan to give me this face. Although he wasn't a subordinate of Yuan Jinkuan, and was only ordered to listen to Yuan Jinkuan's commands, he still loosened his stance and addressed himself as a subordinate. Yuan Jinkuan laughed, since Brother Chen has spoken, there'll naturally be no objections. But Brother Chen, think carefully now that things have changed. We must prioritize the grave matter at hand. If Cave Master Meng caught you bringing two women as you flock around, he might be upset and punish you for it. Thank you, Cave Master Yuan, for reminding me. I will make appropriate arrangements and avoid causing trouble. Fine. I have said what needs to be said. You're on your own. Yuan Jinkuan waved his hands and spared the two young girls. Thank you, Cave Master Yuan, for your help. Chen Fei cupped his hands with thanks. The handmaidens will be wasted, war is imminent. It's better to enjoy first and relax. Yuan Jinkuan turned his head to look at the handmaidens. He set his eyes on two whose looks stood out a little, dismounted his dragon steed, and walked directly towards them. Spreading his arms wide open, he dragged the two handmaidens before him, with one arm lifting each of them. Ignoring the two handmaidens' struggles, he turned to laugh at Chen Fei. Brother Chen, don't neglect the task of scouting out intelligence on the enemy. I will live up to your trust. Chen Fei cupped his fists, accepting the order. Laughing heartily, Yuan Jinkuan turned to depart, lifting the two handmaidens as he went straight for the East Arrival Grand Hall. The others, upon seeing that the boss had made his pick, surmised that the remaining were naturally theirs. Since the boss had already taken the lead, the others were also without scruple. They immediately jumped on the bandwagon, snatching up all the remaining handmaidens. Each of them went off to find their own place to engage in debauchery under broad daylight. Every single one of the handmaidens being dragged off were wailing in their direction, Elder Auntie. Little Auntie. Please save us. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhan and Shui couldn't help but to step forth. Only to be halted by Chen Fei, who extended his arm. He shook his head fatally at the two of them while transmitting a message to them surreptitiously, you won't be able to save them. It was already difficult enough for me to save you both. Don't drag yourself into this again. The sounds of clothes being torn, and the blood-curdling screams of women could be faintly heard resounding from the direction of the Grand Hall. With their faces all red and swollen from being slapped, tears immediately poured down their cheeks as Chen and Shui wept into a shambled mess. However, they were powerless. They knew what Chen Fei said was right, they wouldn't be able to save them. Men are despicable. Sun Jiaojiao spat from the sidelines. She had a normal sexual orientation and so held no interest in King a girl. Needless to say, she couldn't join in on the fun. Chen Fei turned around to nod at the three scouts that Meng Yida had assigned to him. They still needed to investigate their enemy, so they did not have the leisure to fool around. The few of them mounted their dragon steeds. From atop his own dragon steed, Chen Fei reached out his hand to drag both Chen and Shui on. Immediately, the four dragon steeds madly galloped away into the distance. After they left the mountain range where East Arrival Cave was situated, Chen Fei was familiar with the terrain in this area. He sent the other three to lie in wait at the place where the others would likely cross, if they were to arrive from the direction of Mount Calming Sea. After they left, Chen Fei turned to ask, "I won't be able to bring you guys along as I rush about. Do any of you know of a suitable place for you to hide?" Both of them then pointed towards a location. It was the dock that the great cave master Miao had requested his men to build by the coast. Chen Fei immediately galloped there, eventually arriving at the coast. After sending the two into the dock within the cliffy reef, he surveyed the enormous space, a little dubious as he asked, "What did Brother Miao build this dock for?" The two young girls shook their heads, indicating that they weren't aware of the reason. Actually, they believed that the reason why the cave master had this dock built was to steer the ship to the island out there to cultivate. But since they were keeping this a secret for the cave master, they weren't willing to reveal it. The two young girls were still too inexperienced in front of Chen Fei. He could tell that they weren't telling the truth, but he didn't attempt to look into it. He only warned, "During this period, it will be a chaotic mess out there. It's better for the both of you to remain hidden here for a few days. Otherwise, if you get found out by anyone, I won't be able to show up by your side in time to save you. I can tell that both of you seems to have crossed over the threshold of the cultivation realm. I guess that staying here and defending your own lives shouldn't pose as much of a problem." Faces still red and swollen from being slapped, the two girls expressed their gratitude with a strangled cry, "Thank you, Sir Chen, for saving our lives. You're on your own." Chen Fei did not say anymore, he still had matters to attend to. Saving these two young girls was already considered a side mission. He would not neglect his own overriding matters for these two young girls. After he said that, he turned about and departed. For now, this was all he could do. They waited for Chen Fei to leave before shifting their gaze around the gloomy dock. The two girls hugged each other and broke down in bitter tears. "Cave Master! Cave Master! Where are you?" In their eyes, they still believed that the cave master was an extraordinary man. If the cave master were at home, then everyone would not have suffered. The ship here was gone. Both of them reckoned that the cave master had gone off to sea again. So they decided to hide here, waiting for the cave master's return. With his right arm wounded, Yan Xiu carried his axe in one hand as his dragon steed galloped forth madly without stopping. He was rushing to reach Mount Calming Sea in order to report to the mountain chieftain. He didn't expect to hear the rumbling sounds of hooves up ahead when fleeing halfway down the path. A mass of cavalry were galloping in his direction from afar. Like a bird being startled by the mere twang of a bough, Yan Xiu was shocked out of his wits. He was about to urge his dragon steed to leap into the nearby mountain forest to hide, but a glance of his transcendence vision revealed that the incoming leader was donned in an exceptionally conspicuous silver armor and fluttering white skirt. He was instantly overcome with joy at the turn of events. The foremost person leading the troops was none other than Qin Weiwei, the mountain chieftain of Mount Calming Sea. At this time, Qin Weiwei had already gathered the troops of 5 caves along the journey, including her own forces. She already had almost 70 men. They looked incredibly intimidating. Upon seeing the battered and exhausted Yan Xiu coming to a halt on the path, the urgently rushing Qin Weiwei seemed to have noticed that the situation was far from good. She raised her hand and the entire cavalry of about 70 units came to a hurried stop, kicking up dust from the ground. "Yan Xiu, why are you here?" Qin Weiwei snapped furiously. Yan Xiu replied with dejection, "Mountain chieftain, East Arrival Cave was ambushed and has already been breached. I risked my life to cut my way out and was lucky enough to break free. However, I fear that the handmaidens at East Arrival Cave must be suffering." This was entirely just as Qin Weiwei expected. Hoisting the serpent lance in her hand, she bellowed in fury, "Move!" Taking the lead to charge forward, she led her massive force to urgently make haste in the direction of East Arrival Cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, On the Brink of Crisis, 5. Chapter 166, On the Brink of Crisis, 5. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. At East Arrival Cave, after the human monsters had wallowed in wantonness with the captured handmaidens, they felt refreshed, energized, and in extremely high spirits. Now, they were simply wreaking havoc on East Arrival Cave. Yuan Jingquan brandished his long halberd as he charged past the mountain gates. Twice, he charged back and forth. Following a rumbling reverberation, the lofty mountain gate, the memorial archway of East Arrival Cave, nobly collapsed. Elsewhere, the other subordinates were being even more aggressive. One by one, each of the residences collapsed with a loud rumble. A few dragon steeds were violently charging through the East Arrival Grand Hall. After enduring a few rounds, the East Arrival Grand Hall also collapsed with a rumble, as smoke and dust rose from the ruins. Charging back, Yuan Jingquan swung his long halberd across to smash into a carved railing by the pond, blasting it into pieces that flew about chaotically. He turned around to once again face everyone before loudly yelling, "Ravage them! Completely destroy them! Anything that can be destroyed must all be laid to waste." The buildings, the winding corridors, and the pavilions, each of these fine constructs were turned into nothing but dust and ruins in a mere instant. On the plaza, more than 10 handmaidens in various states of undress, so much that they were practically naked, had either collapsed, or were sitting on the floor. Some wore wooden expressions, while others wept with their faces in their hands. The lower bodies of some still bore bloodstains from being ravaged. A place that used to be a paradise of immortals in the eyes of the secular mortals, was now left in complete ruins. At this precise moment, Chen Fei was hastily returning with his 3-man cavalry. He was stunned by the scene whilst rushing to Yuan Zhengquan's side. "Cave Master Yuan, what is the reason for this?" Chen Fei said, frowning. He was formerly a man of East Arrival Cave, so he still held some sentiment towards East Arrival Cave. After seeing it laid to waste by Yuan Jingquan, he was genuinely upset. Yuan Jingquan was unconcerned. "Brother Chen, if you wish to lure the enemies deeper, it is necessary to enrage them." Chen Fei sucked in a deep breath of air. With the urgency of the current situation, he could not afford to pursue this matter further. He cupped his hands, saying, "Xin Weiwei's forces are almost here. Cave Master Yuan, please get ready." "So fast?" Yuan Zhengquan was shocked. According to the plan, Xin Weiwei shouldn't have arrived so soon. He was unaware that Xin Weiwei had already been warned of the possibility of East Arrival Cave being raided early on. "Regroup!" Yuan Jingquan bellowed in a hurry. The troops that were going around wreaking havoc swiftly moved to regroup. Unexpectedly, Yuan Jingquan's gaze became focused onto the group of handmaidens. Chen Fei inwardly sighed. He knew that for the sake of enraging Xin Weiwei, he feared that this bastard was now determined to deliver a vicious blow. If Brother Miao were to find out, he would be in a towering rage. "These wretched servants have already heard what we've said. Don't let the news of this leak out." Following Yuan Jingquan's order, the group of handmaidens were dragged away screaming. One by one, they were killed after being hung from their sashes on the ruined beams of East Arrival Grand Hall. Those that did not immediately die either had their necks broken, or were quickly stabbed to death. Regardless of whether they were partially or completely nude, the handmaidens were all hung in a line. Every one of them left with their eyes wide open, and their tongues jutting out, some still with blood dripping from their lower bodies. Truly, it was a tragic sight to behold. The sound of galloping hooves came rumbling from the distance. Yuan Jingquan immediately brandished his halberd and cried out with hatred, "Get in formation and face the enemy." With Yuan Jingquan in the lead, 12 cavalry units immediately set up a defensive line with their weapons in hand. Up ahead, Xin Weiwei was hurriedly leading 70 troops forward when they caught sight of the perpetrators who had turned East Arrival Cave into a pile of ruins. In apparent response to seeing Xin Weiwei's forces greatly outmatch them, Yuan Zhengquan again swiftly yelled out, "The enemy outnumber us. Retreat!" The 12 cavalry units immediately turned tail and hurriedly ran off. The troops that were charging into East Arrival Cave came to a sudden halt. Each of them trailed their gaze over the pile of debris that was once East Arrival Cave. It had been reduced to such a ghastly sight. It was a rare sight to see something of this ilk amongst the forces competing for domains, because if they were to do something like this, even if they did manage to capture it, the reconstruction would only cause more trouble for themselves afterwards. The ghastly sight of a dozen dead handmaidens hanging from the ruined beams of the Grand Hall caused Qin Weiwei's beautiful face to take on an extremely chilling cast. Her tone was ice-cold as she brandished her serpent lance in the direction of the escaping enemy as she said, "Yan Xiu will stay here to guide the reinforcements coming later. The others, follow me to kill. Don't allow any of those bastards to get away. I want to tear them limb from limb." Everyone immediately moved to give chase behind Qin Weiwei, eager to slaughter the escaping enemies. Only Yan Xiu remained at the site. Sitting atop his dragon steed, tears coursing down his aged cheeks as he looked upon his home, one that was destroyed beyond recognition. He had cultivated for so many years, and had always lived humbly. Only after joining East Arrival Cave, had he finally found a sense of dignity. He had become the grand caretaker of East Arrival Cave and already treated East Arrival Cave as his own home. Now that his home had been ruined to this extent, how could he not be buried in grief? The beating of a chill wind had a sobering effect on Yan Xiu. He seemed to recall something, and swiftly dismounted from his dragon steed. He quickly stepped under the beams where a dozen of the dead handmaidens hung. He carefully identified them one by one, yet from among the dead handmaidens, he hadn't seen a trace of those two half-disciples of his. Once again, he did a recount and noticed that there two were less. Shan Er and Shui Er were indeed not among them. Shan Er. Shui Er. Yan Xiu invoked his arts and cried out to his surroundings. He shouted for a long time but nobody answered, so he went into the ruins to search all around once more. After searching for a long time, and turning over every nook and cranny of the collapsed ruins, he still couldn't find them, and instead found his entire body covered in dust. Precisely at this moment, another force was thundering in his direction with great urgency. The person in the lead was none other than Gong Sunyu, the top talent of Mount Kamingxi. Formerly, he was a personal disciple at Yang Qing's side, and was considered Yang Qing's trusted aide. He had a cultivation at White Lotus 8th grade. It was rumored that this person had been courting mountain chieftain Qin Weiwei from the beginning. The entire South Edict Manor knew of this news. With regards to this matter, Manor head Yang Cheng had asked Qin Weiwei for her opinion in private. If Qin Weiwei acknowledged him, he would step in to play matchmaker. In the end, he was instead mocked by Qin Weiwei for being bored. Thus, Yang Cheng hadn't obtained a definite answer. If even Yang Cheng couldn't make heads or tails on where Gong Sunyu and Qin Weiwei's relationship had progressed to, outsiders naturally wouldn't know either. But the moment Gong Sunyu received Qin Weiwei's message by the spiritual eagle, he did not hesitate for a second. Immediately, he commanded his troops to make haste. Out of fear that misfortune might befall Qin Weiwei, he had rushed at full tilt for the entire journey without resting for even a moment, hurriedly charging as fast as lightning. But because of the distance involved, no matter how fast he rushed, he still couldn't catch up to Qin Weiwei. The dreadful state of East Arrival Cave before his eyes made Gong Sunyu shocked beyond measure. His gaze dropped onto the dust-covered Yan Xiu in the ruins. He immediately commanded his dragon steed to charge forth and angrily berated, "What the hell is East Arrival Cave doing, and where is your cave master Miao Yi? Why has it been battered by others to this state?" To the majority, the news about Miao Yi leaving the cave was still being kept a secret, so he still was not aware that Miao Yi wasn't here. Yan Xiu sobbed sporadically as he blamed himself, "I'm useless. Piece of trash." Gong Sunyu swung his spear onto Yan Xiu's shoulder. Thump! Yan Xiu was forced to a semi-kneeling position in the debris on the spot. He again pointed his spear at Yan Xiu's chest, yelling, "I came here on receiving Mountain Chieftain's orders. Have you seen any sign of the Mountain Chieftain?" Yan Xiu choked back a sob and pointed in the direction that Qin Weiwei had gone to attack. Mountain Chieftain led her unit to pursue the enemy. Useless piece of trash. Gong Sun Yu coldly scoffed, as though it was beneath his dignity to dawdle with this rubbish any further. He turned with his spear raised as he sternly commanded, "Let's go." The group did not take a roundabout route. Under Gong Sun Yu's lead, they immediately crossed over the ruins of East Arrival Cave, giving chase in the direction that Qin Weiwei had gone. In contrast, Yan Xiu once again mounted his own dragon steed and began to gallop around the surrounding mountain forest. Grasping onto a last strand of hope, he searched every nook and cranny. His voice could be heard continuously in the mountain forest as he cried out, "Chen er! Shui er!" Meanwhile, young Qing was also in the middle of rushing with great haste to East Arrival Cave. Similarly, he was rushing at full speed to reach there, and did not make any stops. But the tract of land for the entire South Edict Manat was immensely larger than the area of Mount Coming Sea. The speed in assembling the troops of South Edict was definitely not as fast as in Mount Coming Sea. Throughout the journey, Yang Qing could only gather the force of 2 mountains. In the middle of Yang Qing's journey, a spiritual eagle flew through the air towards him before descending on Qing Mei's arm. Qing Mei swiftly retrieved the jade archive from the tube at the spiritual eagle's foot, before passing it to Yang Qing. After Yang Qing read through the news in the jade archive, his expression fell. Immediately a cackling sound could be heard as he crushed the jade archive into pieces. As he expected, the other party had indeed made a premeditated strike. Zhang Diqing of Ever Peace Manor had already set a massive plan in motion. By the time the news reached Yang Qing, it was already too late. Having done his preparations in advance, Zhang Diqing had already almost reached the agreed location with half of his troops, whilst the other half would soon reach the site as well. The scene of waiting to ambush a rabbit from behind a tree was gradually taking shape. They only had to wait for the opponent to walk right into the trap. Having been the first to withdraw, Meng Yi, the cave master of Emerald Forest Cave, had already set his own subordinates at intervals to act as hidden sentries. News of Qin Weiwei pursuing tightly behind Yuang Zhenkuan gradually reached him. Meng Yi himself was now beside the mountain chieftain Duan Jirui. He continued to update Duan Jirui with the latest news of Qin Weiwei gradually being lured into the trap at every step. Right at this moment, Duan Jirui and the rest abruptly turned their head to witness a large squad of troops galloping post-haste across the mountain ranges. Duan Jirui immediately nudged his steed forth to welcome them. Leading a group of men, he dismounted from his dragon steed, and cupped his hands in greetings, manor head. It was none other than Zhang Diqing, the manor head of Ever Peace Manor, who had come with his troops. Duan Jirui was a little surprised. The manor head seemed to have arrived here quite ahead of time. They hadn't officially engaged with Qin Weiwei yet, so why was he here so soon? But he was unaware that Yang Qing had already marched out ahead of expectations, forcing the manor head to push ahead with his plans and causing a slight upset in the timing. "What's the situation?" Zhang Diqing immediately asked. "As manor head expected, Qin Weiwei will soon walk into our trap," Duan Jirui replied. "It looks like Yang Qing is also almost here. I expect that Yang Qing can only assemble 2 mountains worth of men on reaching here, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about." Zhang Diqing coldly laughed, before resolutely calling out, "Mei Yu, Sheng Huaigang, Luan Shutian, Su Zita. Here." 4 of the mountain chieftains under him stepped forth to receive their orders. "The 4 of you shall lead your troops 20 li forward and lie in wait on either side of the mountain. If Yang Qing hasn't arrived, do not reveal yourselves. After Yang Qing barges in, the 4 of you should immediately block off his path. I won't ask you to kill Yang Qing, just cripple his flank. In the end, if Yang Qing is alone and besieged, the only path left for him is death." Understood. The 4 accepted the order. Remember, Yang Qing is a sly fox. He always has a plan. I worry that he will send a man out to scout ahead. Thus, the jaw of the trap must be far apart. Do not let him discover you. Understood. The four men agreed. Duan Jiruwei. Luo Wuqing. Here. The two mountain chieftains stepped forward to receive the order. I'll leave besieging Qin Weiwei to the both of you. With the current circumstances, we have more men than the enemy. If the both of you combined still manage to let Qin Weiwei escape, only punishment awaits you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, First Snow, 1. Chapter 167, First Snow, 1. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Yes. Remember. Just surround Qin Weiwei. Don't kill her. A dead woman won't be able to bait the reinforcements to their deaths, the rest of them can be killed without mercy. After Yang Cheng charges in, Qin Weiwei will no longer have a use. Those you can capture, do so. Those that you can't, kill them immediately. Afterwards, join up with my forces to launch a coordinated attack against Yang Qing. After we kill him, we will immediately lay siege on South Edict, killing all the reinforcements after Yang Qing. We must thoroughly suppress South Edict in this decisive strike. Understood, roared the four mountain chieftains as they accepted their orders. Afterwards, each of them then led their own units away to swiftly begin making preparations. Not long after those mountain chieftains left with their men, the other mountain chieftains under South Edict Manor just arrived at a breakneck pace. They gathered at Zheng Diqing's side, awaiting orders. War was imminent. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was rushing forth with great urgency, filled with a burning anxiety. On the other hand, Qin Weiwei was still boiling with fury as she pursued Yuan Jingquan and the others. She had already charged into the realm of Emerald Forest Cave. Treacherous scum! Stop running! Qin Weiwei growled angrily, gradually catching up to her fleeing enemy. Wielding her longbow, she knocked 3 silver arrows and drew back on the bowstring. Imbued with transcendence energy, a silver arrow shot out with a whoosh. Up ahead, a White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator swiftly twisted around to deflect an arrow with his spear. However, deflecting an attack from a White Lotus 6th grade cultivator jolted his hand, making him lose grasp of his spear. Qin Weiwei once again shot another 2 arrows in rapid succession, and with pinpoint accuracy. After blocking 1 arrow, he was helpless against the other 2. Soon after, one of the arrows struck his waist, while the other pierced through his head. A loud scream erupted, and he fell off his mount, losing his life. Qin Weiwei seemed to have figured out that Yuan Jingquan was the leader of this group. Another 5 arrows rapidly shot out from within her storage ring into her grasp. She fixed her sights on Yuan Jingquan, and quickly released 5 arrows in rapid succession. On hearing the whoosh ing sounds, Yuan Jingquan hastily twisted his body around and violently swept his long halberd across. From the number of clangs that rang out, he managed to deflect 3 arrows. Yet another struck his shoulder, and fortunately for him, Li Xing struck out from his side just in the nick of time, deflecting the last arrow. Otherwise, it would have pierced his chest. Yuan Jingquan hadn't expected that Qin Weiwei would be so skilled in archery. He was almost scared shitless. Just at that moment, a large herd of dragon steeds suddenly leaped into the air from the 2 mountain forest beside them. Over 200 cultivators rapidly surrounded Qin Weiwei's troops. Qin Weiwei and her troops quickly came to an emergency halt, instantly propping their backs against each other, huddling together to assume a defensive formation facing outwards. All of them looked more than a little frantic. Charging back to his own reinforcements, Yuan Jingquan breathed out a sigh of relief. He lifted his hands to pull out the arrow embedded in his shoulder and tossed it away. Quickly turning around with a nasty grin, he pointing his square sky-decorated halberd at Qin Weiwei as he sternly exclaimed, "Wretched woman, today is the day you die." Recalling the series of events that had transpired to culminate into the current situation before her, Qin Weiwei's complexion changed in flash. She would be a simpleton not to have noticed that she had fallen into a trap. Only now did she realize what a fool she had been, but From atop their dragon steeds halfway up the mountain, Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing both simultaneously signaled their command without any needless banter, merely giving voice to a single word: attack. Over 200 cultivators immediately urged their dragon steeds to close in for the kill. Pursing her lips tightly, Qin Weiwei flashed out her serpent lance longspear and responded with a scream: "Everyone gather together. Maintain the formation and don't fall out of line. Follow me to break through the encirclement." The group quickly turned around with Qin Weiwei in the lead. She led them in a wild, desperate charge, intending to break through the entrapment. Abruptly, sounds of clashing erupted as the blood-curdling screams of people mixed in with the grief-stricken cries of the dragon steeds. Some men were beheaded, falling off under their mounts. Some dragon steeds were hacked open right across the middle. The battlefield swiftly reached a climax in a maelstrom of fresh splattering blood, and torn limbs strewn about in all directions. Among the combined forces of two mountains, there were actually 10 cave masters working in tandem. They didn't care about the rest and fixed their sights onto Qin Weiwei, suppressing her and preventing her from retreating even a single step. It was madness to even think of breaking through the entrapment. Although Qin Weiwei was a mountain chieftain, her cultivation hadn't reached the level of 1. She was only at White Lotus 6th grade, which was the cultivation level of a cave master. The only reason she had been able to obtain the post of a mountain chieftain was purely because of her paternal relationship with Yang Qing. Half of the cave masters constantly suppressing her had cultivation levels greater than her own. How was she to fight this war now? Qin Weiwei had immediately fallen into a predicament where she could only gnash her teeth and forcefully fight back. 2 shadowy streaks swept past the boundless sea, before descending just outside the mountain ranges of East Arrival Cave. Yao Ruoxian kept the 2 bar maces into his storage ring with a gesture of his hands. Charcoal bounced with joy on his 4 limbs, his serpentine tail twirling about in circles. It seemed like he knew that they were almost home. Miao Yi spread opened his arms as he joyously took in his surroundings. Finally! I'm back in my own domain. Yao Ruoxian jeered. A mere cave master like you dared to bring along a group of subordinates by himself to venture into the Sea of Constellations. You've left for almost a year, and even caused the death of all the men assigned to you. I don't believe that your superiors will tolerate your atrocious behavior. Maybe the whatever cave master seat has already been replaced. I advise you to just come along with me. Miao Yi suddenly laughed bitterly. Senior Yao, you can't go back on your words. We had an agreement. If the cave master seat has been replaced by another, then I will find the manor head to write off my name from the registry, quit this circle and go with you. If it is still mine, then you have to abide by your promise. He had spent quite a bit of time talking to Yao Ruoxian until he was blue in the face, to get Yao Ruoxian to come here. It was just as he'd said, the hint of the stupid bet was rather strongly implied. If yes, then he would go with Yao Ruoxian. If no, he hadn't lost his caver master seat, then Yao Ruoxian would join East Arrival Cave for 10 years, and slowly foster his relationship with the small mantids. The reason why Yao Ruoxian had agreed was because Miao Yi had given another justification for it. Miao Yi said that Lao Bai knew he was the cave master of East Arrival Cave. So there was a chance that he might come looking for him there. If Lao Bai came, then he could naturally figure out why they couldn't draw the Hell Mantis out from the boundless secular world. If that were to happen, then Yao Ruoxian most likely wouldn't need to wait for 10 years. This had Yao Ruoxian hesitating for a moment. After Miao Yi had repeatedly failed to fulfill his promise, Yao Ruoxian actually hadn't killed him yet. Although the main reason was the small mantids, only Yao Ruoxian himself knew that there wasn't any other factor involved. At the same time, only Miao Yi would believe that he had a silver tongue, and was only able to save himself because of it. As to why the both of them hadn't flown directly to East Arrival Cave, it was very simple. Yao Ruoxian did not want his identity to be exposed. Let's go! Miao Yi mounted charcoal and beckoned Yao Ruoxian. Yao Ruoxian landed a slap on the fat bastard's rear before jumping to sit behind Miao Yi. Charcoal flew into a gallop. He was very familiar with the road here and quickly galloped back down the path. While traveling along the path between the mountains, Charcoal just made a turn around a corner when his speed suddenly dropped drastically. His eyes widened profusely as, even though he was just a beast, he knew what East Arrival Cave should look like. Up ahead, they could see from afar that East Arrival Cave looked different. Miao Yi was instantly frozen in shock atop of Charcoal. His pupils shrunk abruptly as he narrowed his eyes at the ruined East Arrival Cave. His body remained still. Yao Ruoxian had simply been sitting behind Miao Yi, stroking his beard and peering about at his surroundings, when he sensed that something was amiss. After catching sight of the ruined land in the remote mountain range, Yao Ruoxian was a little baffled as he asked, "Brat, this rotten place is your domain?" Miao Yi didn't utter a single word. His eyes kept being drawn inexorably to that place, as he allowed Charcoal to head back with him in tow. Galloping up to just before the mountain gate, Charcoal came to a stop. He kept twisting his head around to look at Miao Yi a few times. "Why does this place feel like it has been devastated by someone?" Yao Ruoxian clicked his tongue as he leaped from Charcoal's back. Miao Yi's dull gaze swept across the collapsed Mountain Gate Memorial Archway. Before he left, this memorial archway was large and imposing, with an air of extraordinary grandness. Now, it had become like this. Gradually lifting up his gaze, he swept them across a ruined East Arrival Cave. Not a single building was left standing in the entire East Arrival Cave. Everything had been destroyed. He then locked his gaze onto the wreckage of the East Arrival Grand Hall. From the ruined beams hung the corpses of handmaidens lined up in a row, making him start abruptly in shock. Charcoal suddenly charged ahead at high speed, abandoning the squinting Yao Ruoxian and rushing to the collapsed staircase of the ruined Grand Hall. Miao Yi lifted his head to gaze at the seat on the high platform where a dozen corpses hung, swaying slightly in the chill wind. They were placed right over the prized cave master's seat that he normally sat in. The 12 handmaidens were all almost completely naked. Some of their exposed skin still had palm prints on them. Some of their naked torsos were left uncovered with blood trickling down from their sensitive nether regions to pool at their feet. Some of the hung corpses even had their stomachs cut open, with their guts hanging and blood oozing out heavily. Miao Yi's entire body was visibly trembling a little, his complexion turning white. His head was feeling numbed, and his eyes bulged in rage as his heart rate began accelerating. His chest heaved up and down with a burning sensation. He gradually clenched his fists until a cracking sound popped out. Even if he hadn't had any experience with sex, he roughly understood the manner of humiliation these handmaidens had faced before death. Although he wasn't experienced, it was obvious from the color of the bloodstains and the fresh traces of the collapsed buildings that this had only just happened not long ago. Yao Ruoxian floated to his side and stared at the 12 corpses gently swaying in the chill wind. He also seemed to feel that this was really going quite overboard. Knitting his brows, he asked, "Who the hell did this?" Miao Yi made no answer, except his complexion had already turned a ghastly shade of white. Charcoal brought him to step onto the ruins of the Grand Hall, circling under the ruined beams in order to identify each of their faces. He knew all of them, they were all the handmaidens of East Arrival Cave, but he had yet to catch sight of the corpses of Qian-Er and Shui-Er, the ones he didn't want to see the most. Yet, he still let out a furious roar at the heavens. "Who did this? Get out here right now. I will slaughter your entire family clan." The sound was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the land. It resonated with a hum, so much that dust all over the debris began shivering wildly, appearing as though a layer of mist were forming. A response quickly came from the distance. Face distorted in rage, Miao Yi turned to look. Yao Ruoxian quickly followed his gaze, only to see a lone rider leaping out from the mountain forest. The person was none other than Yan Xiu, who had been looking everywhere for Qian-Er and Shui-Er. After hearing Miao Yi's voice, he had rushed back. Covered in dust, Yan Xiu stared at Miao Yi in a daze, one hand carrying his broad axe whilst his other arm was wounded and marked with traces of blood. He looked battered and exhausted as he gradually came to a stop at the ruins. Glistening tears began to gradually well up in Yan Xiu's reddened eyes. The cave master was still that cave master, and charcoal was still that chubby charcoal. Everything proved that the cave master had indeed returned. He had really came back, but his timing couldn't be any worse. A chilling wind continued blow as specks of gray shadow began drifting down from the darkening sky. Lifting his head to look, Yao Ruoxian extended his hand to catch the things that were falling. It was a snowflake that melted in his palm. It was the first snowfall of the year, but judging from the scene before his eyes, it seemed to have come at an inopportune moment. Everything was cloaked in white, as if a funeral were being held, only serving to make the scene before him even more forlorn. It would probably make this brat tremble with cold, wouldn't it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, First Snow, 2. Chapter 168, First Snow, 2. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Specks of snowflakes fell and melted over the ruins. Miao Yi stood, feeling distant and aloof as the 12 corpses hung behind him. A wave of barely suppressed killing intent pervaded from his body as he coldly glared down at Yan Xiu. He didn't utter a single word and continued to level his frosty gaze at Yan Xiu, waiting for him to give an explanation. Cave Master. You're finally home. Yan Xiu abruptly choked out in sorrow as he recovered his wits. He leapt off his dragon steed and ran up to Miao Yi, before kneeling down on one leg, thrusting his axe into the ground. He was ashamed to face him. Tears streamed down his aged cheeks as he choked back a sob, shaking his head in reply. Yan Xiu is useless. I have betrayed Cave Master's great trust. 1,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for Yan Xiu's crimes. With these words, Miao Yi could finally reaffirm that he was still the cave master of this land. Yang Qing had not replaced him with another. Truthfully, he had already gathered that was the case after seeing the faces of the handmaidens clearly. If someone else had replaced him in overseeing East Arrival Cave, those handmaidens would have already been sent back to East Arrival City to take up posts in the manner of merciful hope. This was the normal convention, as nobody wished for their handmaidens to be second-hand goods. Even if they did, they wouldn't have retained all of them. He had been gone for a long time. Since Yang Qing held his position as cave master, it was clear that Yang Qing really held him in high regard. Yet it was exactly because of this, because he knew it was still own abode, that such havoc and destruction truly made him feel overcome with fury. His entire body felt as though it had been shocked by electricity. His head felt numb, his mouth and tongue were beyond dry. From top to bottom, his entire body felt a tingling numbness. Yao Ruoxian shifted his head to cast a glance at Miao Yi. He muttered in his heart, surprised that such a brat was actually the cave master of this abode. A cave master of White Lotus 3rd grade. He had truly seen a ghost. In coming here, he had also wished to verify whether Miao Yi was truly a cave master. Before, he still held some suspicions, but now, it seemed that it was really true. The man before him didn't look like he was pretending to put on a show together with the brat. Looking grim and white, Miao Yi continued glaring coldly at the forthright Yan Xiu still kneeling down on one knee. Who did this? He demanded mercilessly, angrily biting off each word. While your subordinate was patrolling the mountain, I glimpsed Yuan Jingkuan leading Li Xian and Sun Jiajiao along with the rest, attacking from the behind the mountain. Your subordinate was alone, too weak in power, and wasn't able to ward them off. I couldn't save the handmaidens in time. It was all I could do to risk my life breaking through the entrapment. After fortunately making my escape, I immediately rushed towards Mount Kamingsi to deliver the news. I didn't expect that I would then run into the mountain chieftain who, having caught wind of the news, was rushing here with her troops. By the time I charged back with the mountain chieftain, the abode had turned into this. I personally witnessed Yuan Jingkuan and the others escaping. Soon after, mountain chieftain and her troops followed in pursuit. Yan Xiu explained the past situation through choked sobs. He. Yuan Jingkuan. He. After listening to everything, Miao Yi laughed manically in rage. Even in his dreams, he wouldn't have imagined that Yuan Jingquan would unexpectedly return. He hadn't forgotten about that man. Back then, that scum had made everyone his scapegoat and almost cost him his life. If it wasn't for Yang Qing treating him favorably, he would have long been dead. The most important thing was he had killed Luo Jin and Chao Dingfeng. Miao Yi didn't have much friends, and two of the few he had died because of that bastard, Wang Zhenkuan. When that bastard wanted to escape, he could have brought everyone along with him. Instead, he had pushed them all to their deaths without any cause. Before he had even taken revenge on him, Yuan Jingquan had actually come back to harm him again. New hatred and old grudges burned together in Miao Yi's chest, stifling him and making him feel excruciating agony. From the fleshy feelers that remained connected to him, Charcoal felt some restlessness, because he sensed Miao Yi's unspeakably towering rage. Charcoal was agitated and wanted to pace around, but Miao Yi forced him to remain in place, facing Yan Xiu. He. Yuan Zhenkuan. Miao Yi gave a hollow smile as he stared at Yan Xiu. Then asked, "Where did Qianer and Shui'er go?" Yan Xiu's lips quivered uncontrollably as he shook his head. Yan Xiu is useless. I couldn't find them anywhere, and they don't have any mounts. I'm afraid that they didn't run away in time. I fear that they've already been captured by Yuan Jingquan. Captured? Miao Yi's eyes immediately widened. The scene before him was enough for him to imagine the horrors that Qianer and Shui'er might be subjected to after being captured. Could it be that it wasn't enough to torture the two girls to death? They still wanted to drag them along and continue abusing and raping them. Was it because they discovered that those two were the cave master's handmaidens, and so decided to do it in this manner? Was it for the sake of deliberately humiliating him? He always wanted to find his younger siblings so he could take care of them by his side. If he had really brought them here, would they have suffered the same fate? Could he even protect them? A surge of hot blood instantly rushed to his head. Miao Yi could no longer contain the raging fury inside him. Abruptly, he faced towards the sky and furiously bellowed, "Arrgiashish! Yuan Jingquan, you will rue the day you were born. I swear I will kill you. If I do not exact this vengeance, then I am not human." "What are you screaming at?" Below him, Yao Ruoxian used his pinky to dig his ears. "My ears are numb from the noise. Can you kill by shouting the loudest? I've never seen it before." Yan Xiu didn't know who the sloppy old man was. He lifted his head to witness Miao Yi bellowing in rage. Seeing the cave master grief-stricken, he couldn't help but lower his head, once again confessing to his mistake through choked sobs. "Yan Xiu is useless. I have betrayed cave master's great trust." After venting out his rage, Miao Yi took a deep breath. He tried his hardest to calm himself down, and shook his head saying, "It's not your fault. You wouldn't be able to stop them with just you alone. It was already fortunate that you managed to escape. I am the one to blame. If I hadn't brought everyone with me, it would not have come to this. Now rise." By the time Yan Xiu slowly came to his feet, Miao Yi had flipped his palm over, and promptly plucked a celestial fruit from the immortal herb that shot out from his storage ring. He blew out a wisp of starry clouds which drifted into the wounds on Yan Xiu's arms. After healing his wounds, Miao Yi casually flung over the celestial fruit. Upon receiving the celestial fruit in his hand, Yan Xiu was a little stunned. He didn't know what this item was, but he could feel that it was undoubtedly a divine healing medicine. The mystical effect was almost the same as the divine healing medicine, the glorious star immortal herb of the cultivation world. Was the cave master gifting this treasure to him? Keep this item with you. Use it if there's an emergency. Sure enough, Miao Yi was gifting this to him. This was to reward Yan Xiu, based on the fact that he hadn't behaved like his past self, but had instead risked his life over simply surrendering. To Miao Yi, this was worth rewarding him generously. "Cave master, thank you." Eyes reddened, Yan Xiu cupped his hands with his axe raised. Beneath the high platform, Yao Ruoxian rolled his eyes. When he plucked 2 celestial fruits, this brat had been extremely stingy, yet now he was being generous. A cultivator at the Red Lotus realm like him wasn't even held with any respect. Yan Xiu. Here. In an unnervingly deadpan manner, Miao Yi challenged, "Do you dare to come forth with me to take the life of that accursed brigand, Yuan Jingquan?" Yan Xiu once again cupped his fists. "Your subordinate pledges his life to follow you. Reward him again." Without the slightest hesitation, Miao Yi retrieved a storage ring from his waist and casually flung it at Yan Xiu. "Keep it." After receiving the item in his hand, only then did Yan Xiu notice the 6 storage rings Miao Yi wore on his hands. He was honestly rather startled. Although he hadn't stopped grieving, although still gradually formed in his mind, the cave master had struck gold. There were more rewards. Miao Yi gave another flip of his hand, and a pair of large silvery broad axes appeared. They were considerably larger than the ones in Yan Xiu's grip. Not only that, the handle had chains on them. He also tossed them to Yan Xiu. "I'm giving you a transcendent artifact you're familiar with, so that you can join me to kill. This is a pair of first-grade transcendent artifacts. Remove the thread of art source from within and imbue it with your own, then they will become your transcendent artifacts." He had already forgotten which fort master these weapons belonged to. Before this, they were almost refined by Yao Ruoxian, but Miao Yi had thought that these transcendent artifacts were rather suited for Yan Xiu's use, so he had intentionally kept them. It wasn't the end yet. A mid-grade orb of will shot out from Miao Yi's hand and fell onto Yan Xiu's hand. "Keep it for your use." Yan Xiu was a little alarmed. A celestial fruit, storage ring, a pair of transcendent artifacts and a mid-grade orb of will. The cave master was so lavish with his generosity, it seemed like he had really struck gold in the sea of constellations. But where were the rest of the men that the cave master had brought along gone to? To the current Miao Yi, all those weren't much at all. Even after subtracting the items consumed by Yao Ruoxian while refining his transcendent artifacts, the items he had consumed for cultivation, and the rewards he had just given Yan Xiu. Now with just the storage rings he owned alone, including the one from Yang Cheng and Madame Wei Hua, he had 211 of them. If all his crystal coins were to be converted to gold crystals, he would have more than 30 million gold crystals in currency. He still had 82 first-grade transcendent artifacts which he hadn't used. As for low-grade orbs of will, there were 458 of them. Mid-grade orbs of will, 171. While for gradeless Yao cores, there were 888 of them. First-grade Yao cores, he had 170. There was still half a case of blaze resins, including more than 10,000 pots of spiritual wine brewed from spiritual herbs. Drinking them would definitely assist in raising one's cultivation level. The other odd bits and ends didn't count. In short, comparing Miao Yi to a normal cultivator of his level, he was very rich. Yet how could he have the mood to count these things right now? There were a dozen corpses behind him. It made him bristle with rage. They all stared at their dear cave master in wide-eyed torment, their tongues dangling, and with the land before them ruined and ravaged by others. Each of the items he had given to Yan Xiu were not for the sake of flaunting them. They were all for Yan Xiu to accompany him on his quest to kill. If his enemies did not fall under his blade, he wouldn't be able to cleanse the grudge branded into his heart. "Senior Yao, if I do not seek vengeance, then I, Miao Yi, cannot eat or rest in peace. Will you aid me?" asked Miao Yi as he looked towards Yao Ruoxian beneath him. Yao Ruoxian lifted his head towards the sky and replied as though it had nothing to do with him. "This is your own enmity. It's none of my business. Just don't forget the agreement between us." As with the situation now, and before when discussing their agreement, Yao Ruoxian was afraid that he would need to temporarily submit himself under East Arrival Cave. However, they had already reached an agreement beforehand that he, Yao Ruoxian, would be able to roam freely and not be tied down by Miao Yi in any way. He also would not become Miao Yi's subordinate, or be required to respect him as a superior. Miao Yi wouldn't even dream of ordering him about. He knew Yao Ruoxian would definitely smash him to death with his bar mace. Joining East Arrival Cave was all for the sake being an official resident of East Arrival Cave, so it would be easier for him to bond with the small mantids. He wasn't here to be Miao Yi's subordinate. Those 85 small mantids were now currently creeping about in Yao Ruoxian's wide sleeves. On hearing his response, Miao Yi knew he couldn't force him, so he didn't say another word. Unexpectedly, Yao Ruoxian then pursed his lips at the 12 corpses hanging from the ruined beams. Your squabbles are of no concern to me, you go kill whatever you want. I will help you bury these poor bodies. There is no need. Miao Yi said coldly. Hey! Yao Ruoxian was instantly upset, and coldly scorned, I'm giving you face by helping you do some chores. Aren't you getting riled up, brat? Yan Xiao turned to take a good look at Yao Ruoxian. He didn't know who he was exactly, but the cave master seemed to be afraid of him. Senior, you are mistaken. Miao Yi slowly turned his steed around, and pointed at every single one of the hung bodies with their tongues jutting out. He snapped angrily, Senior, look at them. All of them have their eyes wide open. Every single one of them is looking at me. If I, Miao Yi, can't avenge them, even if I bury them, they will not rest in peace. For the time being, let them hang here and witness with their own eyes. For every day that I can't avenge them at East Arrival Cave, let them watch me for another day longer. I, Miao Yi, will not permit them to absolve me, even if they were to become ghosts. If I can't avenge them, then East Arrival Cave should never be rebuilt. The moment those words came out, they were powerful and resonating, as though he had sworn to the heavens above. Yan Xiao listened until his lips tightened. Even Yao Ruoxian was moved as he stared at Miao Yi in a daze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, First Snow, 3. Chapter 169, First Snow, 3. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. It wasn't that Miao Yi was overlooking his shortcomings. Back then, he had caused the death of Wang Zifa and the others in the Sea of Constellations, and wasn't the slightest bit guilty about it. Those group of bastards never had good intentions to begin with. If he hadn't taken drastic measures to forcefully subdue them and lure them with profits, they would never have listened to his commands, and would definitely have acted like Song Fu. However, these handmaidens were innocent. If Yuan Jinkuan had merely killed them, then it was out of bad luck and that was how their life had turned out. But Yuan Jinkuan shouldn't have humiliated them while they were still living, and continued to insult them further by hanging them here after death. His actions were devoid of conscience. Even heaven and earth could no longer bear him. This was something that could only be done by a bastard. He was insulting East Arrival Cave, and furthermore, insulting the East Arrival Cave Master. Miao Yi had never felt such fury before. If he did not seek revenge, then he wasn't a man. Perhaps heaven and earth were truly present in spirit. The moment he cried out, a chilling gust of wind blew past. The 12 corpses began to rock, as if in eager anticipation after hearing Miao Yi's oath. Miao Yi's gaze swept across each faces on the corpses. Abruptly, he turned his head around and spread open his arms. A cloud of silvery mist exploded from the storage ring before descending on him in quick succession. An extraordinarily grand and commanding set of silver armor immediately rested on him, with the inversed scale spear tightly clutched in his hand. Beneath him, Charcoal cried out, similarly clad in a forbidding armor as if he were a monster that had emerged from ancient times. In an instant, Yan Xiao seemed to have forgotten his sorrows as he stared at Miao Yi in wide-eyed amazement, having been caught quite off guard. A set of transcendent artifacts? Even Charcoal has one? This roar, dragon roars resounded throughout the desolate land, as Miao Yi swung the inversed scale spear in his grip. Turning his steed around, his gaze once again swept over the unsightly corpses hanging there. The men of East Arrival Cave are not completely dead yet. Yan Xiao. Follow your cave master into battle, to slaughter, he bellowed furiously. Just like a monster, Charcoal swiftly trampled through the ruins, carrying Miao Yi as he charged ahead on his path. The obstructions that hadn't completely collapsed yet were barreled into and sent flying. They had an unstoppable, and astonishingly formidable presence. His entire body quivering, Yen Xiu loudly yelled, "Understood." Quickly leaping onto his mount, they rapidly jumped over the ruins and swiftly pursued after Miao Yi. The rumbling sounds of the two traveling dragon steeds gradually disappeared far behind the mountain. Yao Ruoxian stood at his original spot, peering about his surroundings. Scratching his head, he realized that he felt a bit bored being by himself. Especially considering there were still a dozen grotesque female corpses above him. Whenever the wind blew, they would turn to stare at him with their tongues jutting out and their eyes open wide, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. F***CK. Did I take the wrong pill? How did I get kidnapped by that brat to help him look after his home, muttered Yao Ruoxian incoherently while gripping his beard. Inside the realm of Emerald Forest Cave, a bloody battle scene unfolded. Still heavily surrounded, the newly refined winged helm had already been struck off Qin Weiwei's head, scattering her raven hair into a disheveled mess on her shoulders. She was severely injured, her expression was ghastly pale, with blood hanging from the corners of her lips. Her mount had already been beheaded, and her skirt stained with red. Limping, she continued to brandish the serpent lance in a circle to ward off attacks. She was already a spent arrow, dragging herself on as she grit her teeth. She had already killed 2 of the 10 cave masters who had surrounded her, but she was now helpless against the remaining 8. Every single one of the 8 cave masters held a trace of mockery on their face as they circled around Qin Weiwei. At times, they would strike out to toy with her. Obviously, they could have killed her already, but they chose not to, very much like how a cat toyed around with a mouse. It's uncertain if Transient Light Cave was a place where traitor were born, but the moment that the battle was engaged in earnest, the Transient Light Cave master under Qin Weiwei immediately cried out in surrender when he saw that he was in danger. However, his opponent wasted no time and immediately beheaded the Transient Light Cave master after he laid down his weapon. It was precisely because they would only face death regardless of where they turned to, that the remaining men were forced to fight with everything they had. Yet, there was too much of a gap in strength between the two parties. The 2 mountain chieftains, Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing, with Blue Lotus first-grade cultivation hadn't made a single move, and were simply watching the scene from halfway up the mountain. One by one, the 5 cave masters Qin Weiwei brought were slaughtered. Out of about 70 men under her, nobody survived. Only Qin Weiwei was left alive and being toyed around with as a ruse to lure in the reinforcements. Both Guan Jirue and Luo Wuqing had lost about 20 men. After all of Qin Weiwei's men were decimated, the 2 mountain chieftains watching the fight gave a signal. Apart from the 8 cave masters surrounding Qin Weiwei that continued to toy with her, the rest immediately withdrew and hid in the mountain forest on either side. When Gong Sunyu arrived with the others in tow and saw that Qin Weiwei was in such a tragic state, his eyes bulged. Without any hesitation, he signaled the others as he thundered in rage, "Attack!" The units following him began charging towards them from afar at great speeds. In response, Qin Weiwei let out an anguished cry, "Gong Sunyu, quickly retreat! It's an ambush!" Although he was shocked, Gong Sunyu still continued charging with his men, trying in vain to rescue Qin Weiwei before making their escape. The repercussions of such an act were as expected. More than 100 men charged out from the mountain forest on either sides, once again trapping Gong Sunyu in the middle. Seeing the strategy of ambushing rabbits from behind the tree effectively crippling the enemy forces twice in quick succession, even the manor head of Ever Peace Manor, Zhang Diqing, couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the battle from the distant mountain range. At exactly the same moment, 3 cave masters serving under Qin Weiwei, the cave master of 10,000 spirits, Wang Hai, the cave master of Sun Believer Cave, Li Yuqian, and the cave master of Coiling Clouds Cave, Zhang Yunyang, arrived together with the forces from the 3 caves. Caught in a pinch, Gong Sunyu was overjoyed as he shouted out in surprise, "Hurry and help us break through the encirclement!" These 3 cave masters were seniors by Yang Qing's side, and were his trusted aides. The reason why they were assigned under Qin Weiwei was to assist her in emergencies. After seeing Qin Weiwei in danger, the 3 of them naturally couldn't sit idly by the sidelines. They immediately combined their forces to form a wedge, commanding their forces to pierce through like a keen blade. Signaling with his hand, Duan Jirue commanded the company of over 100 cultivators to immediately open up a path, taking the initiative to let Wang Hai and the others in. After the 3 cave masters entered with their men, the opening was immediately sealed. By the sidelines, Luo Wuqing signaled with a shout, "Attack!" Another wave of over 100 men charged out from the mountain forest on either sides. The forces of 2 mountains once again joined forces to attack from all sides, instantly crushing the cultivators of Mount Kangxi into a pitiful state. Qin Weiwei was painfully overwhelmed by anger and depression. She feared that Mount Kangxi would suffer utter defeat. Gongsun Yu proved himself worthy of being known as the #1 expert of Mount Kangxi. He managed to protect Qin Weiwei, brandishing his spear and launching vigorous attacks while circling around her, forcing the others to keep their distance. Wan Hai, Li Yuqian and Zhang Yunyang charged towards them swiftly and, together with Gongsun Yu, they enclosed Qin Weiwei to protect her. They were truly the senior subordinates under Yang Qing. Even as things came to a head, they still intended to protect Qin Weiwei and risk their lives breaking through. However, the numbers surrounding them were overwhelming. It was easy to get in, but almost impossible to escape. However, this instead gave Qin Weiwei an opening. With her hands free, she immediately summoned a bow from her storage ring once more. Standing alone in the center, she quickly drew her bow. A stream of whooshing noises sounded from her hands as the arrows swiftly shot out in quick succession, helping her subordinates defuse the crisis. In acting together, they actually managed to, for a brief moment, force the surrounding enemies to keep their distance. Nevertheless, she was already severely injured to begin with. On top of that, she was consuming a great amount of transcendence energy. Practically at every moment she imbued her transcendence energy to shoot an arrow, wisps of blood would trickle from the corners of her mouth. Her body was definitely on the verge of collapsing. Although she was doing her best to grit her teeth and hold on, it looked as though she could collapse at any moment. Snow was falling, drifting about in a flurry, yet the snowfall did not fall heavily. Miao Yi and Yan Xiu were charging up the hillside together when they came to a sudden halt. The situation ahead threw them both off. It didn't take a genius to figure out the true situation before their eyes. Both of them could tell that Qin Weiwei and the others had fallen for the enemy's trap and were being heavily besieged. It wasn't at all comparable to the forces that attacked East Arrival Cave under Yuan Jingquan's command. Here, it was obvious that there were the forces of 2 mountains surrounding them. Yan Xiu, stay here and prepare to provide support. If I don't return, immediately flee for your life from here, said Miao Yi, slowly raising the inversed scale spear in his hand. Yan Xiu was extremely shocked and quickly cautioned, Cave Master, the enemy has the advantage in numbers. It would be futile even if you go. Besides, Qin Weiwei has always gone head-to-head with you. Why do you want to throw your life away in vain? Let's go back to find the manor head. Miao Yi shook his head, and pursed his lips as he said, although I dearly wish for that vile Qin Weiwei to die, Yang Qing has treated me with kindness. I cannot watch on idly and ignore as his daughter is on the brink of danger. Cave Master. Feeling anxious, Yan Xiu tried to persuade him again. But Miao Yi already waved his hand to cut him off. Even though I, Miao Yi, was born as a town butcher, I understand a certain principle. A man of character should do what is right and forego what is wrong. Yang Qing has always been kind to me, and a learned man should be ready to die for his bosom friends. Today is the day I repay his kindness. Not far away, Yao Ruoxian had snuck up and was hiding beneath a large tree. Looking as though he had heard some of their conversation, he slowly turned his head to stare at Miao Yi in shock. Cave Master. Yan Xiu managed to choke out. He could feel his blood racing when he heard Miao Yi's words, his chest heaving up and down urgently. "I am willing to follow Cave Master through fire and water," he cried out emotionally. With this, he declared his intent to follow Miao Yi even unto death. "Yan Xiao. Could it be that I can't command you anymore?" Miao Yi swept a cold glance towards him. Yan Xiao cupped his fists with gnashed teeth and said, "I will do as you bid." Roar! Miao Yi thrust the inversed scale spear in his grasp straight ahead, and instantly, charcoal shot out swiftly like an arrow released from a bow. The sinister battle armor on Charcoal's body gradually emitted a crystalline white light, fusing together with a similar brilliance emerging from Miao Yi's body. The speed at which he ran became faster than ever before. Observing and commanding the battle from halfway up the mountain, Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing both had their attention snagged by a lone steed charging towards them at breakneck speed. Both of them were caught a little by surprise, and thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Whose mount was it that would actually don a set of transcendence artifacts? Seeing a man with such a luxurious set of armor appear, both of them initially thought that young Qing had arrived. However, after opening their transcendence vision to examine more closely, they discovered that it was not the case. Yet the imposing manner of this lone cavalryman was incredibly astonishing, and made them worry that some sort of expert had suddenly appeared. They didn't dare to brashly dispatch troops to intercept him. Duan Jirue loudly shouted out, "Who goes there?" Quite a number of the cultivators surrounding Qin Weiwei were also surprised to the point of turning their heads to look. "The cave master of East Arrival Cave, Miao Yi, is here. Who dares to challenge me?" Miao Yi angrily bellowed in a response that resonated throughout the mountain range. When he finished, a number of the men felt relieved. It turned out that this person was just the cave master of East Arrival Cave. They had honestly thought that some expert had come. However, the besieged men of Mount Comingxi had their spirits irrationally lifted. The cave master of East Arrival Cave who had beheaded Fan Renfang and Feng Ziyu had arrived. Above all, Miao Yi's powerful tagline of "Miaoyi is here, who dares to challenge me?" actually made them see a glimmer of hope in breaking through the entrapment. Whilst using his spear to parry and kill, Gong Sun Yu was instantly filled with joy as he shouted, "Cave Master Miao! The mountain chieftain is here! Hurry and help us to break through!" With a signal from Duan Jirue, 20 men immediately separated themselves from the troops besieging Qin Weiwei and her group, quickly speeding to meet Miao Yi. He didn't know much of Miao Yi, so he intended to dispatch a few men to check him out first. Upon seeing 20 men charging towards him, Miao Yi bellowed with fury, "Those who are in my way shall die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 170, First Snow, 4. Chapter 170, First Snow, 4. Translator, Kalad Editor, Tom Yummy. 2 cave masters charged to the fore. They rode their steeds in formation, and stabbed their spears forward together. There was an illusory 6-petaled white lotus on both of their foreheads. Usually, Miao Yi would not be so bold as to go head-to-head against them. However, with the might of his treasured first-grade spear, as well as his own cultivation, he had no need for fear and was fully capable of facing them head-on. As the inversed scale spear jerked out, its body was wrapped in a resplendent white light while the roars of dragons swept towards the 2 men in front of him. 10 bitter years of training on the island was now fully displayed with gleaming sharpness. The dragon roars resounded as he struck out with his spear. It was hard to tell how many times he pierced forward in that moment as cold sparks flew in quick succession. Clank! Clank! 2 loud rings reverberated. The spears in the 2 cave masters' hands had been struck away. While they were still taken by surprise, Miao Yi had already slipped himself between the both of them with his relentless momentum. Blood spurted out of the neck of one of the cave masters, his entire neck exploded with a bang. And his entire body toppled over backwards. Meanwhile, the spearhead in Miao Yi's hands had already punctured the other man's waist, leaving behind a bloody hole. In that instant, Charcoal had already slipped past between the two with Miao Yi in tow, and continued charging forth in a frenzied manner. Another spear came from the front, but Miao Yi shook it off with his own. Beneath him, Charcoal had no intentions of evading and directly crashed into the enemy's dragon steed. The sharp, long horn on Charcoal's forehead pierced right into the head of the dragon steed that came charging forward. The enemy's dragon steed didn't even have the chance to scream in agony, before getting rammed into a bloody mess and flipped over by Charcoal's forceful charge. As the person on top of the steed jumped up in shock, a cold glint came from beneath him and penetrated his stomach, creating another gaping wound. Miao Yi flicked him away with a single swing. Immediately after, his spear struck out again like a dragon, piercing forward in a torrential storm. Kill! Miao Yi screamed in rage, raising everyone's morale. Charcoal, whose movements had slowed down from the crash, widened its eyes as its forehooves stomped ferociously at a frightening speed. It sped up and continued to madly dash forward. The inversed scale spear threw up a terrifying gale above Miao Yi as one cold glint after another thrust forth and withdrew from his hands. He wasn't concerned with his flank, nor did he care about his back. His only concerns were for the enemies that dared to stand before his forward path. Riding his steed with spear in hand, Miao Yi flowed like a stretch of white silk as he met the 20 oncoming steeds. Yet, he effortlessly broke through them all. As the cold glint thrust forth and back again, the roars of dragons continued to resound. Wielding his spear, he rode his steed like a raging wave, not slowing down in the slightest. Not a single soul dared to face the edge of his assault. The draconic roars of the inversed scale spear made one's spirit tremble even as its cold radiance opened a path. Where Charcoal passed, figures fell from their dragon steeds one after another. Not long after 8 cultivators had already fallen to the inversed scale spear, everyone else was now too afraid to try and stop him. They quickly spread out to the sides to avoid him. Every single one of them were scared to a deathly whiteness. Miao Yi instantly broke past the crowd that tried to stop him, and charged directly at the place where about 200 men continued to encircle the others. He lifted his spear and angrily shouted, "Miao Yi is here. Those who stand in my way shall die." From halfway up the mountain, Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing both sucked in a deep breath. They looked at each other, unwilling to admit Miao Yi's overwhelming spearcraft, and could only praise, truly an entire body of prized treasures. On a far-off mountain, Zhang Diqing squinted his eyes as he watched the battle. He extended his arm to point ahead as he asked the people about him, "How was I not informed that Yang Qing had such a fierce general as a subordinate?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. They also hadn't heard of it before. Perhaps it was because Miao Yi's murderous aura was too shocking. It was truly a sharpness none could withstand. The people that stood in Miao Yi's way all fell to his spear within 2 strikes. Seeing him massacre his way towards them like a bolt of lightning, not a single one of the 200 men surrounding Qin Weiwei's group dared to impede his path. As he continued to single-handedly battle ahead, Miao Yi was like a rock smashing into tofu. Everywhere he went, men would dodge to the sides. After he had instantly killed 2 cave masters with his spear, all the other cave masters didn't dare test their luck, and cowered from him in fear. Without any obstacles, Miao Yi managed to charge directly towards Gong Sun Yu and company all by himself, immediately making them overjoyed. As she grit her teeth through her difficult ordeal, Qin Weiwei had a complicated expression as she gazed at Miao Yi, whose overwhelming prowess and might was like a god that had descended onto the mortal realm. As she allowed herself to feel relief, she suddenly lost all tension in her body and began to fall over. A large and strong hand suddenly reached to grab her. As he leaned over, Miao Yi held onto her wrist and pulled, quickly lifting Qin Weiwei over to his own steed and seating her behind him. At the same time, he pulled Qin Weiwei's arm across his waist and gestured for her to hold on. "Hold on tight," Miao Yi shouted. As Charcoal swiftly shifted around under him, the inversed scale spear in his hand trembled with a dragon's roar as it was jabbed directly towards someone in particular. It was none other than the man who led Li Xian and Sun Jiajiu as they stared wide-eyed back at him, Yuan Zhenkuan. It looked as though the three of them found it a little difficult to believe that this person was the same horse deputy Miao Yi back in Transient Light Cave. Suddenly, all they could hear was Miao Yi bellowing, "Bastard Yuan Jingquan, die!" Yuan Jingquan was startled. He immediately turned around and ran away, hiding himself behind the crowd. Unexpectedly, Miao Yi didn't give chase. Instead, he waved his spear and shouted towards Gong Sun Yu and the others, "Follow behind me. Slaughter our way out." He knew now wasn't the time to dawdle. He had simply relied on his aura to frighten everyone. If he really were to linger because of a single Yuan Jingquan, he might not be able to rescue Qin Weiwei from this predicament. If that happened, even if he managed to escape the encirclement, how would he be able to face Yang Qing? Including Gongsun Yu, the 7 men that were lucky enough to have survived immediately followed after with their own screams, "Kill!" Miao Yi swiftly led the charge carrying Qin Weiwei at his back. He plowed his way through and opened a path for the men behind him. No one dared to stand in his way as he led the 7 men straight out of the encirclement. "Stop them! Those who cower from battle will be killed without exception!" Duan Jirue roared. He and Luo Wuqing were furious now. The manor head was spectating the battle and yet they couldn't even stop a single man with so many men. Furthermore, he was obviously not someone with a high cultivation. Did they even want to continue working in the future? The two of them leapt over with their respective steeds and stood before Miao Yi's escape path. After the two of them gave such a stinging reproof and personally led the assault, the surrounding crowd immediately came forward to seal off the path. Yet it wasn't enough to stop Miao Yi. With charcoal's speed, and the force of his charge fueled by an entire set of treasured armor enveloping its body, there was no need to even worry about Qin Weiwei at his back. Moreover, with Gong Sun Yu and company behind keeping his flanks safe, Miao Yi masterfully wielded his spear like a duck took to water and only concerned himself with killing the enemies before him, in order to clear a path for those behind. Clank, 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 boom, boom. A series of impacts resounded, leaving Qin Weiwei astonished from her seat behind Miao Yi. She was surprised by Miao Yi's spear skills. About 10 men had charged forward, but Miao Yi was actually able to quickly respond to their assault. His movements looked chaotic, but there was actually an order to them and he wasn't the least bit panicked. It made one feel as though he was unbeatable as long as he had a spear in hand. It was overwhelmingly tyrannical. With the opportunity to observe from such a close distance, Qin Weiwei still couldn't imagine how Miao Yi might have trained to attain such superior spearcraft. With moves from only a single clash, 3 cultivators fell to Miao Yi's spear. There were benefits in having less people. Just as there were inconveniences with a large crowd, it was impossible for everyone to gather together and attack simultaneously. Regardless of how many people you had, only a portion of those numbers would be able to attack together. This made it extremely difficult to impede Miao Yi's relentless charge, fully garbed as he was in transcendent artifacts. There were some who took the opportunity to strike at charcoal. If charcoal didn't have a full set of armor protecting it, it would likely have died 10 times over. However, it could now withstand the assaults. Following charcoal's relentless charge, they crashed forward. Using the inversed scale spear in his hand, Miao Yi managed to forcefully open up a path of blood. Under the terrifying roars of dragons, those that stood in his way were all killed. Wave after waves of enemies were sent flying away as their steeds were knocked over. Dragon steeds and men alike screamed as fresh blood spurted out. Those that continued to block his path were all frightened, their courage lost to the onslaught. However, those that were spectating the battle could feel their blood begin to boil. From within the distant mountains, the spectating Zhangdiqing could also see that Miao Yi was not someone with a high cultivation. But it was exactly because of that he couldn't help suck in a deep breath as he said, "Such valor. He is indeed a valiant general. I can't believe that Yang Qing actually had someone like this working for him." He was not impressed by Miao Yi's cultivation, but based on the fact that Miao Yi had charged in alone into such a perilous situation just to save Qin Weiwei, Zhangdiqing was convinced that Miao Yi must be one of Yang Qing's trusted aides. For Yang Qing to have a subordinate who was willing to go to such lengths for him truly made him envious. Waiting for orders a distance away, Yan Xiu was also taken aback by what he saw, and could feel his blood boil with excitement. He hadn't expected that the cave master was so ferocious that he would able to kill his way in and out of such a heavy encirclement of about 200 men. As he hid under a tree, Yao Ruoxian secretly observed the battle. His lips couldn't help but twitch, as the inversed scale spear was not some sort of peerless treasure to him, yet it was able to unleash the full might of its destructive force in the hands of a cultivator at Miao Yi's level. He couldn't help but grumble to himself, the inversed scale spear has really met its fated master. However, there was another undeniable fact. If it weren't for the protection of the complete set of armor that Miao Yi had on, he definitely couldn't have been as ferocious. If it were a normal spear without the power of a transcendent artifact to back it up, it would have been impossible to unleash such devastating might. A cultivator that was a few grades higher would be able to knock your weapon away. That being the case, Yao Ruoxian had to admit that Miao Yi's exceptional spearcraft was also a deciding factor in him being able to slaughter his way in and out. It seemed that even with his eyes closed, Miao Yi would still be able to find the opponent's opening and launch a fatal strike. His spearcraft was clean and precise to the limit. If that weren't the case, he would not have been able to defend against the coordinated attack of such a large crowd. As the chill wind howled amidst the cascading snow, a line broke out of the encirclement. Men and steeds were thrown off their feet where a gap emerged, and the men that were previously surrounded managed to slaughter their way out in a single file. Including Miao Yi and Qin Weiwei, the 9 cultivators had now dwindled to 5 after forcefully breaking out of the encirclement. The 4 that were slain had fallen behind purely because they had been ensnared by the enemy and were unable to keep up with Miao Yi's charge. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Duan Jirue bellowed, as both he and Luo Wuqing raised their spears in an attempt to stop Miao Yi. From the one-petaled illusory blue lotus on their foreheads, it was possible to tell that both of them were Blue Lotus-level experts. Miao Yi cursed to himself. It would be difficult to leverage the might of a first-grade transcendent artifact against a Blue Lotus realm cultivator, whose might was on par with a second-grade transcendent artifact. Furthermore, the faint white light on both of their weapons revealed that they were clearly using first-grade transcendent artifacts as well, and not normal weapons. As he continued to charge forward, Miao Yi suddenly shouted, "All of you escape first." His words were meant for Gong Sun Yu and the rest who were riding behind him. The 3 people that remained at his back were Gong Sun Yu, Li Yuqian, and Zhang Yunyang. The 3 of them now heeded Miao Yi's every word. Under the relentless press of enemies from behind, the 3 of them immediately split into 2 separate directions, circling around on either side of Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing, who were continuing to charge towards Miao Yi. Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing were not concerned with the 3 of them and let them escape. The 2 of them only needed to stop Miao Yi and Qin Weiwei, especially Qin Weiwei. If she managed to escape, then all their efforts would have been for naught. "Hold on tight," Miao Yi shouted, and behind him, Qin Weiwei's arms held tightly onto his waist. Charcoal suddenly took to the skies. Both Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing responded by viciously leaping in his way. The instant both sides clashed, besides the inversed scale spear, 17 clumps of silver mist suddenly burst out of the 17 transcendent artifacts on Miao Yi and Charcoal's bodies. 17 ferocious illusionary beasts abruptly struck out and pounced on the 2 men. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, First Snow, 5. Chapter 171, First Snow, 5. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Caught by surprise, it was both Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing's first time witnessing so many transcendent artifacts erupting from the same person simultaneously. They initially thought that the armor was formed from just a couple of transcendent artifacts. None of them expected there to be almost 17 in all. Where on earth did a cave master dig up so many treasures from? Items like transcendent artifacts did not fear death, as they only listened and attacked according to their master's commands. Witnessing the battle from afar, Zhang Diqing frowned the moment he caught wind of the situation. This is bad. He saw that the situation was about to get tenuous. As expected, Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing were instantly forced into a flurried frenzy. They barely had the time to react, much less attack Miao Yi. The treasured spears in their hands struck out, unleashing a flurry of blows in rapid succession. Clanging sounds resounded from striking the clouds of ferocious phantom beasts. A first-grade transcendent artifact is unable to withstand the formidable attack power of a Blue Lotus cultivator. What's more, the weapons wielded by the two were also transcendent artifacts. Instantly, their strikes on each of the illusory ferocious beasts made their resplendent light darken. The Yao spirit energy inside the artifact was beaten until they were scattered. With a whooshing sound, they shot back towards Miao Yi's body and returned to their original armor form. Miao Yi was never of the mind that his cultivation base would be enough to put up much resistance against cultivators of the Blue Lotus realm. If his cultivation level had crossed the dividing line into White Lotus 5th grade, then he could have pushed on with the transcendent artifacts. As it was, there was completely no chance for him to do so, let alone fight two cultivators of the Blue Lotus realm. By relying on his artifacts, the most he could do was temporarily resist and counter them, in order to seize an opportunity to escape. Even as half of the artifacts he had released were beaten to their original form, Miao Yi's objective had been reached. He instantly brushed past the both of them. The few remaining artifacts that had yet to turn into their original forms quickly sped back and helped Miao Yi withstand Duan Jirue and Luo Wuqing's counterattacks. Thus, they were able to successfully aid Miao Yi in his escape. The moment the distance between the two parties pulled apart in mid-air, Miao Yi was instantly overwhelmed with concealed joy. With Charcoal's leg strength, the opponents would never catch up to him. Nobody expected Zhang Diqing, who had been observing the battle from the remote mountain range, to let out a cold scoff before joining two fingers and giving them a flick. A crisp clang sound sounded out from beside his waist. The treasured sword suspended on his waist immediately pop. Pet out from its sheath. The whole body was raven black, and faintly suffused with a blue light. Akin to a bolt of lightning, it shot out across the sky with a whoosh, slashing straight at Miao Yi while he was still hanging in mid-air and had yet to touch ground. Miao Yi was surprised by a powerful surge of transcendence energy whizzing from behind him. In response, the helm on his head exploded abruptly into an illusory silver lion that twisted its body as it pounced out. Kaboom! A reverberating noise erupted from the air. Suffused with blue light, the incoming treasured sword slashed the lion into a shower of silver rain. Even the Yao spirit inside had been destroyed, completely erasing any hope of recovering it. A first-grade transcendent artifact had been destroyed on the spot by a single strike from Zhang Diqing. The erupted silver lion had only just momentarily suppressed the might of the treasured blue sword by a little, and wasn't able to successfully block the offensive force. It continued to slash towards Miao Yi just as he was about to reach the ground. Twisting his body around, Miao Yi swiftly pressed Qin Weiwei down behind him. Utilizing the full might of his cultivation level, he returned the blow with a furious roar, dragging the inversed scale spear around to counter the attack. Kaboom! The instant the inversed scale spear clashed with the blue treasured sword, the sword was deflected upwards. It flipped over in the sky, and curved in an arc before rolling back in Zhang Diqing's direction. The resplendent light on the inversed scale spear darkened. It had almost been jolted out of his grasp. Miao Yi's entire body was shaken so violently that it almost became numb. The blood and qi in his body were doing somersaults. He felt as though his internal organs had been wrenched out of place. Charcoal was jolted in midair, so much that he let out whinny. Even Qin Weiwei received some shock from the fearsome blow of the blue treasured sword. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying from Charcoal's back. Her beautiful hair danced in the air. Qin Weiwei's eyes widened greatly as she stared at herself gradually drifting away from Miao Yi, falling towards the ground. At first, she thought that she was going to die, but a thoroughly red-faced, swollen-cheeked Miao Yi suddenly stuck out his hand. In one hasty move, he'd bent over and grabbed onto her arm. His movements were too large, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood any longer. Unexpectedly, he spat out the mouthful onto Qin Weiwei's face and was also able to swiftly haul Qin Weiwei back. While he was dragging Qin Weiwei back, charcoal had already touched the ground and broken into a mad gallop. "Cave Master, hurry up and run! Yan Xiu will cover you." Seeing that the situation was beginning to be tenuous, Yan Xiu urgently rushed over and let out a loud furious roar. The chain bound around his arms shook out with a thunderous noise. The broad axe with the long chain tied around it was suffused with a crystalline white light as it flew forth. With two reverberating clangs, it deflected two weapons, sneakily hurled straight at Miao Yi's back, that would have almost sent him flying. Grabbing back the hurled broad axe, Yan Xiu swiftly turned his body around to pursue Miao Yi from behind. At times, he would glance back to look around, keeping the twin axes ready in his hand to strike back at all times. Although Charcoal's character was poor, he made up for it in being quick-witted. He knew that this was a life-and-death struggle and, as though his life depended on it, he broke into a violent gallop with all his might, dragging the distance from the mass of pursuing troops behind further and further apart. Qin Weiwei was severely injured. Even the light in her eyes was becoming quite faint. She was simply being carried in Miao Yi's arms. The fluttering snowflakes were thrown into discord by the mounts charging along the path. A blood-stained white skirt and a head of beautiful, scattered hair were dancing about in the arms of a silver-armored cavalryman. With her face covered in blood, Qin Weiwei opened her eyes to weakly glance at Miao Yi, who had blood dribbling out of his mouth at times. The snowflakes hitting her face felt icy cold. Never would she have imaged that even until now, he hadn't abandoned a burden like her and made his escape alone. The retreating blue treasured sword returned back into Zhang Diqing's grasp. He stared at the fleeing Miao Yi breaking free from the entrapment. Zhang Diqing was caught by surprise. He never expected Miao Yi to actually be able to ward off an attack from his second-grade transcendent artifact. He had originally thought that just this one attack alone was enough to kill Miao Yi and knock him down. The crucial point was that Miao Yi's lion helm had staked everything on defusing a large portion of the blue treasured sword's might. And again, after forcibly taking on the attack with the inversed scale spear, the enemy's follow-up attack power was defused by 20%. Thus, Miao Yi's life was fortunately saved. However, despite that, the attack had inflicted serious injuries on Miao Yi. The distance between the two parties had already pulled far apart. Based on Zhang Diqing's cultivation and the capability of the transcendent artifact in his hand, he could only manage an attack within a 1-kilometer range. Exceeding that 1 kilometer would also mean going beyond his own ability, and thus, he was unable to deliver a second blow to Miao Yi. He was also incapable of commanding his transcendent artifact to fight a battle in as fluid and nimble a manner as Yao Ruoxian. Otherwise, Miao Yi would already be dead. Truth be told, utilizing this sort of combat technique was slightly risky. When going against a cultivator of Miao Yi's rank, there wouldn't be any issues. But when clashing with someone who had a higher cultivation level, he could kiss his transcendent artifact goodbye. Although this form of killing technique, where the artifact could be sent flying in return, had a 1-kilometer range. Once the transcendent artifact left one's hand, it couldn't be nimbly controlled from a distance and would be easily intercepted by others. A large number of men had failed to detain Qin Weiwei, allowing just a single man to barge in and rescue her. Even his own weren't able to stop the other party from doing so. It made Zhang Diqing lose his temper from the shame. Humiliated, he flew into a rage and ordered, "Everyone attack. Order the 4 ambush units up ahead to stop him." As soon as he voiced out the order, he himself, together with the troops behind him, all charged down the mountain with a loud rumble. Several hundred of the cavalry's thundering hooves echoed throughout the mountain forest. Just because a single Miao Yi had appeared, their entire plan had been disrupted. Those men were originally meant to be waiting in ambush for Yang Qing. But now, if they couldn't even detain Qin Weiwei and allowed her to escape, Yang Cheng would never come here and send himself to his death. Now, all they could do was try their best to stop Qin Weiwei. If they couldn't, then they could still seize the opportunity to fight Yang Qing head-on, while he still had yet to completely assemble his forces. Since their troops outnumbered Yang Qing's, they could still expend more resources to eliminate Yang Qing. Yet in order to avoid arousing Yang Qing's suspicions earlier, Zhang Dicheng had commanded his 4 subordinate mountain chieftains to make the encirclement too wide. After the 4 mountain chieftains received the message sent by the spiritual eagles, they urgently pressed forth to stop them but were unable to. They stared on helplessly as countless mounted soldiers broke through the entrapment up ahead, and could only closely pursue them from behind. Now for the sake of fleeing with his life, Miao Yi spared no effort. The armors on his and Charcoal's body were squirming. He immediately grabbed 16 first-grade Yao cores out and fed them to the 16 transcendent artifacts to replenish their energy that had been almost completely exhausted. He intended to quickly recover his transcendent artifact's defensive ability. The soldiers were hot on their trail. He couldn't calm himself down enough to recover his depleted transcendence energy and wounds. Carrying Qin Weiwei in his arms, he would occasionally glance behind. On seeing that there was still a massive army charging out from either side, he spat out a mouthful of blood and yelled out behind him, "Keep up!" Leaning in his arms, Qin Weiwei occasionally opened her eyes weakly. She would gaze dazedly for a while at Miao Yi, who had blood trickling down his chin, before eventually shutting her eyes once more due to exhaustion with a perplexed expression on her face. Gong Sun Yu and the rest frantically urged their mounts to follow closely from behind. At the same time, they shouldered the task of defending against the attacks from behind. They realized that Miao Yi's mount ran at a terrifying speed whilst dragging a body of heavy armor that were now temporarily unable to help. There was another person's weight on him as well. And yet, he was actually faster than them riding alone. Thus, they had to do their utmost to urge their steeds onwards just to barely keep up with him. Initially, when Gong Sun Yu saw Miao Yi carrying Qin Weiwei in his arms, he was quite perturbed. However, after witnessing the leg strength of Miao Yi's mount, he could only let it be. They made their escape down the path with a large mass of troops chasing closely from behind. The sounds of hooves thundered about, causing dust to fly in its wake. Half a day later, the sounds of thundering hooves closing in came from up ahead. Miao Yi and the rest were overjoyed upon catching sight of Yang Qing already urgently leading his men to rush to their rescue. The moment they ran into each other, Yang Qing swept his gaze over Miao Yi, before dropping onto Qin Weiwei's face in Miao Yi's arms. After seeing that his daughter had been rescued and was no longer held hostage, his spirits lifted instantly. The worried look on his face was long gone, and a nasty grin flashed past instead. "He yenned, you old scum, you dare to double-cross me. Do you seriously think that I, Yang Cheng, am made out of clay? You want to devour me? I would love to see whether your mouth is up for it." His subordinates were already in formation to meet the enemy in battle. Nobody expected Yang Qing to make a sudden decision. He didn't care why Miao Yi had returned, and didn't spare any thought on the commanding armor that Miao Yi and his mount donned. He even didn't care about Qin Weiwei's injuries. Without even a single line of unnecessary words, he brandished his spear and ordered, "Retreat." His subordinates' troops immediately turned around and headed back with him without engaging themselves with Zhang Dicheng's army, allowing Zhang Dicheng's troops to pursue them from behind. Thereafter, Yang Qing swiftly wrote down orders on jade archives before passing it to Qing Mei and Qing Ju. Using the spiritual eagles, they swiftly sent the decree to the other mountains troops who had not assembled with him yet. After traveling at speed for 100 li, Yang Qing saw that the pursuing troops were still latched onto them without any intention of letting them go. He suddenly brandished his spear, pointing it ahead to a fork in the road. Brazenly, he ordered, "Every division, listen to my order. Follow me to charge through the boundary of thriving 10,000 manor. When meeting with a cave, quickly destroy it. When we come across a mountain, topple it. We'll launch a direct assault at thriving 10,000 manor." Everyone was shocked beyond measure. Attacking thriving 10,000 manor under suppressing Third Hall? Even Miao Yi was also stunned as he continued holding onto Qin Weiwei. Had the manor head been driven to madness? Thriving 10,000 manor territory did not belong to suppressing second hall. With the current situation, a mere insignificant manor head like you still dared to wreak havoc on suppressing third hall's territory? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Reversal, 1. Chapter 172, Reversal, 1. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Everyone was wondering if they had heard wrongly. The battle between South Edict Manor and Ever Peace Manor was suppressing Second Hall's affairs after all. All things considered, they should settle their disputes internally, but if thriving 10,000 Manor got involved in the battle, it would mean something else entirely. Either suppressing Third Hall's authority was being challenged, or they were planning to attack suppressing Third Hall. There were dire consequences in upsetting the Hall Master of suppressing Third Hall. Pei Jingxiu, Yangcheng's subordinate mountain chieftain, anxiously said, "Manor Head, our troops have yet to assemble. It will be difficult enough dealing with Zhang Diqing's large army, why create even more trouble?" Yang Qing mocked, "Even if our troops were to come together, we would not be able to get the upper hand going against Zhang Diqing directly. Even if we were to win, both sides would suffer severe casualties." Qing Mei couldn't help but remind him, "Manor Head, thriving 10,000 manor is under the jurisdiction of suppressing Third Hall and not under the commandant of our suppressing Second Hall. Should we launch an assault on thriving 10,000 manor, we will be inciting the wrath of suppressing Third Hall. I am afraid that responsibility is not something we are able to bear." Continuing to lead the charge, Yang Qing coldly snorted and said, "The wrath of suppressing Third Hall? That is none of my business. Naturally, our mighty Hall Master would shoulder the burden. How could a mere manor head such as myself carry such a large responsibility?" But everyone else was rendered speechless, astonished by the manor head's words. Their only thought was that their manor head was being too reckless. This was not something the usually calm and cunning manor head would do. Could it be because his adopted daughter was hurt by others? Feeling particularly fragile, Qin Weiwei raised her arm to touch Miao Yi. The great cave master Miao lowered his head in response and could just barely hear her utter the words manor head from her mouth. Miao Yi understood what she meant. She wanted to go up front and speak to the manor head. Beneath him, Charcoal immediately sped up and made his way to Yang Qing's side. Yang Qing turned his head to look, and could just make out Qin Weiwei weakly saying, "Manor Head, no need to be rash because of me. Please reconsider your actions, Manor Head. Weiwei, you are overthinking things." Yang Qing replied as he shook his head, and added, "Originally, I believed that things would pass if I just lowered my head and endured it all. But after this incident, I have come to fully understand that if you do not show your strength, others will just think that you are a pushover. No matter how much you suck it up, you will not be able to change anything. Humph. There are some who think we are soft and just easy pickings. That's why, if we do not display the might of our South Edict Manor in this battle, trouble will continue to haunt us even if we were to win. We must let a certain someone understand that it is not easy to eat me, Yang Qing, up. Only then will that he set his sights on someone else. Did Zhang Diqing not want a battle? Then I shall bring him a battle that will sunder heaven and earth. Since he managed to provoke me, then I, Yang Qing, shall see if he has the ability to return with his life." Qin Weiwei didn't know the true story behind this incident. She had some suspicions, but there were many people around them right now. Yang Qing didn't want to reveal the details of his plans for the moment either, so he raised his hand and stopped her as he said, "No need for further discussion. I've made up my mind." He immediately gestured Qing Mei to tend to Qin Weiwei's wounds, stopping Qin Weiwei from speaking further before turning around and shouting, "Everyone, do not fret. I know what I am doing. Everyone just match my actions and do as I say. The more glorious we are in this battle, the safer we will be." What else could they say? All the subordinates could only loudly respond with, "We are willing to give our lives for our duty." Qing Mei drew out a small glorious star immortal herb from her storage ring and brought her steed to Miao Yi's side. she brought Qin Weiwei over to her steed, and helped tend to her wounds. Without being burdened, Miao Yi could feel more relaxed. Now that Yang Qing and the rest were around, he heaved a sigh of relief and brought his storage ring in front of his nose to breathe in strands of stardust into his lungs. He dispelled the protective arts inside his body and relaxed himself so that the medicinal effects could be allowed to heal his wounds smoothly. Once his wounds were almost completely healed, he instructed Charcoal to simply follow Yang Qing and the others. He then tossed an orb of will into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began refining it to recover his spent transcendence energy. The sky slowly darkened as the men marched relentlessly through wind and snow. Yang Qing had already called for his trusted ex-aide, Gong Sunyu, to come to his side, and started questioning him about the events that had transpired. Gong Sunyu was not only his trusted aide, he also one of the witnesses. Naturally, he wouldn't hide anything and spoke truthfully on the entire incident. He discovered that things were just as he had expected. Qin Weiwei had indeed been ambushed. Yang Qing berated that girl in his mind once more for her folly. However, what took Yang Qing by surprise was Miao Yi's sudden appearance, and that he was able to single-handedly slaughter his way in and out of an encirclement of about 200 men, putting his life on the line and saving Qin Weiwei from her plight. Yang Qing was shocked and a little doubtful. Based on Miao Yi's cultivation, how could he possibly have wreaked havoc on his own when surrounded by so many men? He confirmed this matter with Gong Sunyu once more. However, Gong Sunyu was filled with admiration as he spoke about Miao Yi. He raved with excitement as he recounted how Miao Yi had killed his way in and out with just a spear in hand. That stirring scene had left quite a deep impression on him. Yang Qing felt pleased as he listened, thinking about how he indeed hadn't misjudged that man back at Transient Light Cave. This time was the same as what he had seen that year in Transient Light Cave. The youngster Miao Yi had put his life at risk in order to rescue his own daughter against all odds. Of course, he knew that Miao Yi and Qin Weiwei didn't get along very well. However, it was precisely so that made this situation so unlikely. Clearly, Miao Yi hadn't risked his life for Qin Weiwei's sake, but for him, Yang Chang. His judgment was indeed not mistaken. It was worth his efforts in always treating Miao Yi so favorably. After he asked Gong Sunyu to stand down, Yang Qing turned to examine Miao Yi closely. He realized that not only was Miao Yi's full body armor many times more striking than his own, what was even more outrageous was that his Fatso dragon steed sported a full set of armor as well. This was completely unheard of. Miao Yi had certainly been quite lavish. Yang Qing could tell from a glance that were it not for this armor, that Fatso dragon steed would likely have been killed a long time ago amidst the chaos. Without the support of a dragon steed's leg strength, Miao Yi also wouldn't have been able to slaughter his way in and out to rescue his own daughter. He would definitely have met his end. His gaze descended to the 6 storage rings on both of Miao Yi's hands, then took another gander at the imposing battle armor that he and his dragon steed had donned, as well as that long spear brimming with a savage aura. His expression couldn't help but twitch as he thought how this brat must have made quite the fortune from his journey. Otherwise, how could a normal cave master wear such an overly elaborate and luxurious set of equipment? You just came back today? The sound of Yang Qing's transmission suddenly echoed in Miao Yi's ear. He hastily stopped refining the orb of will that he had been using to recover his transcendence energy, and weakly replied to the transmission, "Your subordinate is at fault. I have come late." Yang Qing coldly mocked, "You really went to the Sea of Constellations?" Miao Yi feebly replied, "Yes." He had zero confidence deep down. Not only did the subordinates he had brought with him all perished, even East Arrival Cave had been destroyed by the enemy. He wasn't sure if he could still keep his position as cave master. With your cultivation, you were still able to come back alive after heading to the Sea of Constellations? Yang Qing continued mocking him, however in reality, he was completely astonished. This kid really never disappointed him. He actually managed to come back alive from the Sea of Constellations. It was a perilous journey, and the odds of surviving were slim. I have only managed to come back with my life because of good fortune. How was your harvest from this journey? Miao Yi grumbled to himself, you couldn't possibly be eyeing my things, right? As a superior, you shouldn't be thinking of forcefully taking your subordinates' belongings? If word got out, who would dare work for you in the future? However, he humbly replied, nothing too grand, just a small harvest. Just a small harvest? I can see that you have amassed quite the fortune. Why? Scared that I might steal your things? No, no. These little trinkets of mine would hardly pique Manor Head's interest. Yang Qing snorted and asked, what about those subordinates that you brought with you? Miao Yi was at a loss for words, what must come will eventually come. He hesitated for a moment. When he realized that he wouldn't be able to avoid this anyway, he decisively replied, reporting to Manor Head. The Sea of Constellations is indeed a dangerous place. We had only just entered the Sea of Constellations, and had yet to reach land, when we were ambushed by a demon. The 9 people under my command were unable to escape and all perished at the spot. Now you realize that the Sea of Constellations is dangerous? Yang Cheng sneered once again. After a moment of thought, he transmitted, the School of Blue Jade are only aware that you brought their men away, but not to the Sea of Constellations. When you go back, if the School of Blue Jade questions you, you can just blame their deaths on Ever Peace Manor and say that they all died in this battle, understand? Miao Yi was stunned. As he gathered his thoughts, he was overjoyed. Yang Qing was protecting him and it seemed that he would be able to overcome this difficult hurdle just like that. It was worth risking his life to save Yang Qing's adopted daughter. He quickly replied, thank you for your support, Manor Head. Yang Qing didn't reply and simply snorted. However, he found this situation truly hilarious as he thought about the sort of expression Zhang Diqing had on at this moment. He was completely certain that it didn't matter whether Miao Yi was at East Arrival Cave or not this time around. It wouldn't have affected Ever Peace Manor's decision. What was bound to happen, would happen regardless of whether this kid was present or not. However, it was because of this kid's sudden appearance that Zhang Diqing's calculations were completely disrupted. Knowing this, wouldn't Zhang Diqing likely be puking blood in anger? He also knew that, if Miao Yi hadn't gone on this journey and came back with a whole body of treasure, if he had stayed in East Arrival Cave all this while with just his current strength, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. He might have even risked his life for nothing. Looking at it this way, it was a good thing that the kid had snuck off to the Sea of Constellations. One way or another, Miao Yi helped solve the predicament that he was in. Night had fallen, the snow began to fall in earnest as the slippery ground began to amass mounds of snow. The large army galloped without rest on this snowy night. Only dragon steeds had such endurance in their legs, normal horses would have died a long time ago. Qin Weiwei's wounds slowly healed. After recovering about 50 to 60% of her expended transcendence energy, naturally, she no longer had a problem to riding a horse. This was a good thing, but Miao Yi was a little lost for words. The reason was because Elder Auntie Qing Mei had demanded that they switch steeds. There was no other reason beyond the fact that Charcoal had strong legs. Qing Mei's steed had some difficulty keeping up with the troops while carrying both Qin Weiwei and herself. Previously, Qin Weiwei was injured, so there was no helping it that Miao Yi had to carry her around. However now, it naturally wasn't appropriate for a man and a woman to share a steed. Elder Auntie had said so. Thus, Miao Yi could only switch steeds with Qing Mei. Charcoal was not as obedient as Qing Mei's steed that would heed her master's every order. He wasn't cooperative at all when a stranger sat on his back, and only settled down after Miao Yi forced him to. There were no complaints about Charcoal's leg strength. Its speed didn't decrease in the slightest while carrying Qing Mei and Qin Weiwei. It had no problem keeping up with the troops. On the other hand, Miao Yi found a little difficulty getting used to suddenly sitting on a scrawny dragon steed after being accustomed to the plump Charcoal. That wasn't the least of it. Miao Yi was a little uncertain what Yang Qing was actually planning. He clearly said that they were to attack thriving 10,000 Manor, yet all they had done was circle around the individual abodes under thriving 10,000 Manor as if they had no intention of assaulting them. Throughout this journey, they had been leading Zhang Diqing's troops in circles around thriving 10,000 manors territory. Not only Miao Yi, even the others were confused. The mountain chieftain Pei Jingxiu had followed quietly all this while. He couldn't resist any longer and wanted to probe Yang Qing's intentions once again, when Yang Qing suddenly silenced him with a single sentence. "Come daylight tomorrow, everything will be clear, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 173, Reversal, 2. Chapter 173, Reversal, 2. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Forget about Yang Qing's subordinates, even Zhang Diqing's men were puzzled. They had no idea what Yang Qing planned to do by leading them around thriving 10,000 manor. As they continued the chase, one of the subordinate mountain chieftains Miao Yi reminded him, "Manor head, for Yang Qing to lead us in circles around thriving 10,000 manor, there might be some hidden agenda, but..." He had voiced everyone's concerns, so the other mountain chieftains also supported him as they listened and said, "That's right. Manor head, Miao Yi has a point." Clearly, everyone was trying to be more cautious. They all regarded this chase with much vigilance. Zhang Diqing was completely furious. It wasn't that his plan hadn't been detailed enough, but just as it was about to succeed, a peon had to come and wreck everything. Hearing how everyone else wanted to halt the chase with that tone of voice, he was quite displeased. However, he still put up a front and laughed as he said, "If we were to really stop giving chase, we would have truly fallen to Yang Qing's scheme." The mountain chieftain Sheng Huaigang inquired, "May I ask the manor head why that is so?" "What do you all think Yang Qing could possibly be plotting?" Zhang Diqing asked as he pointed towards the large platoon that was fleeing ahead of them. He added, "Yang Qing is fleeing before us. If he made any move, could he hide it from our eyes? Should there be anything amiss, we can always turn around and run away. What could Yang Qing do to us?" Lin Shutian reminded, "A great portion of Yang Qing's army isn't with him now. Could Yang Qing be intentionally stalling for time so his subordinates can set up a trap, and later lure us into an ambush?" Zhang Diqing laughed and said, "Our troops won't lose to Yang Qing's in terms of both strength and numbers. What effect could such an ambush have on us? It would be naught but a futile effort. If Yang Qing really had such intentions, then he would be the biggest of fools. If he gathered his forces, he might still be able to put up a fight against us. Splitting his troops for an ambush is nothing more than a joke. If that were to happen, forget about the ambush and just concern yourselves with chasing after Yang Qing. We will immediately defeat him with greater numbers. Once Yang Qing fell, any ambush would have been for naught." As they listened, everyone else nodded, beginning to feel relieved. They started to believe this was the case as well after giving it some thought. However, Miao Yi was still a little doubtful as he asked, "Yang Qing has been leading us in circles within thriving 10,000 manors territory. Could he have some sort of pact with thriving 10,000 manor? What if thriving 10,000 manor were to sortie and form an alliance with Yang Qing?" Zhang Diqing shook his head and laughed as he said, "We are merely passing by thriving 10,000 manor and not intruding on their business. If thriving 10,000 manor were to attack us, it would undoubtedly mean that suppressing Third Hall was attacking suppressing Second Hall. How could the manor head of thriving 10,000 manor dare to incite a battle between two halls?" Miao Yi continued to ponder atop his galloping dragon steed. He was also beginning to agree with the idea after some thought, but he still felt doubtful and so asked, "Then why has Yang Qing been leading us in circles within thriving 10,000 manors territory? Seeing how relentlessly we've been chasing them for a battle to certain death, Yang Qing must be out of options and, knowing that he can't win, is intentionally creating confusion. He is trying to make us paranoid and intimidate us into ceasing our pursuit." Zhang Diqing laughed coldly, then, turning his head to the left and right, said, "Hadn't all of you almost fallen into his trap just then?" Sheng Huaigang and the rest had looks of shame on their faces. They immediately cupped their fists and said, "Manor head is wise." However, Miao Yi continued to be cautious as he said, thinking back, hadn't Yangqing been able to conquer South Edict Manor precisely because he suddenly had help from the School of Blue Jade? They may decide to interfere again this time. I am afraid we have no choice but to be prepared. Mountain Chieftain Mei is overthinking things, said Zhang Diqing as he turned to glare at him. He was wondering why this subordinate of his kept trying to argue with him, and couldn't help himself from sounding like he was berating Mei Yu for his cowardice while accusing Mei Yu of simply overthinking the matter. Since I dared to attack South Edict Manor, how could I not have accounted for the School of Blue Jade? The School of Blue Jade only interfered with Yangqing and Lu Yu's battle previously, because Yangqing had advisor Feng supporting him from behind, but now Yangqing has no one protecting him. I have no qualms about revealing the truth. As soon as our troops departed from Ever Peace Manor, someone from advisor his retinue had already issued a warning to the School of Blue Jade external forces that would interfere with suppressing Second Hall's matters without consent, should beware of being crushed under the armies of suppressing Second Hall. Do you all think the School of Blue Jade dares to challenge our suppressing Second Hall? Since Zhang Diqing already said this much, it would be tactless if he continued to nag. Mei Yu cupped his fists and said, Manorhead has already accounted for everything. Your subordinate has indeed been overthinking things. There is no harm in being cautious. Zhang Diqing said magnanimously, as he waved aside the apology with his hand, and continued to lead his large army on a relentless pursuit. His face revealed very little of his thoughts, but the worries in his heart were not something that his subordinates could understand. They'd created such a big commotion this time. It would be fine if they managed to take over South Edict Manor. Once Yangqing was killed, you could fabricate any story you liked in order to deal with your superior. So long as it complied with the superior's demands, the superior would naturally keep one eye open and the other closed. If they couldn't take over the manor, then the problem was serious. Even if Yan had your back, once Yangqing reported this matter to their superiors, seeing as all involved were the men of suppressing Second Hall, what reasonable explanation was there for ambushing your own men? If that were to happen, Yan definitely wouldn't admit to have instigated his own men to attack one another. He would even sever all relations and push all the blame onto him, Zhang Diqing. Seeing as things had escalated to this point, how could Zhang Diqing let Yangqing go? He wouldn't let him go even if he had to chase him to the ends of the earth. What angered Zhang Diqing the most was still Miao Yi's sudden appearance, throwing all his carefully laid plans down the gutter. All the benefits he could have easily gained were now a troublesome mess. He would definitely get that kid for this after everything was over. The two armies continued to run around in thriving 10,000 manors territory. Meanwhile, within thriving 10,000 manors territory, another group had gathered together. It was the rest of Yangqing's subordinates that had yet to join with him. As soon as the individual mountain chieftains received Yangqing's orders, they immediately stopped rushing to his aid. After they met up for a brief discussion, they changed their course midway and directly invaded thriving 10,000 manor from South Edict Manor. With each mountain's troops as an individual unit, the mountain chieftains all raised the banner of Zhang Diqing's Ever Peace Manor from suppressing Second Hall, as they led their troops in an assault against Definite Peace Cave, Graceful Waters Cave, Definite Luo Cave, etc. It was clear that it wouldn't take much time for a mountain's troops to take over a cave. The 7 mountain chieftains under Yangqing split up, and swept over the 10 caves belonging to Mount Bearing Longevity of thriving 10,000 manor. In the end, on this cold, blistering snowy night, the 7 squadrons that had massacred everywhere else, gathered at the foot of Mount Bearing Longevity. They completely surrounded Mount Longevity and viciously attacked in unison. Misfortune seemed to simply rain down on Mount Bearing Longevity. They were attacked without a word of warning. As soon as the mountain chieftain of Mount Bearing Longevity released a spirit eagle to thriving 10,000 manor requesting for support, he intended to lead his men into a bloody bath to escape the encirclement. However, there were 7 mountains worth of men joining forces to attack this lone mountain of his. Furthermore, they had completely eliminated all the forces of his subordinate caves. As such, the result of the battle was obvious. A trio of mountain chieftains with the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai, Xiong Shao, taking the lead, clashed with the mountain chieftain of Mount Bearing Longevity in combat. Ultimately, the latter was knocked off his horse and killed by Xiong Xiao. There were no survivors left in the purged mount bearing longevity. It had undergone a cleansing of blood, and at the end of it, fire was thrown into the mount bearing longevity Grand Hall. Under the light of the raging flames, the various mountain chieftains gathered together and gave each other a nod. They then swiftly led their forces to dash out of mount bearing longevity, acting in accordance with their plans. Under the silent snowy night, thriving 10,000 manor was slowly being covered with the whiteness of snow. As he cultivated in his silent quarters, the manor head Lu Jingtian was disturbed by a set of rapid footsteps barging in. He opened his eyes and saw that it was his own handmaiden. Before he even had the chance to ask what was wrong, the handmaiden had already anxiously said, "Manor head, there is serious trouble. Suppressing Second Hall's ever-peace manor has led its troops to invade our thriving 10,000 manor." Lu Jingtian was taken aback. Surprised, he immediately asked, "South Edict Manor lies in between our two manors. How did Ever-Peace Manor even manage to launch an assault? Is this information accurate? The caves under Mount Bearing Longevity have already been completely eradicated by troops personally led by Zhang Diqing, the manor head of Ever-Peace Manor. When Mount Bearing Longevity sent in a request for aid, they were already being surrounded," said the handmaiden as she quickly handed over the Jade Archive in her hands. Lu Jingtian took the Jade Archive and read it. Beyond all his rage, was complete shock. What did it mean for Ever-Peace Manor to attack thriving 10,000 Manor? Suppressing Second Hall had launched an assault on suppressing Third Hall. This incident was no small matter, it was of grave importance, and Lu Jingtian did not dare to dally as he hastily jumped down from the stone bed, and left in great strides. Not long after, alarms sounded throughout the mountains of thriving 10,000 manor as messenger spirit eagles flew out of the manor. Besides the ones reporting to suppressing Third Hall, there were others swiftly flying to assemble the troops of the various mountains belonging to thriving 10,000 manor. Manor head Lu Jingtian donned his battle armor and led his men to gallop across the snowy night. After gathering a mountain's worth of men on the way to Mount Bearing Longevity, he received word that it had already been reduced to rubble. Furious, he bellowed out, "Zhang Diqing! Report! Mount Returning Loyalty sends word. A large army was seen moving about suspiciously within our thriving 10,000 manor territory. The opponent came prepared. I order every mountain to refrain from making any rash movements and quickly assemble under me." As he relayed his command, Lu Jingtian led his subordinates and quickly departed once again. Halfway on their journey, a rider suddenly came up and said, "Mount Shaotai's mountain chieftain Xiong Xiao of suppressing Second Hall, South Edict Manor is requesting to see thriving 10,000 manor's manor head." The other side was sending men to assault them, now this side was sending men to request an audience. Lu Jingtian was extremely confused as he wondered, could he be here to deliver a formal declaration of war? Yet there's no need to send a mountain chieftain all this way just to deliver a formal declaration of war. He quickly gave the orders to let the person through for an interrogation. Lu Jingtian brought his steed to a stop and paused to examine the other party. He could tell that the other party didn't look like an average cultivator. The person who had gone to meet Xiong Xiao was beside him, transmitting messages to Lu Jingtian as he verified Xiong Xiao's identity. The person that had come was indeed Xiong Xiao. He brought his dragon steed forward and cupped his fists in greeting as he said, "Mount Shaotai's mountain chieftain Xiong Xiao of suppressing Second Hall, South Edict Manor, hereby requests an audience with the manor head of thriving 10,000 manor. There is something I must report, I hope you will grant me an audience." He asked, despite already knowing that the person before him was the manor head of thriving 10,000 manor. He pretended that he was unaware of the fact, and continued to request for an audience. Lu Jingtian already had a dark expression on his face as he said, "I am he. You suppressing Second Hall people still have the face to meet me. You really do not fear death." Xiong Xiao immediately wore a look of shock as he hurriedly jumped down from his dragon steed. He took out a jade archive and offered it up with both hands as he said, "Manor Head Yang Qing has personally signed this jade archive and ordered me to meet you, Manor Head." Immediately, someone took the Jade Archive and handed it over to Lu Jingtian. As he looked through it, Lu Jingtian couldn't help but furrow his brows. The gist of Yang Qing's message in the Jade Archive was that their two manners had always refrained from intruding in each other's businesses, but Zheng Diqing of Ever Peace Manor had led his troops over and wreaked havoc. He had escaped into thriving 10,000 Manors territory, which is why Yang Qing was now trying to ask for Lu Jingtian's assistance in executing him. Even if they couldn't cooperate, Yang Qing hoped that Lu Jingtian would not shelter Zheng Diqing and instead drive him back into suppressing Second Hall's territory to avoid bringing trouble to thriving 10,000 Manor. Once the deed was done, a large amount of compensation was promised. The Jade Archive had Yang Qing's transcendence seal, there was no forging it. Drive them back? After killing my men, how would it end with just being driven back? Lu Jingtian had a bone to pick with Zheng Diqing. It was all the more convenient to have someone to work in order to execute him, but he wouldn't just blindly cooperate with Yang Qing. He had to appraise the matter with his own eyes at the very least. Otherwise, who could tell what was true from what was false? He did not want to fall for any tricks. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Reversal, 3. Chapter 174, Reversal, 3. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Lu Jingtian didn't agree, nor did he disagree. For the time being, he made sure that Xiong Xiao stayed with his platoon as they traveled. It was the same as taking him hostage. On the other hand, Xiong Xiao had an indifferent expression on his face. This time around, his orders from Yang Qing was precisely to gain Lu Jingtian's trust. If a normal cultivator had come to act as the hostage, it would have undoubtedly been difficult to gain Lu Jingtian's trust. A mountain chieftain, however, held enough weight as a hostage. Truth be told, Xiong Xiao was risking his life on this journey. If he let anything slip, then he was a dead man. Xiong Xiao was indeed worthy of being Yang Qing's trusted subordinate. It had been worthwhile for Yang Qing to treat him favorably for so many years. In such times of need, he was willing to step up and take a risk for Yang Qing. Naturally, this was related to the way Yang Qing disciplined his subordinates. He was able to create a circle of trust. For example, as soon as Gong Sunyu, Wang Hai, Li Yuqian, Zhang Yunyang and company saw Qin Weiwei fall into a heavy encirclement, they still decided to risk saving her despite knowing it was an ambush. Wang Hai had even given his life in that battle. There was also Miao Yi who, because of his relationship with Yang Qing, decided to put his life on the line and forcefully slaughter his way through, opening up a path of blood to rescue Qin Weiwei. Obviously, there had to be some sort of benefit for Xiong Xiao to take such a risk willingly. He was Yang Qing's trusted aide after all. If Yang Qing fell, then he, Xiong Xiao, wouldn't necessarily escape unscathed. The skies began to shine, enveloping the earth with light peeking from the gray clouds up above. Just outside of a palatial mountaintop hall, stood a madam dressed in long white robes. Her lush hair, tied high over her crown, her eyebrows, akin to smooth brush strokes on a painting, and her figure appealing in its proportions. She gently stepped onto the snow, making her way to the edge of the cliff as petals of snow fell softly about her, like plum blossoms. She gazed at the scenery in melancholy as she tried to admire its splendor despite not understanding its beauty. This palatial hall was called the Suppressing Third Hall, and the madam that was admiring the snow by herself was none other than the hall master of Suppressing Third Hall, Wu Menglan. Just as she was gazing over the vast horizon, her handmaiden rushed over and handed her a jade archive with both hands. Wu Menglan held the jade archive in her hand and examined it. As she did, her eyebrows furrowed as she muttered, "Suppressing Second Hall has deployed its troops and invaded my territory? How is this possible?" She had a secret pact with Hall Master Huo Lingxiao of Suppressing Second Hall. Others may not be aware of it, but how could those that have attained their level of cultivation not know that? The six sages were generally in favor of the skilled cultivators under them killing one another, but they didn't feel the same for veterans that have relatively high cultivations. Only the new recruits could be chanced with. Otherwise, if the low-ranking cultivators didn't get a chance to prove themselves, things would inevitably get chaotic. If everyone used underhanded methods to take one another's cultivating resources, it would have been impossible to maintain the current order that had been established in the cultivation realm. Only with the constant cycle of the new replacing the old, would there be no one capable of challenging the six sages' position. Xi and Wu Liang would not be so stupid, which was why they had established a secret pact to never deploy their troops and attack each other on a whim. The both of them had cultivations at Red Lotus 5th grade. In terms of strength, they were still a far cry from becoming palace lords. As such, it was a time for them to lay low, and slowly build up their cultivation. If Wu Lingxiao's cultivation had broken through to the Purple Lotus realm and he aspired to become a palace lord, only then would Wu Menglan believe it possible for it to occur. Furthermore, if those that have reached their level of cultivation really wanted to attack one another, they wouldn't go for an all-out massacre like their subordinates. If Wu Lingxiao really had such a desire, then he would definitely have come to get rid of her first. It would be a simple matter to settle down her subordinates once she was gone. Thus, if Wu Lingxiao had really wanted to attack suppressing Third Hall, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to send his lackeys for an assault. That was pretty much the same as letting her know beforehand, and giving her time to prepare herself. If that was the case, then it was more likely that Wu Lingxiao was hit in the head. Have those on the ground confirm the situation, and tell them not to lose their composure. If someone was really launching an assault, if they can't even defend their own domain, what use do I have for letting these worthless idiots command a territory? Don't tell me they still expect me to go out personally? Wu Menglan sneered as she crushed the jade archive in her hand into dust, and let the cold wind carry it away. Lu Jingtian continued to gather his men from the various mountains as he led the charge, and his numbers kept increasing. All this while, Xiong Xiao had been following them in the center of the formation. There were 4 mountain chieftains accompanying him from his front, back, left and right respectively. He was clearly their captive. A group of men came up from the front. Seeing as they were not his men, Lu Jingtian swiftly ordered for everyone to halt and get into battle formation. However, Xiong Xiao laughed as he came out, saying, "These are my subordinates." Seeing as there were less than 100 people, Lu Jingtian didn't make things difficult and simply let them through. They were placed in the center of his own troops. Clearly, he was holding Xiong Xiao, as well as his subordinates, hostage so that he could immediately surround and kill them in case anything happened. Yang Qing continued to lead the pursuing army on as he ran, all the while receiving a few spirit eagles. After reading the contents of the jade archives they were carrying, he raised his head and looked at the color of the sky, then turned his head around to gaze at the pursuing army engaged in their dog chase. He smiled coldly as he waved his hand and shouted, "Return to South Edict." After a tiresome night of going around in circles, they were now going to return to South Edict Manor again. Yang Qing's subordinates were completely puzzled by his actions. Was he trying to make a fool out of Zhang Diqing's troops? After chasing behind them the entire night, Zhang Diqing was beginning to feel nervous. How much longer must this chase continue? Even dragon steeds could not run forever, they would eventually get tired. Zhang Diqing had rage brewing in his guts from the pursuit. Was this Yang Qing trying to test his patience? Let's see how much longer you can continue to run. Try and run endlessly without any rest if you can. In the mountains between South Edict Manor and thriving 10,000 Manor, taking advantage of the entire night's worth of time that Yang Qing had created, his 6 subordinate mountain chieftains were already assembled and ready, waiting for the moment to strike. Leading his galloping troops, Yang Qing met up with the 6 mountain armies that he had stationed, and immediately raised his hand, shouting, "Prepare for battle." The troops that had run about for the entire night swiftly turned around and took the vanguard, as the 6 mountains worth of troops entered the formation from behind. Air steamed out of the nostrils of the dragon steeds after running all night. The various mountain chieftains stood by Yang Qing's side and assumed a vigilant front. Xing Mei returned Miao Yi his steed. She knew that a large battle was approaching and that without a high cultivation, Miao Yi had to rely on his steed and his full body of transcendent artifacts, An unfortunate cultivator at the back had to yield his steed over to Qin Weiwei. After recovering for a night, Qin Weiwei's body was already back in prime condition. She casually tied her long hair to the back of her head, and brought out her serpent lance once more, as she glared coldly at the charging army before her. Only the blood stains on her white dress remained. All of her own subordinates were dead, only Gong Sunyu, Li Yuqian, Zhang Yunyan, Miao Yi and Yan Xiu remained. These were the only 5 people following behind her, the mountain chieftain. Mount Kamingsi was now an empty husk of its former self. Thankfully, she hadn't brought Hong Mian and Lulu because of their low cultivation. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have ended up much better than the rest. On a mountain ridge to the side, were another 400 men all dressed in uniformly blue robes. It was obvious that they were from the school of Blue Jade. Yang Qing squinted at them, but he didn't see the other party having any intention of entering his camp to prepare for battle. On the contrary, it seemed like they were just going to stand by the sidelines and watch. He also had quite a number of the school of Blue Jade's disciples within his troops, but they were already under his command. Those spectating from the side were the 11th hour support from the school of Blue Jade. However, they looked as though they had no intention of lending a hand, and Yang Qing's face gradually darkened. At the front lines, the approaching Zhang Diqing saw that his opponents were readying for battle, so he immediately slowed down and similarly organized his troops for battle. A rider descended from the mountain ridge. It was Hong Zhanghai, the elder responsible for negotiations between the school of Blue Jade and South Edict Manor. Yang Qing looked at him coldly as he asked, "Elder Hong, what is the meaning of your school of Blue Jade's actions?" Elder Hong cupped his fists and replied, "Manor Head Yang, things are not in our favor. It is because someone from Suppressing Second Hall has issued a warning to our school of Blue Jade. If forces outside of Suppressing Second Hall were to interfere in their matters again, then Suppressing Second Hall will deploy its forces and crush the school of Blue Jade." Yang Qing was quite furious then. He had already guessed who it was playing such tricks. Fortunately, he had another card to play. He asked, "Then what are you all still doing here? Coming to enjoy the excitement?" "Of course not." Elder Hong denied. He added, "When we came, the sect master had instructed that the forces outside of Suppressing Second Hall were not to interfere, but they didn't mention that those belonging to Suppressing Second Hall could not. So long as Manor Head is willing to draft a few more of the school of Blue Jade's disciples into South Edict Manor, then there won't be a problem. No one else will be able to dispute that. These disciples were all personally prepared by the sect master for you, Manor Head. All that matters is how many you want. All rests upon the Manor Head's desire. The school of Blue Jade dares not force you." A great battle was at hand, yet he still dared say that this was not coercion? Qin Weiwei immediately glared over in anger. This was clearly taking advantage of their predicament and making things difficult for them just before the battle. As it was, the disciples of the school of Blue Jade stationed in South Edict Manor were troublesome enough. If they were to let another large consignment of disciples from the school of Blue Jade enter South Edict Manor, then wouldn't South Edict become the school of Blue Jade South Edict Manor? Would Yang Cheng not become a manor head only in name? He could forget about giving orders in the future. Even if Yang Cheng managed to win this battle, what was the point? It would still be the same as handing South Edict Manor over to another. Standing in line behind Qin Weiwei, Miao Yi was just now beginning to understand the conflicts between Yang Cheng and School of Blue Jade. Just then, Elder Hong took out a helm from his storage ring and played around with it on his hand. It was that third-grade transcendent artifact. It looked as though he was trying to make Yang Qing reconsider, otherwise, he wouldn't lend the transcendent artifact to him. Yang Qing only narrowed his eyes at him coldly, before plainly saying, "Elder Hong, kindly return to your side and watch the battle. On this day, I will prove to Elder Hong that I, Yang Qing, need not rely on the school of Blue Jade for every single matter. Even without Elder Hong's grace, I, Yang Cheng, will certainly be victorious this battle." The mountain chieftains to Yang Qing's sides immediately swung their weapons and roared, "Certain victory! Certain victory!" Qin Weiwei also followed suit. Naturally, Miao Yi and the rest who were behind her also roared together that they would obtain certain victory. Since the manor head insists on doing so, then I will not disobey the sect master's orders. I shall retreat to the sidelines for now. I urge manor head to reconsider. When the time comes, you can still call for us. Our school of Blue Jade will be waiting by the side and we may still be able to respond in time, said Elder Hong as he tucked the transcendent artifact away. Turning his dragon steed around, he retreated back to the mountain ridge. On the front lines, Zhang Dicheng had already gotten his troops into formation. He was a little anxious when he saw the sudden surge of the school of Blue Jade's troops. He didn't dare make any sudden movements, especially after seeing the sheen of that helm. He was frightened out of his wits. However, as he gleaned that negotiations between the two sides had fallen through, he was ecstatic. He assumed that the deterrence from his backer, Yan, must have been effective. Immediately letting out a cold laugh, he stepped forward to lead his troops. Standing at the fore, he shouted out, "Coward Yang Chang, why have you stopped running? Could it be you no longer have anywhere else to run?" Just as he finished saying this, the booming of thunderous hooves echoed out from behind him. He was taken completely by surprise, and turned to look behind him. Yang Chang broke out in laughter just then. He invoked his arts and transmitted his voice. The sound reverberated throughout the battlefield as he said, "Zhang Dicheng, you traitor. You have no idea that you're on your last strings. You still dare to spout nonsense." Zhang Dicheng's men all turned to look behind them, only to find a large army swiftly heading their way. Their faces couldn't help but contort. The rear army was precisely the troops led by Lu Jingtian, who had managed to catch up after Yang Qing had stalled for an entire night. That voice transmission of Yang Qing's acted as a signal to begin the assault. Within their formation, Xiong Zhao's eyes lit up and he immediately approached Lu Jingtian to denounce Zhang Dicheng for his crimes. He then turned to address his own subordinates and, swinging his large hand, he commanded, "Zhang Dicheng has nowhere else to go. Follow my lead to kill." Xiong Zhao raised his long blade as he led his troops in a frenzied charge. To the eyes of Zhang Dicheng's men, it seemed like the forces changing towards them were going to surround and assault them alongside Yang Qing's forces. Faced with such a large army, their morale instantly dropped, and they immediately began to panic. How could Yang Qing let this opportunity slip? He raised his spear and bellowed, "Reinforcements have arrived. Kill!" He charged ahead, going straight for Zhang Dicheng. The men behind him instantly had their morale lifted. They didn't think that manor head would have arranged for so many reinforcements. They immediately followed behind Yang Qing, charging at full throttle for the kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Reversal, 4. Chapter 175, Reversal, 4. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Lu Jingtian raised his arm to call for a halt. The large army behind him followed suit, and stopped in their tracks as they eyed the situation critically. He didn't want to be rash and simply react on impulse. He had to see if the other party was really battling or not. In the worst possible scenario, they might even team up against him and eliminate his troops. Keeping watch on both his front and rear, Zhang Dicheng was trying to spot if there was a hidden ambush. Then, he turned around and shouted, "Yang Qing, how dare you involve outsiders in the affairs of suppressing Second Hall?" Yang Qing outright ignored him. He led his troops over as they continued to charge towards Zhang Dicheng with a fervent intensity. Zhang Dicheng raised his arm and gestured ahead with his finger. Following which, the green-glowing treasured sword around his waist flew out of its sheath and soared through the skies, slashing towards the oncoming Yang Qing. A green sheen enveloped the long spear in Yang Qing's hands. Bang! He raised his spear to quickly knock the green-glowing treasured sword flying. He was not Miao Yi. A mere second-grade transcendent artifact wouldn't find it so easy to kill him. The treasured sword slid back into the sheath by Zhang Dicheng's waist. Zhang Dicheng instantly brought his steed into a charge as a green light enveloped his long spear with a hum. He crashed right into Yang Qing. Boom! A thunderous boom resounded. From where the two were clashing with each other as the center, transcendence energy rolled out in waves, sweeping up dust and rubble as the land sank in. The two manor heads fiercely battled as sand and rocks continued to be swept upwards. Normal men would find it hard to even get near the two of them. Occasionally, the treasured sword by Zhang Dicheng's waist would launch sneak attacks. In return, two illusory beasts would erupt out of Yang Qing's shoulders, protecting his sides and blocking the flying sword. Even though the both of them had second-grade transcendent artifacts, there was a difference in their constitutions, which resulted in a contrast on how transcendence energy could be channeled between the two cultivators. Zhang Dicheng's flying sword could kill from a distance, whereas Yang Qing's artifact could only engage in close combat. This was the greatest difference between white crystals, black crystals, and gold crystals. Zhang Dicheng's second-grade transcendent artifact could be called a mid-grade among second grades, whereas Yang Qing's would be low-grade. Yet, Yang Qing possessed 3 while Zhang Dicheng had 2, the difference between the two was minimal at best. However, those who had a discerning eye would be able to see that Yang Qing was falling behind slightly. If the situation persisted, Yang Qing would lose. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Qing had to take the lead in the attack. For one, it raised the troops' morale, for another, he was the only one capable of facing Zhang Dicheng on their side. If he didn't face him, his subordinates would not be able to stop Zhang Dicheng from starting a massacre. Those who wish to have great accomplishments must shoulder a certain degree of responsibility, and be willing to take risks. If he was like the transient Light Cave's previous cave master Yuan Jinquan, and tossed his subordinates aside so he could escape, then Yang Qing wouldn't have as many accomplishments as he did now. Another important point was that if he stood by the sides and watched the excitement unfold, how could he expect Lu Jingtian to easily be moved? Zhang Dicheng's troops stood their ground and went on the defensive. One side faced the front, while the other faced the rear. Yang Qing's troops that had approached from the front instantly broke past Zhang Dicheng's defenses. From their rear, Xiong Xiao and his troops were also charging at them ferociously. Relying on the edge he had from Charcoal's leg strength and his battle armor, Miao Yi picked up the pace and rushed in front of Qin Weiwei. Even if he had any bias towards Qin Weiwei, at least for the time being, he had to put his grudges aside. He could not let any harm come to Qin Weiwei on account of giving Yang Qing face. Gong Sun Yu and company had already seen the destructive might of Miao Yi's charge, so they immediately understood the idea and followed behind him. Staring at Miao Yi's back as he gallantly rushed forward, Qin Weiwei bit her lips. She had no choice but to follow his plan and maintain their charging formation. Waves of dragon roars erupted as the cold light of the inversed scale spear flickered. This spear was best used in chaotic battles. It was able to distract the enemy into thinking there was an attack coming from the sides, when it was actually a spear strike from the front aiming to burst their skulls. With the inversed scale spear in his hand, Miao Yi created a path of blood as 5-6 men fell to his spear in an instant. He led his team like a sharp knife that viciously drove itself deep into the enemy camp. They charged their way in and killed anyone they passed. They didn't stop, nor did they engage themselves with any experts. Booms continued to thunder across the entire battlefield as transcendence energies rolled out in chaos. If Miao Yi were to use his tiny mantids here, they would probably be crushed from the waves of transcendence energy as soon as they were summoned. Both sides had fallen men and steeds. The dragon steeds neighed in agony as they fell to the ground. Cultivators screamed in despair as their blood and flesh were ripped apart. This was true carnage, not some pretense of a battle. Lu Jingtian, who had been spectating the battle from behind, no longer had any doubts. Why not take advantage of this situation when I can? He thought, as he chuckled. The long spear in his hand emitted a green sheen as he stabbed it ahead and furiously bellowed, "Zhang Dicheng. Your life is mine. Slaughter them, men." As he charged into the fray, how could Zhang Dicheng's subordinates stop him? They were all sent flying, and their steeds were knocked over. Like a line slicing straight through the waves, crowds of men and dragon steeds alike fell on either sides as he charged his way directly through their battle formation, and rushed to join Yang Qing in battle with Zhang Dicheng. Furthermore, the men behind Lu Jingtian pushed forward in a wave, facing Zhang Diqing's troops in a bloody combat. A single Yang Qing was already difficult enough to deal with, now there was another Lu Jingtian butting in. Zhang Diqing's eyes almost burst open after he took a moment to turn around and look. He knocked Yang Qing back with a fierce strike of his spear, then quickly turned to the side and started running. He could no longer be bothered if there was an ambush or not from the sides. As he ran, he shouted, "Retreat! Follow me and retreat! Zhang Diqing! Where do you think you're going?" Yang Qing bellowed as he chased relentlessly. "Thief Shang, don't run!" Lu Jingtian had broken through the battle formations, and was already chasing after him in a frenzy as the treasured sword on his back slipped out of its sheath. It was also a green glowing treasured sword, and the flying sword slashed at Zhang Diqing ferociously. The treasured sword by Zhang Diqing's waist immediately shot out. Clang! After blocking a strike, the two flying swords both flipped over and flew back. Since things had already escalated this far, how could Yang Qing just let him leave? He tucked the long spear in his hand back into his storage ring, and drew a longbow. He pulled 10 long arrows and knocked them, imbued them with his transcendence energy, and released. Qin Weiwei's skills were taught by him. So what Qin Weiwei could do, there was no reason Yang Qing could not. He could only be better. Whizzing noises broke out as 10 arrows were swiftly shot in rapid succession. They weren't aimed at his person, but rather at Zhang Diqing's dragon steed. Furthermore, they were only targeting the dragon steed's rear hooves. There was a reason behind this. Yang Qing knew it would be difficult to snipe Zhang Diqing himself due to his cultivation. Zhang Diqing immediately began to panic and quickly swung his spear to block the arrows. His speed was considerably fast, knocking away a few arrows successively. However, Yang Qing's sniping angle was truly too cunning. Underneath him, his dragon steed suddenly raised its back hoof. It had been shot. It carried the long arrow as it jumped up and neighed in agony. Zhang Diqing tried to force the steed to continue running, but its speed had already severely fallen. Yang Qing tucked his longbow away, and the long spear appeared in his hand once more. He swiftly caught up and immediately launched a fierce downward strike with his spear. Seeing that he could no longer escape, Zhang Diqing could only turn around and battle it out with Yang Qing. "Thief Shang, your life is mine!" Lu Jingtian shouted as he joined the battle, teaming up with Yang Qing to subdue Zhang Diqing. Zhang Diqing had enemies to his left and right. Furthermore, his steed had been injured and lost its agility. He was at the end of his rope, as the old adage went. Terribly dismayed and regretful, he realized that he shouldn't have come to South Edict Manor to wreak havoc. He had been set up by He Yun. Lu Jingtian. Zhang Diqing still wanted to ask Lu Jingtian what exactly was going on. "We have never interfered in each other's businesses, so why are you trying to harm me?" he thought. Yet how could Yang Qing let him speak? As soon as he saw him opening his mouth, he immediately threw caution to the wind and attacked with greater fervor. Zhang Diqing couldn't spare any thought to saying another word because of the onslaught. Yang Qing's fierce assault completely occupied Zhang Diqing's hands. Lu Jingtian immediately saw an opportunity, and took the chance, launching a strike and piercing Zhang Diqing's chest. Zhang Diqing spat out a mouthful of blood. With his dying breath, he held onto the shaft of the spear that had pierced his chest. Staring wide-eyed at Lu Jingtian, he spat out more blood as he shouted angrily, "Lu Jingtian!" Yang Qing obviously wouldn't let him utter any nonsense. With a sudden sweep of his spear, Zhang Diqing's head was sent flying, and fell on the ground. Hot blood gushed out from Zhang Diqing's neck. Lu Jingtian raised his spear, and Zhang Diqing's headless body was lifted off its steed even as it continued gushing piping hot blood. On the main battlefield, as soon as Zhang Diqing ran away and sounded the retreat, it had already caused his subordinates' morale to plummet. They no longer wished to continue fighting and took any chance they could to run in all directions. With that, they could no longer rely on each other for mutual support, and this would only increase the number of fatalities against such superior numbers. As men continued to be sent flying throughout the battlefield, the screams of men and neighs of dragon steeds also continued to echo. All around, there were many who were frantically running away in order to save themselves. Most people had already declared their surrender. However, Yuan Jingquan had a terrified expression on his face as he ran away leading Li Xian and Sun Jiaojia. He really wanted to surrender, but he didn't dare surrender as Miao Yi was relentlessly chasing the three of them, so they could only run away. After the three of them had charged out of the chaotic battle, Miao Yi immediately threw Qin Weiwei and the rest aside as he rode out on his own. Yuan Jingquan! Where do you think you're going? He shouted as he furiously chased after them. The three of them frantically ran for their lives, but realized that the sound of stomping hooves seemed to be getting closer and closer. When they turned around to look, they were frightened out of their wits. The three of them had already seen Miao Yi's ferocity. He killed normal cave masters as if he were chopping up vegetables, and could single-handedly send dozens of men off their steeds. This former transient light cave horse deputy was no longer someone the three of them could stop. Miao Yi was completely covered in an imposing battle armor and drenched in blood, even his steed had its own set of armor. He was carrying a vicious long spear in his hand, and chasing after them relentlessly like a vicious evil god. What's more, he was getting closer and closer. The three of them didn't seem to have gained any advantage by running out first. Trying to compare the leg strength of their steeds with charcoal seemed more than a little naive. While he was skilled at running away, he naturally wouldn't be poor at chasing others as well. Especially when chasing after someone who was desperately running away, Charcoal always felt absolutely terrible when he was being chased by others, but he felt completely ecstatic when he was on the opposite end, so he put more effort into his gallop. If Shang Decheng had Charcoal's leg strength when he led his troops to chase after Yang Qing previously, Yang Cheng would probably be dead by now. Noticing that it was getting harder to get away the longer they went on, the anxious Yuan Jingquan searched everywhere for a chance at survival. He noticed that there were others chasing after deserters a little behind him to his right, but they accepted surrenders. Since only death awaited him wherever he went, he could only turn to making a gamble. He swiftly brought Li Xing and Sun Jiaojiao into a sudden turn, and circled back towards their right. How could Miao Yi let them go? He immediately turned to continue chasing relentlessly. "Don't run, you bastard," he shouted. "We surrender! We surrender!" Yuan Jingquan and the rest frantically jumped off their dragon steeds, tossing their weapons aside as they faced a group of men who were cleaning up, frantically howling their surrender. "Die, you bastard!" Miao Yi shouted as he charged forward. Without another word, he swung his spear at the three of them, intending to cut them where they stood. Unexpectedly, a rider charged out from the other group and swung his great blade. Clang! He knocked away Miao Yi's fatal spear strike. They charged past one another. As he swung his steed around, Miao Yi glared at the person that had stopped him, and discovered that it was none other than Xiong Xiao. Miao Yi's battle armor was completely soaked in blood, and Xiong Xiao wasn't much better off. He was also covered in blood, and it seemed his left arm was injured. Drenched in blood, the mountain chieftain Xiong and cave master Miao glared at each other. The two nemesis didn't even try to hide the animosity in their eyes. It was Xiong Zhao's first look at Miao Yi's battle armor, which covered not only his entire body, but his steeds as well. His gaze then swept over the inversed scale spear that was obviously much better than his own weapon. His mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly as he felt incredibly displeasure. A caver master actually had better equipment than he, a mountain chieftain. Where was the logic in that? This bastard is getting more and more arrogant. He doesn't have the slightest hint of modesty. Xiong Xiao sneered to himself. He stared at Miao Yi, and coldly said, "Miao Yi, what do you think you're doing?" In rage, Miao Yi bellowed, "I am the one who should be asking what is it you think you're doing? Why are you stopping me from killing the enemy?" Xiong Xiao rationally replied, "I have lost a great number of subordinates in this battle, and need men to make up for that. Now that the three of them have surrendered themselves to me, and since I am willing to accept their surrender, they are now my Mount Shaohai's men. No one is allowed to kill them as he pleases. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Reversal, 5. Chapter 176, Reversal, 5. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Miao Yi directed the three-pointed spearhead of the inversed scale spear at Xiong Xiao and decried, "You are doing this intentionally to get in my way." With a bloody open wound on his back, Yan Xiao charged forward with his steed. He held two axes in his hands, with the chain link wrapped around his arms. He made a stance that indicated he was prepared to live or die alongside Miao Yi. While he had fought hard and killed his enemies ferociously in this battle, if it wasn't for the extra boost to his strength from the first-grade transcendent artifact that Miao Yi had gifted him, he might have already perished in the battle just now. However, even if he had made it here in time, compared to Xiong Zhao's men, being the lonely branch of a cave master with but a single leaf, Miao Yi looked a little too lonesome. "Get in your way?" Xiong Xiao sneered. He narrowed his eyes at Miao Yi, scrutinizing him from the top down with a displeased look on his face, as if to say, "Do you think you're worth the trouble of me getting in your way?" "However," he added, "you are merely overthinking things. I said that I need to replenish my manpower, but if you are determined to think otherwise, then there is nothing I can do." In truth, he was intentionally getting in Miao Yi's way. If he hadn't seen Miao Yi so hell-bent on killing these three, he would not have personally stepped out to stop him. He wanted to tick Miao Yi off. He thought back to the time when Miao Yi had greatly humiliation in public, calling him an old scum again and again. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he had lost all face then, so naturally, he wanted to return the favor when an opportunity presented itself. Miao Yi's lips twitched furiously. He pointed his spear towards the horrified Yuan Jinkuan and company, as he shouted, "The three of them have carried out abominable deeds at my East Arrival Cave. They are utterly devoid of conscience. I definitely will not let them go. You had better hand them over to me." His tone implied, "Otherwise don't blame me for being discourteous." A cave master was going against a mountain chieftain, without even the least bit of respect, or any attempt at false courtesy. Xiong Zhao's subordinates shared a look. The grudge between Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao had spread across South Edict Manor a long time ago, everyone knew of it. This cave master Miao was probably the one that disregarded mountain chieftain Xiong the most in the entire South Edict Manor. It was also inappropriate for them to comment. One was their mountain chieftain, whereas the other great cave master Miao was also the trusted aide of manor head Yang Qing. If mountain chieftain Xiong Xiao didn't order it, it would be hard for them to help either side. Xiong Xiao coldly replied, "The three of them are already men of my Mount Shaotai. How could I let anyone have them just like that? If I don't give them to you, what are you going to do about it?" Miao Yi was furious. He swung his spear and pointed at Xiong Xiao as he shouted, "Old scum Xiong Xiao, do you dare battle me to the death?" With a full-body battle armor comprised of transcendent artifacts as he was now, he really didn't fear cultivators below the Blue Lotus realm, but the other party was calling him out to have a one-on-one battle. How could Xiong Xiao back away? He swung the blade in his hand and shouted, "Why would I be afraid of you? You brought this upon yourself, there are no eyes on my blade. Don't blame me if anything goes wrong." He had been having trouble finding the right opportunity to strike. Now that the other party was coming right at him, he couldn't have hoped for anything better. They both brought their steeds to the side. They were really preparing to duke it out man to man. However, Miao Yi's earlier shout had been too conspicuous, as Yang Qing could be seen quickly charging over here. He angrily bellowed, "Stop this at once!" Lu Jingtian accompanied him forward as well. He looked on in puzzlement as he thought, could this be internal strife? Qin Weiwei had been observing from afar. As soon as she saw the sparks fly between the two arch-enemies, she knew that trouble was brewing and quickly dropped her affairs temporarily to lead Gong Sunyu, Li Yuchen, and Zhang Yunyang over in a hurry. She couldn't stand idly by when her own subordinate was going up against Xiong Xiao yet again. Yang Qing still had Zhang Diqing's severed head in hand when he charged over with Lu Jingtian. He stepped in between Miao Yi and Xiong Xiao, and gave them a look as he said, "What are you two trying to do?" Miao Yi immediately pointed towards Yuan Jingquan's group hiding behind Xiong Xiao, and said, "These three bastards are completely devoid of conscience. They went to my east arrival cave to pillage and rape, destroying everything. They didn't even spare the 10 handmaidens and, after defiling them, hung their corpses on the remaining pillars of the east arrival cave grand hall. If I don't kill them, it would be hard to quell the hatred in my heart." Yan Xiu also had a burning desire to rip them to shreds as he glared at Yuan Jingquan's group. There was more than just the grudge from east arrival cave between him and Yuan Jingquan. As they brought their horses to a halt by the side, Xin Weiwei's group also looked at Yuan Jingquan's group coldly. She obviously knew of the other party's good deeds in east arrival cave. However, Xiong Xiao also had something to say, and disputed, "According to your logic, then should we not kill everyone that has surrendered? Naturally, there will be certain grievances when each person follows a different master. If you had the capability to kill them before they submitted to me, then I wouldn't have said another word." He then turned towards Yang Qing and cupped his fists as he said, "Mannerhead, these three have already submitted to me, and I have accepted their surrender. The three of them now belong to Mount Shaotai, yet Miao Yi wants to rush in and kill them. What kind of reasoning is this? Filthy bastard!" Miao Yi shouted as he swung his spear. "Don't try to twist the facts. You clearly only came up to stop me after seeing me chasing down the three of them. Let the three of them come out here to challenge me if you dare. I'll show you if I have the ability to reduce them into ground meat or not." Calling me a filthy bastard again? Xiong Xiao thought furiously. Previously in the outer compounds of South Edict Manor, he was the one at fault, so he could only endure even as he was being berated. However, not only was he being called names in front of so many people, there were also men from thriving 10,000 Manor. How could he take this lying down? He immediately swung his sword and pointed it at Miao Yi as he shouted, a mangy mutt with a mouth full of obscenities. "You better watch your tongue, else don't blame me for being discourteous." The two of them were really about to clash right on the spot. If it weren't for Yang Qing standing between the two of them and stopping them in their tracks, the both of them would have already gone at one another's throats. The others who had just rushed over, now realized that the great cave master Miao really was too fierce to be so bold as to challenge Xiong Xiao to a showdown. Some couldn't help but watch on in anticipation. They actually dared to show such a farce of an internal struggle in front of outsiders. Yang Qing glared at them and bellowed, "Silence! Both of you!" The two of them looked at Yang Qing and saw how furious he was. They slowly put down their weapons and no longer dared to challenge his authority again. In the entire South Edict Manor, only Yang Qing could make Miao Yi a little more obedient. As soon as Yang Qing was a little lax on him, he reckless took his men in secret to the Sea of Constellations without any regard for Qin Weiwei. Considering that he didn't even recognize the authority of his own mountain chieftain Qin Weiwei, why would he recognize the Xiong Zhao's authority? Yang Qing took another look at his two trusted aides covered in blood. This was the stain of fresh blood that came from a ruthless massacre. From this, one could tell how valiant the two of them had been in battle. Furthermore, the both of them had accomplished great deeds individually. If it weren't for Miao Yi risking his life to rescue Qin Weiwei and thus foiling Zhang Diqing's schemes, the current situation would be anyone's guess. Likewise, without Xiong Xiao diving alone into a perilous situation and courageously coming up with ways to trick Lu Jingtian into cooperating, they wouldn't have attained victory in this battle. Yet of all things, these two meritorious vassals were like oil and water, there was no end to their bickering. Now they were at each other's throats again, yet they both had done a great service, so it was not good to blatantly side with either one. "Still not bringing your subordinate away?" Yang Qing shouted in reprimand to Qin Weiwei. It seemed like Qin Weiwei had something to say, but after she looked at the guest Lu Jingtian to the side, she could only urge her dragon steed forward and called for Miao Yi. "Come," she said. Miao Yi was dissatisfied with the outcome, pointing at Yuan Jingquan's group. He still wanted to settle his score with them, but when he met Yang Qing's cold piercing gaze, his expression twitched and he shut his mouth. He turned to follow behind Qin Weiwei's back with a dissatisfied look on his face. He turned to look at Yuan Jingquan's trio from time to time, his gaze sending chills down their spines. The three of them knew that this guy had no intentions of letting them go, but even Yang Qing himself had laid down the law, so they believed that everything would be settled. "Bring your men and scoot," Yang Qing bellowed towards Xiong Xiao. It seemed like he was giving more face to Miao Yi because he had used the word scoot against Xiong Xiao, but Xiong Xiao had a thankful expression as he cupped his fists and replied, "Yes." He turned around and swiftly brought his men away. Xiong Xiao was quite pleased. The manor head seemed like he wasn't being respectful of him, but in truth he had still taken his side. He still allowed him to keep Yuan Jingquan's group. Miao Yi still lost against him. "A few of my subordinates are ill-behaved. I have shown Brother Lu an ugly sight," Yang Qing said as he sighed to Lu Jingtian. Lu Jingtian chuckled in response. It seemed he was quite fond of Yang Qing's attitude. It was mostly due to the fact that Lu Jingtian had received a large boon that Yang Qing had been truly willing to give up, without a shred of hesitation at that. He hadn't asked for a single thing on Zhang Deqing's corpse, even that flying sword that he clearly needed. He relinquished it to Lu Jingtian, treating it all as compensation for Lu Jingtian's prior acceptance and answering his plea to deploy his forces. This action allowed Lu Jingtian to hold Yang Cheng with great favor. Even though he had been the manor head of a manor for so many years, his savings were not meager. At the very least, it was far from something that Yang Qing, who had only been a manor head for a few years, could compare to. As soon as Lu Jingtian saw the benefits, he immediately felt that this Yang Qing person was someone whom he could befriend. Of course, Yang Qing did not relinquish everything. Even though he had won this battle, Zhang Deqing's side hadn't been simply sitting still as they were slaughtered. He couldn't avoid losing a lot of troops, so Yang Qing only asked for one thing, to claim all of Zhang Deqing's subordinates that had surrendered, to replenish his own forces. After reaping such a large reward, Lu Jingtian wouldn't stop him from taking some minor compensation. He could replenish his own losses slowly over a few years, but the items on Zhang Deqing's body were not something he could simply amass over a few years. He naturally accepted without hesitation. "Brother Yang, even though you and I are neighbors, I must be clear on some things. Although Zhang Deqing deserved to die, since this incident has unwittingly involved my suppressing third hall, the fault still remains with your suppressing second hall. The superiors will definitely look into this incident, and your suppressing second hall must give us a proper explanation," Lu Jingtian said to Yang Qing as he rode beside him. "The matters between the two hall masters are not something you and I can stick our heads into. Just let our respective hall masters handle it, why should we have to worry?" Yang Qing said. Then, he suddenly brought his head closer and whispered, "Brother Lu, with regards to the two halls, I have something I would like to ask of you. I hope Brother Lu will be able to help." "Tell me about it," Lu Jingtian replied. Yang Qing sighed as he said, "Even though Zhang Deqing has been vanquished and I can already report to my superiors, there is still the matter of my secretly requesting Brother Lu's assistance. I'm afraid if word got out, some would accuse me of colluding with suppressing third hall. This matter of working with outside parties to strike at one's own forces, no matter where one is, there are bound to be some who would run their mouths without discretion. I'm not sure if I could trouble Brother Lu to write a letter of complaint that I can hand over to my hall master when I report to him." Lu Jingtian was taken aback. He was basically asking him to help put in a good word for him and leave out the matter of him secretly contacting him. However, Yang Qing's words served as a reminder to him that their two parties had cooperated in battle. If there were some from suppressing second hall that would say Yang Qing had colluded with outsiders, then how could there be none from suppressing third hall that would say that he, Lu Jingtian, had colluded with outsiders as well? He immediately presented a question, "Then would Brother Yang also write something for me to hand over to my hall master?" "Since Brother Lu has asked, consider it done," replied Yang Qing. For Yang Qing to bring this matter up first, he naturally expected what the other party would want. Without another word, he brought out a jade archive and imbued his transcendence energy as he began writing. After stamping it with his transcendence seal, he handed it over to Lu Jingtian. Lu Jingtian received it and gave it a quick read. Yang Qing had first written his apology in the given recompense, then expanded on having failed to control the situation and letting Zheng Diqing run into suppressing Third Hall territory and wreak havoc. However, after that he complained about him, Lu Jingtian. He said that this was suppressing Second Hall's affairs. What was the meaning of Lu Jingtian forcefully interfering and killing suppressing Second Hall's men? But this kind of complaint was undoubtedly praising that he, Lu Jingtian, was capable of protecting a territory, and was able to respond quickly to kill intruders. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Reversal, 6. Chapter 177, Reversal, 6. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Lu Jingtian was quite happy. He kept the jade archive and took out another to write on, before sealing it with his insignia and passing it to Yang Qing. The contents inside were all damning in nature, accusing Zheng Diqing of actually daring run all the way to his thriving 10,000 manners realm to butcher the troops of his mountain. Zheng Diqing lacked any restraint whatsoever, forcing Lu Jingtian to have no other choice but to pursue and kill him. He demanded that suppressing Second Hall provide an explanation. From the beginning to end, he didn't mention the fact that Yang Qing had contacted him in secret and instead stated that he himself had reacted promptly to pursue and eliminate Zheng Diqing of his own accord. That man had already invaded his territory, so taking the initiative to eliminate him was normal. Hence, there were no mistakes in the contents to implicate him. Gripping the jade archive, Yang Qing gradually turned to cast a glance in the direction of where suppressing Second Hall lay, giving a cold laugh in his heart. With this item in hand, Zheng Diqing had at last died in vain this time. He could also now push the blame of getting outsiders involved onto that dead man, Zheng Diqing, instead. Even suppressing Third Hall wouldn't be able to investigate and link this matter back to Yang Qing. Thus, he would be innocent. Regardless of whether the contents inside were justifiable or not, even the men of suppressing Third Hall had accused Zheng Diqing of wreaking havoc first. That was more than enough to silence them. In all likelihood, after going for wool and coming back shorn, He Yun's face must be incredibly humiliated right now. Since He Yun had already turned on him, there was no need for him to show any regard to He Yun. Even though He Yun's cultivation level was far higher than him, Yang Qing refused to believe that He Yun would openly slaughter him without fear. Yang Qing was not a loose cultivator. If he were one, then He Yun would not suffer any repercussions in killing him. However, the fact remained that Yang Qing was still the head of a manor. No matter how high He Yun's cultivation level was, those who have entered this circle would need to abide by the rules of the game. It wasn't up to them to do as they pleased. Otherwise, what was the point of having rules? It was similar to Xiong Xiao, who really wanted to dispose of Miao Yi, but he only dared to act in the shadows. He didn't yet have the courage to brazenly attack Miao Yi out in the open. With the result of the war in his hand, Yang Qing refused to believe that Hall Master Huo Lingxiao would be blind to this. He didn't have any grievances with Huo Lingxiao, so the Hall Master had no reason to insist on killing him. Rather than saying that this war was to defend himself, it was more accurate to say that Yang Qing had fought this war so that Huo Lingxiao, the Hall Master of suppressing Second Hall, would witness it. His aim was to let Huo Lingxiao understand that he, Yang Qing, had complete capability in succeeding the position of manor head. Thus, there was no need to assume he was a pushover, and instead, it would be best to clutch onto him tightly without letting go. Only then would Huo Lingxiao target the other manor heads under Feng Jihuan instead. Having already obtained what they wanted, Yang Qing kept the jade archive while exchanging a smile with Lu Jingtian. Both of them looked quite smug about the matter. Lu Jingtian was beyond satisfied. He would never have imagined that he had been ruthlessly manipulated by Yang Qing. Yang Qing had betrayed him, and he was now helping Yang Qing count the spoils. Yang Qing wasn't afraid of him knowing either. At least for this short moment, he wouldn't understand yet. By the time it finally dawned on him, Yang Qing would have already survived this round. If he wanted to seek vengeance after this, he could strike back with all his might and Yang Qing would accept it with open arms. But back to the subject at hand. For a man Yang Qing could manipulate like this, he didn't consider Lu Jingtian capable of brewing trouble between the two halls like him. Stirring up trouble was easy, but the important part was to allow himself to escape the repercussions after that. In this war, South Edict Manor had suffered a loss of more than 300 men in total, including the troops lost from Mount Comingxi. The armies of 3 mountains were gone just like that. Lu Jingtian had already lost more than 50 men, not including about 100 men who had been sacrificed by Yang Qing. Apart from Zhang Dechen getting killed, more than 800 troops under him had perished among over 1,000 men. Almost 100 of them had escaped while about 200 men had surrendered themselves to South Edict Manor. With an addition of more than 200 prisoners, South Edict Manor would have lost just about 100 men, roughly the losses Qin Weiwei's Mount Comingxi suffered. Although Miao Yi wanted to kill Yuan Jingquan and the others before this, he was now extremely envious as he stared at the cultivators being held captive. It would be a wonder if he wasn't envious. Wouldn't he just be a cave master in name if he didn't quickly supplement his troops? In the near future of East Arrival Cave, he couldn't just set himself, the cave master, to guard the mountain gates, patrol the mountain, and perform menial chores, right? How would that work out if he didn't have some men to help him manage the multitude of followers in East Arrival City? Unless he, the cave master, stopped cultivating altogether and just focused on hard labor, that was certainly more likely. Yet he had already been a cave master in name only, leading as supporting actor like Yin Xiu. He hadn't had any troops to accept prisoners and, by the time the war was over, the survivors had already been snatched up by others. He had poured in his utmost effort and in the end, didn't manage to score any benefits at all. He eyed Qin Weiwei, who was also standing by helplessly. She needed more men, but she also hadn't had anyone help her receive prisoners because earlier, she has focused on leading her men to charge behind Miao Yi. How would she have extra men to accept the prisoners in this state? He had been hoping to seek out Qin Weiwei to solve the problem, but from what he could now see, he could no longer count on her. She couldn't even resolve her own issues, so Miao Yi could only think of an alternative solution. Brother Miao. While he was writing and circling around on charcoal and greenly eyeing others in envy, Miao Yi suddenly heard someone transmit a message to him. He couldn't resist the urge to turn and glance at the group to his side. A familiar face among them caught him by surprise. He realized that it was none other than his old friend, Chen Fei. He appeared to have several wounds on his body and was currently being tended. Miao Yi was a little overjoyed by the unexpected turn of events. He had thought that Chen Fei was already dead when Yang Qing attacked South Edict Manor, leaving behind Ji Shoufang and her son. He would never have imagined that Chen Fei had also become a surrendered prisoner of war. Both of them made eye contact. The way that Chen Fei stared at Miao Yi was full of emotions. When Qin Weiwei had been trapped, he had seen how valiant Miao Yi was as he charged in and out alone. From the time that he was just a greenhorn with a wooden spear, he had turned into a man with an imposing presence. After only a couple of years, he was now the cave master of East Arrival Cave. Chen Fei was truly ashamed when he reflected on himself again. Miao Yi was about to head over to greet him, but soon realized that Chen Fei had fallen into the clutches of Mount Shaotai, becoming their prisoner. He instantly restrained himself from heading over. He didn't dare to request Xiong Xiao to give Chen Fei to him. He couldn't even seize Yuan Jingquan and the others, let alone Chen Fei. If he requested for Chen Fei from Xiong Xiao, it would definitely bring harm to Chen Fei. If it came to that, he wasn't sure what kind of torture that bastard Xiong Xiao would put Chen Fei through. Brother Chen, I have some grievances with the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai. You've surrendered to him, so it's not appropriate for me to greet you in person. Please forgive me, else I may bring you harm instead. Miao Yi apologized as he secretly transmitted his message. Chen Fei then replied, I saw what happened just now. It's precisely because of that I've chosen to transmit a message to you instead. Brother Miao, you've really done well. Brother Chen, please don't mock me. Brother Chen should first stay at Mount Shaotai for now. When an opportunity comes, I will get you back. There's no need to bother. I am already considered to be very lucky and fortunate to have survived. It's the same wherever I stay. Brother Chen, I have another thing that I need your help with by leaving you in Mount Shaotai. It's about Yuan Jingquan, those three bastards. I will never forgive them. They caused the death of Chao Dingfeng back then, and troubled me again this time around. Afterwards, please help pay attention to where in Mount Shaotai those three bastards are dispatched to, and find an opportunity to send news to East Arrival Cave. Chen Fei was stunned. He figured that Miao Yi wanted to teach Yuan Jingquan a lesson due to the incident at East Arrival Cave. He never thought that the matter involved Chao Dingfeng as well. He couldn't help but ask in return, Brother Chao died at the hands of Yuan Jingquan? You were in the dark. Miao Yi immediately explained everything that happened when Yuan Jingquan had forced them to their deaths in the past. After Chen Fei finished listening, he knitted his brows and exclaimed, I understand now. Brother Miao, I am afraid that there is one matter that I've failed you in. I was also involved in attacking East Arrival Cave. He continued to explain what had transpired from the beginning when he had gone to find Yin Xiu at East Arrival Cave, to when he had rescued Shen and Shuer after. On this matter, Miao Yi could understand. However, what made Miao Yi pleasantly surprised was that Shen and Shuer were still alive. He had thought that those two young girls were already dead. It was for this exact reason that he had been hot on Yuan Jingquan's heels. He instantly asked, where are they now? They are by the coast of the East Arrival Cave boundary, hiding inside a dock by the cliffs. They were the ones who chose that place to hide in. According to them, Brother Miao was the one who given the order to build that dock. I assumed that Brother Miao would know where that place is, and easily locate it. Miao Yi was truly overjoyed. He trusted Chen Fei's words completely, and didn't doubt that those two young girls were still alive. Otherwise, Chen Fei wouldn't have brought up that dock. If the two girls had to choose a hiding place, then it would most likely be there. Why didn't he think to search for them there before? Miao Yi thanked Chen Fei over and over again. If it wasn't for Chen Fei, the girls wouldn't be alive. It wasn't safe for them to continue conversing for fear of arousing Xiong Zhao's suspicions. They secretly wished each other well before Miao Yi turned and left. He didn't know how Chen and Shuer were doing right now. Miao Yi wanted to go seek them out immediately. However, it wasn't appropriate to depart this place just then. After Yang Qing conversed with Lu Jingtian, he gradually rode his dragon steed before the crowd and swept his gaze slowly across them. Qing Mei and Qing Zhu accompanied him by his sides. Both elder and younger aunties were hurt. Elder Auntie Qing Mei had sustained severe injuries. Someone had thrust a spear into her stomach. If Qing Zhu hadn't rescued her in time, Qing Mei wouldn't be alive right now. The gaze that young Qing threw at them both held a trace of anguish, but he didn't reveal too much unnecessary emotions right then. His expression was steady and resolute. He calmly lifted the head in his hand, and showed it to the crowd, especially to the disciples from the school of Blue Jade who had been witnessing the battle from the mountains. Zhang Diqing's head lies here. We won. Yang Qing suddenly bellowed with dignity. In lifting up Zhang Diqing's head, he had officially declared that the war was over, and announced that he had lived up to expectations. Xiong Xiao and the respective mountain chieftains, including Qin Weiwei, dismounted from their dragon steeds and cupped their hands at young Qing, roaring in acknowledgement, "Mannerhead, ut!" The others also immediately followed suit, leaping down from their dragon steeds. All the cultivators from South Edict Manor on the scene, including those who had surrendered, faced Yang Qing with their hands cupped and roared, "Mannerhead!" Every one of them invoked their arts, screaming high into the sky. The shockwaves caused dust to billow out in all directions. The grandness with which all of South Edict Manor had acknowledged their allegiance to Yang Qing made his entire being feel as though he were high in the clouds, aloof and untouchable, with the ash-gray snow-covered mountain at his back. At this moment, Yang Qing had used the victory from this war to thoroughly establish his position in South Edict Manor, raising his reputation in South Edict Manor to new heights. On the mountain top, every one of the School of Blue Jade's disciples turned pale, especially Elder Hong Changhai. His face was incredibly sour. Although the sect master from the School of Blue Jade had agreed to try and force Yang Qing to submit before the battle, Hong Changhai was the one who had come up with that nasty idea. And that wasn't the least of it, this action had disobeyed the sect master's ultimate wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Troops Recruitment, 1. Chapter 178, Troops Recruitment, 1. Translator, Kalad Editor, Tom Yummy. Due to pressure from suppressing Second Hall, the School of Blue Jade did indeed have difficulty allowing their subordinates enter the fray and directly assist Yang Qing. However, the agreement that the sect master had with Yang Qing, back when he was readying his troops in Mount Shaotai, was primarily for the third-grade transcendent artifact. Should Yang Qing find himself caught in a pinch in future, he could borrow the third-grade transcendent artifact from the School of Blue Jade whenever he wished. The sect master had agreed to allow Hong Changhai to use the transcendent artifact to pressure Yang Qing at critical junctures. However, what the sect master had in mind was, while they had yet to seize control of South Edict Manor, the terms of the partnership were not to be broken. Yang Qing still needed to be protected, otherwise it would be against the interest of the School of Blue Jade after helping him lay claim South Edict Manor. Thus, all they needed to do was bluff Yang Qing for a while in the off chance that he might just cave under the pressure, and agree to their demands. If Yang Qing didn't agree, then the transcendent artifact was still to be loaned to Yang Qing regardless. However, Hong Changhai had taken matters into his own hands. When he saw that Yang Qing hadn't agreed to his demands, he had hoped to force Yang Qing to the edge where he would eventually have to agree. Unexpectedly, he got himself burnt playing with fire. Yang Qing actually had another trick up his sleeve, and took Zhang Diqing down with a burst of morale. In light of that, it would mean that the School of Blue Jade had violated the terms of their partnership first. Now it was Yang Qing's turn to disregard the terms. Hong Changhai knew that this time, he had made a grave mistake. If nothing out of the ordinary occurred, then the elders who acted as mediators between the School of Blue Jade and South Edict Manor would be driven out of South Edict Manor. Without these old men overseeing and fighting for the rights of the School of Blue Jade disciples that had already joined South Edict Manor, those disciples would likely have to keep their heads down and obediently heed orders. Otherwise, Yang Qing could kick them out of the system at any time. Yet would he still want to take this opportunity to squeeze about 400 of those School of Blue Jade disciples into South Edict Manor? Now, even if the School of Blue Jade were allowed to squeeze those 400 disciples into South Edict Manor, it wouldn't have the courage to. The reason was quite simple. Without the elders stationed in South Edict Manor acting as internal mediators, and limiting Yang Qing's powers to allow for a just partnership, ensuring that disciples from the School of Blue Jade would be duly rewarded for their contributions, and not unjustly punished without reason, the disciples would surely be suppressed by Yang Qing. There would be very little opportunity for promotion, and in the event of any disobedience, Yang Qing would even be able to kick them out of the system. It would be fine if it were just being kicked out of the system, but what if Yang Qing were to slowly torment you? Would you still dare to run? Squeezing the School of Blue Jade disciples into South Edict Manor would mean that he was pointlessly offering his men to Yang Qing. Right now, the School of Blue Jade disciples that had already joined South Edict Manor were likely the most helpless. Unfortunately, once you've entered in the system, it wasn't up to you when you wished to enter, and when to leave. Should they heed Yang Qing, or the School of Blue Jade's orders from now on? Not. They surely knew that once the partnership agreement between both parties were severed, the School of Blue Jade's control over them would be drastically reduced. Consequently, the one that would hold reign over them now was Yang Qing. There were some who pondered on whether they should just work under Yang Qing from now on, but they were unsure if they could earn Yang Qing's trust and recognition with their background in the School of Blue Jade. Standing atop the mountain ridge, Elder Hong didn't even know how he should report to the sect master. He had been confident that Yang Qing would agree in the face of a life-and-death situation, which was why he had done as he did. Unexpectedly, Yang Qing still had another hand to play. As he looked down towards the bodies being brought to the side and buried after having fallen in battle, Elder Hong felt a pang. There were many School of Blue Jade disciples among them. The ones that were still alive likely wouldn't have any relations with the School of Blue Jade in the future. The School of Blue Jade's plans for controlling South Edict Manor had effectively gone up in smoke on this day. One wrong move had ultimately placed them in a checkmate. In this unpredictable battle, there was only one winner. In the end, the one who had launched a preemptive strike, Zheng Deqing, was defeated miserably. Lu Jingtian was manipulated and was still oblivious, and the School of Blue Jade would have difficulty meddling into South Edict Manor's affairs again after violating their agreement. Only Yang Qing had managed to force an unfavorable situation around on the brink of disaster. Yang Qing was the biggest winner. Yang Qing didn't pay heed to the hundreds of School of Blue Jade disciples atop the ridge. After bidding goodbye to Lu Jingtian and burying all of the dead on the spot, he brought away the living captives, not letting Lu Jingtian have a single person who he could question regarding the cause of events. The snow had ceased, and the sun began to shine with a brilliance. The large army didn't stay over long in thriving 10,000 Manor's territory, and left straight for South Edict Manor. Elder Hong's expression darkened as he led the hundreds of School of Blue Jade disciples alongside them on the mountain ridge. It seemed like he still wanted to negotiate with Yang Qing. Even Miao Yi could tell that negotiations had fully broken down between South Edict Manor and the School of Blue Jade, but he still could not make heads or tails of the hidden implications. This was mostly because he always had a poor relationship with his mountain chieftain Qin Weiwei, and also because there was no one to tell him of these sort of matters. Furthermore, the School of Blue Jade disciples under him had either been killed by him, or brought along to the Sea of Constellations and killed by demonic spirits. The way he saw it, there was nothing special about the men from the School of Blue Jade. It would be ideal if he could recruit them as his subordinates and order them around. If they disobeyed, he could just get rid of them. It was as simple as that. He always had the men from the School of Blue Jade obeying his every word regardless, and never had difficulty in controlling the School of Blue Jade disciples. Seeing such a large number of troops just standing there, Miao Yi felt a little glum. If he still didn't get any new hands assigned to him, it was likely that the Easter rival cave master himself would have to do the daily chores and duties. When that happened, even if he had enough orbs of will, he wouldn't have the time to refine them. But he didn't feel it was his place to ask Yang Qing for more men. After all, he wasn't the only one that lacked troops. Even his superior, Qin Weiwei, would soon become a general without an army. Furthermore, the subordinates previously under him hadn't perished in this battle. They had been sent to their deaths by him, bringing them out for some alternative income. He didn't have any confidence in asking for more. The location of the battle had originally been on the border between thriving 10,000 Manor and South Edict Manor. It was not long before the troops returned to South Edict Manor territory. After finding a wide plain, they stopped again to reorganize themselves. Reorganizing naturally signified the reassignment of troops for each mountain. Most of the mountains already had their casualties replenished by new men. Only Qin Weiwei's Mount Comingxi was extremely awkward. After replenishing the manpower of the other mountains, Yang Qing only chose 20 people under his direct command to give to Qin Weiwei. It was useless even if both parties had a father-daughter relationship. In front of everyone else, the necessary punishments still needed to be enforced. He could not pretend as if nothing had happened after struggling through an uphill battle. If that was the case, how would Yang Qing expect to lead his subordinates in the future? Qin Weiwei had been rash and fallen for the enemy's trap, resulting in almost complete annihilation of Mount Comingxi's forces. Even though Yang Qing hadn't blamed Qin Weiwei in public, everyone could tell that this was the guise for Yang Qing's punishment to Qin Weiwei. As for the rewards for contributions in this battle, Qin Weiwei likely no longer had anything to do with it. 2 of South Edict Manor's mountain chieftains had died in this battle, so Yang Qing appointed 2 new men to take over. As for the cave masters that had died in battle, There were quite a few, but Yang Qing didn't interfere in their assignment, and allowed the respective mountain chieftains to do it themselves. He wouldn't take away the authority of those under him. As soon as he was done reorganizing his troops, Yang Chang allowed each mountain chieftain to have half of their troops stay to defend their own respective territory. The remaining half would follow him, and make a beeline for Ever Peace Manor. He was ready to take this chance while Ever Peace Manor was empty, to conquer it in one stroke. Xiong Xiao reminded, Manor Head, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to take over Ever Peace Manor? Wouldn't we be inciting the wrath of the Hall Master? Yang Qing coldly replied, how could I let someone else take the fruits of our South Edict Manor's hard labor? If one doesn't have even this much boldness, he would continue to be underestimated by others. The harvesting of the Orbs of Will is just around the corner. All of you follow me to first take over Ever Peace Manor. We will talk again once the Orbs of Will are harvested. If the Hall Master really wants us out after the fact, then we can simply retreat back to South Edict Manor once more. Everyone else share a look. Since Yang Qing insisted on doing it this way, then they could only cup their fists and obey. When he saw that everyone was still a little hesitant, Yang Qing suddenly raised his arm and shouted, once we have taken over Ever Peace Manor, besides the harvest of Orbs of Will that Ever Peace Manor has to hand over this year, the rest shall be everyone's rewards for this battle. Move out. Once they heard of such a reward, and figured that even if the skies were to come crashing down, there would be someone higher up keeping it at bay. Since the Manor Head wasn't afraid, what else did they have to fear? They immediately shaped up. With their morales raised, they acknowledged the command in high spirits. They left half their troops behind, while the rest followed Yang Qing, and charged straight towards Ever Peace Manor like brigands. Almost all the troops from each respective mountain had gone, leaving only Qing Weiwei and about 20 of the men she had remaining. Pretty much everyone who belonged to Mount Kangxi was gathered there. Qin Weiwei had no part to play in raiding another territory and the sharing the fruits of victory. Yang Qing leaving her behind would also be considered part of her punishment. Truth be told, Mount Kangxi also had no way to split its forces for the raiding more land. It had about 20 men in total, and having 2 men to guard each of the abode of immortals was very well the bare minimum. Where would they find anyone to spare? The men that Yang Qing had left behind didn't feel troubled that they had to follow Qin Weiwei instead of going to share the fruits of victory. This was because almost all the men from Mount Kangxi were dead. With so many cave master positions suddenly becoming vacant, the new replacements would definitely be selected amongst them. Even if they were not selected to become cave masters, they would still be highly recognized. This was Yang Qing's strong point. Indeed, after Qin Weiwei watched the other troops depart, she immediately filled the 6 vacant cave master positions. Naturally, the 4 cave masters Gong Sunyu, Li Yuqian, Zhang Yunyang and Miao Yi remained in their original positions. Out of the 10 cave masters, 9 of those had another person assigned to them. Only Miao Yi's east arrival cave was spared the manpower because under his command, there was still Yin Shou alive and kicking. The others were more of a lone general than he was. It was plain to see how much Mount Kangxi had fallen from grace. Out of the 20 men Yang Qing had left behind, 6 had been assigned as cave masters, and another 9 distributed into each cave. As for the remaining 5, Qin Weiwei kept them by her side. Given the size of Mount Kangxi, it was impossible that she, the mountain chieftain, would not keep some men to command. Furthermore, it would be impossible to distribute the manpower evenly, even if she had to assign them all away. 10 cave masters, each lone general accompanied by a single aide. They were all a little speechless as they looked at each other. Not far away, Hong Changhai wasn't sure whether he should bring his troops away or not. He was truly uncertain of how he would report to the sect master once he returned. Miao Yi gazed in envy at the hundreds of School of Blue Jade disciples situated nearby. In a low voice, he begrudgingly complained, "Never have I seen such a pitiful cave master. This is the first." Qin Weiwei turned her head to glare at him, feeling that Miao Yi meant that she, the mountain chieftain, was useless. She bit her lip, but ultimately endured it and didn't say a thing. If it were the previous her, she would probably have immediately snapped back with, "If you're not satisfied with being this cave master, you can choose not to do it. I will immediately assign someone new." Gongsun Yu was aware that the great cave master Miao always had a poor relationship with mountain chieftain Qin Weiwei. Were it the past, he would definitely have jumped out in a heartbeat to side with Qin Weiwei and rebuke Miao Yi. However, things were evidently not the same as before. Nonetheless, he still loyally helped Qin Weiwei say a few words as he smiled, "Cave Master Miao, so long as we can hold out for the moment, the mountain chieftain is sure to find more men to replenish our forces." Miao Yi scoffed as he thought, obviously this vile couple will put in some good words for one another. With so many men lacking, he didn't believe that they could be replenished in a short period of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Troops Recruitment 2. Chapter 179, Troops Recruitment 2. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. It wasn't like there weren't any other cultivators available. There were countless cultivators who wanted to enter the system. The key problem related to the rules of recruitment. Each domain couldn't just accept anyone. They usually didn't dare to simply accept cultivators of unknown origin because once something went wrong, such as recruiting spies from other nations, the person who made the recommendation would take the blame. Hence, unless they had a good relationship with each other, they usually wouldn't recommend just anyone to join. Thinking back, Chao Dingfeng had first recommended Miao Yi's entry into Transient Light Cave, purely because of his good relationship with Chen Fei. He trusted him. Following which, it was because Chao Dingfeng had put in a few good words and asked Cave Master Zhang that Miao Yi's name was added to the registry records. Only then was Miao Yi able to join Transient Light Cave. Replenishing manpower was usually done by taking in prisoners that had capitulated, so when accidents did occur, they wouldn't be blamed for it. Instead, they could easily shift the blame onto the losing party of the war for their poor screening. Apart from this, another option was to recruit disciples from the other sections. If a spy was found among the sect disciples recruited, then the sect who recommended the disciple to join would need to bear responsibility. It was reported that the reason why they preferred accepting sect disciples was linked to the six sages' desire to use the orbs of will to absorb the sect's power into the system. It was to make them butcher each other as they fought for territory within the system, weakening themselves and stunting their influence, preventing them from threatening the six sages' positions. Despite the fact that most of them understood this, they still couldn't resist the temptation of the orbs of will. After all, once they entered the system, there would still a chance for them to excel. Thus, in Miao Yi's point of view, even if he did manage to obtain men to replenish his troops, his relationship with Qin Weiwei had never been well. The men would simply be given to the other abodes first. That villainous Gongsun Yu who always stuck by Qin Weiwei would be the first one to gain from this, and Miao Yi's East Arrival Cave would only get his turn last. Furthermore, that vile woman, Qin Weiwei, would most likely refuse to replenish his troops just to get back at him. As the cave master, he seriously couldn't imagine how long he would be doing menial tasks in East Arrival Cave. He tightened his lips in Elder Hong's direction and asked, "Is that necessary? They have hundreds of men there, readily available. What's wrong with simply recruiting some of them?" Gongsun Yu eyed the expressionless Qin Weiwei before turning to reveal a bitter smile as he replied, "Cave Master Miao. Even if you want to recruit them, they wouldn't dare join." Miao Yi failed to understand the reason, so he didn't believe his words. "It's because both parties turned against each other and we have refused their entry, correct?" He shot a glance at Qin Weiwei and sarcastically said, "If someone has the courage to yield, I will immediately head there and replenish the troops in East Arrival Cave." In his opinion, who among all the cultivators in the world wouldn't want to enter the system, to share in the world's power of will? Gongsun Yu was caught between laughter and tears. It wasn't his place to explain that the reason why the school of Blue Jade's men were afraid of joining them was because the Mano head would beat them down. They would only throw their lives away at South Edict Manor without any chance of a promotion. After listening to Miao Yi's words practically dripping with sarcasm, Qin Weiwei knew the someone he was talking about was her. She grit her pearly whites and swept him a chilling gaze as she scoffed, "If you can manage it, then by all means, go and recruit them." Miao Yi's eyes instantly gleamed. "Mountain chieftain, are you serious?" Qin Weiwei casted a fiery gaze at him. "Do you really take me for the type of despicable person who would go back on their word?" The words she spat out now had a different tone to how she would have treated Miao Yi in the past. "No. No. How could Mountain Chieftain be despicable?" Miao Yi quickly waved his hands and chuckled happily. "I'm just worried that what if I were to replace the men of East Arrival Cave with disciples from the School of Blue Jade, and hand in the registry afterwards, only to have you refusing to report it to the superiors? I wouldn't be able to explain myself to the School of Blue Jade. They might even think I was just fooling with them." This was obviously saying that he was still worried someone was a despicable person who would break her promise. Angered, Qin Weiwei ground her teeth and replied, "As long as the disciples from the School of Blue Jade have the courage to join, you can rope in as many as you want. I will approve and report accordingly, provided that they do not make any demands, and simply enter like regular cultivators." Cave Master Gongsun. Mountain Chieftain words carries weight. You all heard what she said. After Miao Yi asked for everyone to bear witness, he excitedly put his hands together. The armor on both his and Charcoal's body transformed into silver mist before entering the storage ring. He turned Charcoal around, making a beeline straight to where the disciples of the School of Blue Jade were. All the cave masters were rendered speechless. They had no clue where Miao Yi had gotten such extravagant equipment from. Everyone's gaze trailed after Cave Master Miao's departing figure as he excitedly bounced towards the School of Blue Jade. They shook their heads, thinking to themselves that the Cave Master Miao would need a rude awakening to change. Hong Changhai had led his group of men to a location not far away, and was still staring at the direction where Yang Chang and his men had gone, lost in his train of thoughts. How would he explain to the sect master when he returned? How on earth would he explain to the entire School of Blue Jade? The thundering hooves of a galloping dragon steed pulled him back from his thoughts. He turned his head to see, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Back then in South Edict Manor, Hong Changhai had met Miao Yi before. Miao Yi also knew who he was, it was just that he had never greeted him before. Thus, he came to halt before Hong Changhai and said with cupped fists, "East Arrival Cave Miao Yi has come to greet Elder Hong." Towards this man whom the School of Blue Jade wanted to groom into their spy, Hong Changhai was naturally familiar with him, since he had been involved in the matter from the shadows. Shooting a glance to where Qin Weiwei and the rest were, he cupped his hands lightly. "So you're Cave Master Miao. I heard that the School of Blue Jade's disciples at East Arrival Cave had been gone with Cave Master Miao for a long time. May I know where they are now?" For him to just open his mouth and shoot straight into this matter, Miao Yi's lips couldn't help but give a slight twitch. He sighed, "I am ashamed. They weren't able to escape during the Battle of East Arrival Cave. I came here especially to inform you." It turned out he was here to inform him of this matter. Hong Changhai gave a nod to himself in his thoughts, feeling that this Cave Master Miao was more sincere, much better than that ungrateful young Qing. He didn't suspect that there were other reasons, as a lot of disciples from the School of Blue Jade had perished in the recent battle. That those lot from East Arrival Cave hadn't survived the ordeal wasn't unreasonable. He was rather glum as he said, "So they have fallen in battle for South Edict Manor." Unfortunately, Manor Head Yang. The words he had yet to say were easy to guess even for a mindless pair of buttocks. He was definitely reproaching Yang Qing for being heartless and unjust. However, Miao Yi held no concern for these things, and immediately asked, "Elder Hong, I have a piece of good news to tell you." Hong Changhai was caught off guard by his words. "Good news? What good news?" He was fairly suspicious. Their relation with South Edict Manor had already turned sour. What other good news could come of it? Miao Yi watched the men behind Hong Changhai and smiled. "Both the School of Blue Jade and I are considered old friends. During that time, I've frequently heard about the School of Blue Jade from Zhang Jinlong, and have long come to respect you. As the saying goes, benefits should always be shared among one's own people. Now that I am lacking in men at East Arrival Cave, I thought of you first. Those who wish to come to East Arrival Cave, you can leave with me now. There's no need to be courteous about it, but in his eyes, they should be happy that he was willing to allow them to join East Arrival Cave and become a member of the system to share in the world's orbs of will. There were countless cultivators who wanted to join but were unable to. Miao Yi had shown up to proactively attract customers, expecting them to be overjoyed at the opportunity. Little did he imagine that the men before him now weren't looking happy at all. Instead, they were all stunned, thinking that this bastard was here to make a fool out of them. Their relationship had already gone sour with Yan Cheng, and now he still wanted them to join? Such a bullshit news. Hong Shanghai was beginning to suspect whether this bastard was truly a fool, or that he had come here especially to make a joke out of them. He had a strong impulse to spit in Miao Yi's face. But after seeing that Miao appeared normal and didn't seem intent on screwing with them, Hong Shanghai's eyes flickered a little. He puzzled over what Miao Yi had said, and felt that there was another hidden meaning. Just now Miao Yi mentioned that both he and the School of Blue Jade were old friends. Then, he went on to mention that Zhang Jilong had often talked about the School of Blue Jade. He even went on to say that benefits should always be shared among one's own people. Thinking up to this point, Hong Shanghai thought that he understood what Miao Yi was hinting at. Keeping in mind that Zhang Jilong and the others had been working to groom Miao Yi into a spy, could it be? The more he thought about it, the more possible it sounded. Elder Hong shot another glance at Qin Weiwei and her group in the distance, before starting hesitantly, "Will Yang Qing agree?" Miao Yi cut straight to it. "Since the manor head is not here, it's the same if Mountain Chieftain Qin agree to it." Astonished, Elder Hong asked, "Did Qin Weiwei ask you to come here?" Miao Yi made it seem as though he had been seriously looking out for them as he sighed. "Do you think she would actually ask me to come here?" "She refused in the beginning. I talked her into giving her approval. Now that she's being bullheaded and won't go back on her word, be quick. Otherwise, once she calms down later, you may not be able to join anymore." But Elder Hong was still undecided, pondering over what Miao Yi was trying to do, and whether it was as he suspected. Seeing that he wasn't being frank, Miao Yi laughed coldly to himself. Hadn't this guy come all this way for the sake of getting back into the system? Now he was putting on such an outrageous pretense. If you're not willing to join, then that's settled. I will go find someone else. Miao Yi bluntly turned to leave. He didn't want to deal with the other side's issues. "Wait," shouted Elder Hong, raising his hand. Joy filled Miao Yi's heart. How many cultivators in the world dreamed of getting such a chance? He was very sure that the other side was reluctant to give it up. Now that he had actually come up to them with the chance, who would let go of the opportunity? With an expressionless face, he turned around again. "What do you need of me, Elder Hong?" A look of determination flashed across Hong Shanghai's eyes. As it was, he wouldn't be able to explain himself if he returned. He needed to find a way to deal with the current problem. Since the School of Blue Jade had received a classified report that this brat was secretly at odds with Yang Qing, for now, regardless of whether it was true or not, Hong Shanghai decided to place a bet on Miao Yi. It was far better than just making a mess of matters and returning empty-handed. "How many men do you want?" Hong Shanghai asked, gritting his teeth. That was indeed a problem. Miao Yi fell deeply into his own train of thoughts. Naturally, he was eager to have thousands upon thousands of men serving under him, but that wasn't realistic. He wouldn't be able to support them. However, he was still capable of supporting dozens of them right now. Yet, as a mere cave master, wouldn't supporting dozens be too brazenly conspicuous? Miao Yi threw a backwards glance at Qin Weiwei. The current esteemed mountain chieftain, Qin Weiwei, only had about 20 men under her. Although Qin Weiwei said she would help to approve and report as many as he could roped in, it wasn't appropriate for him to be too excessive. Miao Yi lifted up 2 fingers, and cautiously asked, "How about giving me 20 men?" Hong Changhai was stunned. He cried out in surprise. A Near East arrival cave can support so many people? Can you really do it? He was clearly meant that letting the disciples from the school of Blue Jade join East arrival cave wouldn't be free labor. You don't have to worry about that. Miao Yi glanced at the men behind Hong Changhai and asked, what cultivation levels are the men Elder Hong have brought here? Hong Changhai casually introduced them. Those here are all elite disciples from the school of Blue Jade. The ones with the lowest cultivation level here are at White Lotus 3rd grade. There are 330 men who have cultivations at White Lotus 3rd grade to 5th grade, while 58 of them are at 6th grade to 9th grade. As for men of the Purple Lotus realm, there's 12 of them. Miao Yi was shocked beyond measure. The school of Blue Jade's strength truly couldn't be underestimated. It was no wonder that he couldn't catch sight of any youths while studying the 400 men before him. They were all aged. Since they didn't have any orbs of will to draw on, he had no idea how many decades each one of them had been cultivating for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Troops Recruitment, 3. Chapter 180, Troops Recruitment, 3. Translator, Kalad Editor, Tom Yummy. The great cave master Miao was struck. For what purpose had he risked his life and ventured into the sea of constellations back then? One of the most important reasons was that Xiong Zhao's repeated attempts on his life had scared him out of his wits to the point that he hadn't felt safe even in his own territory and was so paranoid that he hid on the island to train. If he could obtain a bunch of Blue Lotus realm experts and make them his subordinates, it would be that damned dog Xiong Zhao's turn to feel restless. In the heat of the moment, he did not even bother with beating around the bush and immediately made an exorbitant demand. He pointed at the 400 men and said, I do not need the rest. Just give me 20 with the highest cultivations. What? Hong Changhai exclaimed as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Cave Master Miao, surely you jest? Even for a Blue Lotus 1st grade cultivator, once they enter the system, even the lowest of wage would cost 10 low-grade orbs of will every year. There are 12 of them here, so at the very least they would need 120 orbs of will a year. Including the rest of them, you would need to fork out 200 orbs of will a year at least. From what I hear, your East Arrival Cave's annual income is but a meager 20 or so orbs of will. What will you use to fund them? 200 orbs a year? Miao Yi was brought to his senses with a douse of cold water. Calculating it carefully, with the amount of orbs of will he had in hand, he really could not afford to feed them for more than a few years. If he were to sell all the things he had on him and turn them into orbs of will, he might be able to feed them for a few hundred years, but their cultivations would also rise, and when that happened, he would have to increase their wages. Otherwise, if the other party's cultivation was higher than his and he couldn't suppress and properly control them, what was the purpose of him spending all that money to feed them? Additionally, he himself also had to use the orbs of will he had on hand. In the event of an emergency, he might even need to spend it elsewhere. He couldn't use it all just to feed his troops. Seeing that he had finally calmed down, Hong Changhai was annoyed and amused at the same time. He kindly advised, Cave Master Miao, why don't I just give you 10 White Lotus 3rd grade disciples? 10 White Lotus 3rd grade disciples are more than enough for a single cave. It is definitely sufficient. No. I do not want any that are below the 5th grade. Miao Yi resolutely declined. A bunch of men who could not threaten Xiong Zhao, why would he want them? He would still be unsafe. The two of them immediately started bargaining. I cannot give you 5 Blue Lotus disciples either. I will not be able to report back to the school if I send 5 Blue Lotus disciples to a mere cave. How about 4? No way. 3. No, I can give you 2 at most. And they can only be at Blue Lotus 1st grade. Both of them bargained as though they were pushing and pulling a saw. In the end, they came to an agreement. Hong Changhai agreed to give him 2 Blue Lotus 1st grade, 2 White Lotus 9th grade, 2 White Lotus 8th grade, 2 White Lotus 7th grade, 2 White Lotus 6th grade and 10 White Lotus 5th grade cultivators, making up a total of 20 men. As for cultivators below the 5th grade, Miao Yi didn't want them even if it was the death of him. Both parties then discussed again about the wages for these 20 men. Miao Yi would only give the lowest price. For example, those in the Blue Lotus realm, he would only give the bare minimum, which was 10 orbs of wool every year. Hong Changhai would not agree to it, as he felt that it mistreated the disciples too much. Even though Blue Lotus cultivators basically had no way of obtaining 10 orbs of wool within the sect, they received a certain degree of prestige and the sect would give them special treatment using other means. That was why they could not be too pitiful when they were bought out, otherwise the school of Blue Jade would lose face. Miao Yi wouldn't budge on the orbs of will. He had to save as much as he could for himself. After all, that was what he had gone to the Sea of Constellations and risked his life for. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't compromise on other aspects, otherwise there would be no way to continue the negotiations. He proposed, "I will raise their salaries in terms of crystal coins. I can't possibly give out too many orbs of will, so how about I use money to make up for it?" He didn't have a lot of orbs of will now, but he did have a lot of money. He didn't have enough of those crystal coins to procure a high-grade transcendent artifact, and the gap was huge. There was no point in purchasing something too low-grade either now that he had a whole pile of first-grade transcendent artifacts. This was why he had to save as many orbs of will as he could, and spend the money first. Hong Changhai was taken aback. He asked doubtfully, "How many crystal coins are you prepared to offer for Blue Lotus Realm disciples?" Miao Yi replied confidently, "Name your price." Hong Changhai pondered for a while. The market price for 1 low-grade orb of wool was 1,000 gold crystals. Even though orbs of wool had a price, without a market, there was no guarantee that spending 1,000 gold crystals would assure one could buy it, but it was also just as well if he could help the disciples fight for some benefits. He raised a finger and probed with an opening price, 10,000 gold crystals. This price gave Miao Yi some room to bargain. 10,000 gold crystals were enough to buy 10 low-grade orbs of wool according to market prices. Even though there was no guarantee one could buy it, it would sound nicer to say that with the orbs of will and crystal coins together, he had helped the disciples obtain a wage of almost 20 low-grade orbs of wool every year. Without saying another word, Miao Yi raised 2 fingers, and replied, "Stop fussing. I will give 20,000 gold crystals." From a distance, Qin Weiwei and the rest watched as the both of them raised their fingers here and there, unable to make heads or tails of what they were doing. Hong Changhai was speechless. The other party had immediately doubled the price, what else could he say? His mouth was shut in no time by Miao Yi's 20,000 gold crystals. He didn't even suspect that the great cave master Miao had almost 30 million gold crystals in hard cash alone. An expenditure of this amount was not a problem at all. Since that was done, Hong Changhai then continued discussing with him on the gold crystal remunerations for the rest of them. In the end, they concluded that between the 2 Blue Lotus first-grade cultivators would each receive 10 low-grade orbs of will and 20,000 gold crystals every year. For the 2 White Lotus 9th-grade cultivators, each of them would receive 9 orbs of will every year, but the money they received was immediately slashed in half from the former offer for a total of 10,000 gold crystals. The rest of them followed a decreasing trend. 8th grades would obtain 8 orbs of will and 8,000 gold crystals, 7th grades would receive 7 orbs of will and 7,000 gold crystals, 6th grades would receive 6 orbs and 6,000 gold coins, and 5th grades would receive 5 orbs and 5,000 gold coins. Even if such wages were to be found elsewhere, if one didn't hold some kind of position such as a cave master, mountain chieftain, manor head and the like, it would not be considered low. Nonetheless, even though the position of watching over a domain came with an extravagant treatment, not everyone would get the opportunity to obtain such a position. Anyone could see the benefits, but not everyone could get it. With all these expenses considered, the great cave master Miao would have to provide 152,000 gold crystals and 130 low-grade orbs of will for these people. Even though Hong Changhai was quite satisfied with the price they discussed, and felt that the disciples wouldn't be mistreated this way. He couldn't help but feel that the situation was a little unbelievable. Where would a mere cave master find so much to offer? Both parties had agreed that if Miao Yi could not produce the amount of items specified, the disciples would immediately withdraw. It was almost the day of harvest of the orbs of will, so they would be able to confirm his validity very soon. Naturally, a verbal assurance wouldn't work. It would be too easy to trick someone. If they were tricked by Miao Yi into entering the system, it wouldn't be as simple to just leave again. Both parties had to sign a commandment of conformity in order to ensure their agreement on the terms. Why was it called the commandment of conformity? The rules of the commandment of conformity originated from the manner of conformity, a merchant guild under the jurisdiction of the 6 sages. For example, the Celestial Nation has the Celestial Nation Merchant Guild, which specializes in trades of the cultivating world. There was no lack of fraud when it came to trades. As the number of illicit frauds escalated to the point where it affected the profits of the lawmakers of the cultivation realm, the manner of conformity was thus born. Initially, it helped maintain the agreement terms of the trades, but towards the end, it spread across the entire cultivation realm. The manner of conformity was not a place like South Edict Manor, but was more akin to the mortal world's law enforcement system. The difference was that the manner of conformity was targeted at the cultivation realm and was under the direct management of the disciples and descendants of the 6 sages. It was the 6 sages' single most direct platform of intervention on the affairs of the cultivation realm, so to speak. Once 2 parties have signed a contract, if one party violates the terms and refuses to offer compensations for the breach of contract, the other party could send the contract over to the manner of conformity and request for a fair judgment. In turn, the manner of conformity would immediately send the commandment of conformity over to the party that had violated the terms, and interrogate them to determine whether or not they were willing to take responsibility for breaching the contract. If one still wouldn't admit that they had breached the contract upon receiving the commandment of conformity, then the manner of conformity would personally send someone for further investigation. If the investigation managed to prove that there was indeed a breach, or found that the other party had made a false report, then the party responsible not only had to pay for the costs of the investigation, the consequences were severe. The manner of conformity had many skilled experts. In order to uphold the rules of the game that is the cultivation realm, the manner of conformity was definitely a place where the laws were ironclad. Any sort of favoritism was not allowed. This was to reflect the justness and righteousness of the exalted 6 sages. It represented the image of the 6 sages, and thus was not to be taken lightly. Truthfully, the contract that was signed between the 2 respective parties was not called the commandment of conformity. Only that which the manner of conformity delivered would be called the commandment of conformity. However, the current cultivation realm had long since become accustomed to calling the contract, signed between 2 parties who were willing to accept the manner of conformity's supervision, as the commandment of conformity. People eventually became used to it the more they called it as such. This was the origin of the commandment of conformity, and what Yang Qing and the sect master of the school of Blue Jade had signed was precisely one such commandment of conformity. Miao Yi had no objections to signing a commandment of conformity and happily agreed. However, Hong Changhai was still a little hesitant. He thought to himself, if you didn't manage to keep your end of the bargain, all you have to do is return the school of Blue Jade disciples. You do not lose anything, but how would you compensate for bossing my school of Blue Jade disciples around for nothing? Would I not be played for a fool by you? How would I report that then? You are someone that exists within the system. Those outside the system would not dare to oppose you openly, no matter how high their cultivations are, because the biggest support you have behind you are the 6 sages. He thought. This was also the greatest reason why so many cultivators wanted to enter the system. Normally those outside would not dare openly oppose someone within the system, and those belonging in the system would also need to follow the rules to deal with others within the system. They couldn't do it haphazardly. In the end, those within the system were those helping the 6 sages maintain order, and enforcing the rules of the cultivation realm. This was not an average status, so it came with a basic assurance that those outside could not enjoy. Hong Changhai wanted Miao Yi to hand over something that could serve as a down payment in case he failed to uphold his terms of the agreement. Only then would he agree to sign the contract with Miao Yi. Otherwise, for a small cave master like him, even if he reported him to the manor of conformity and let them kill him, there wouldn't be a point. It was still better to have something to act as a down payment. Without another word, Miao Yi immediately flashed out a square sky-decorated halberd from his storage ring and asked, "Would a first-grade transcendent artifact be sufficient for down payment?" Hong Changhai looked at the single storage ring on his hand, then looked at the 6 storage rings on Miao Yi's hand. He lifted his head and looked at the skies as he almost shed an aggrieved old tear. How many years had he been cultivating? Yet he still wasn't doing better than a greenhorn brat. This little youngster of a cave master was actually wearing 6 storage rings, whereas most of the men behind him didn't even have a single storage ring. Additionally, he could casually take out one first-grade transcendent artifact, while most of the men behind him had never even used a first-grade transcendent artifact before. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Troops Recruitment, 4. Chapter 181, Troops Recruitment, 4. Translator, Collage Editor, Tom Yummy. He finally believed that Miao Yi wasn't bluffing. This bastard might seriously have the means to fulfill the promise. There was no need to say anything further. After both of them finished negotiating the details of the agreement, each of them took out a jade archive and sealed it with their insignia before exchanging the jade archive with each other to seal it with their insignia once more. The square sky-decorated halberd was surrendered to Hong Changhai. If Miao Yi broke the agreement, then the disciples from School of Blue Jade were free to withdraw from East Arrival Cave through the commandment of conformity. In addition, this first-grade transcendent artifact would be confiscated as the penalty fee. On the other hand, if Miao Yi honored the promise, then the first-grade transcendent artifact would need to be returned to Miao Yi. Should the School of Blue Jade violate the agreement, Miao Yi gazed at the third-grade transcendent artifacts in Hong Changhai's hands, and requested him to write it in as the assurance and the commandment of conformity. After accepting the transcendent artifact along with a copy of the agreement, Hong Changhai reached his hand out to Miao Yi and said, "Please step back and wait for a moment. Allow me to make the selection. I will quickly give the men to you in a moment." "Go ahead." Miao Yi cupped his hands with glee. He wasn't afraid of the other party going back on their words after signing the commandment of conformity. He rode charcoal and bounced back to Qin Weiwei and the rest. On seeing that the bastard had came back, Qin Weiwei only glanced at him before eventually turning her head around. She didn't look at him anymore. On the other hand, Gong Sun Yu welcomed him back. Seeing that he had returned on his own, he couldn't resist the urge to ask, "Cave Master Miao, could it be that Hong Changhai didn't agree?" He wouldn't dare to disagree. Miao Yi drew out a jade archive as he gloated, "He has already signed the commandment of conformity. How would he dare to back out?" Gong Sun Yu was momentarily rendered speechless before again asking with curiosity, "How many men did he agree to give you?" Miao Yi held up 2 fingers. Gong Sun Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Only 2, . Cave Master Gong Sun, you're too small-minded. There are countless cultivators out there in the world who would want to enter the system. Are only 2 men worthwhile for me to personally go and recruit?" Miao Yi wiggled the 2 fingers as he gleefully exclaimed, 20. Everyone was dumbstruck. Fuck, a mere East Arrival Cave dared to recruit 20 men? Qin Weiwei also wasn't sure whether this brat was speaking the truth or not. She silently bit her lips with her pearly whites, turning to look back once more. Currently, there were only about 20 men in the entire Mount Comingxi, and now his abode could be compared to Mount Comingxi. How could she, the mountain chieftain, endured this? Gong Sun Yu fell silent for a while before asking again, "What cultivations do the men he gave you hold?" 2 Blue Lotus 1st grade, 2 White Lotus 9th grade, 2 White Lotus 8 grade. The great cave master Miao continued to report the men he was going to receive later without trying to cover up the truth. He wouldn't be able to conceal the fact from them anyway. Later on, when he reported it to Qin Weiwei, he would need to clarify as well. The entire group was struck dumb completely. Now, even in the entirety of Mount Kangxi, there was no cultivator at the Blue Lotus realm. What was this brat trying to do? If that was true, then he really didn't give an ounce of regard to the mountain chieftain at all, but Qin Weiwei didn't want to bother with Miao Yi anymore, but on listening to this point, even she couldn't restrain herself anymore. She became angered once more. Miao Yi, what are you planning? Don't you forget what I have said before. If you want to get it past me, my Mount Kangxi will never accept any additional demands from them. You, Miao Yi, also have no authority to represent Mount Kangxi in accepting any of their demands. She didn't believe that the school of Blue Jade would be so kind. They must have brought up some demands, otherwise, why would they gift so many of their elites to serve in a Near East rival cave? Miao Yi immediately cursed her silently. As expected, this bitch couldn't bear to see him doing well. He had spent his own capital from his blood and sweat to support the troops, and she had the nerve to object to it? Don't you worry. I did not represent Mount Kangxi to accept any of their demands. I will also not deduct any tributes to Mount Kangxi. I wouldn't dare to pull off something like that with Mountain Chieftain checking on me. I am only representing East rival cave to recruit the troops for it. Miao Yi chucked the jade archive towards her. Catching it with her hand, Qin Weiwei put on a cold front as she imbued her transcendence energy to examine the contents of the agreement. The more she read, the more speechless she became. He really hadn't deducted any tributes to Mount Kangxi. He was planning to use his own cultivation resources to support them for the sake of serving Mount Kangxi, and did not inconvenient Mount Kangxi in any way. East Arrival Cave was still the East Arrival Cave belonging to Mount Kangxi. If she still continued to object, then that was indeed inexcusable. What's more, there were no rules of the sort that restricted subordinates from recruiting men with high cultivations, or disallowing them from having more than 10 men. There were some men with power who also acted as such, in order to foster their own heirs in the system. However, the more definite the matter became, the more upset Qin Weiwei felt. It was pretty obvious that this bastard had indeed struck gold after going on a journey to the Sea of Constellations, and was more wealthy and imposing than a mountain chieftain like her. From the start, he didn't even need to rely on her, the mountain chieftain, at all. Qin Weiwei chucked the jade archive back to him. She had nothing else to say. As for the others, upon seeing that there were no objections from the mountain chieftain, they were instantly inspired. All of their gazes were directed at the disciples from the school of Blue Jade, each of them roughly intent on mimicking Miao Yi's actions. Gong Sun Yu cupped his hands and politely requested to take the jade archive off Miao Yi's hands to examine. If it was possible, he also wanted to recruit some men over from the school of Blue Jade. Yet after seeing the price he was paying, Gong Sun Yu's expression froze. He passed the agreement to the next person in line who wanted to look as well. Nobody wanted to become a lone cave master. The expressions of every subsequent person to read the contents of the agreement were either distorted, or they were shut up completely, immediately shaking of the thought. They honestly couldn't afford it. Even if they had the mind to, they didn't have the ability to either. Everybody finally understood how the cave master Miao was able to recruit those men from School of Blue Jade. He was using his cultivation resources to obtain them. No other abodes would be able to fork out an annual worth of 150,000 gold crystals and 130 low-grade orbs of will. With this many troops under employ, not even the mountain chieftain Qin Weiwei would be able to support them, let alone the other small cave master. Everybody was rather dubious as to whether or not Miao Yi could fork out so much cultivation resources. But after seeing how Miao Yi's hands bore 6 storage rings, and thinking about the body of transcendent artifacts he had, they couldn't help but quietly sigh. They didn't know where this brat had gotten them from, but once there was an opportunity, They needed to get closer to Cave Master Miao and see whether they could get any information out of him. The more Gongsun Yu glanced at the 6 storage rings on Miao Yi's hands, the more helpless he appeared, with thoughts of admiration, jealousy, as well as hatred plaguing his mind. He shook his head, thinking that this kid really didn't know how to be modest. He had worn 6 storage rings all at once, even his dragon steed was equipped with a body of transcendent artifacts. He was being incredibly flashy and high profile, as though he was afraid that nobody would notice that he'd hit the jackpot. Wasn't he a little afraid that someone would steal from him? They couldn't possibly imagine that Miao Yi didn't wish to be so high profile as well. It was just that he had too many storage rings, so wearing a few more truly wasn't overdoing it for him. On his waist, he had a string with 200 more storage rings that he was quite embarrassed to reveal to the others. He truly believed that he was being quite discreet already. The most crucial point was that these storage rings were organized by categories, filled with items that he didn't feel safe putting anywhere else. So wearing them on his fingers felt much safer when he could actually see them. At least if they were to go missing, he would know immediately when he wanted to retrieve something. It was also convenient not hiding them in his clothes, since every time that he wanted to retrieve them, he would have to fish them out of his clothes. Wasn't the purpose of the storage rings to retrieve items easily? As for the ridiculously tyrannical armor on Charcoal's body, he hadn't wanted it to be that flashy either. He hadn't even wanted to refine in the first place, but Yao Ruoxian insisted on doing it, so what choice did he have? He couldn't beat that bully Yao Ruoxian, so he couldn't reject it at all. Now that the items had been refined, why wouldn't he utilize it when fighting for his life in the war? He would be insane not to. No matter how discreet he wanted to be, it wasn't as important as fighting for his life. Seeing that everyone was stunned by the agreement, Qin Weiwei suddenly felt incredibly wronged without reason. On the surface, she stiffly warned Miao Yi, "Watch over your East Arrival Cave. Should the items that East Arrival Cave is meant to hand over be any less, don't blame me for not going easy on you." This was to warn Miao Yi not to claim any extra resources from East Arrival Cave. She then turned to the others and shouted, "Let's move." Just like that, she sped along and left with the entire group in tow. Miao Yi had been about to reach out with his hand to prevent her from leaving without first accepting his register, but upon looking back to glance at the situation on Hong Changhai's side, he didn't know how long he had to wait still. A mere cave master like himself had no right to request the mountain chieftain to obediently stay and wait for him, so it was best for him to banish the thought. Next to him, Yan Xiu let out a deep sigh, feeling that the cave master had aggravated matters way too much. He reminded, "Cave master, it wasn't easy for you to save mountain chieftain's life. I think you should seize the opportunity to better your relationship." "You think I don't want to? You've seen how she acted. She didn't say a single good word about me from beginning to end, and has written me off as a complete eyesore. Is this the way to treat your savior? To put it bluntly, this bitch is a thankless wretch. If I had known earlier, I would have left her to die, and that would have been the end of it." Miao Yi coldly laughed. On Hong Changhai's side, once he had selected 20 men, he pulled 2 of his own immediate disciples to the side and whispered to them. One of them was called Yuan Feng, while the other one was called Lai Yuhan. Yuan Feng. Yuhan. "You've seen Master's current predicament," sighed Hong Changhai. The 2 disciples nodded their heads silently, knowing that their master had made a big mess of the situation, and caused the entire school of Blue Jade's plan to implode. Returning now would only provoke a towering rage from the sect master. "Initially when I brought you 2 along, I wanted to help both of you fight for a mountain chieftain position, but who knew, sigh. It's really condescending of you 2 to serve a minor East Arrival Cave." Hong Changhai sighed once more. The 2 disciples were no longer youths, but immediately cupped their hands in reply. "It's not. Master has been thinking of us in the school of Blue Jade, which causes this mishap to happen. There's no need to be polite." Hong Changhai waved his hands and said, "There is a reason for me to make both of you stay instead of asking the other Blue Lotus disciples. Firstly, it is unlikely for the other Blue Lotus disciples to willingly stay behind, and I didn't want the both of you to come back with me to get implicated and criticized by the rest. It's better to shelter at East Arrival Cave and lie low until the fuss dies down. Secondly, I'm the one who caused this, so I have to save myself. We have information from an earlier classified report that indicates Miao Yi is actually not on good terms with Yang Qing, and may turn against Yang Qing one day. Yet, he's admired by him and became Yang Qing's trusted aide. Should there be a time when the post of a mountain chieftain is inevitably his, then it just so happens that our school of Blue Jade can make use of it. Letting the both of you stay by his side is to request the two of you to help him succeed that position. When this man has amassed enough power, you must think of a way to incite him to revolt against Yang Qing. We, the school of Blue Jade, can then once again seize the chance to intervene in South Edict manner. Stunned, Yuan Fang asked, then wouldn't he turn into a second Yang Qing? Hong Shanghai nodded in reply, it's precisely so that he will become a second Yang Qing, to make it easier for us to control him. Both of you must be attentive in gathering information that proves to be harmful to him. Once he succeeds, we can use it to threaten him and force him to submit. Back then we were lacking in information to strong-arm Yang Qing. There's one more thing, this guy is only a mere cave master of East Arrival Cave, yet he dared to actually be this garish. His financial resources are absolutely not what a cave master should have. Whilst you are at his side, you have to figure out the source of it. This is extremely important. If his source can be utilized by the School of Blue Jade, then the both of you would have done a great service for School of Blue Jade. This is the main reason why I have planted you by his side. With this plan in motion, I won't be reporting back to the sect master empty-handed. Do you understand the painstaking efforts I have put into this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Troops Recruitment, 5. Chapter 182, Troops Recruitment, 5. Translator, Collad Editor, Tom Yummy. Both of them had felt a little underappreciated at first, but they didn't dare disobey the master's arrangements. However, when they heard these words, their spirits were immediately lifted. So this was the master's plan after much thought and consideration. It wasn't simply a plan born of desperation to save them. They immediately cupped their fists and said, "Your disciples understand. Fret not, master, we shall not disappoint you." Good, very good. It's good that both of you could understand. Hong Shanghai patted both their shoulders in relief. There was no need for more words if he already managed to get across to them. He turned back and signaled for them to return. Not long after, Hong Shanghai came forward on his steed, personally leading the two disciples heading the group of 20 men over, from the distant mountain slope. He stopped in front of Miao Yi, then extended his arm to point to the group and said, "Cave Master Miao, I have brought you the men you wanted. Here is the name list, and their details." Miao Yi received the Jade Archive presented to him. After looking through it, he noticed the names of the Blue Lotus cultivators Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan. He raised his head and looked at the group to ask, "Which of you are Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan?" "Yuan Fang, Lai Yuhan, greet the cave master." Both of them cupped their fists and paid their respects. They remembered the master's instructions and didn't put on any airs, acting fully as expected of subordinates. They were two old men. Miao Yi was a little depressed, since of all things, the two old men had feminine names. Those who had yet to see them would definitely have assumed that they were women. He checked the others, and realized that they were all old men as well. There was not a single youth. He couldn't help but turn to glance at Yan Xiu, who was behind him. Yan Xiu immediately brought his dragon steed forward a step to receive his orders, expecting Miao Yi to have some instruction. Unexpectedly, Miao Yi shook his head. He didn't have any orders for him. They wouldn't expect that Miao Yi's heart was now filled with lament. Yan Xiu was also an old man, and in addition, Yao Ruoxian was an old man as well. It seemed that amongst the cultivators in the entire East Arrival Cave, the cave master himself was the youngest. A young cave master leading a bunch of old men, wouldn't it be a little too conspicuous when they ventured out? However, he let it be after giving it another thought. What he wanted was their cultivation. Their appearance or age didn't matter as long as he could use them well. Upon receiving the records, Miao Yi cupped his fists towards Hong Shanghai and said, "Elder Hong, I still have matters to attend to. I shall be taking my leave now." Hong Shanghai also cupped his fists and courteously said, "Cave Master Miao, I hope you will take good care of our school's disciples from now on. Regarding this, you may be at ease. So long as they heed my commands, I will not mistreat them. I bid you farewell. Forgive me for not sending you off." Miao Yi swept a glance at his powerful-looking subordinates. His confidence doubled, and his spirits soared as he silently declared to himself, "Xiong Xiao, you filthy bastard, wait for me. I will immediately send troops over and butcher Yuan Zhenkuan. Let's see what you can do about it. Move out," the great cave master Miao shouted, sweeping his arm and taking the lead at a gallop. The group of School of Blue Jade disciples cupped their fists towards Hong Shanghai and bid their farewells, then immediately brought their steeds to a gallop and followed after. As they traveled, the snow covering the surface of the road was swept up from the galloping dragon steeds. Halfway along their journey, the sunlight began to fade, and petals of snow began sprinkling down from the sky once more. The 20 oversteeds didn't stop for a moment, and went straight for the great seaside within East Arrival Cave's domain. They came to a halt beside the reefs by the shoreline. Under the bleak gray sky, petals of snow continued to flutter about, as waves of the mighty sea crashed unceasingly against the shore. Seated atop of charcoal, Miao Yi swept a glance over his surrounding before shouting, "Shan Shui, will the both of you not come out and see me?" Not long after, from one of the reefs, a small head poked out as it took a peek. Then, that head turned around for a moment as though calling for someone, after which, 2 heads popped out. Who else could it be but Xian and Shui? In turn, who else could that man, mounted on a dragon steed at the forefront of the crowd, be but their cave master? The cave master looked even more imposing than before he had left. There were so many old men loyally standing guard behind the cave master. It was obvious at a glance that they were being led by their cave master. The 2 young ladies' hearts were instantly relieved. Before then, they were still worried about whether they could ever meet the cave master again. Both of them were visibly surprised and overjoyed, holding onto their skirts as they ran out. They stopped just in front of charcoal to fix their skirts a little, before shouting out together, "We greet the cave master." Miao Yi raised his hand gently, indicating that there was no need for formalities, and said, "I have put the both of you through a difficult time." When they heard this, the 2 young ladies recalled the tragedy that had befallen them, and tears began to flow. However, they wiped off their tears and stifled their wails to respond, "Cave Master, you have returned. Our home has been overrun by invaders, and our sisters. The enemy has already been chased out. It's all right now." Miao Yi comforted. The 2 young ladies continued wiping away their tears as they gazed at him and nodded. They didn't doubt his words at all. In their eyes, the cave master had always been extremely formidable. Those evil men who had provoked the cave master's return would definitely meet with misfortune. There was no doubting that they would be chased away by the cave master. Besides being quite surprised, Yan Xiu also had tears in his eyes. He thought that the 2 young ladies had met with a terrible fate. He would never have guessed that they were still alive and actually hiding here, but truly speaking, where else could they have hidden? They would naturally hide in a sheltered place that they were familiar with. How could he not have thought to look for them here? Moreover, how did the cave master know that they were hiding here? Looking at both the young ladies' reactions, it was evident that they hadn't told the cave master beforehand. However, without searching anywhere else, the cave master had made a beeline for this place as soon as he returned, and found them. Yan Xiu couldn't help but admit his inferiority. It was no wonder the other party could become a cave master at such a young age. He could even return alive from the Sea of Constellations, so he definitely had a better mind than his own. Miao Yi leaned forward of his own accord and extended an arm to the both of them, then pulled the both of them up and seated them behind him. Tugging on the reins, he pulled his horse around and turned his head back to shout, "Return to East Arrival Cave." Behind him, over 20 steeds immediately launched into a gallop and followed. When they last left East Arrival Cave, it was still in one piece. However, as they returned to see East Arrival Cave in ruins and the unsightly corpses of their sisters hanging in the fluttering snow, the two young ladies teared up again. They ran up, intending to let down the corpses dangling from the broken beam, but were stopped by Yan Xiao. He pointed towards Miao Yi, who was now walking towards Yao Ruoxian, indicating that it was the cave master's orders. Yuan Fang and the rest looked at the ruined East Arrival Cave, then at the hung corpses that had been defiled. Every single one of them couldn't help but exchange glances with one another. Yao Ruoxian had been sitting on a stone pillar that had collapsed onto the ground. He had one foot hooked over the other, and was quite cheerful as he looked at the approaching Miao Yi. His unkempt beard slightly littered with snowflakes. "Has Senior been guarding this place the whole time?" Miao Yi asked respectfully with cupped fists, but he was cursing the other party in his mind. Unexpectedly, Yao Ruoxian smiled and responded by asking a completely unrelated question, "Is that woman your lover?" Miao Yi was stunned. He turned to look back at Shen Er and Shui Er, then said, "They are my handmaidens." Yao Ruoxian shook his head, then stood up to pat him on the shoulder and said, "Not them. I was talking about that woman that you single-handedly rescued from the encirclement." Miao Yi muttered in puzzlement, "You mean our mountain chieftain Qin Weiwei? How could I ever have a thing with her?" Yao Ruoxian chuckled and replied, "Then you must be in love with her. Otherwise, why would you risk your life to rescue her?" "I'm in love with her?" Miao Yi scoffed. "That vile woman? Me in love with her? Even if she were to kneel in front of me and beg for my affection, I would still immediately turn away and leave. I would sooner fall in love with a hog than ever fall in love with that vile woman." "Senior Yao, what kind of taste do you have?" "I am indebted to her, old man, so I was merely repaying the favor." Something's not right. How did you even know that I rescued her?" He swept a suspicious glance at the wretched old man from top to bottom, before saying, "You were following me?" If Qin Weiwei had heard what he just said, she would probably want to kill him. Yao Ruoxian snickered, unsure whether he was telling the truth or not. However, he did see Miao Yi in a slightly new light. To be able to curse her as a vile woman, it really seemed impossible for him to love her. Risking his life to repay a favor, and being willing to throw everything away to save a dragon steed, this kid was indeed a faithful person. It was truly a little interesting. Miao Yi felt a drop of cold sweat form after realizing that this old man had really been following him all this time. If he had run away in the midst of it all, his head might have been smashed to bits by this old man's mace. It was not that he had never thought about running away, but even if he could escape this moment, he couldn't run away his whole life. He was already a part of the system, so it wasn't up to him to decide when to leave and when to return. If he had really run away, then it wouldn't only be Yao Ruoxian who would want to settle a score with him, even the current rules of the system would not let him go. Furthermore, Yao Ruoxian already clearly told him that if he dared to escape, he would immediately divulge the secret of his tiny mantids to the public. If that were to happen, there would definitely be countless people who would want to catch Miao Yi. With the entire cultivation realm helping him look, he wanted to see where Miao Yi would be able to hide. If he couldn't have the tiny mantids, then the brat wouldn't be enjoying himself either. Yao Ruoxian didn't stay on the subject for long. He pursed his lips at the ruined East Arrival Cave and said, "This place is cold and frigid. Are you really planning on staying outdoors?" "I will settle it," Miao Yi replied. He walked over to Yuan Fang and the rest, ordering them to chop down trees and build a temporary shelter against the wind and snow. Regarding the reconstruction of East Arrival Cave, he had already made a vow beforehand. As the 10 corpses hung in the freezing wind, they continued giving everyone an unearthly chill, and served to remind him of his vow. Yuan Fan and Lai Yuhan also didn't make any fuss. They gave off the impression that they would obey every order without question. They were quite cooperative and immediately organized their fellow disciples to begin working. At Ever Peace Manor, within the courtyard for visiting guests, Wan Shunchang was leisurely walking in the snow, admiring both the snow and the plums. The sound of a stampede thundered from afar, lifting his spirits after waiting so long for news. He dusted his clothes with both his hands and pulled them into shape. Pointing in the direction of the grand hall to the handmaiden by his side, he cheerfully said, "Good news is here. It must be Brother Shang's return after his victory. Come, let us go see." The handmaiden's lips curved into a smile as she was also pleased. If her master could really leave that suppressing second hall where there was always someone restricting their movements, and become the master of a domain, not only would there be more benefits, she would also have much more freedom. A handmaiden's status always followed the ebb and flow of the tides. Both master and handmaiden quickly made their way towards the grand hall. Suddenly, as they were reaching the hall, they heard the booming sounds battle and death. The sounds of battle went on for just a short moment, before everything returned to silence after a few terse screams. Wan Shunchang was anxious to see what had happened. He quickly rushed to the grand hall, and was greeted by the sight of Yang Qing leading a large army to invade this land. The cultivators that had stayed to keep guard hadn't had high cultivations. How could they have withstood the assault of such a large force? For the most part, they were decimated in an instant by the larger force, and didn't put up much of a resistance. When he saw Yang Cheng leading the troops, Wan Shunchang was taken aback. He thought, how could Yang Qing be here? Don't tell me Zhang Dichen lost? This isn't possible. Insolent Yang Qing, why are you invading Ever Peace Manor with your men, standing atop the grand hall? Wan Shunchang shouted as he pointed downwards. As one of the 6 deacons of suppressing second hall, even though his position was of equal rank to the 10 manor heads, he was still someone who handled affairs at a higher level and as such, had the right to take such a tone. Yang Qing lifted his head to observe him, then raised his arm to stop the men behind him. They all halted in response. As he narrowed his eyes to peer at Wan Shunchang for a moment, Yang Cheng already had an idea of what was going on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Seizing Control of Ever Peace Manor. Chapter 183, Seizing Control of Ever Peace Manor. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. There were some matters that were quite obvious, like the fact that Zhang Diqing's invasion of South Edict Manor had definitely been incited by a third party. Otherwise, Zhang Diqing had no incentive to carry out such an attack, as his level of cultivation was a long way from reaching the Red Lotus realm. Aiming to be a hall master at this rate was wishful thinking. Attaining the position of hall master would not be as easy as being simply appointed to cave master of East Arrival Cave, as Miao Yi had been. He had yet to ascend to the Red Lotus realm, and the Palace Lord of Traversing Moon Palace would never crown a Blue Lotus realm cultivator as a hall master. Not only that, Zhang Diqing's current power meant that the hall master Huo Lingxiao would never allow him to hold positions in 2 manors simultaneously. There was no doubt about it, someone was definitely inciting him to action. Although he knew that Yan was backing Zhang Diqing, he still tried to guess who would be chosen to pick this South Edict Manor peach. But after seeing Wan Shuanshan's appearance, Yang Qing couldn't stop himself from sneering. It had been this guy all along. Prior to this, he'd still wondered how that fool Zhang Diqing had been able to think of such a wise move. Evidently, someone had personally come to lend a hand. Looks like it's Deacon Wan. Yang Qing was neither deferential, nor was he contemptuous. He cupped his fist slightly and then loudly declared, Zhang Diqing led his troops in revolt and attacked my South Edict Manor. He was then defeated by me, and afterwards I rushed over with my units to destroy the dregs of Ever Peace Manor. I never thought I'd see Deacon Wan here as well. What a coincidence! His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Inwardly, Wan Shunchang was astonished, uncertain whether this declaration was genuine or fake. In a flash, he mentally devised a plan. Regardless of whether Zhang Diqing was dead or alive, and even if he were dead, it wouldn't change the outcome of taking over Ever Peace Manor instead of South Edict Manor. The harvesting of orbs of wool would soon be imminent. He would not allow this peach to be picked by Yang Qing. He put on an imposing front as he arrogantly shouted, "Nonsense! Hurry up and step down. Lead your forces out of Ever Peace Manor immediately, and if not, don't blame me for reporting you to the Hall Master for conspiring against him." As he spoke, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the direction of suppressing Second Hall. But Yang Qing was not one to be so easily deceived. He had dared to lead his men to seize Ever Peace Manor, so naturally he must have made his decision earlier on. He gestured with his hand and pointed at Wan Shunchang, abruptly giving his commands, "Surround them. Kill all rebels without mercy." His subordinates were terror-stricken. Their manor head had ordered them to surround the deacon of suppressing Second Hall. This wouldn't become an issue, right? But right from the start, everyone here had killed upon command. There was no mistaking that every order must be executed without fail. What's more, everyone's future was already tied to Yang Qing's. Nobody dared to disobey his orders. Instantly, 5 mountain chieftains led their armies, hundreds of cavalry units charging towards both sides with a rumble, surrounding Ever Peace Manor Grand Hall. Behind Yang Qing, a group of subordinates stayed behind to protect him, and so he held a calm expression on his face as he sat towering on his dragon steed. The handmaiden next to Wan Shunchang turned pale, but Wan Shunchang was furious. He pointed downwards at Yang Qing and yelled angrily, "Yang Qing, what are you trying to do? Have you decided to revolt?" Hallmaster would be an excellent judge on who's leading a revolt here. There's no need for you to worry. A deacon such as yourself has no authority to punish manor heads. Yang Qing sneered as he said, "Deacon Wan, why are you here? Could it be that you're planning something? What scheme would I have? It's nothing unusual for a deacon of suppressing Second Hall to check up on all the manors. Must I seek your agreement, Yang Qing? Oh. Then how strange. Since you've been frequenting Ever Peace Manor, then are you blind? If you've been staying at Ever Peace Manor, don't you dare claim that you were unaware of Zhang Diqing attacking South Edict Manor with his own troops. If you knew this already, then why didn't you report this immediately and attempt to stop it? You're still here saying it's black when it's white. Just what sort of intentions are you harboring?" Speechless with humiliation from Yang Qing's words, Wan Shunchang flew into a rage. He couldn't say this had all been planned out by the upper echelons, so he lashed out, "Insolence! There are some matters that are known by all. You know very well the kind of filthy scheme you're planning." Yang Qing suddenly raised his hand and pointed, shouting violently without restraint, "Wan Shunchang! Get the hell out of Ever Peace Manor immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face." Wan Shunchang immediately flew into a fit of rage, such shameless bravado. "I'm standing right here and now, and I'd love to see how you dare to retaliate. Then I'll let you see it clearly." Flipping his hand with ease, Zhang Diqing's head flashed out of Yang Qing's storage ring. He held it on his hand in display as he angrily exclaimed, "I have Zhang Diqing's head right here." Beheading him was the same as slaughtering an animal, as easy as pie. I seized it just like that. You wish for my South Edict Manor, do you not? Come at me, this head will serve as a warning to you. Wan Shunchang. I am giving you one last chance, get the F***CK out of Ever Peace Manor immediately. If not, I will cut your bastard head off and gift the rest of these colluding, villainous, treasonous heads to the Hallmaster. Wan Shunchang bellowed with fury, "You dare?" Having lopped off Zhang Diqing's head, I have no qualms adding one more to the pile. Let's see whether I dare to or not. Yang Qing waved his hands and pointed, as he loudly ordered, "In position." At his command, all his troops immediately brandished their weapons. They avidly eyed the Grand Hall. The moment Yang Qing uttered the word kill, they would instantly launch their attack. Wan Xuanshan's expression became twisted at this grand display of insolence. The handmaiden beside him had turned a deathly shade of pale. Yang Qing. I'll let you be pleased with yourself for now. Let's see you try to explain yourself once you reach suppressing second hall. Your concern is unnecessary. Yang Qing currently held the advantage, therefore Wan Xuanshan conceded in the end. He turned around to call out to the handmaiden, "Let's go." His cultivation level was 2 grades higher than Yang Qing's, therefore he wasn't afraid of duking it out 1-to-1. But he was unable to charge forwards, as he currently lacked the leg strength of a dragon steed. Under these circumstances, if Yang Qing were to encircle their forces, leading his hundreds of troops to besiege them en masse, Wan Xuanchang wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Even if Yang Qing himself did not strike out, Wan Xuanchang still wouldn't be able to stop the powerful impact of so many dragon steeds. He could never outrun their speed. What's more, Yang Qing had easily killed Zhang Dicheng, which further intensified his inner turmoil. So Yang Qing was not in the least bit afraid of him. If He Yan were here instead, then Yang Qing would definitely be out of options, and could only obediently withdraw from Ever Peace Manor. Both men were seen going down the Grand Hall together, only to be stopped by a large crowd of troops glaring with hostility. His path blocked, Wan Xuanchang turned to cast a gloomy glance at Yang Qing's direction. Yang Qing scoffed coldly, "I won't see you out." The surrounding crowd immediately opened up a pathway. Wan Xuanchang quickly left with his handmaiden, retrieving a dragon steed from the back of the mountain before gloomily rushing off. Yang Qing appeared unconcerned with Wan Xuanchang. Soon after, he ordered his subordinates to inspect the entirety of Ever Peace Manor. Naturally, such matters didn't require a manor head to throw his cap into the ring. 9 mountain chieftains had gathered by his side. Xiong Xiao couldn't help but worry. "Manor head, once he returns to suppressing second hall, do you think Deacon Wan will start spreading rumors and cause trouble in front of the hall master?" Yang Qing sneered. "Will you believe me when I say that he won't even dare to speak of today's incident before the hall master?" Somebody voiced out puzzlingly, "Manor head, why is that so?" "There are some top-level matters beyond your knowledge, and it would be inconvenient for me to elaborate them to you. To put it briefly, I shouldered the infamy of swearing allegiance to He Yan, and yet he still double-crossed me. In the midst of all this, Wan Xuanchang must have decided to join forces with them. He's too anxious to pluck the peach and thus unwilling to relinquish the merits. This was all because they consider me, Yang Qing, a pushover and a person easily exploited. And thus, they found someone who was willing to help out. There are those who can help Wan Xuanchang accomplish his goals, whereas I cannot. I can never help him succeed. They have already provoked me to take action, and if I were to let this pass, what would that make me? As matters stand, if I were to withdraw now, then Wan Xuanchang would become the master of Ever Peace Manor. But now I've forced him to retreat with his tail between his legs. In the end, who ended up being humiliated? Would a man so incompetent dare to stand before the hall master and stir up rumors and trouble, unafraid of others knowing that he's a good-for-nothing? However, today's incident can never be hidden from the hall master. So long as the master of suppressing second hall remains unchanged, he will never use that good-for-nothing Wan Xuanchang again. He will forever languish in obscurity. He should stop wishing to hold command over a domain and should just obediently stay as a deacon. I, Yang Qing, have no reason to be afraid of him. Upon listening to Yang Qing's words, realization suddenly dawned on the respective mountain chieftains. They nodded their heads in full admiration, and had more or less learned something from him. Sometimes being adamant can also be an asset. At the same time, they were now more confident of Yang Qing's decision to seize control of Ever Peace Manor. Since the manor head was calm and clear-headed and knew what to do, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qing Mei and Shang Ju exchanged glances with each other. The 2 handmaidens' hearts eventually calmed down. After seeing their manor head turn the tide of battle, as well as his efforts to salvage a desperate crisis to reverse the course of events, the admiration they held towards their master had deepened even more. Yang Qing turned to face the audience and said once more, I emptied out my fortune and shouldered infamy to swear allegiance to Yan. In this war, everyone has followed me through water and treaded on fire, yet I am unable to fork out anything to reward you. Fortunately, the harvesting of the orbs of will is imminent. I am now forced to borrow the harvest of ever peace manner to reward you all. Xiong Shao. Here. Xiong Shao cupped his fists. Yang Qing smiled. You were able to lure Lu Jingtian to support us in this war. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. You have of course obtained a first-class merit in this battle. This year, except for Mount Shaodai's harvest, I permit you to occupy 2 mountains of ever peace manor. Everyone instantly revealed looks of envy. This meant that, as a whole, he had obtained the harvest of 3 mountains. Feeling happy beyond measure, Xiong Shao thanked him before turning around to jovially cup his hands at the other mountain chieftains. The other mountain chieftains were not left behind either. Apart from the harvest of their mountains in South Edict Manor, Yang Qing permitted them to occupy 1 mountain each from Ever Peace Manor. This meant that every year, they could claim the harvest of 2 mountains. There was no difference in reward between the 9 mountain chieftains, and they divided up the 10 mountains of Ever Peace Manor. After earning first-class merits and obtaining an extra mountain as a result, Xiong Shao immediately sensed that something was amiss. They seemed to be missing one person. If he now occupied 2 mountains, then what about Qin Weiwei? If it were any other person, then perhaps it wouldn't be a big deal. But Qin Weiwei was the adopted daughter of manor head Yang Chang. It wasn't easy for him to stomach this. Xiong Shao immediately smiled bitterly. Mountain Chieftain Qin has suffered the most losses in this war. I am willing to let go of 1 mountain to Mountain Chieftain Qin. Yang Qing raised his hand to stop him. That can only be blamed on herself. The trap was so obvious and she still jumped in, almost implicating my entire South Edict Manor. I, Yang Qing, may not be strictly impartial and incorruptible, but I can clearly make the distinction between reward and punishment. You don't need to overthink this matter. Just set your mind at rest and accept what's yours. There's no need to say anything further. Understood. Xiong Shao cupped his hands in response, feeling extremely gleeful deep down. The manor head had always treated him well, so he had nothing more to say. It was not in vain that he had followed and devoted his life to him for so many years. The subsequent matters were simple to deal with. After wiping out Ever Peace Manor, Yang Cheng once again ordered all mountain troops to regulate the mountains of Ever Peace Manor that had been given to them. The mountain chieftains under his leadership were all trembling with excitement. Without hesitation, they complied with the order and were completely void of the anxiety and fear they'd felt when attacking Ever Peace Manor. What bliss! After settling themselves in, the benefits would be theirs to reap. Who wouldn't be willing to do something that would benefit themselves? They would throw their lives away in order to do a good job of it. So naturally they complied with Yang Qing's orders. Each of them rushed off quickly with their troops in tow. They had to hurry up and settle everything before Suppressing Second Hall ordered them to retreat back to South Edict Manor. They were afraid of having to relinquish their rewards should they arrive too late. Thus, their efficiency in executing this order was extremely high. From this, it could be seen that Yang Qing was adept at manipulating his subordinates into sacrificing themselves for him, so ordering his troops to conquer all the areas around him was entirely in his element. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, The Hall Master's Reward, 1. Chapter 184, The Hall Master's Reward, 1. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Additionally, Yang Cheng himself had already brought his main troops and temporarily stationed them in Ever Peace Manor. Naturally, they wouldn't surrender the harvest from Ever Peace Manor's vassal city, Every Peace City, and had already sent men to bring the city lord over. Following which, he also sent Qing Mei and Qing Ju to the Manor of Conformity situated in the capital of the Fifth Earthly Branch, to settle the issues between him and the School of Blue Jade. How could he waste the opportunity that the School of Blue Jade had so generously given to him? There was another matter that he obviously couldn't afford to forget nor delay, otherwise it would be disadvantageous for him. Yang Qing personally wrote down a report and attached Zhang Diqing's head to it, then ordered someone to send it to suppressing second hall. Inside the report, Zhang Diqing was naturally the one at fault. Yang Qing was merely compelled to act. Likewise, if he had fallen to Zhang Diqing, all the fault would definitely have been shifted to him. Dead men could not dispute an argument, after all. As for his conquering of Ever Peace Manor, he didn't need to beat around the bush with his motives, and simply expressed his dedication in the report. Firstly, he was afraid that the remnants of Zhang Diqing's forces might continue to wreak havoc. Secondly, the harvesting period for the Orbs of Will were around the corner. He did not wish for the handover of Ever Peace Manor's Orbs of Will this year to be affected by matters between him and Zhang Diqing. That was why he had taken over. Once the Hall Master chose someone suitable to relieve the position, he would naturally heed the order to return to South Edict Manor, and asked for the Hall Master's understanding. Once the report reached suppressing Second Hall, it quickly made its way to the intended recipient. The fragrance of plum blossoms originates from the bitter cold. Inside the courtyard, the fallen snow had been swept to the sides of the yard. Hallmaster Huo Lingxiao held 2 jade archives in his hand. One was Yang Qing's report, and the other was the complaint from suppressing Third Hall's Lu Jingtian. After looking through both of them, he held the jade archives behind his back with one hand, and gently brushed the piling snow off the branch of a plum tree with the other. He brought a plum blossom to his nose to take a whiff, then smiled and said, South Edict Manor did not fall. Instead, they launched a counterattack and conquered Ever Peace Manor, even getting suppressing Third Hall wrapped up in the mix. It seems like I decided on the wrong target. He turned to hand Yang Qing's report over to the handmaiden beside him and said, Let the 3 advisors have a look at this report. The handmaiden received the jade archive with an affirmation. As she was about to leave, Huo Lingxiao added, Look into the sequence of events. I would like to know where he found the audacity to even take Ever Peace Manor for himself. Yes, the handmaiden bowed and departed. After Han Lupang, one of the 3 great advisors, read through the report, he fell deep into thought. After his contemplation, he slowly shook his head and said, It seems like Lu Yu did not die in vain. I'm afraid Feng Jihuan and He Yunyi will be quite displeased. Deliver this to Feng Jihuan, he commanded, handing the jade archive over to his own handmaiden. After Feng Jihuan read through the report, his face was covered with a dark shadow. Yang Qing had actually withstood it. Not only had he survived, he even managed to turn things around and successfully conquered Ever Peace Manor. What did this result mean? Out of the 10 manor heads of suppressing Second Hall's 10 manors, 5 were his own men, who would send him tributes every year. Han Lupang had 3 manor heads under him, and He Yunyi had 2. If he gave Yang Qing up, he still had 4, the most out of the 3 great advisors. With Yang Qing's counterattack, none of the advisors had gained an advantage, which meant that the Hall Master's goals of balancing the 3 advisors' forces was not accomplished. Thus, he would definitely continue to target the manor heads under his command. If the Hall Master wished for it to be, he had no way of opposing him. For the Hall Master to have used such an indirect method, he was already considered giving sufficient respect. If Feng Jihuan dared to obstruct Yang Qing, he would be provoking the Hall Master to use rougher methods, and setting himself as the target. As such, it meant that Feng Jihuan himself had sacrificed 2 manor heads when he chose to give up on a single Yang Qing, losing the tributes from 2 manors every year. When he thought about this, Feng Jihuan felt an ache in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen someone else to be the sacrifice. Why had he given up on Yang Qing? Now his losses were even greater. Feng Jihuan cursed to himself, calling He Yunyi a useless old fool incapable of even handling a small affair like this properly, wounding himself and others in the process. After looking at the report, He Yunyi summoned Wan Shunchang over once more. Bang! He slapped the tea table into pieces, and pointed at Wan Xuanchang's nose shouting, "Worthless trash." The news spread like wildfire, and shook the entirety of suppressing Second Hall's subordinate domain. All the manor heads of every respective manor were greatly surprised. Those who could become manor heads were no fools, they had their own information network amongst the upper echelons. Previously, when Yang Qing had been questioned in public by Hiyani within the suppressing Second Hall's Grand Hall, everyone had already guessed that Yang Qing would most likely suffer an ill fate, and predicted what was about to happen. Everyone thought that since Yang Qing was the weakest in strength, it was normal for him to be eliminated. They hardly expected that the instigator, Zhang Dicheng, would instead be destroyed by Yang Qing, and that Yang Qing even had the gall to take over another manor when he belonged to one already. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to become a hall master? This was obviously not possible. Yang Qing's cultivation was only at Blue Lotus 5th grade. Not even the hall master would believe it even if he heard such a thing. These were all not important. What was important was that everyone had a new understanding of Yang Qing's capabilities, and realized that he was not as easy to trifle with as they had imagined. What's more, this crazy bastard even dared to take over Ever Peace Manor. First, he had killed his own manor head Lu Yu, and taken over South Edict Manor. Now he had killed another manor head, Zhang Dicheng, and taken over Ever Peace Manor. His name was practically plastered with infamy. Who could assure that he wouldn't lay his hands on other manors in the future? Thus, if Yang Qing could overcome the current obstacle before the hallmaster, everyone considered it wiser to be more courteous towards him should they meet in the future, to avoid inviting trouble upon themselves. A dispute between two manors that had even involved suppressing Third Hall with such a large commotion, it naturally wasn't too difficult for Huo Lingxiao to understand the sequence of events should he wish. There were too many participants among his subordinates. He could unearth everything if he just casually found someone who knew the details, and secretly asked them. Outsiders might find it difficult to understand the hidden machinations of suppressing Second Hall, but with the hall master himself sending men over to interrogate, who among those under suppressing Second Hall's command would dare to refuse? After the snowfall ceased, Huo Lingxiao continued holding his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth between the pavilions. His handmaiden, Lu Xing, trailed behind him as she reported the main points of the incident. Beginning from how Zhang Dicheng had secretly set his men to attack East Arrival Cave to draw out Qin Weiwei, to the East Arrival Cave master single-handedly killing his way in and out to rescue Qin Weiwei and foiling Zhang Dicheng's plan, to Zhang Dicheng being forced into a corner and having no options left but to launch an all-out attack with his forces in a desperate attempt to eliminate Yang Qing, and how Yang Qing had used himself as bait to lure Zhang Dicheng into a chase, in order to buy time for his subordinates to launch an ambush on suppressing Third Hall's thriving 10,000 manor. After that, she recounted how the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai had fearlessly dived into danger and successfully tricked thriving 10,000 manor's Lu Jingtian into leading his troops over to launch a pincer attack on Zhang Dicheng, with Yang Qing eliminating Zhang Dicheng in a single stroke. In addition, she reported how the school of Blue Jade had failed in their attempt to kick Yang Qing while he was down. Following which, Yang Qing led his troops and assaulted Ever Peace Manor against Deacon Wan Shunshan, frightening him away with Zhang Dicheng's head in hand, and with just that, took over Ever Peace Manor. After the dust had settled, she described how Yang Qing had immediately used Ever Peace Manor's shares to reward his subordinates and encouraged them to pluck the fruits of Ever Peace Manor at speed, and within a short time frame. Now, even if they were to send men to Ever Peace Manor, they could forget about reaping any benefits. After listening to the sequence of events, a look of surprise flashed through Huo Lingxiao's eyes. He was surprised by how Yang Qing had managed to grasp the opportunity for a moment's respite in that kind of situation, and immediately devised a strategy that was capable of making a comeback. He came to a halt in the corridor, facing the frozen surface of the lake. Huo Lingxiao nodded and said, "He is someone capable, he has the qualifications to oversee a domain for me. His subordinates are full of talented men, and I can see that he is skilled in managing them. He is an exceptional talent." As for why he had said that Yang Qing had many talented subordinates, and that he was adept in managing them, he was referring to the East Arrival Cave Master who had risked his life to save Qin Weiwei and foil Zhang Dicheng's plan, as well as the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai who had braved great peril alone to help young Qing fool some reinforcements into coming over. Lu Xing smiled from behind him and said, "Hall Master, on my investigation of the matter, I also heard something interesting regarding that East Arrival Cave's cave master." "Oh!" Huo Lingxiao exclaimed curiously. "Tell me about it." That East Arrival Cave master was originally a horse deputy of Transient Light Cave. He was basically a nobody. When Yang Qing was attacking Luyu, those that wanted to run away from Transient Light Cave had fled the battle, those who perished died in the skirmish, and those that would give up had surrendered willingly. Only he, with a White Lotus first-grade cultivation, would fight to the death, single-handedly killing 3 White Lotus second-grade cultivators, then engaged in battle with 3 White Lotus third-grade and 2 White Lotus second-grade cultivators on his own. The 5 of them actually fought a drawn-out battle with him, and were still unable to defeat him. He even taunted Yang Qing, saying, "Who would dare fight me?" If it were a normal person, I'm afraid they would have already murdered this impudent fellow where he stood. However, Yang Qing personally subdued him, then went against the majority and allowed him to become East Arrival Cave's cave master with a White Lotus first-grade cultivation. At the time, many in South Edict Manor still had some prejudice against him, but unexpectedly, when all of South Edict Manor's men had their hands tied by the School of Blue Jade, only he was able to whip all of the School of Blue Jade disciples in East Arrival Cave into obedience. This time, it was also he who had rescued Yang Qing's adopted daughter at a critical moment, and created a tipping point in the state of battle. One could say that Yang Qing's past efforts on him had not been in vain. A horse deputy? A White Lotus first-grade cave master? Huo Lingxiao exclaimed. After he had his fill of surprise, he couldn't help but chuckle at this lowly cultivator of low standing. He nodded and said, "I can see that Yang Qing definitely has a knack for managing his subordinates." Lu Xing added, "Yang Qing also sent men over to the Manor of Conformity in the capital, and the Manor of Conformity's Commandment of Conformity has already reached the School of Blue Jade." The sect master admitted that they were the ones who had violated the terms of the agreement first, and was willing to abide by the Commandment of Conformity. Yang Qing is already free of the School of Blue Jade's interference. Huo Lingxiao flipped his hand and flashed out the Jade Archive with Lu Jingtian's complaint from his storage ring. His lips revealed a cunning smile as he said, "To say nothing of utterly manipulating suppressing Third Hall, he not only managed to wash his hands off everything, he even prepared evidence to help me deal with suppressing Third Hall when they would come for retribution." With his abilities, it is obvious that taking the opportunity to be free of the School of Blue Jade's interference was a given. It was only a matter of course. I never thought that I had such a talent among my subordinates. Wouldn't it have been a waste if he had perished? It will be valuable to have him by my side as a strategist as well. In truth, he had been behind everything from the very beginning. No one else had been interested in acting against Yang Qing. As for why he had chosen Yang Qing, it was mainly because Yang Qing had inexorably bound himself with the School of Blue Jade. He despised useless individuals who could only succeed by depending on the power of others, and weren't able to overcome their own obstacles. Since he had to pick one of his subordinates to act against either way, he might as well pick Yang Qing. In hindsight, he was the one who had misjudged. Yang Qing either hadn't found an opportunity because time was too short, or he had other plans in mind. No matter. Regardless of how he thought of Yang Qing in the past, righteousness always stood on the side of the victorious. At this moment, another handmaiden, Tian Yu, slowly walked in. After greeting him, she spoke. "Hall Master, advisor, he is here again and requests an audience with you. He is waiting outside the palace as we speak." Huo Lingxiao coldly scoffed and replied, "What is there to explain? Don't tell me he still wants me to reward him after failing to perform his task? Just say that I am cultivating." Tian Yu and Lu Xing glanced at each other, the former responded with an acknowledgement and left. Huo Lingxiao then turned towards Lu Xing and gave an order. "When the time for handing over the tributes come, have Yang Qing bring over that mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai, and that cave master of East Arrival Cave with him. I want to have a look at them as well." Yes. Lu Xing shouted in acknowledgement. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, The Hall Master's Reward, 2. Chapter 185, The Hall Master's Reward, 2. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Outside the hall, Hiyani had been waiting by the entrance. He approached the handmaiden Tianyu the moment she stepped out, and smiled with cupped fists. Elder Auntie, is the hall master available? Tianyu shook her head apologetically and replied, Advisor, please return. The hall master is still cultivating. Now is not a good time to disturb him. The expression on Hiyani's face froze. This was already the third time he had requested an audience with the hall master. It was definitely the hall master using this as an excuse to hold him off, and intentionally refusing his entry. He was expressing his displeasure towards Hiyani's handling of affairs. Otherwise, why couldn't he simply stop cultivating? Yet, what else could he say? Could he possibly force the hall master to come out of closed-door seclusion cultivation to meet him? He could only force out a smile and say with cupped fists, Elder Auntie, thank you for your troubles. Tianyu nodded, and dismissed him with a smile. Hiyani was just about to turn around when 3 crimson streams of light flashed through the snow clouds in the dusk sky. The red light then coalesced together and 3 figures descended in front of the grand hall's entrance. Sporting a white fur coat, a woman with voluptuous curves led the way dressed in robes. Her thick beautiful hair was strung together tightly, her features picturesque, a faint fragrance wafted from her to assail the nostrils. She was followed by 2 elderly men with intelligent gleams in their eyes. The sudden appearance of the 3 surprised both Tianyu and Hiyani. The woman in the lead swept her surroundings with a chilling gaze. She had a grand, imperious presence. One glance was all it took to be able to tell that she was a person who had long held an eminent status. Hiyani immediately cupped his fists to pay his respects. Hall Master Wu. Brother Pang. Brother Liao. The new arrivals were none other than the suppressing Third Hall's Hall Master Wu Menglan, and the 2 advisors under her, Pang Rang and Liao Busheng. They were all cultivators of the Red Lotus realm. Wu Menglan glanced at Hiyani before throwing him a cold sneer in an offensive manner. Pang Rang and Liao Busheng lightly cupped their fists at Hiyani. Tianyu was speechless at the sight of this. Judging from the situation, they hadn't come here with good intentions. She was about to move forward to pay her respects, but Wu Menglan had already removed her white fur coat, and rudely gestured with her hand to demand, tell Hu Lingxiao to get the hell out right now, and see me this instant. Tianyu hurriedly replied, the hall master is currently cultivating. Hall Master Wu, please wait for a moment. I will inform him this instant. He seemed to be just relaxing to me, said Wu Menglan, raising her brows. When she had been up in the air, she already saw the state Hu Lingxiao was in. Inside, to hell with his cultivation. She was already being courteous by not dropping inside immediately. Why was there a need to wait for him to be notified? Without saying another word, she immediately began barging in. How could an important place like suppressing Second Hall allow outsiders to enter without permission? Tianyu hurriedly tried to stop and persuade them, but how could she even stop them? Fortunately, Hu Lingxiao's voice came traveling from the remote distance to save her from the predicament. Tianyu, is Hall Master Wu here? Please enter. Tianyu promptly moved to the side, extending her arms to welcome them in and led them from the front. Outside, Hiyani was speechless. The hall master's voice was obviously coming from the courtyard. He hadn't been cultivating, and yet, the hall master had refused to grant him an audience. Still, it wasn't appropriate for him to barge in without permission, so he could only fling his sleeve up and leave. Inside the vast courtyard, the pavilions and lofts, the rock garden and snow, were at perfect counterpoint to each other. On a quaint pathway, the snow had been swept away cleanly. Tianyu guided the 3 noble guests with quick steps throughout the pathway. Hu Lingxiao was already standing before the entrance of the main hall waiting to welcome them. He smiled at the fast-paced Wu Menglan closing in, thinking to himself that she had certainly come here quickly. He cupped his fists with a smile. I'm honored by your presence, Hall Master Wu. I hope you don't mind my not coming out to welcome you. Please forgive me. Upon reaching the entrance, Wu Menglan waved her hand for the two advisors to halt outside without entering. Huo Lingxiao gave a faint nod to Tianyu, signaling her to attend to the two of them. In the meantime, he turned to invite Wu Menglan into the hall to take her seat. Lu Xing had already served up fragrant tea to the both of them, before standing quietly beside Huo Lingxiao. How did you find time to visit me, Hall Master Wu? Asked Huo Lingxiao, laughing heartily as he accompanied her in sitting. Wu Menglan rolled her eyes at him, and bluntly told him off. Huo Lingxiao, stop asking me as if you do not know. Your forces have already fought inside my territory and killed a mountain's worth of my forces. You're still here feigning ignorance? Huo Lingxiao gestured for her to drink her tea, and said in all seriousness, wasn't the matter already resolved? Your men killed the forces of one of my manors. Truly speaking, I'm the one who has suffered greater losses. By right, I should be the one to call on you and condemn your crimes, and yet, I have said nothing. Give me a break. Wu Menglan blared as she said, the main perpetrator hasn't been executed. Don't think you can get away with it. Caught off guard, Huo Lingxiao cried out, what main perpetrator? Wasn't my subordinate, Zhang Diqing, the manor head of Everpeace Manor, killed by your men? Could it be that you're pointing fingers at me? Hall Master Wu, you too, know that it's a normal occurrence for the ones beneath our rank to battle it out. I honestly didn't have a clue beforehand that they would be causing a ruckus in your territory. I wouldn't dare to declare that you're the main perpetrator, said Wu Menglan, laughing coldly. Don't you dare tell me that you don't know who was the one that secretly sent men to kill the forces of one of my mountains. Wasn't it the manor head of Everpeace Manor, Zhang Diqing? You have already killed him. Taking into account our relationship with each other, I won't look into this matter anymore, since he was the one who was at fault from the start, said Huo Lingxiao, gesturing magnanimously with his hands. Wu Menglan put on a false smile as she stared at him, trying to see what kind of trick he was pulling now. Huo Lingxiao let out a dry cough. Why are you staring at me like that? You usually have a high standard, so it's quite unlike you to begin taking a fancy to my figure. Huo Lingxiao, keep acting. Continue to act as much as you want. How could Zhang Diqing actually be the main perpetrator? Isn't that the fact? I have your subordinate's personal testimony in writing, right here. With a flip of his hand, Huo Lingxiao retrieved the jade archive with the accusation, and pushed it towards her. There is no mistake in this matter. Zhang Diqing was the main perpetrator. He's already dead, so there's no need to ruin our relationship for the sake of him. Testimony? Wu Menglan was caught by surprise. She took the jade archives into her hands and examined it by imbuing her transcendence energy. It would have been better if she hadn't read it, but after she did, she felt her insides twist with rage. Pop! The jade archive in her fair, delicate hand exploded into dust. That imbecile, she cried out with her teeth clenched. Huo Lingxiao appeared shocked on the surface, but he was actually laughing madly in his heart. It wasn't an easy feat to see this woman so furious. If it were him who had found out that his own subordinate had been fooled and was still counting the spoils for the other, he would be beside himself with rage as well. His man had toyed with her subordinate in the palm of his hands. Wouldn't it prove that he was the one who knew how to manage his men, and the other party had been using a fool all along? In some ways, it proved that suppressing Third Hall couldn't compare to his own suppressing Second Hall. Hall Master Wu, what are you trying to do? Huo Lingxiao standing up in shock. Wu Menglan puffed up her cheeks, and expelled a breath of air from between her cherry lips to blow the dust away. She also stood up. She could no longer be bothered with beating about the bush, and letting the other man continue mocking her. She didn't mince her words as she said, the fool under me didn't even know he was being played. It's needless for you to fob me off with this rubbish, and play me for a fool. It's pointless for me to pretend further too. I wouldn't have come here to teach you a lesson if I didn't understand the situation. Let's cut to the chase. Zheng Diqing was nothing more than a scapegoat. The one who truly sent men to kill the forces in one of my mountains was your subordinate, the manor head of South Edict Manor, Yang Qing. Huo Lingxiao, if you still wish to continue our alliance, then give the main perpetrator Yang Qing to me, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking our alliance. She had even singled out Yang Qing's name. Huo Lingxiao knew she really had investigated the matter thoroughly, and was somewhat stunned by the speed at which this woman had reacted. He had only just found out recently. He wouldn't have guessed that Wu Menglan had already sent out her subordinates to investigate, the moment she received the report from Thriving 10,000 Manor on the day of the incident. Hence, she was naturally faster than him. Realizing he couldn't conceal it anymore, Huo Lingxiao broke into a smile. I have lost a manor head. What do you plan to do to this one? He meant that she shouldn't go overboard with this. Could it be that she wanted to kill another manor head of his? Wu Menglan began drawing circles with her finger on the table. For this incident, it was your party who offended my side first. So no matter what is said, you are the one being unreasonable. Besides, if the main perpetrator goes unpunished, how do you expect me to bear it? Give him to me, and I'll leave this matter be. Huo Lingxiao sighed. How about this? You want to see him punished, isn't it? I'll punish him myself, and I'll definitely provide you with an appropriate response. Wu Menglan shook her head and said, there's no need to do that. Just surrender Yang Qing to me, and I'll take him away. I will handle it myself. Why is she insisting on taking him away? Isn't it the same if he handled it for her? Huo Lingxiao's eyes flickered with a realization. It may be that she had taken a fancy to his subordinate's talents. Using the guise of punishing him as an excuse, what she really wanted was to poach him from right under his nose. He obviously wouldn't let her do this. Huo Lingxiao silently sneered. He was also lacking in such talents. Using him as a hired thug was a waste. He would need a good brain in the system, and talented subordinates couldn't be underestimated in a fight for the palace lord seat. He would never allow others to steal Yang Qing away, only to have him used by others to conspire against him. Why do I have to give you my manor head, for you to deal with him? How would my own subordinates see me? Huo Lingxiao directly refused. Yang Qing. I'll never give him to you. If you want to break off the alliance, then I'll agree to it. On hearing that, Wu Menglan realized at once that he had seen through her plan, and the two of them instantly broke into a heated argument, going head to head with each other. For the sake of Yang Qing, both hallmasters nearly went at each other's throats. However, it was impossible for the two of them to really brawl for Yang Qing. Working up a storm like that bore no advantages to the both of them, so ultimately, they took a step back. He would never allow Wu Menglan to take Yang Qing away. Huo Lingxiao took out 10 high-grade orbs of will worth 1,000 low-grade orbs of will as compensation. Only then did Wu Menglan leave. Before she left, Wu Menglan still had a frosty expression on her face. After cutting through the skies with her two advisors, Wu Menglan didn't go straight to suppressing Third Hall. Instead, she descended onto Thriving 10,000 Manor. You're a complete and utter moron. You were tricked and still counted the spoils for him. I was thoroughly embarrassed because of you. Wu Menglan jabbed her finger at Lu Jingtian's nose as she chewed him out. When women reprimanded others, they would always be fearsome. Lu Jingtian broke into cold sweats from her tirade. He was worried that the hall master would execute him in a fit of rage. Trembling with fear and trepidation, he sent off the hall master after she had fiercely vented out her anger. After wiping away the sweat on his forehead, Lu Jingtian ground his teeth in hatred. He pointed and bellowed in rage at the heavens above. Yang Qing, just you wait. This isn't the end for you. It was a matter of course that Yang Qing's extraordinary talent would be fought over by the two hall masters. The fact that he even dared act as he did showed that he obviously had confidence in its success. However, he would never have expected it to cause such a ruckus. He had done it completely out of self-preservation. As the saying goes, it's better to help oneself than wait for God, and this was exactly such a case. With power over 2 territories, Yang Qing was now busy with the harvesting of the orbs of will. If he didn't sort this out properly, then he would never get through this no matter what cards he managed to play, so he had no idea what was happening with the upper echelons. And as for the East Arrival Cave under his reign, they had already completed the annual orbs of will harvest. Every single one of the School of Blue Jade disciples from East Arrival Cave were in a good mood. Although the place for their temporary housing was a little wretched by way of being just a humble, simplistic wooden residence, after changing into black robes, the cave master had honored his promise and given them the correct amount of orbs of will and crystal coins. Not even a single one was missed. They hadn't arrived at East Arrival Cave for long, and already received so many benefits. It was really quite a worthwhile deal. I thought we had an agreement. Why are you refusing it now? Halfway up the snowy mountain, and under the snow-covered tree, Miao Yi held a jade archive in his hand, shouting noisily as he trailed after Yao Ruoxian. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, It's easier to bury enemies than to bury the hatchet with them, 1. Chapter 186, It's easier to bury enemies than to bury the hatchet with them, 1. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Those were your words, I never agreed to them. I only agreed to enter East Arrival Cave. I didn't agree to register my name and enter the current system. Yao Ruoxian scoffed as he walked away with a hand behind his back. Senior Yao, I am only doing this out of goodwill. Think about it. You won't have to stay a loose cultivator without any support. To register your name and enter the system is such a wonderful thing. Many others wouldn't be able to get such a good opportunity even if they wanted to. I don't even know much of your background, so I am taking all the risk if anything happens. I am taking the initiative here, to help you process an official status. Why won't you understand this junior's goodwill? What are you still unhappy about? Miao Yi said, trying hard to persuade Yao Ruoxian. Bullshit. Yao Ruoxian cursed. He suddenly turned around and jabbed his finger at Miao Yi's nose as he berated him. You think I don't know what sort of goodwill you have, you brat? If you trick me into the current system, I will be under your thumb, won't I? Then I won't dare to kill you openly, right? Miao Yi said meekly, his plan was found out. Nothing of the sort. Without an official status, it isn't appropriate for you to stay at my East Arrival Cave. That wouldn't be too convenient, isn't it? What kind of inconvenience is there? Yao Ruoxian replied. He circled Miao Yi as he continued to rebuke. Cut the crap. East Arrival Cave is your territory. You are the one with the final say. What does that have to do with anyone else? Stop trying to confuse me here. Scram. Ugh. My goodwill is being treated as ill intent. Before he could finish, he saw Yao Ruoxian lifting his leg to kick him. The great cave master Miao hurriedly shut his mouth as he ran away dejectedly. He returned to his temporary shelter, and discussed the matter of transporting the orbs of will to Mount Comingsi with his subordinates. To tell the truth, Miao Yi was quite unwilling to go to Mount Comingsi. The main reason was because he didn't want to meet that vile woman Qin Weiwei. In addition, his sights were now much higher. His troops were quite strong, and his thinking was, were 100 or so orbs of will worthwhile for this cave master to personally transport? Rather than doing such menial tasks, he could have used the time to raise his cultivation, or think about ways to take revenge for those 10 corpses hanging as they were in the chill winter breeze, and continuing to serve as a reminder for him. However, he had to go. This was the rule. The cave master had to personally transport the harvest to the mountain chieftain, the mountain chieftain had to personally transport it to the manor head, then from the manor head to hall master, the hall master to the palace lord to the overlord, and finally, the overlord would in turn directly transport the harvest to the sage in the realm beyond heaven. Seeing the cave master about to depart again, Shen Er and Shui Er followed behind him every step of the way. Evidently, they were still a little traumatized from the recent ambush on East Arrival Cave. "It will be all right," Miao Yi comforted. He faced the others and said, "Once I leave, all of you should take care of our home. If someone has the gall to cause trouble here again, just kill them first. If you get in trouble, I will shoulder it. We shall follow the cave master's command." The group of old men from the school of Blue Jade cupped their fists and acknowledged the order. They were strangely obedient and were much easier to handle than the previous group with Song Fu. It seemed that Elder Hong Changhai was putting greater effort into redeeming himself. "Move out!" Miao Yi shouted as he jumped on top of his dragon steed. He led Yuan Fong and Lai Yuhan to gallop away through the snow. This time he didn't bring many men. He simply brought 2 Blue Lotus experts with him. If even Blue Lotus experts could not protect him, then he would just be sending the others to their deaths. There were 18 School of Blue Jade disciples besides Yin Shou staying behind an East Arrival Cave to stand guard. Miao Yi wasn't at all worried. With such a formation protecting East Arrival Cave, a normal abode most likely wouldn't be able to gobble it up, unless they faced a major ambush like the one before. Just as he was about to reach Mount Comingxi, he met up with Gongsun Yu on the way by happenstance. He was also heading towards Mount Comingxi with his subordinate in tow. Gongsun Yu only had one subordinate now. There was no helping it, the current Mount Comingxi lacked manpower. This was why Gongsun Yu had been extremely anxious on the entire journey. It was no small matter to lose the tribute of Orbs of Will. It would directly affect the 6 sages. When he saw Miao Yi at the fork of the road, Gongsun Yu shouted from afar, "Please hold, Cave Master Miao." Miao Yi turned his head and looked at him. He raised his hand, and their 3 steeds slowed their pace as they waited for the other party to catch up. Then, he asked, "What does Cave Master Gongsun ask of me?" Gongsun Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Let us go together. There isn't enough manpower now to transport the Orbs of Will." Miao Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He felt a little smug because he had the most manpower out of the entire Mount Comingxi. If he were upset, he could decimate the entire Mount Comingxi without resistance. The both of them then journeyed together to Mount Comingxi, and left their subordinates waiting outside. As they entered the courtyard behind the manor, they saw Hong Mian and Lu Lu coming towards them. They immediately cupped their fists and said, "We pay our respects to Elder Auntie and Little Auntie." Unexpectedly, Hong Mian and Lu Lu actually bowed low at the knee to Miao Yi in a somber show of respect, making Miao Yi scramble back a little. It wouldn't be appropriate to help them up. After all, men and women should not carelessly touch one another. However, they were not his handmaidens, so it wouldn't be appropriate to not help them up. Feeling anxious, he quickly said, "Please don't make fun of me, Elder Auntie and Little Auntie." Hong Mian replied with a serious tone, "We have heard how Cave Master Miao threw caution to the wind, risking his life to single-handedly cut open a path of blood into the encirclement, and saved Mountain Chieftain's life. Of course, the both of us should pay our respects to you." A handmaiden's entire world revolved around her master. If their master had glory and wealth, they would also prosper accordingly from their humble beginnings. If their master fell on evil days, they would also become lowly servants. Hence, they were truly thankful to Miao Yi. Miao Yi thought, "I see. They have a much better conscience than that vile woman. She didn't even have a word of gratitude after I saved her life." Miao Yi forced a smile and said, "No need for thanks. This is what your subordinate should do." He pointed towards Gongsun Yu to his side and added, "Cave Master Gongsun and the rest also risked their lives. If you must offer thanks, you should not offer it to me alone." He added another line in his mind, "Hurry up and express your gratitude to your master's illicit lover." Gongsun Yu cupped his fists courteously. Lulu smiled as she said, "When Cave Master Gongsun escorted Mountain Chieftain back then, we already thanked him." Miao Yi looked Gongsun Yu over from top to bottom for a moment. Then he noticed Gongsun Yu's gaze turn gentle for an instant as he stared in a certain direction. The great cave master Miao couldn't help but follow his gaze, only to find a white silhouette looking down at them, from beside a window of the nearby loft. He couldn't help but chuckle as his lips curved with ridicule. It was unknown what train of thought he was associating the both of them with, but it definitely wasn't anything pleasant. "Will both cave masters please follow us? The mountain chieftain is waiting for you," said the two handmaidens, extending their arms and leading the way from the front. As they ascended the loft, the two cave masters once again paid their respects to Qin Weiwei. After which, they delivered the reports of their respective domains. Naturally, the report held information on the past year's state of affairs for their respective domains. Seated behind the long table, Cheng Weiwei read Gongsun Yu's report. After she was done, her emotions became a little perturbed as she reached out to pick up Miao Yi's report. To a woman who always strove to preserve her purity, some things were really hard to forget. She couldn't forget it even if she tried. She could not forget that scene of being surrounded. Just when she had completely fallen into despair, when she could no longer endure no matter how hard she grit her teeth, that voice that she had detested so much in the past, actually stirred within her an unexpected hope. At that critical juncture, there was a peculiar tug at her heartstrings when she heard, "The East Arrival Cave Master is here. Who dares challenge me?" She wasn't sure how it could be, that every time he said something along those lines, he would always give everyone an unexpected surprise. In that moment of peril, as she laid her eyes on him, that detestable man appeared grander than any other time she had ever seen him before. Armed with a silver spear and armor, and riding a heavily clad steed, his battle armament had radiated a vicious and murderous aura as he single-handedly charged towards her with an indomitable momentum. His shout, "Those who stand in my way shall die," hadn't disappointed her. He had slaughtered his way into the tight encirclement as if he were cleaving through the ocean waves, and then extended his arm to grab her just as she was about to fall, and pulled her back. While they had been breaking through the encirclement, they were suddenly struck a vicious blow. As she fell, she watched helplessly as he coughed up a mouthful of blood onto her face. She thought she was gone for good then, but he continued to persevere. He pulled her back up again, and held her in his embrace. They galloped away in the snow, and the entire time, she felt as though she was flying. It was the first time for her to be embraced by a man ever since she had come of age. Whenever she thought back to the sensation of being wrapped around those strong, robust arms, her heart would race a little, and her face would become flushed. She would always remember that sensation, together with the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, as he held her in his arms. She really didn't know how many times she had recalled that scene as of late. As soon as she had a moment to herself, she couldn't help her expression becoming flustered as she reminisced. Qin Weiwei's attention was not on the report in her hands. Miao Yi's voice quickly brought her back to reality from her melancholy. From the corner of her eyes, she watched as Miao Yi handed over East Arrival Cave's harvests to Hong Mian and Lulu. Elatedly, she realized that Gongsun Yu had been staring at her silently, so she hurriedly shifted her gaze back. She quickly skimmed through the contents of the Jade Archive and put it down. As soon as Hong Mian and Lulu confirmed both caves' harvests were accurate, they delivered it to her. Gongsun Yu was in no rush to leave. He would always linger around at this time every year, to consult with the mountain chieftain, and seek her counsel for a moment. What advice could there possibly be? He already had a cultivation that was even higher than Qin Weiwei. To put such an affair from the cultivation world into more shocking perspective, he had been by Yang Qing's side and actually watched on as Qin Weiwei grew up. As he saw the little girl slowly become a beautiful woman, all he desired was a chance to get closer to her. Speaking of which, there were only a few dual cultivation partners in the cultivation world whose ages matched one another. One could not make a judgment based solely on age in the cultivation world. Of course, some matters could only be spoken of after the great cave master Miao left. Based on Gong Sun Yu's knowledge, the great cave master Miao didn't have an amicable relationship with Qin Weiwei, so he would definitely be eager to be excused. Unexpectedly, the great cave master Miao was in no hurry. Instead, he was dawdling there, giving Gong Sun Yu the urge to ask what the great cave master Miao intended to do. Qin Weiwei also felt a little surprised. Based on her understanding, Miao Yi was the kind of person who couldn't wish for more than to be as far away from her as possible. Today was her first time seeing such a scene. "Is something the matter?" Qin Weiwei asked him. Miao Yi raised a fist to his mouth and made a hollow cough, then awkwardly said to Gong Sun Yu, "How do I put it? Cave Master Gong Sun, could you please excuse yourself for a moment? I have something to report to the mountain chieftain." Ah! Gong Sun Yu was stunned. He had been waiting for Miao Yi to leave, but instead, the great cave master Miao was actually asking him to go away the moment he opened his mouth. Hong Mian and Lu shared a glance. They also felt it was a little strange. Qin Weiwei looked towards Gong Sun Yu. Gong Sun Yu was a little bewildered at first, but in the end, he could only cup his fists and say, "Your subordinate will step away for now." As he left, Gong Sun Yu threw a curious glance at Miao Yi. He didn't think that Miao Yi had the same intention that he did, because Cave Master Miao and the Mountain Chieftain would always be in discord. He just felt curious about what Cave Master Miao wished to report. After he left, Qin Weiwei sat behind the long table and stared at Miao Yi before asking, "Cave Master Miao, what is it you wish to report?" Miao Yi was all smiles as he flashed out a jade archive from his storage ring and brought it before Qin Weiwei. "Mountain Chieftain, you have promised me something." The 6 storage rings on his hand left Hong Mian and Lu speechless, as they realized that the great cave master Miao had become someone opulent indeed. Qin Weiwei took the jade archive and quickly looked through it. There was a list with the names of 20 School of Blue Jade disciples inside. She understood what Miao Yi meant, and marked the jade archive with her transcendent seal of approval before him. She then tucked the jade archive away, and nodded as she said, "I have no objections here. I will pass it over to the manor head to register their names." Miao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but he still wasn't in a rush to leave. Instead, he started fidgeting where he stood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, It's easier to bury enemies than to bury the hatchet with them, 2. Chapter 187, It's easier to bury enemies than to bury the hatchet with them, 2. Translator, Claude Editor, Tom Yummy. Qin Weiwei kept sweeping her gaze past him. After a pause, she saw that he wasn't going to say anything more and was forced to take the initiative to ask, "Are there any other matters?" Miao Yi let out a dry laugh. He appeared slightly embarrassed to say anything further. "If you have something to say, just spill it," Qin Weiwei said calmly. "It's actually no big deal. It's just that the damages my Easter rival cave have sustained are too great. Whenever I think of this, I feel extremely troubled and worried." Qin Weiwei waited for him to continue, yet he uttered nothing further. She then said indifferently, "Haven't I already promised you an addition of 20 disciples? Are you trying to gain more incentives from me? What do you want?" "That's not what I meant. May I remind Mountain Chieftain that I'm still in shock from the earlier battle. Mountain Chieftain's condition was too precarious during that time." Explaining up to this point, he stopped once again. Qin Weiwei furrowed her brows slightly. "Are you trying to remind me that you've saved my life and now you want me to show some gratitude?" "No. No. No." Miao Yi waved his hands at once. "I certainly didn't mean that." Off to the side, Hong Mian simply couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help but ask, "Then Cave Master Miao, what exactly are you trying to say? Can you please get to the point?" "Elder Auntie, don't be worried. Actually, it's nothing much. I just felt it was unfair for the Mountain Chieftain." Miao Yi put on the guise of one filled with a common hatred. he pointed outside the window. Think about it. The reason she was in danger was because someone had purposely lured Mountain Chieftain into the trap. Yet, that despicable character is still at large. The more I think about it, the more I feel for the Mountain Chieftain. Both Hong Mian and Lu exchanged glances with each other. They weren't on the scene at the time, so they still couldn't fully understand Miao Yi's true meaning. But Qin Weiwei, on the other hand, couldn't help but grit her teeth, because she understood. She thought this bastard had something important to discuss, but it turned out he was still thinking about Yuan Jingquan's head on a stick. What did he mean he felt for her? Obviously, he still wanted to teach Yuan Jingquan a lesson, so he was purposely beating around the bush to incite her temper. Why couldn't this brat change his nasty behavior? Cave Master Miao, thank you very much for your concern, replied Qin Weiwei expressionlessly. Miao Yi was slightly disappointed that the scene wasn't unfolding into what he'd expected, so he continued to remind her, Mountain Chieftain, that bastard almost cost you your life. Are you really going to let them go? Qin Weiwei then replied, Xiong Shao was right. During a battle, everyone works for their own master. There is nothing wrong with using such methods. I'm the one to blame for being careless. More importantly, they've already surrendered and given their lives to South Edict Manor. What else do you want me to do with them? The moment she mentioned Xiong Shao, the great cave master Miao suddenly became alert, his eyes widening in response. He rubbed his sleeves together, revealing the 6 storage rings which now looked more and more conspicuous. He'd completely lost the cultured pretension he'd put on earlier. That old scum Xiong Shao never had any good intentions to begin with. It's because he saw that I wanted to kill them, thus he intentionally came out to stop me by accepting their surrender. He's purposely making things difficult for me. Mountain Chieftain, by all means, you shouldn't fall for his tricks. Mountain Chieftain, you've already seen my display of loyalty towards you. I'm willing to go through untold dangers for you. It's certainly not appropriate for you to step in personally, so won't you allow me to do it on your behalf instead? I promise I will avenge you without anyone realizing your involvement. I will never allow them to look down on Mount Kamingsi. Hong Mian and Lu once again exchanged speechless glances with each other. It would seem that there was more to this story than meets the eye. They would have to question the Mountain Chieftain in more detail later. Today, Qin Weiwei was experiencing the full extent of his audacity firsthand. She was struck with the urge to ask the great cave master Miao whether he could get any more shameless than this. He was the one who obviously thought that way and wanted to use her as an excuse. What kind of person was he? No wonder he wanted to chase Gongsun Yu away. Forcibly restraining herself from losing her temper with him, Qin Weiwei continued to say expressionlessly, then what do you intend to do? Miao Yi's eyes brightened immediately, thinking that she was in agreement. Thus, he quickly lowered his voice and said sneakily, Mountain Chieftain, you have an amicable relationship with the manor head. Can you think of a way to obtain the personnel assignment of Xiong Zhao's 3 subordinates so I can find out their location? I'm sure that won't be a difficult feat for you to pull. Mountain Chieftain, you can put your heart at ease. I, your subordinate, will never let anyone know this matter has any relation to you. Let me handle it, have no fear, I will definitely avenge you. Even if something were to go wrong, I guarantee that I'll shoulder the blame alone and will not implicate you. Qin Weiwei's clear eyes stared unblinkingly into his own. Without challenging the truth of his intentions, she simply took in his nonsense. Miao Yi felt slightly guilty under her watchful gaze. Once again, with a face full of sincerity, he pledged, Mountain Chieftain, I can swear to the heavens above, you will not be implicated. However, for anyone who knew the true extent of their relationship, they would assuredly question his sincerity. Even Hong Mian and Lu were mulling over what this man could possibly be planning. In actuality, Miao Yi was also out of options. He really was clueless as to where Xiong Shao had assigned Yuan Jingquan and the others to. Although his subordinates were powerful and well-trained, he couldn't simply attack every single mountain and cave under Xiong Shao. Presently, he didn't hold that kind of power and influence yet. Initially, he had ordered Chen Fei to look into it, but had yet to receive word from him. He reckoned that it was inconvenient for Chen Fei to inquire about this matter without getting back on his feet first. He'd also considered using the disciples from the school of Blue Jade to launch his investigation. Even to this day, they could only be found within the South Edict Manor. But their information channel didn't seem to be as effective as before. To quote Yuan Fang, Yang Qing was now being more strict with the disciples from the school of Blue Jade to guard against any attempts of collusion between them. Hence, it was difficult for them to scout around. Both Yuan Fang and Lai Yuhan were still extremely supportive of the cave master in causing internal strife within Yang Qing's headquarters. But it really wasn't easy for them to investigate further. Miao Yi was aware of this as well. They had just gone through a ferocious war, so every abode would be keeping their guards up. It was no easy feat getting close to them. Miao Yi could afford to wait a little while longer, since this wasn't really classified information of extreme importance. As time moved on, he would eventually find out where those 3 pieces of scum were stationed at. Yet, the problem was that those 12 corpses dangling from the ruined beams couldn't wait that long. It was still alright in the winter, but once spring arrived, when the weather became warmer, one could well imagine what those corpses would become. Moreover, he felt uncomfortable staring at those corpses every day without the having ability to avenge them. He couldn't rest or eat in peace. He'd vowed that he would never rebuild East Arrival Cave unless he avenged them one day. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't believe that Qin Weiwei didn't detest those men after nearly being killed. If he were to put himself in her shoes, if that had happened to him, he would desire revenge. Thus, in order for the current scene to become a reality, he'd set his plan to revolve around Qin Weiwei. But as a mountain chieftain and the adopted daughter of Yang Qing, how could Qin Weiwei promise Miao Yi such a matter? Even if she was eager to dismember Yuan Jingquan's body into 1,000 pieces, she wasn't allowed to do so. If she really was the type of person who didn't care for the general situation, she would have killed Miao Yi the moment she had the itch to do so. Although she agreed with what Miao Yi was saying, she couldn't possibly promise him. Slowly standing up from the table, she gave a determined shake of her head, saying, "No." Astonished by her reply, Miao Yi persisted, "Mountain chieftain, I'm doing this for your own good." Qin Weiwei repeated her answer, "No." Miao Yi finally realized that it was futile no matter what he said. He must have brain damage. This woman had always detested him, so to be sharply rebuffed was his own fault. In the end, he had to rely on himself to think of a way. If Cave Master Gongsun was the one to request it, then she would have agreed. Gravely upset, the great Cave Master Miao muttered confidently to himself. When he spoke, the 3 women instantly froze at the same time, but quickly recovered after registering what he meant. It wasn't as if they didn't know the rumors being said about Gongsun Yu and Qin Weiwei's relationship. Even the manor head Yang Qing had inquired about it. Until now, Qin Weiwei had always believed that an upright man was never afraid of gossip. She had always maintained her relationship with Gongsun Yu as that of a superior and her subordinate. To now hear those words from Miao Yi, she inexplicably trembled with anger, even knowing it was beneath her to be bothered by such slander. Her expression turned icy as she stiffly said with gritted teeth, "Miao Yi, what do you mean?